Chapter 1. No matter what you become in the future, I will always love you. This was the final utterance from Itachi to Sasuke after defeating Kabuto and undoing the reanimation jutsu. As Itachi's soul prepared to return to the Pure Land, he gazed at Sasuke with eyes full of happiness. Sasuke truly is a foolish little brother. Such words signify that the future of the Uchiha clan shall be carried forth by you. As his soul ascended, Itachi's consciousness began to fade, and he felt as though he could glimpse the paradise above the clouds. I have no regrets. Itachi smiled blissfully. After an indeterminate amount of time, Itachi suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing that greeted his sight was a hazy sunlight and a multitude of vast, intertwining tree roots. In this scene before him, countless colorful fish swam freely. Through the enormous ascending roots and the drifting fish, Itachi realized that this place did not seem to be the Pure Land. This scene resembled that of an underwater realm. Long before, during his first battle against Sasuke, after exhausting his chakra and succumbing to death, Itachi's soul had ventured to the Pure Land. He recalled that the world of the Pure Land did not resemble the sight before him. Then where is this? Itachi couldn't help but inquire. Attempting to sit up, he was suddenly aware of a rhythmic thumping in his chest. Clenching his fists, he brushed his hand over the tear troughs on his cheeks, and he stood up in astonishment. He was neither a mere soul nor a product of the reanimation jutsu. This was a physical body. As Itachi moved about, he discovered that he seemed to be on a ship, which was enveloped in a bubble-like substance, sinking into the depths of the sea. Through the dim reflections cast by the bubbles, Itachi further confirmed that he was not in a spiritual state, but rather possessed a tangible, corporeal form. What could this possibly mean? At that moment, Itachi suddenly heard a commotion from the front of the ship's cabin. On the deck of the Thousand Sunny, Sanji, upon hearing Frankie and Zoro's words, slowly opened his eyes. Benefactor? Sanji, you're awake. Chopper exclaimed excitedly. Come eat some bento. It's from Amazon Lily, Luffy said with a smile, extending his hand towards him. Amazon Lily, is that bear truly a benefactor? Do you know where I've been for the past 2 years? What on earth did you train in that land of women, Luffy? Sanji recalled the terrifying experiences he endured on Okama Island after being sent flying by Kuma, and he couldn't help but roar. All right, Sanji-san. Although I don't know what you've suffered, let's enjoy this new journey to the fullest, Brooks said, taking out his guitar to comfort Sanji. Let's sing a song together to celebrate our reunion after 2 years and embark on a new adventure. Stop encouraging me, it only deepens my sorrow. Sanji's face was devoid of color. Listening to the voices of these individuals, Itachi's brow furrowed slightly. It appeared that they were the crew members of this ship. He was still perplexed as to why he, destined for the Pure Land, had arrived in such a place with a physical body. Itachi immediately sought to confirm whether his body had been revived through some reincarnation technique, or if Kabuto or someone possessing the Rinnegan was nearby. Or perhaps, did Sasuke resurrect me? The more he pondered, the more confused he became. At that moment, Usopp, holding a telescope, walked over anxiously, saying, Hey, you guys still have the leisure to admire the whales? Nami just mentioned that there's a 70% chance the ship to Fishman Island will sink. We can't be so casual about this any longer. As Usopp spoke, he prepared to look around with the telescope, climbing up to the foremast of the Thousand Sunny. Just as he opened the telescope, he suddenly spotted a figure standing on the deck. Whoa! Upon hearing Usopp's shout, Itachi, still in a state of confusion, became instantly alert. Usopp tumbled down the stairs in a panic, while Luffy, Zoro, and the others rushed over. Usopp, what's going on? There's an enemy on the ship. Usopp stammered. An enemy? Where? Chopper shouted in response. Zoro had already spotted Itachi. He immediately drew his sword, while Itachi instinctively reached for his waist, only to realize he had no ninja tools. Luffy scrutinized Itachi, noting his chainmail top, black pants with knee pads, and toe-revealing boots, complemented by deep-set eyes and a scratched forehead protector, with long hair tied back. Luffy jumped up excitedly. This enemy's attire is so cool. At this remark, the Straw Hat crew turned their attention to Luffy. Luffy, even after 2 years, your focus remains so uniquely different. Yeah, we should at least figure out where this person came from, Frankie said, clenching his iron fist, nervously looking at Itachi. Since arriving at Sabaody Archipelago and escaping the Navy's pursuit to dive into the deep sea, he had been with the Thousand Sunny, and he had conducted checks to ensure no enemies were hiding aboard. Robin observed Itachi cautiously, stating, "Could it be that the Navy sent a ruthless warrior to take our lives?" "That's quite terrifying, Robin," Chopper exclaimed, jumping alongside Luffy. "Hey, Tear Trough man, where did you come from?" Sanji pointed at Itachi, questioning him. "Tear Trough? Do I really have tear troughs?" "Oh right, I'm a skeleton, so I wouldn't have tear troughs," Brook mused, touching his hollow eye sockets. "Stop causing trouble, Brook," Nami said, punching him away. Itachi surveyed the peculiar group before him, pondering how they seemed so mismatched. No matter their appearances, they bore no resemblance to ninjas from any country. The only exception was the green-haired man in the center, whose attire resembled that of a samurai. "Hurry and tell us, Tear Trough man, how did you end up on our ship?" "Ha ha ha," Luffy laughed, resting his hands behind his head, displaying no signs of tension. At that moment, Itachi realized that the language they spoke was the same as his own. "If I were to say that I have no idea why I am here," Itachi began, his voice still as deep as ever. "Then we'll sever your hands and feet before asking again." Zoro charged forward with his sword drawn, instantly reaching Itachi. "Hey Zoro, don't be so impulsive." Nami's warning barely left her lips when Zoro's sword had already struck Itachi. In an instant, Zoro effortlessly cleaved Itachi in two. "Ah!" The Straw Hat crew gasped in unison. Yet at that very moment, the severed form of Itachi suddenly dissipated, transforming into a swarm of black crows. The crows scattered, emitting eerie calls in the depths of the sea. "Is this a devil fruit ability?" Zoro immediately coated his sword with haki, recalling how Mihawk had taught him to combat devil fruit users by infusing haki into his weapon to counter their abilities. But just as Zoro was about to unleash his haki, he suddenly felt a whirl in his vision as it settled. He found himself in a desolate world drenched in blood. What is this? Wasn't he on the Thousand Sunny? How could he end up in such a place? Moreover, he found himself unable to move. "Hey Zoro, what's wrong with you?" Luffy rushed forward, noticing Zoro frozen in a sword-swinging stance, unable to budge. Furthermore, that Tear Trough man had seemingly vanished. At that moment, Itachi's form gradually coalesced from the crows, standing atop the foremast of the Thousand Sunny. "Look, the Tear Trough man is over there." Usopp pointed out Itachi first. Everyone immediately turned their gazes toward him. "Hey Tear Trough man, what did you do to Zoro?" Luffy shouted loudly. "There's no need to worry, he is unharmed." Itachi's eyes shifted slightly, dispelling the illusion, causing Zoro to collapse to the ground. Chopper hurried over to check Zoro's condition. "First and foremost, I must clarify that I am not here to be your enemy." Itachi looked at Luffy. "Secondly, I do not know why I have appeared here. Furthermore, that warrior is fine. He was merely affected by a slight illusion, which I have now dispelled." "A warrior? An illusion?" Chopper and Usopp exclaimed in shock. Zoro had regained his composure, raising his sword and glaring sternly at Itachi. "What has happened?" "In an instant, I found myself in that state." Zoro spoke, focusing intently to ensure he would not be ensnared by Itachi's influence again. "If you're not our enemy, then where did you come from, and why are you on our ship?" Luffy asked, once again resting his hands behind his head, looking utterly perplexed. Itachi contemplated briefly, his memories still lingering on the moment he had dispelled the reanimation jutsu, but he declared, "I hail from Akatsuki." Itachi did not explicitly state that he was from Konoha. "Akatsuki?" Before the Straw Hat crew could voice their confusion, Itachi inquired, "What place is this? And who are you?" Upon hearing this, Luffy exclaimed, "Ah oh, Monkey D. Luffy. I am a man destined to become the Pirate King. This ship belongs to us. These are my companions, Zoro, Nami." Before he could finish, Nami, in a fit of rage, struck Luffy on the head, leaving a sizable bump. "Do not casually reveal your identity." She then pointed toward Itachi. "You are currently aboard our vessel. It is only proper that we ask you questions first, isn't it?" "Sugoi, Nami is absolutely correct," Usopp chimed in, standing alongside Nami. Itachi regarded Nami and asked, "So, does that mean you're the captain of this ship?" "No, I'm the captain," Luffy declared, still nursing his bump. Nami retaliated with another blow to Luffy's head, creating yet another bump. "At a time like this, you should remain silent." Nami turned back to Itachi. "Are you a pirate? Or perhaps a member of the Navy, or of the Revolutionary Army. Itachi felt even more perplexed. The three terms this woman spoke were not ones he was accustomed to hearing. None of the above, Itachi replied with a shake of his head. I still wish to inquire, where exactly is this place? We are at Sabaody Archipelago currently. We are likely beneath the sea, although I cannot ascertain the depth, came the response. By the way, we are headed to Fishman Island. Would you like to join us? As soon as Luffy finished speaking, his vision was filled only with the sight of Nami, whose fury burned brighter than the ship's sails. After a tempestuous storm, Luffy lay sprawled on the ground, smoke emanating from his body. What a chaotic situation, Itachi couldn't help but muse. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Itachi suddenly noticed a ship rapidly approaching them. He realized that his vision seemed restored to its clarity before he began using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even in these depths, he could see distinctly. A ship is approaching, Itachi warned the Straw Hat crew. Before they could react, the swiftly advancing vessel accelerated and crashed violently into the Thousand Sunny. Bang! The ship trembled, causing the Straw Hat crew to stagger, while Itachi remained steady atop the foremast, fixating on the colliding vessel. What is happening? Luffy quickly leaped onto the deck. Given this momentum, it could be an enemy attack, Itachi asserted. This is terrible, there are strangers on board. And now, we face an enemy assault. Zoro unsheathed Sandai Kitetsu, joining the rest of the Straw Hats on the deck. Steer the ship. Quickly, turn the wheel. Frankie shouted in concern that the bubble coating might be damaged. Sanji sprang to the helm, exerting all his strength to pivot the wheel, steering the Thousand Sunny away swiftly. However, the crew on the opposing ship bellowed, "Charge, Sea Cow!" The Sea Cow at the bow of the enemy vessel surged forward, propelling the ship to ram into the Sunny once more. What in the world is that? Itachi pointed toward the bow of the Sunny, where he beheld a monstrous creature with the body of a fish and the head of a cow, straining to pull the ship into a collision. Could it be a summoned beast? Itachi pondered. Nami followed Itachi's gaze and exclaimed in disbelief as she saw the Sea Cow tethered at the front of the opposing ship. Wait, a manatee? Nami suddenly recalled the Arlong pirates that had been entrenched in Kokoyashi village. At that moment, Chopper shouted, "Oh no! The bubbles are about to burst." The bubbles of both ships were pressing against each other. And just as the Straw Hat crew grew anxious, the two bubbles not only held firm, but fused together. Well done, Manatee. On the opposing vessel, the new generation supernova, the wet hair Caribou, with a bounty of 210 million berries, was laughing excitedly. Are they coming to attack us? Brook exclaimed in panic. What is going on? Why are they trying to assault us? Luffy furrowed his brow. Zoro glanced at the enemy and then at Itachi. Gritting his teeth, this situation is exceedingly troublesome. Hey Luffy, and you, curly-browed chef, prepare for battle. Zoro assumed a fighting stance. Who are you calling curly-browed? You green algae head. Sanji shot Zoro a glare on the enemy ship. Caribou's brother, Kuro, wielding a large shovel, shouted, Big brother, the bubbles have connected. Fantastic, boys charge. Caribou raised his hands and, with a loud cheer, leapt onto the deck of the Thousand Sunny. It's confirmed it's an enemy attack. Itachi cast a glance at Caribou as he jumped down from the foremast. Hey, that warrior, and the man in the straw hat. Itachi called out to Zoro and Luffy. First, let me make it clear that I'm not here to be your enemy. The current issue is that this ship is facing a crisis. And I am aboard it as well, so let us first deal with the enemy assault, and afterwards we can clarify my relationship with you. Luffy, without a moment's thought, laughed heartily. All right, tearful guy. Zoro remained vigilant, watching Itachi, saying nothing. While remaining wary of Caribou, he was also on guard against Itachi. Luffy turned to Caribou. This guy seems familiar. I think I saw him at Sabaody Archipelago. Seeing the Straw Hat crew gathered, Caribou excitedly shouted. I didn't expect we decharge in so smoothly. Boys, take down the heads of the Straw Hat crew. Just as he was shouting in excitement, the manatee pulling the ship suddenly recognized Nami as the Nami from the Arlong pirates. The manatee, in a panic, looked at the others, and after confirming, was so frightened that it trembled all over, tears streaming down. The manatee turned to flee, and before Caribou's underlings could board the Thousand Sunny. It had already escaped with Caribou's ship. Caribou was still shouting with excitement when he realized that his underlings had not followed. Boys, Give me a fierce barrage. Annihilate the Straw Hat crew, as he shouted. Caribou turned around and was taken aback to find that the reindeer ship had vanished. The manatee, wailing, had already fled with the reindeer ship far from the Thousand Sunny. Caribou's eyes widened in disbelief. Moreover, he suddenly noticed a man standing on the deck who was not part of the Straw Hat crew. This is exceedingly strange. Itachi had thought it was just the people on this ship who were odd. But he never expected the enemy ship to be so peculiar as well. What on earth is this country? Where has the ninja demeanor gone? Before Caribou could contemplate who Itachi was upon locking eyes with him, he was shocked to find Itachi's pupils had transformed into a swirling crimson pattern. Illusion technique. Kagan. Caribou jolted, realizing in an instant that he was bound to a gray cross, two enormous iron nails piercing through his body. Blood oozing slowly from the wounds. Am I not in a swamp? How could this attack injure me? No. Where am I? The pain and the flowing blood felt so real that Caribou could not comprehend it. In reality, it was but a fleeting moment, and Caribou collapsed to the ground. This sudden turn of events left the Straw Hat crew bewildered. What does this person intend to do? How could he faint so suddenly? What on earth is he here for? Chopper, already panicking, was now even more confused. Zoro immediately directed his gaze at Itachi. This is likely the ability of that person. Zoro subconsciously tightened his grip on Sandai Kitetsu. Just now, after Caribou locked eyes with Itachi, he collapsed to the ground. This situation resembled what had occurred when he attacked Itachi earlier. Tearful Gaius ability. Luffy, thrilled, looked at Itachi, extending his rubber arm to grasp the railing, and leapt in front of Itachi, startling him. What is up with your arm? My arm. I'm a rubber man from the Gum Gum fruit. Luffy spoke. He demonstrated by inflating his stomach like a balloon. Rubber. Itachi regarded Luffy, then glanced at the skeleton brook. He simply could not comprehend the oddities of this ship. I say, tearful guy, what just happened? How did he faint after you looked at him, just as Zoro did earlier? Luffy floated in the air, spinning as he conversed with Itachi. Hey, you idiot! Zoro shouted at Luffy. Don't just look in his eyes. Be careful not to get caught. This warning alerted the Straw Hat crew. Right, you still Haven Tea clarified your origins. Nami stepped forward, watching Itachi, but not daring to meet his gaze directly. Itachi exhaled softly, leaping onto the deck and addressing the crew. Please rest assured, as long as I do not initiate the illusion technique, no one will be affected. As Itachi approached, the crew appeared tense, though Itachi remained calm. I am Uchiha Itachi. Originally a ninja from the land of Fire's Konohagakure, I later became an S-rank rogue ninja. And now, I am a member of the Akatsuki organization. Had it not been for the confusion on the faces of this group, Itachi would not have introduced himself in such a manner. Uchiha, Itachi. Luffy scratched his head, finding the name quite difficult to pronounce. Akatsuki, Robin mused, resting her chin on her hand, having never heard of this organization. Wait a moment, Nami exclaimed. Did you just say you are a ninja? Yes, a ninja, Itachi confirmed, noticing the crew's reaction to the term. Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp immediately became fascinated by the notion of ninjas, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Can you perform ninjutsu? Earth release, shuriken, and the shadow clone technique. I can manage a little of each. Itachi nodded slightly. Brook murmured, if a ninja comes from a ninja village, then it should be from Wano country. He then clarified, you just said your country is the land of fire. Are you sure it's not Wano? Absolutely, the land of fire. Itachi looked at the talking skeleton. How peculiar. Brook had set sail decades ago and had never heard of a place called the Land of Fire. Robin also searched her memories. Having spent the past 2 years with the Revolutionary Army and traveled through numerous countries, she too had never heard of a place called the Land of Fire. Nami inquired, then where is Wano located among the 4 seas? 4 seas? Itachi replied, puzzled, I do not understand what you mean. The Land of Fire is one of the 5 great countries connected to the other 4 by land, and there are no vast oceans surrounding it. He found it strange that the Land of Fire was a major country, yet someone would not know of it. The Straw Hat crew was equally bewildered, pondering what this person was talking about. Itachi and the Straw Hat crew found themselves ensnared in confusion once again. That moment, an unexpected chill enveloped the Thousand Sunny. What is going on? I feel the temperature dropping around us. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, surveying the surroundings. The area was growing darker, and sunlight was becoming increasingly obscured. Nami scanned the vicinity and said, "It might get cold soon. Everyone please put on your coats. Will our bodies get cold?" However, before Brook could finish his sentence, Chopper interjected, "Brook, doesn't he have a body that gets cold? He is a skeleton, so he won't feel cold, right?" Upon hearing his catchphrase being stolen again, Brook despondently slumped to the ground. Chopper-san. "What are you doing back here, Brook?" Usopp glared at Brook. "Coats?" Luffy released the air from his inflated stomach and approached Itachi. "Tearful guy, did you bring any coats?" No, Itachi was utterly perplexed as to why he found himself here in corporeal form, let alone with a coat. "Wait a moment," Luffy exclaimed, dashing into the cabin to retrieve a coat for Itachi. "Nami mentioned it might get cold. You should wear this. Don't trust outsiders too easily." Zoro chided, striking Luffy on the head with his sword. After a moment's hesitation, Itachi accepted the coat, ultimately expressing his gratitude as he donned it. He realized that Luffy seemed far from a scheming individual. Itachi continued, "In any case, I can elaborate on my origins later. However, I would like to know your destination first, and of course, we're bound for Fishman Island. It's located 10,000 meters beneath the sea," Luffy declared. Although Itachi suspected Luffy was spinning tales, he was indeed aboard a vessel submerged in the deep sea. "Very well. Then I shall entrust my journey to you." Itachi bowed to the group. "There's no need for such formality. Let's go together." Luffy laughed heartily. Zoro, Nami, and Usopp lined up, reminding him, "We said not to trust outsiders so easily." "What's the worry? Didn't the guy with the tear-stained face just subdue that person?" Luffy remained unfazed by their concerns. "Speaking of which, aren't we heading to the deep sea? Why are we going to a cold place?" Luffy queried, turning to Nami. "The deeper the water, the colder it gets," Frankie interjected. Nami nodded, elaborating, "There's not only a temperature difference between the surface and the depths, but also a distinction in ocean currents." That moment, Brook, who had been sprawled on the ground, raised his head and remarked, "In the depths, there are unseen deep ocean currents that differ completely from surface currents. Are there currents beneath the currents?" "Brook, you're quite knowledgeable." Usopp laughed. "Yo-ho-ho-ho." Brook joined in the laughter. "I've been alive far longer than you all." Itachi looked at the skeleton, puzzled, as he still couldn't comprehend why a mere skeleton could speak. "117 San," Brook mused, contemplating the pronunciation of Itachi's name. Before he could finish, Luffy chimed in, "Brook is a user of the revive fruit. His ability allows him to come back to life, hence his skeletal form." Brook then slumped back down despondently. "Luffy-san, why do you always interrupt me? Stop being so gloomy." Usopp playfully slapped Brook's head. "Fruits?" Itachi's confusion remained. He recalled Luffy mentioning he was a user of the gum fruit. In summary, the ocean currents are intricate and complex. There are rising currents as well as descending ones. The current we are about to embark upon is a descending current that takes us from the surface to the depths. Nami explained, "As of now, we should be at a depth of 4,000 meters. Once we board the descending current, we will be carried towards Fishman Island." Luffy, Zoro, and Chopper tilted their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend. Itachi also marveled. 4,000 meters deep. How extraordinary. He had undertaken numerous missions fighting on the surface, and had even descended to the depths on a few occasions, using Kisame's abilities, yet he had never been this deep beneath the waves. Amidst their conversation, Robin, who had long since lowered her guard and was reading at the bow of the ship, suddenly sensed a shift in the bubbles and currents outside. She stood up and called out, "Everyone, we've arrived." Her words. Luffy and Chopper bounced toward the BOWIS, the descending current. Zoro temporarily set aside his wariness toward Itachi and stood at the bow. Before them lay a massive waterfall-like current, thousands of meters wide, cascading downward. The Thousand Sunny was slowly being drawn down by this waterfall-like flow. What a spectacular sight! Luffy pressed his face against the bubble to gaze at the waterfall. Frankie, steering the ship, removed his sunglasses. "Nature is truly wondrous. It appears to be unfathomably deep," Usopp exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out as he peered below. "If we were to plunge down at that speed, wouldn't we be shattered to pieces?" "Frankie, is it really safe for us to ride this current?" Nami inquired. "Absolutely. No need for concern," Frankie replied confidently. The Sunny is constructed from atom wood. It can withstand anything. Yoshi, let us set sail. Luffy cheered. Just then, Caribou, who had been ensnared by Itachi's illusion upon boarding, struggled to awaken, having endured the torment of the Grey Cross for what felt like a century in reality. It had only been a brief quarter of an hour. Sensing that his illusion had dissipated, Itachi warned the Straw Hat crew, "The one who attacked us earlier has regained consciousness." The group turned to see Caribou trembling as he stood. What just happened? Caribou frantically felt his body, relieved to find no iron spikes or gushing blood. However, even in the absence of those, he felt an overwhelming weakness. Itachi found it somewhat surprising. Ordinarily, a person afflicted by a shackling technique would require months of recovery in bed. This individual's physical resilience was quite remarkable. Before Caribou could fully recover, Frankie had already bound him securely. "Now we can breathe easy," he stated, tightening the ropes around Caribou's waist. Caribou trembled in fear upon seeing the Straw Hat crew. When he laid eyes on Itachi, he nearly collapsed. Prior to being shackled to the cross, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of Itachi. Could be this man's power? Caribou wondered, frightened. Yet he had never heard of such a person aboard the Straw Hat's ship. As Caribou quaked in fear, he suddenly spotted a pair of enormous eyes beyond the waterfall of currents. It can't be. Struggling to the edge of the ship, he peered into the waterfall. "I've never heard of such a creature dwelling here." "Hey, you scoundrel, who told you to move?" Sanji threatened, ready to kick, but Caribou suddenly shouted, "Turn back, Straw Hat crew. Turn back at once." "What are you talking about? I didn't think you were still alive." Zoro stepped forward. Arms crossed. "It's precisely because I wish to avoid death that I'm telling you to turn back. Quickly. There's a monster, a gigantic monster." Caribou exclaimed, panic-stricken. "Got a monster." Chopper cried out in alarm. "Quit with the nonsense. There can't possibly be a monster." Usopp remarked while gazing at the waterfall, and Luffy appeared equally puzzled. Amid Caribou's frantic shouts, Itachi discerned something amiss. He stepped to the bow, and to his astonishment, noticed a colossal shadow within the waterfall. Activating his Sharingan, Itachi's vision sharpened. All mere legends, fabricated by mankind. Usopp shrugged nonchalantly. However, at that moment, the Straw Hat crew beheld a gigantic tentacle slowly gliding through the bubble, accompanied by a drowned corpse being expelled from suction cup. "There really is a monster." Chopper and Brook huddled together, nearly in tears. "Stop scaring us. I'm no longer part of the cowardly trio." Usopp pointed his own nose defiantly. Yet he suddenly felt a tremendous shadow pass behind him. "Why you behind you?" Nami tremulously raised her hand. Usopp slowly turned around to find a massive suction cup tentacle right before the bubble. "There's a monster!" he yelped, jumping back in terror. It was a gigantic octopus. Itachi pointed toward the center of the waterfall, having finally glimpsed the full form of the creature. This octopus was larger than the Hachibi that resided within Killer Bee, resembling the legendary sea monster. An octopus? Could it be the Kraken? Usopp, terrified, huddled together with Chopper. Luffy, Zoro, and the others rose to their feet, witnessing the Thousand Sunny drawing ever closer to the waterfall, while the visage of the sea monster became increasingly distinct. It was indeed a colossal octopus, the legendary sea creature known as the Kraken. Usopp screamed in horror. It had already crushed several ships. Frankie pointed at the Kraken's tentacles and shouted. Among those enormous appendages were numerous wrecked vessels. "Please, I beg you, I do not wish to die yet. Turn back, Straw Hat crew." Caribou stumbled to the bow of a ship. At that moment, the crew of Caribou's ship, the Reindeer, finally convinced the manatee to turn around and return to rescue him. On the Reindeer, Caribou's brother, Caribou, stood at the helm, shouting, "Guys, we must save Big Brother. Charge!" The crew echoed in unison as the manatee propelled the ship towards the Thousand Sunny. But just as they were about to reach the Sunny, the Kraken extended a tentacle, grasped the Reindeer, and with a gentle squeeze, crushed it into splinters. My crew. Caribou wailed, watching as his brother Caribou and the crew floated upwards. "Your crew resembles jellyfish," Zoro remarked. "Shut up. Roronoa." Caribou bellowed. That moment, Chopper cried out, "The Kraken is coming." Zoro immediately drew his sword, while Luffy prepared to unleash Gear Third, only to be halted by Usopp. "Stop. If you strike like that, you'll burst the bubble." Its size is far too great for combat. Amidst their cries, the Kraken charged toward the Thousand Sunny. Frankie leaped to the helm, ready to activate the spiral lion, causing the lion head to rotate and retreat. Just as he was about to press the button, Itachi had already dashed out of the bubble. What is he planning to do? Usopp exclaimed, stunned at Luffy being pinned down, but he must possess a devil fruit ability. But how can he dare enter the seawater? Zoro was equally astonished, remembering how Itachi had transformed into a crow when he had swung his sword at him. Indeed, as long as there was no extensive and powerful compression, the bubble would remain intact. Itachi, having observed the merging of the bubbles when Caribou's reindeer collided with the Thousand Sunny, and the bubbles bursting when the Kraken crushed the reindeer, had reached this conclusion. He stood in the sea, gathering chakra at his feet for stability, swiftly forming hand seals. Water style. Water Dragon Bullet. Itachi unleashed a water dragon, enhanced by the surrounding seawater, propelling it toward the Kraken and driving it into the waterfall's wall. The scene left the Straw Hat crew utterly dumbfounded. What was that jutsu unleashed by Uchiha Itachi? Luffy gaped at the remnants of the water dragon. Was that a water dragon? He had clearly transformed into a crow earlier. How could he now manipulate seawater? Hey Luffy, aren't devil fruit users supposed to fear seawater the most? What is going on? Zoro exclaimed in shock. I have no idea, Luffy replied, clearly at a loss that it was pointless to ask him. Having never heard of a devil fruit that could control seawater, it appears that Uchiha Itachi might indeed wield ninjutsu. Robin speculated, her expression suddenly shifting. Could it be that this Uchiha Itachi truly possesses such skills? Ninjutsu of this magnitude is implausible, Sanji exclaimed incredulously. Caribou, looking on, collapsed onto the ground. Hey, Straw Hat crew, where did you find such a crewmate? He is not one of our crew. Be quiet. Zoro punched Caribou, seeing the Kraken being driven away by the water dragon bullet. Itachi quickly returned to the Sunny. The current is quite strong. The water dragon bullet won't inflict significant damage on this beast, though we must evacuate swiftly. Water dragon bullet? Chopper's eyes sparkled as he leaned toward Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, your technique's name is so cool. Indeed, Crybaby, did you come up with that name? It's amazing, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, rushing to Itachi's side. Frankie was still at the helm, relieved that Itachi had bought them some time. He was now ready to fire the Gale Cannon. Everyone, hold on tight. We're retreating, let's go. Upon hearing the order to retreat, Luffy quickly jumped to the bow. What's wrong, Luffy? Zoro inquired, looking at him. Oh, you have an idea? Luffy fixed his gaze on the enraged Kraken, grinning mischievously. I intend to tame it. Tame it. Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't joke around, Luffy. How can you tame something that enormous? First, I'll beat it down until it submits. Luffy flexed his arms, and Itachi was equally astonished by his words. Perhaps taming it can be set aside, Captain Luffy, Itachi said, glancing at him. If it obstructs the ship's path, I can eliminate it. The moment he spoke, the others broke out in a cold sweat. Are you serious, Itachi? Usopp asked, unable to comprehend what Itachi had just said. Itachi-san, how terrifying. Brook remarked, observing Itachi's calm demeanor, feeling an intimidating aura emanating from him. I am not jesting. Itachi's gaze was fixed on the Kraken barreling toward the Thousand Sunny, his Sharingan beginning to whirl, awaiting the moment to elevate it to the Mangekyo Sharingan. He could sense that, with the return of his 18-year-old physique. His Mangekyo Sharingan had also reached its pinnacle state. Of course, we still need to evade for a while. My method will induce great suffering in this sea monster. Luffy smiled slightly upon hearing this. Rest assured, Crybaby, I will handle it. Zoro and Sanji stepped forward, positioning themselves behind Luffy. So, Luffy, how do you plan to strike this sea monster? Sanji asked. What else is there to say? Luffy raised his arm, preparing to inflate it. Wait, Caribou shouted anxiously. If you intend to fight it, I have a way. Moments later, following Caribou's instructions, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji effortlessly donned diving suits crafted from bubbles. Hey, everyone, this guy's our enemy. Can we really trust his words? Usopp voiced his concerns. He initially intended to urge everyone to flee quickly, but now Luffy was set to battle that gigantic sea monster. Caribou approached him and whispered, I wanted to run away from the very beginning. But do you think the Straw Hat Kid would listen to something like that? Which do you think is the better option? letting them mess around on the ship or following my plan? All right, Usopp turned and became a cheerleader. Luffy, you must beat down that sea monster. Wait, Luffy, secure the safety rope, or you'll be swept away. Nami held the rope's end, but Luffy and the others had already dashed out of the Sunny's bubble. Sanji, Zoro, buy me some time. Luffy burst out of the bubble, activating Gear Third and inflating his arm. Upon hearing Nami's concerns, Sanji's nosebleed erupted. Miss Nami is worried about me. Haha, you don't need to buy time. I can take it down in one strike. Zoro was ready to draw his sword out. No, I still need to tame it, Luffy shouted. Itachi watched the three with worry. Can they truly succeed? Nami felt a bit awkward. But ultimately, we generally trust them. Itachi sighed softly, his expression suggesting, all right, then he had already devised a plan in case anything went awry with the trio. Suddenly, Sanji dashed to the forefront as the Kraken raised its tentacle to attack him. Sanji took the initiative, unleashing his diable jam, with flames on his leg burning even brighter than 2 years. H-G-O-D. Oh, you all know how I've spent these past 2 years. Every day, I was pursued by those terrifying fishmen. Running, compared to those grotesque beings, this sea monster can be deemed rather adorable. Allow me to unleash my fury. Sanji delivered a flying kick to the Kraken's tentacle, severing it as if it were barbecued squid. Fire style? How curious, Itachi mused, realizing this technique diverged from traditional shinobi arts. Nevertheless, he began to comprehend that these individuals were not ninjas, and their peculiar moves, while strange, were somewhat normal in this context. This fellow is certainly superior to those primates. I have been engaged in relentless battles for the past 2 years. 3-sword style secret technique. 6 paths crossroads. Zoro swung his 3 blades, effortlessly slicing through one of the Kraken's legs into multiple segments. Sanji and Zoro have grown incredibly strong, Chopper exclaimed. The Kraken, having sustained continuous damage, thrashed about in agony, with several tentacles larger than the Thousand Sunny sweeping towards the ship. Realizing the impending danger, Chopper quickly activated his first strengthening. Frankie raised his hand to fire his rocket launcher, but Itachi reacted even faster, already bursting out of the bubble. As a Sharingan whirled, Itachi's arm transformed into the colossal hand of Susanoo. 3 tentacles lashed out at the giant hand. And with a gentle wave, Itachi sent the Kraken, along with its tentacles and body, soaring into the air. What kind of ability is that? The crew aboard the ship, including Nami, were utterly astonished. There's another one. Before they could fully process this, Itachi dove down with haste. However, it was too late. A tentacle had already struck the Sunny, sending it flying. Vibrant colors, colossal tree. Robin commanded the giant hand to grow beneath the Sunny, stabilizing the ship against the blow. Everyone has become stronger indeed. Luffy chuckled, beaming with joy. And then there's that tearful fellow. Although I have no idea how he ended up on our ship, he is truly formidable. An impulse surged within Luffy, prompting him to invite Itachi aboard. He immediately raised his arm high, extending it out of the bubble. Gear Third. Armament Haki activated. His elongated arm rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive fist enveloped in black Haki. Itachi had just returned to the ship, and this scene instantly reminded him of the Akimichi clan's expansion technique. Has Luffy truly grown to such strength? Usopp exclaimed with delight. And then there's Zoro and Sanji. Their moves were nearly impossible to follow just moments ago. And Itachi-san, that massive arm was truly astonishing, Brook added. Behold, the giant hand pistol. Luffy slammed his colossal fist down, flattening the Kraken's head in one blow. This is still in the ocean. Just how strong has that creature become? Nami gasped in astonishment. Is there any difference in technique when underwater versus on land? Itachi pondered. You don't know that seawater nullifies devil fruit powers, do you? Usopp remarked incredulously. Just then, Chopper shouted, Look, what is that? As the Kraken was pummeled, a dressed shark escaped from one of its tentacles, swimming up to Luffy and nodding vigorously. What a gigantic shark, Zoro commented. Luffy, panting, felt utterly drained after extending his arm in the ocean. Why is it still wearing clothes? It seems to be thanking us. It looks quite well-mannered, Itachi observed, puzzled. Is that a spirit beast? He inquired, but Nami and the others were equally perplexed. At that moment, the ocean currents grew stronger, and with the Kraken's sudden descent, Luffy and the others found themselves plummeting faster. Zoro immediately shouted to Luffy and Sanji, "This is bad, Luffy. We need to get back to the ship quickly." "All right, let's retreat." Luffy recalled seeing the sea cow pulling the ship earlier and had hoped to tame the Kraken to assist them, but now it seemed impossible. Just as the three of them were about to swim back to the Sunny, they found themselves unable to move against the powerful currents. The whirlpool created by the descending Kraken intensified. Luffy and his companions were drawn into the downward flow. "This is bad. They've been swallowed by the descending current," Robin exclaimed, gazing anxiously into the abyss below. Frankie dashed towards the helm, while Usopp shouted, "Let's pursue. If we're going down, we should go together." Once Frankie took control of the helm, Itachi had already burst forth from the bubble. "How dare that guy break free from the bubble?" Caribou gaped in disbelief. If a strong individual could endure the pressure of the sea, they were nearing the depths. Without a bubble to protect him from the water's pressure, he would be crushed. Caribou broke out in a cold sweat. "What kind of madmen are the Straw Hat Pirates?" "Uchiha Itachi, come back quickly. It's dangerous," Robin called out, spinning in midair the closest to him. But separated by the bubble, Itachi could not hear her. "Hey, tearful guy, don't seek death." Frankie raised his arm to fire a flare. Nami struggled to stand before the bubble, shouting, "Uchiha Itachi, we can find Luffy and the others on the Sunny. Don't take risks." The shouts of the crew went unheard by Itachi, drowned out by the roar of the currents, with the pressure nearly forcing the air from his lungs. His veins bulged under the strain. His eyes spun, and the Mangeki Sharingan activated. Susanoo. As the Sharingan whirled, the skeletal structure of Susanoo enveloped Itachi. "What is that? It looks like a skeleton." Usopp, floating in midair, pointed towards Itachi's direction, shouting that Itachi's body was encased in a glowing crimson skeletal frame. "A skeleton? Isn't that me?" Brook cried out amidst the turbulence. "My bones are about to shatter. Could be the power of a devil fruit." Robin's confusion regarding Itachi deepened. Empowered by Susanoo, Itachi gained breathing space and defense against the pressure. He concentrated his chakra at the soles of his feet, propelling himself against the current, swiftly reaching the rear of the Sunny. What is the tearful guy planning to do? Frankie suddenly felt tense. The crew struggled to turn and glance at Itachi, who unleashed another water dragon. Water style. Water dragon bullet. He expelled a blast that struck the stern of the Thousand Sunny, propelling himself to the right side of the ship and continuing to unleash more water dragon bullets. Itachi fired multiple water dragon bullets in various directions towards the Thousand Sunny, and upon impact, the ship not only remained intact, but gradually regained control, returning to a stable descent. Nami suddenly realized. "He is protecting us, protecting the Sunny from the effects of the downward current." Indeed, the ship is stabilizing. Frankie, seizing the opportunity while Itachi unleashed water dragon bullets from every angle, maneuvered the Sunny into a steady descent. "The tearful guy is truly amazing," Itachi, Brook and Chopper embraced, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Caribou collapsed onto the deck, exclaiming, "My heavens, so this was his plan? Everyone hold steady. Even with Itachi's help, we cannot afford to be complacent." Nami cautioned that moment. Robin's expression shifted. Itachi is no longer near the Sunny. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew and Caribou turned their gazes towards the turbulent waters below. After searching, Usopp was the first to spot Itachi's direction. P.S. Heading down into the currents, everyone followed Usopp's gaze, seeing Itachi had transformed into a small, flickering light, continuing his descent into the deep sea. Time passed, and at long last, the Thousand Sunny reached the end of the current. Thankfully, Itachi's water dragon bullets had guided the ship, allowing Frankie to execute a reverse wind cannon, bringing the Sunny to a safe landing on the ocean floor. My goodness, that was too thrilling. I thought we were done for. Usopp exhaled deeply after confirming the ship was steady. Caribou knelt in prayer. "Oh, divine being, thank goodness for that young man. Otherwise, I would have perished at the bottom of the sea, just like this madman alongside the Straw Hat crew." "Enough with the nonsense," Frankie exclaimed as he delivered a powerful punch to Caribou's head, causing him to cry out in pain. "If you dare utter another complaint, I will send you straight to the ocean floor." It was not just Luffy and the others who were missing. Itachi was also unaccounted for. Nami surveyed the surroundings, her worry palpable. What if Luffy and the others were devoured by a sea beast? Robin suggested, "That's a terrifying thought," Chopper wailed. Now submerged at the ocean's depths, visibility was exceedingly poor, rendering them nearly blind to their surroundings. Standing at the bow, Robin continued her search until, suddenly, she spotted a distant crimson glow. "That's Uchiha Itachi." The crew turned their gazes toward the direction she indicated, witnessing Itachi, enveloped by Susu, swiftly approaching the Thousand Sunny. Upon nearing the ship, Itachi dispelled Susanoo and leapt into the bubble. Landing on the deck, before anyone could inquire about his condition, Itachi shook his head. "I couldn't find them." "Find who?" Brook asked, the captain in the straw hat, along with the swordsman and the blonde-haired one. Itachi replied, "Wait, so you protected the Thousand Sunny and then went looking for Luffy and the others?" Nami exclaimed, astonished. Itachi merely acknowledged with a soft, moving to the bow where Sharingan reappeared as he continued scanning the surroundings. "Itachi-san, Itachi and I. Oh my god, tears in the ditch guy." Brook and Chopper once again embraced each other, weeping uncontrollably. "Itachi-san, you are so considerate. Tio think of us so earnestly. Oh, how I adore tears in the ditch guy." However, Brook and Chopper suddenly noticed that Caribou had also joined their embrace, sobbing alongside them. Stunned, Brook and Chopper retaliated with a barrage of cane sword techniques and martial arts, turning Caribou into a heap of misery, sprawled on the ground with a swollen head. "How disgusting. Who told you to touch us? Ugh, so revolting." Usopp suddenly realized something, that if that is the case, then Luffy and the others are missing. Indeed, their targets were too small, and without any light source. "I scoured the currents extensively, but found nothing," Itachi stated. Frankie gritted his teeth. In such deep waters, deploying a submersible is futile. It would be crushed by the pressure. "Speaking of which, what was that thing you were wrapped in earlier, Itachi?" Nami inquired, as Itachi turned back. Even in the pitch-black depths, Nami noticed that his eyes bore a blood-like pattern, sending a shiver down her spine. That, Itachi began, but abruptly turned his head. He sensed a massive form gliding past the ship in the dark abyss. Itachi immediately gestured for silence, indicating they would discuss this later. Something was nearby the ship. "Is it a monster?" Usopp asked, bracing himself. Indeed, Itachi confirmed, watching the enormous shape slowly brush against the Thousand Sunny that it has passed. Usopp exhaled in relief. "You're too tense, Itachi. We're in the deep sea. There are bound to be large fish around if we are indeed at a depth of around 7,000 meters, Frankie added. "I recall Cammy mentioning that Fishman Island is located approximately 10,000 meters deep," Robin remarked. 10,000 meters. "So we need to descend another 3,000 meters to reach Fishman Island?" Chopper exclaimed, speaking of Luffy and the others. "Could they have already sunk to Fishman Island?" Usopp pondered. "Their bubbles are too small, and we don't know if they've burst. In these depths, the air must be insufficient. It's incredibly perilous." He continued, stroking his chin in thought. Nami, picking up a safety rope, scolded, "If only we had insisted they tie themselves to a safety line. Those fools never listen. It's too late for that now." "Let us search around," she declared. "I have illumination capabilities," Frankie proclaimed proudly. Upon hearing about the illumination, Chopper exclaimed, "Frankie, have you modified your eyes to emit light?" Frankie, with a confident grin, revealed his chest. Frankie nipple light, seeing the glow from Frankie's chest. The others feigned fainting. Itachi couldn't help but cough. "You all are quite peculiar." Just as the light illuminated the area, Itachi suddenly sensed something amiss. "Look around." Chopper, Nami, and Usopp glanced about, their faces turning pale with fear. What Itachi had mentioned was indeed true. "There's a giant fish, but it's far too enormous," Usopp screamed. Surrounding the Thousand Sunny were various gigantic fish, some with eyes larger than the ship itself. Even Itachi was taken aback by the sight. He had never encountered such colossal creatures, and in such numbers. Any one of them was larger than Orochimaru's Manda. Frankie leapt to the helm and fired the coup de vent, propelling them out of the circle of giant fish. "We must be exceedingly cautious. We need to search for Luffy and the others quietly." Frankie was not worried about the ship's integrity. His concern lay in the fact that even a light brush from these fish could easily rupture the bubble. Just as he finished speaking, Chopper, Usopp, and Brook began calling out, "Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, where are you? Come back quickly!" Nami, exasperated, spread her hands. "Whatever, we have the bubble. It 1T transmit outside." "Yes," they shouted. Brook suddenly recalled, "Wait, we're in the deep sea. Creatures here tend to have degenerated eyesight." That Usopp's eyes lit up with joy. "So that means they can't see us?" "Not necessarily. Perhaps some creatures have evolved to possess vision." Robin crossed her arms. Before she could finish, Usopp and Chopper were already making faces toward the outside. Suddenly, a giant fish darted by, causing the two to jump 3 feet in fright. By the way, but did that pirate go? Nami scanned the deck. In the brief moment I was distracted, he vanished. Can't we relax our guard, even on the ship?" Usopp exclaimed, pulling out his slingshot. "But wait, wasn't he tied up?" Brook held up the now loosened ropes. "He has already freed himself." Chopper, spotting the ropes, screamed in alarm. "Is he hiding in some corner?" "Perhaps. It's truly infuriating," Nami responded, continuing her search. Just beside the staircase, in a barrel of ropes, the now mud-like Caribou was hiding inside. Chuckling to himself. "Hiding in a corner? Then I shall comply. Hiding in the ladies' quarters." Just perfect. With the Straw Hat Trio absent, there remains only Itachi. Given his abilities, it would be inappropriate to cause a ruckus on the ship. "So I shall." Caribou, lost in his thoughts, suddenly noticed a pair of blood-patterned eyes silently watching him. Caribou jumped, bucket and all, in fright. "Itachi, how do you manage to appear and disappear so mysteriously?" Itachi's tone was calm. But Caribou's mud-covered body trembled uncontrollably in the barrel. Frankie stepped forward, securing the barrel tightly with a hammer. "Now we need not worry about him escaping. We were careless earlier. This guy is a Logia-type user. He can transform into mud if he truly wants to. Let me out. The guy in swimming trunks, Itachi. I'm willing to be your servant. Let me out." Itachi continued to gaze at the wooden barrel, speaking with a calm demeanor. "If I hear you speak again, you shall be cast into the sea." Upon hearing this, Caribou was so frightened that he dared not move. Just then, Nami suddenly noticed Chopper lying on the ground. "Hey, Chopper, what's wrong?" Chopper, with his little tongue sticking out, weakly replied, "I don't know, it suddenly became so hot." "Hot?" Upon hearing Chopper's words, Nami became aware that the temperature around them was rising. Itachi also noticed the increase in temperature. Glancing ahead, he remarked, "We must be approaching an underwater volcano." Nami looked forward and realized with alarm, "Oh no, we have arrived at a volcanic site. We must leave immediately. There are signs of an impending eruption. And if we encounter that, it would be disastrous." Seeing the situation, Frankie immediately activated the mini wind cannon, eager to escape the area. However, at that moment, countless tentacles suddenly reached out from beneath the Sunny. "Whoa! Carnivorous tube worms!" Before Chopper could shout in alarm, Frankie once again unleashed the wind cannon. Just as the Sunny narrowly escaped, Usopp caught a glimpse of a crab whose claws were larger than the ship. "It's a giant crab from the ocean floor." Mini wind cannon, fire. Frankie launched another attack. And again, mini wind cannon. And again, mini wind cannon. After evading a succession of massive fish and deep-sea creatures, Itachi quickly sensed something was amiss. The bubble was shrinking. Frankie nodded. Each use of the wind cannon consumed a significant amount of air, and the oxygen aboard the ship was dwindling. Just then, Chopper pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Everyone look! There's a bright light. Have we reached Fishman Island?" The crew turned their gazes towards Chopper's indication, and indeed, there was a large cluster of light. Itachi merely glanced before rushing to the bow of the ship. "This is not Fishman Island." The source of the light was revealed to be the lantern of a gigantic anglerfish, its lantern larger than the Sunny itself. We've been deceived." Usopp and Nami shrieked in horror. "This is a trap set by a deep-sea monster." Frankie warned as he prepared to use the wind cannon once more. "Don't use that again," Itachi suddenly shouted. Frankie looked up in surprise to see Itachi already leaping out of the protective bubble. Once above the surface, Itachi activated Susanoo and quickly formed hand seals. "Mizubikure, is it that technique again?" Usopp stepped forward. Itachi swiftly executed a water release technique, channeling chakra into his mouth. Water release. Water dragon jutsu. A swirling water dragon surged towards the giant anglerfish. The water dragon crashed into the anglerfish, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Robin noticed a difference. It seemed that this technique was more powerful than the one Itachi had used previously. Seizing the moment, Itachi formed seals once more, taking a deep breath as a massive amount of fire release chakra coiled in his mouth. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Itachi expelled a colossal fire dragon, which swam freely through the void created by the water dragon, striking the giant anglerfish and scorching its entire face. The immense force of the fire dragon propelled the anglerfish towards the distant seabed. Usopp and Chopper stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Robin, who had just begun to grasp the difference, felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead. First, he created space with that swirling water dragon, and then unleashed the fire dragon to inflict damage. It was truly unimaginable to witness such a massive fire underwater. Frankie remained at the helm, momentarily at a loss for what to do. He was unsure whether to be amazed by Itachi's ability to breathe fire or by the method he employed to do so. Nami watched Itachi with an expression of admiration, covering her mouth in disbelief. After forcing the anglerfish back, Itachi dispelled Susanoo and returned to the ship. "We must leave at once. If that creature stirs, we will have to use that air-consuming technique again," Itachi urged Frankie. "Oh, you got it." Frankie maneuvered the helm to steer the Sunny away from the giant anglerfish. "Itachi and I. Uchiha Itachi. Itachi-san." Usopp, Chopper, and Brook rushed forward, hugging Itachi's legs, with Brook even embracing Itachi's upper body. This unexpected display of affection made Itachi, who is typically aloof, feel somewhat uncomfortable. "What are you three doing?" Usopp exclaimed. "You're amazing, Itachi. If only you could stay on the Sunny with us." Though Luffy and the others were undeniably powerful, Itachi's brief time with them had made him realize how comforting it was to have a strong and reliable ally by his side. "Itachi and I, can you teach me your water and fire techniques?" Chopper pressed his furry face against Itachi's leg. "Well, if the opportunity arises, I can certainly give it a try," Itachi replied, secretly fond of the little raccoon-like creature. "I want to learn too. Me too." Usopp eagerly raised his hand. "Itachi-san." Brook lifted his hollow gaze. Even without flesh, Itachi could sense Brook's earnestness. "For the first time, I can't help but want to say to a man, your underwear." Before he could finish, Nami appeared from behind the three. "Don't be so disrespectful to Itachi." With a swift punch, the three collapsed to the ground, their heads bandaged at IT seams. Itachi looked at Nami, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He genuinely believed Nami was the captain of the ship. Upon noticing Itachi's gaze, Nami instantly softened. "Thank you, Itachi. We truly owe you one, and no need for thanks. After all, it was I who asked you to take me along." Itachi replied. Robin chuckled softly, admiring Itachi. Speaking of which, after all this commotion, finding Luffy, the samurai, and the blonde-haired one will be even more challenging. Itachi leaped to the bow, where Frankie had already lit up the Sunny's lionhead headlights. Indeed, in this vast, deep sea, locating the three of them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just then, Itachi glanced forward again. "What is that?" Frankie, now alert whenever Itachi spoke, quickly raised the bow to look in the direction Itachi indicated. Upon seeing it, the Straw Hat crew once again leapt in alarm. There, at the edge of the rocky outcrop where the anglerfish had collided, loomed a colossal shadow as the lionhead lights illuminated the immense figure. They were astonished to find it was a gigantic man. His head alone was significantly larger than that of the anglerfish. "It's the bald-headed sea monster." Usopp screamed in terror as the massive creature raised its fist. The previously scorched anglerfish was also preparing to charge at the Sunny in a fury. "We're doomed," Chopper exclaimed, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. This was a complete disaster. Frankie was about to activate the wind cannon again, but as he reached for the button, he realized Itachi had already placed his hand firmly on the helm. "Based on the trajectory of that fist, it doesn't seem like it intends to attack us." Before Itachi could finish speaking, the bald-headed sea monster's fist crashed down onto the anglerfish's head. "Hey, I told you not to do that. How many times do I have to say it? You can't eat the ship." Captain Vanderdecken will get angry. After being struck by the bald-headed sea monster, A large bump appeared on the anglerfish's head. It turned its singed face towards the massive creature with a look of grievance. "We've been saved," Nami said, sweating profusely as she watched the immense sea monster. "And no matter what, we should run for it." Usopp urged Frankie to steer the ship away quickly. However, he suddenly noticed that everyone had gone still. For behind the enormous bald-headed sea monster, another, even larger shadow was emerging. "This place truly astonishes me." The weasel continuously reshaped its understanding. "What on earth is happening?" Chopper screamed that a colossal shadow gradually approached. Coming into the view of the crowd, that it was a massive, sunken ship still adrift in the sea. Upon seeing this vessel, Brook let out a mournful wail. That was the ship of Vanderdecken. Vanderdecken? Everyone turned their gaze towards Brook. Nami exclaimed, "Could it be?" Usopp added, "That is," Chopper shouted, "a ghost ship. Gah!" Brook screamed once more. Usopp slapped him, causing him to spin around. "You needn't be so afraid." After regaining his composure, Brook shakily pointed at the enormous ship. That was the infamous ghost ship, Captain Vanderdecken's vessel, the Flying Dutchman, a ship that should not exist in this world. It is said that hundreds of years ago, on a stormy night, the captain ruthlessly cast his crew into the sea, leaving none alive. He even spat at the gods, disrespecting them. As punishment, the gods condemned him and his ship to eternally wander the depths of the ocean, forever subjected to the torment of fate. This captain's name was Vanderdecken, and his ship was the Flying Dutchman. This is the ghost ship. After Brook's revelation, Usopp and Chopper began to run in circles around the deck, crying all the while. "Enough of the noise," Frankie waved his hand dismissively. Brook's own ship was a ghost ship, so what was there to fear? Perhaps there were even some amusing skeletons aboard. "Frankie," Brook tilted his body at a 30-degree angle. Robin chuckled softly. At that moment, the weasel noticed Robin sketching the outline of the ghost ship in her notebook. "We have encountered the legendary Kraken, so it stands to reason that the ghost ship of legend truly exists." Upon hearing this, Usopp and Chopper's cries intensified, and even Nami began to rub her face in despair. "Indeed, it is a ghost ship." "Hey, Robin, now is not the time to frighten them," Frankie said helplessly. Robin chuckled again, and then turned her attention to the weasel. "Uchiha Itachi, it seems you have yet to express your thoughts. You have been the first to notice these dangers. Your observations are quite clear." Indeed, they were clear. Amidst the panic of the group, Itachi had already retracted his newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Moments ago, he had contemplated whether to eliminate this so-called ghost ship, but after a few glances, he dismissed the idea. He looked at Brook. "Mr. Skeleton, did you just say that the gods have condemned him to eternally wander the depths of the sea?" "Yes," Itachi said, "eternally wandering the sea." Brook trembled as he touched his fleshless cheek. Itachi nodded in understanding, pointing towards the ghost ship in the sky. "Then why is there a rope tethered to that humanoid sea monster beneath the ghost ship?" The group focused their gaze, and there they saw the bald-headed giant sea monster with one hand reprimanding a gigantic lanternfish, while in the other, it held a thick rope tied to the entire hull of the ghost ship. "Huh." Except for Robin, everyone else widened their eyes in disbelief. Nami remarked, "Indeed, there's a rope tied to the bald-headed sea monster. Could it be?" "Precisely, just as you suspect." Itachi crossed his arms and looked at Nami. "This so-called ghost ship moves in the depths of the sea in a similar manner to the ship that attacked us. Both are pulled by monsters. However, due to the size of this ship, it can only enlist such creatures for towing. Moreover, there are living beings aboard." Itachi fixed his gaze on the shadow standing at the bow of the ship. That moment, on the Flying Dutchman. The shadow extended a hand resembling that of a fishman, fingers webbed, pointing towards the enormous bald-headed sea monster. "Kokoro, sea god, you are correct. If we consume the ship, we will not obtain the treasures. Look at those foolish humans. They are riding a rather fine vessel. It stands to reason that there must be countless treasures aboard. Sink them for me." Kokoro raised his fist, shouting, "Wageda!" The crew aboard the Sunny were still examining the rope when they saw Kokoro's punch aimed directly at them. "Frankie, quickly use the Kuda vent." Nami shouted in panic, "It's too late. If we use it now, we'll need to replenish the cola energy, and there's simply no time." Frankie instinctively glanced at Itachi. only to find him not looking at the bald-headed sea monster, but rather gazing in another direction. That was the Kraken. It was charging towards the sea monster, and Itachi murmured as the giant sea monster Kraken suddenly accelerated, delivering a devastating tentacle punch to Kokoro's face. This scene left Frankie and the others in shock. The sea monster, how could it? Kokoro, struck by the blow, fell to the ground, and the shadow on the ship was equally perplexed. Kraken, why did it attack Kokoro? Hey, sea god, retaliate. Kokoro rose, preparing to throw another punch, but the Kraken unleashed a flurry of tentacle punches upon Kokoro's face. What in the world is happening? Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. They are back, Itachi observed, his gaze fixed on the Kraken's head. On the Kraken's head, Luffy, encased in a bubble, reached out his hand. That's enough. Stop it. Upon hearing Luffy's words, the Kraken loosened its grip, and Kokoro's face had swollen to the size of a pig's head as he collapsed to the ground. Hey, look at the Kraken's head. It's Luffy. Brook pointed at the Kraken. There, atop the Kraken's head, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were crammed into a single bubble. Luffy excitedly waved to everyone from within the bubble. Gliding back to the thousand sunnied, I'm back. Luffy cheered as he greeted everyone. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, how wonderful you are alive, Chopper exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Where have you all been? I thought you had encountered danger. Nami sighed with relief. Zoro frowned slightly. These guys are truly worrisome. They actually got separated from us. The moment Sanji saw Nami and Robin, he couldn't help but spray blood from his nose. Here we go again. Sanji, Usopp sighed that Sanji's condition had not improved. It seemed he would need further stimulation to heal. Chopper produced photos of Nami and Robin. Upon Luffy and the others' return to the Sunny, Itachi noticed that the Kraken had already crouched beneath the ship, lifting the thousand Sunny above its head. Home is still the most comfortable. Luffy jumped onto the deck's grass and stretched lazily. Y and Sanji's bubbles burst, so we had to hide in Zoro's bubble. We almost lost our lives in the future. Let us avoid doing things that cause so much worry. Nami admonished, it's fine. It's truly wonderful that everyone is safe. Luffy joyfully raised his hand. Yes, Chopper nodded vigorously. Looking at Itachi, we are safe. And it is all thanks to Brother Itachi. Thank you, Brother Itachi. Usopp and Chopper couldn't help but hug Itachi's legs. Itachi looked on helplessly. Itachi, Zoro eyed Itachi with considerable suspicion. Indeed, Nami recounted the events that had transpired. After hearing the story, Luffy joyfully leaped beside Itachi. You're truly a reliable person. It's nothing. It was my duty. Itachi's calm demeanor contrasted starkly with Luffy's excitement. Luffy was about to blurt out another phrase when Itachi interjected first. By the way, did you really tame this sea monster? Itachi pointed beneath him, where the Kraken was steadily holding the ship aloft. Yes, I want to use the little squid to tow the ship and become a seasoned underwater navigator. Luffy grinned widely, revealing his teeth. Little squid? This guy is clearly an octopus, right? Usopp peered over the edge of the ship. Still, it was this creature that brought us back. Very clever, Luffy. Itachi remarked. Luffy chuckled, directing the Kraken. All right, little squid, let's set sail. Upon sensing Luffy's overwhelming presence, the Kraken hoisted the Sunny and began its journey beneath the waves. Speaking of pulling the ship, it won't accidentally break the bubbles, will it? Usopp expressed his concern. Everyone's attention was captivated by Luffy's taming of the Kraken, completely forgetting the ghost ship lurking nearby. The crew aboard the ghost ship, witnessing the Sunny's departure, roared, "We cannot let him escape. Chase after him." However, at that moment, someone noticed an anomaly. Wait, Captain, look at the volcano ahead. Captain Vanderdecken 9 of the Flying Dutchman focused his gaze and saw the volcano beginning to erupt. This is bad. Everyone, retreat quickly. Kokoro, sea god, pull the ship. Kokoro promptly responded to Vanderdecken's command, pulling the ropes and urging the ship to flee. Usopp, observing Kokoro's frantic movements, lamented, "Bald-headed sea monster, you truly are adept at pulling the ship. This is not good. The volcano is about to erupt." Itachi suddenly noticed the looming danger behind them. We're too close. We must escape. Nami looked anxiously at the nearby volcano. Luffy, tell the Kraken we need to hurry. All right. Hey, little squid, let's get moving. Luffy shouted as he leaped into action. It seems we are already on the path of escape. Itachi stood at the bow, watching the Kraken race below. Robin, standing beside him, observed the creature and remarked, "It's quite an ungraceful escape. Could we be telepathically connected?" Usopp wondered, "Connected? It surely understands how terrifying a volcanic eruption can be." Frankie glanced back, witnessing the magma and dense smoke erupting violently. "Don't rush so fast. I want to see the volcano erupt." Luffy continued to chuckle. "One glance, and we could lose our lives." Nami retorted angrily to that moment. A nearby volcano erupted beside the Sunny. Magma and debris threatened to engulf the ship. The Kraken, upon witnessing this, panicked and exerted all its strength, its tentacles swirling wildly as it raced forward. "We're doomed." Chopper, hot and terrified, bounced around the deck. "Nami, are we almost at Fishman Island?" Usopp cried out, pacing anxiously. "Almost there, just keep going," Nami replied, glancing at her compass. "Keep straight." Usopp looked ahead, his eyes widening in horror. "If there's an unfathomable abyss ahead." "Luffy, we absolutely cannot jump down. It must be held down there." "Then let's go," Luffy exclaimed with excitement, leaping onto the bow of the ship. As the eruption intensified behind them, magma crept ever closer to the vessel. The crew held their breath, fixated on this harrowing moment. Just as the magma was about to engulf the Sunny, the Kraken leaped into the abyss, narrowly escaping the molten tide. "Oh my God, we're saved." Chopper was nearly paralyzed with fear. "Wait," Frankie pointed upwards. "What is that?" "Oh no, it's the debris and mud flow from the volcanic eruption." Countless boulders, larger than the ship itself, cascaded into the abyss from above. "If one of those struck us, we'd be obliterated." Usopp rubbed his face in desperation. "Little squid, dodge," Luffy commanded the Kraken. T leaped forward, but the debris was too dense to evade. "Hey, Luffy," Zoro called out. "Grab my leg. I'll break through those rocks outside the bubble." Zoro drew his sword. "Autumn rain. Good idea." Luffy extended his arm, gripping Zoro tightly. Just as Zoro was about to jump out, Robin manifested hand from her devil fruit ability, firmly restraining him. "Absolutely not." "Why not, Robin?" Zoro questioned, puzzled. "We're already 7,000 meters deep. If you go out, you'll be crushed by the water. Then what do? We can't just wait to be crushed by the rocks." Zoro gritted his teeth, glancing upward as a boulder was about to fall upon them. "If we could just buy some time to escape this trench, we might get away." Before Nami could finish, they heard someone leap out of the bubble above. Who jumped out? Luffy looked up. That it was Uchiha Itachi. Zoro gazed at Itachi, concerned that such a rash move would lead to him being crushed by the ocean. Uchiha Itachi. Itachi! He wouldn't dare use that water dragon again, would he? Nami feared that such a mud flow was beyond the capacity of a mere water dragon. "Big brother Itachi, come back. You'll die." Chopper jumped up, hoping to reinforce Itachi with his fur. That guy, Zoro was worried, but Itachi, having just exited the bubble, was already being compressed by the immense pressure, his Mangeki Sharingan activated. Although a bit excessive, there was no turning back now. Susanoo. Itachi's body became enveloped in a fiery red skeletal frame, which grew rapidly, manifesting a colossal skeletal warrior in an instant. That's Luffy and the others stared in astonishment at Itachi. Surrounded by Susanoo, Itachi raised one hand, and the skeletal figure quickly formed 10 swords. With a swift motion, Itachi unleashed a fiery red slash that cleaved all the falling boulders in two. The force of that fiery sword wave eclipsed even the volcanic eruption. "Itachi-san," all the debris was sliced in half. Brook and Usopp both covered their heads in shock. Zoro, the master swordsman, was momentarily frozen in awe. The power of that slash, Zoro felt that Itachi's strike far surpassed his own 3,000 worlds. Seeing the debris successfully obstructed, Itachi prepared to wield the 10 swords again, intending to clear the rocks surrounding the ship. Just as he raised his hand once more, Usopp had readied his large slingshot. Dita's special technique, Green Star, Seaweed. Usopp launched a seed that, upon contact with the rocks, exploded, rapidly growing countless green algae that blocked all the boulders that Itachi had severed. "Usopp, you've gotten stronger," Nami exclaimed in surprise. "Of course, didn't I tell you when we first met? I've moved on from being part of the timid trio with Chopper and you." Speaking of which, Usopp recalled his experiences over the past 2 years, unable to hold back tears. What I've encountered these past 2 years would make anyone weep. I've been training tirelessly with Hercules, getting stronger and losing weight. Oh, by the way, would you like to hear my story? Usopp suddenly perked up. I first fell onto an island filled with carnivorous plants, and it was all. He glanced around at the crew, only to realize that no one seemed interested in his tale. Luffy and Chopper, along with Nami and Frankie, were all captivated by Itachi. Hey, what was it you just used? Luffy scrutinized Itachi, trying to discern the secrets behind Susanoo. Itachi, if you didn't just summon a gigantic war machine. Did you? Frankie asked, intrigued. Is it a super soul giant? Chopper bounced around excitedly. Everyone, before Usopp could finish, Nami smiled gently at him. Usopp, let's hear your story next time. This left Usopp feeling dejected at, speaking of souls, I do possess. Before Brook could finish, Nami punched him away. By the way, Itachi, what kind of devil fruit ability do you have? I've seen you use so many different powers. Nami inquired. That a long story. Itachi's brows furrowed slightly. He realized that none of the people he knew could possibly match the exuberance displayed by those aboard the ship, a lively energy that had initially unsettled him. In any case, you may consider this an innate quality of mine, belonging to my bloodline limit. Bloodline limit? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention that IT sounded fascinating. What could it possibly be? Sanji, who had been transfixed by Robin's nosebleed, suddenly snapped back to reality. Bloodline limit. I am aware of the lineage factor, he remarked. It's a phenomenon capable of altering human anatomy, editing genetic codes, and giving rise to modified and replicated beings. As Sanji spoke, the group's attention shifted back to him. Then does that mean Itachi-san is a modified being? Brook inquired. It seems like what the blonde-haired fellow said is rather different. Itachi shook his head. Just as everyone was pondering Itachi's abilities, the ship's Sunny suddenly trembled violently. Nami, the navigator, was the first to react. She immediately glanced up and noticed that the green algae fired by Usopp had vanished, and rocks began to rain down once more. Most critically, one of the falling rocks had struck Kraken on the head, rendering the creature unconscious. The thousand Sunny had now detached from Kraken's tentacles and was plummeting toward the abyss below. Oh no! Everyone look at Kraken! Nami pointed downward, and the group followed her gaze to see that Kraken had indeed fainted, mirroring the slow descent of the thousand Sunny. This situation was dire. Frankie rushed to the helm, taking control of the ship. Observing the ship's erratic movements, Itachi surveyed his surroundings and prepared to leap out of the bubble once more. However, at that moment, a woman's hand unexpectedly appeared on Itachi's shoulder. Halting him, in his astonishment, he saw Robin smiling and waving at him. Itachi, you can relax now. With Nami and Frankie here, we will be safe. Indeed, Itachi, Sanji approached, patting him on the shoulder. Although I still can't quite grasp where you came from. After hearing them, you've already done a great deal during this journey. The slight stir within Itachi's heart rendered him momentarily speechless. Especially, Itachi, you protected Robin. Sanji twirled around, and upon seeing Robin's well-endowed figure, shot forth a fountain of blood before landing beside Nami. And Nami, you smell wonderful, Sanji exclaimed, sniffing around Nami, only to be met with a punch that sent him from the bow to the stern of the ship. Can't you see I'm busy? Don't interrupt me. As he watched the blood-spouting Sanji tumble to the back of the ship, the flicker of emotion Itachi had felt dissipated. He had initially thought Sanji was a normal person, but now it seemed he was just as peculiar as the raccoon and the long-nosed one. Hey everyone, hold on tight. We're about to land, Frankie shouted as he steadied the helm. All right, Frankie, angle the ship at 30 degrees and fire the wind cannon to stabilize control. Nami commanded. Okay, the cola energy is ready. Chopper and Usopp transformed to adult height, jumped out of the cabin, prepared for action. Itachi was taken aback by Chopper's transformation. The raccoon can actually grow. Upon hearing this, Chopper shrank down and shouted at Itachi. I'm a reindeer. I'm Chopper. Itachi big brother, Bagayuru, Kanoira. Chopper exclaimed, I know. Itachi covered his ears with one hand while waving dismissively with the other. You are a reindeer, the cutest little creature on this ship. Upon hearing this, Chopper immediately turned bashful, mumbling, I don't want to hear Itachi big brother's compliments. Bagayu, Kanoira, while his face radiated joy. Itachi, big brother. Zoro mimicked Chopper's way of addressing Itachi. Has he already acknowledged him as big brother? What a cheeky little one. He drew his sword, seated at the bow, and as he regarded Itachi again, the wariness he had held had significantly diminished. Zoro thought that if Itachi were truly an enemy, given his strength, he could easily destroy the Sunny while the three of them were absent. Perhaps he really isn't an enemy after all. Zoro chose not to remind the others to remain cautious, but silently vowed to keep a sliver of vigilance towards Itachi. For in this crew full of fools led by a fool, it was the only course of action he could take. "All right," Luffy exclaimed, seeing everyone prepared, and leapt onto the ship's bow like a little lion. He raised his hands high, and accompanied by Frankie's wind cannon, Brook began to play his violin, while Luffy shouted with the resonance of the sea's depths, "Fishman Island, here we come." At a depth of 10,000 meters. At the bottom of the trench, the thousand Sunny, under Frankie's control, landed atop the unconscious Kraken. "Those are some gigantic fish," Chopper exclaimed, gazing up at the Sunny, where various large fish meandered through the depths. Simultaneously, the group noticed something unusual in these depths. "Light? Why is there light in this deep sea?" Robin questioned first. In this abyss, there was an astonishingly brilliant radiance, more dazzling than anything on land. "The light is so intense. I'm getting dizzy, even though I don't have eyes that can get dizzy," Brook remarked at that moment. Luffy suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Hey, look over there! Nami, is that it?" Nami raised her wrist to check the compass. Smiling, indeed, it's right in line with the needle. That's Fishman Island. With their eyes fixed on the blinding light, they beheld, amidst the throng of colossal fish, a gigantic bubble suspended above the trench. This bubble contained not only the ocean, but also clouds and various buildings. It resembled a miniature ecosystem. Itachi stood in awe, marveling at the sight. "Yay! We've arrived!" Luffy cheered exuberantly, raising his hands in jubilation. Frankie mirrored him with star patterns on his arms. Super, a landmark of the Grand Line. Mermaids dancing gracefully, the beautiful mermaid princess. The dreamland I have longed for, my all blue. Sanji spoke fervently, blood shooting 3 feet high. "Sanji-kun!" Chopper and Usopp cried, rushing to his side. "I'm sorry, Sanji, but the recovery treatment still hasn't worked." Chopper lamented, "It is best if he doesn't meet a real mermaid. Otherwise, he'll die." "Doctor," Usopp said earnestly, gazing at Chopper, "this is Sanji's dream." "Exactly." Rather than abandon his dream and survive in this world, he'd prefer to gaze at mermaids and die happily, Sanji proclaimed, forcing himself to stand, his eyes ablaze with desire. Itachi silently observed Sanji, murmuring, "Is the blonde fellow a hemophiliac?" "Don't mind him." Zoro crossed his arms. "That guy has a disease where he bleeds at the sight of women. He'll eventually bleed to death." Nearby, Luffy was drooling with his tongue out. I wonder what kind of meat they use in Fishman Island's cuisine. "Luffy, wipe your drool and go ask the little squid to find the entrance to Fishman Island," Nami instructed, noticing that Kraken had regained consciousness. "Hey, Mariboshi, look!" Before Luffy could call out to Kraken, Frankie suddenly pointed ahead. Unbeknownst to them, the large fish had vanished, replaced by several enormous shadows that were drawing closer. Kraken, now fully alert, began to tremble in fright at the sight of the approaching sea beasts, larger than itself. The crew's eyes widened in horror as they beheld a group of marine creatures. "Even more massive than Kraken. We're doomed. After all the trouble to get here, this is so hard." Usopp and Chopper clung to each other. "How magnificent! Those enormous sea beasts!" Luffy stared in awe at the colossal creatures. At that moment, Itachi pointed upwards. "Those sea beasts are being ridden by someone." Following his gaze, the crew saw that indeed, there were riders atop the backs of the sea beasts. Indeed, fishmen. The fishman smiled faintly atop the back of the giraffe's sea beast, fixing his gaze upon the Kraken. "Really, Kraken, why do you heed the foolish humans?" Upon hearing these words and glancing at the fishman, the Kraken was so frightened that it flung the 1,000 Sunny into the air and turned to flee. "Hey, what are you doing, you little squid?" Luffy shouted in anger. "Forget about that for now. Let us focus on our own safety." Usopp grasped the deck, just as he was about to utter a warning to escape. He realized that being tossed by the Kraken had sent them directly in front of the group of sea beasts. We are surrounded by sea beasts. Usopp shrieked. At that moment, the fisherman riding on the sea beast. Hammond, a combatant of the new fisherman pirates, spoke up. You're the Straw Hat crew, are you not? Luffy retorted. Who are you? And how do you know us? Of course I know. You are the ones who crushed Arlong's fisherman pirate crew. As the fisherman spoke, Nami suddenly noticed the tattoos on his body, which bore a striking resemblance to those of the Arlong Empire. If that's the case, it will be easy that I shall simply eliminate you. However, it is said that 2 years ago, you struck a celestial dragon to protect the former Arlong crew member, Hatchan. Just like our hero of Fishman Island, Fisher Tiger, I could see the mention of this name. Robin reacted, he is the legendary hero of Fishman Island who liberated the celestial dragon slaves in Mariewa. Ah, Hammond. Hammond chuckled. I truly do not know how to deal with you. Are you going to make a move? Itachi, though unaware of their conversation, was already prepared. Zoro drew his sword and said, I think it's quite likely. Hammond continued, then you must first tell me whether you are foes or allies. Of course. I shall grant you the right to choose. Will you join the ranks of the new fisherman pirates or refuse? Naturally, if you refuse, you shall perish here. What did you say? Luffy shouted in fury. Upon seeing this, Nami immediately turned to Frankie, saying, Frankie, refuel the ship. Refuel for what? Frankie questioned, puzzled. How could Luffy and the others possibly comply with their demands and join some fisherman pirates? That said, we are at a depth of 10,000 meters in the deep sea. We have no means to fight. If a battle breaks out, they are fishmen and we stand no chance. Thus, we must escape. Upon finishing, Nami saw Brook and Chopper gasp, and Usopp hurried off to refuel. We can only expend all the air in the bubbles and see if we can use the wind to propel ourselves into Fishman Island. Indeed, otherwise we have no other means of survival. Robin remarked that on the sea beast, the combatant of the new fisherman pirates, the blue-ringed octopus fishman Killer Blue Zang, was gulping down alcohol, commenting, it seems they are a bit flustered. Are they plotting something? Who cares? Hammond sneered. These are merely the petty tricks of foolish humans. This is our territory. Such a despicable species as humans cannot stir any waves, that he shouted down at the Thousand Sunny. Hey, Straw Hat Pirates, have you made your decision? Do you wish to become our subordinates? Hearing this, Luffy was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Of course not. You idiots. With that, Luffy pulled a face and made a big grimace. Why would we want to be your subordinates? You are utterly foolish. Upon hearing this, several fishmen were instantly enraged. So, you are refusing our invitation. Then you are merely sinful and vile humans. Prepare to die. As Hammond shouted, the sea lion among the beasts charged towards the Thousand Sunny. Are we going to fight? Luffy immediately prepared to switch to gear second, while Zoro stood at the bow. Luffy, be careful. We are at a depth of 10,000 meters. Zoro's expression grew serious. Sanji had also regained his composure, nervously watching the charging sea lion, just as the trio contemplated how to combat this behemoth from the depths. Itachi stepped in front of Luffy. Luffy, your fighting style is unsuitable here. Let me handle this. As Itachi stepped forward aside from Frankie, who was preparing the wind propulsion, everyone's attention turned to Itachi. Are you going to use that giant of souls again? Itachi, be careful, big brother Itachi. It's dangerous here with the fishmen. Chopper cried out. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tears Trench Guy, will I get to see the giant you summon again? Not quite. Itachi shook his head slightly. His Sharingan had already locked onto the sea lion. Although it was quite large, there was no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The moment he gazed at the sea lion, it trembled and stood frozen in place. Oh, what's wrong with the sea lion? Blue Zang, still drinking, noticed that the sea lion had gone motionless. Hey, sea lion, why are you dazed? Hurry up and tear apart the Straw Hat Pirates. Hammond shouted, rising to his feet. However, he failed to see that the sea lion's face was contorted in extreme agony. It had merely locked eyes with Itachi and was now trapped in an illusionary hell of endless suffering. Such a large creature, devoid of any mental resistance, was like a sheep to the slaughter before Itachi's jujutsu. Moments later, the sea lion's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed to the ground. Sea lion, what's happening? Hammond exclaimed in shock. Luffy was equally astonished. Tears Trench Guy, what did you do? His first thought was of Conqueror's Haki. Could Itachi also possess Conqueror's Haki? Is it that kind of technique that produces illusions? Called Jinjutsu? Zoro inquired, mimicking Itachi's earlier tone. Precisely, Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan manifested. Hey, Sea Lion, didn't you eat enough? Why are you acting like this when it's time to fight? Don't make me go back and slaughter you. Hey, Sea Lion, Hammond shouted, his voice filled with madness. Yes, Hammond yelled. He clenched his jaw, glaring fiercely at the crew on the Thousand Sunny. You despicable, lowly, and utterly foolish humans. You must have employed some kind of trick. If that's the case, we shall personally take your lives. Hey, Blue Zang, Kashikoba, go for it. With a wave of his hand, the officers of the new fisherman pirates prepared to charge down. But at that moment, they all noticed Itachi standing in front of Luffy. Who is this lowly human? Is he a new recruit of the Straw Hat crew? I don't know. Let us just kill him. Blue Zang drew his sword and leaped off the giraffe sea beast. But after that leap, he suddenly became motionless, plummeting straight down from dozens of meters into the depths. Blue Zang? Hammond looked at Blue Zang in confusion, only to find Kashikoba had met the same fate, having just leaped to attack the Straw Hat pirates. But the next second, he too collapsed uncontrollably. You guys? Hammond swallowed hard. When he looked back at the Thousand Sunny, this time he did not see anyone's face but Itachi's Sharingan. In that fleeting moment of locking eyes with Itachi, Hammond suddenly felt as though he was bound to a butcher's chopping block. Just as Hammond lifted his head, he saw a fisherman with a beard and a sinister face wielding a sharp boning knife, methodically scraping the fish skin from his body, slicing him piece by piece. Finally, he placed Hammond's fish head into a pot, sizzling it to a crisp, the sharp sound of hot oil and Hammond's screams intertwining in a horrific symphony. Ah! What is happening? What is going on? As the anguished screams of Hammond reverberated through the air, countless fishermen wielding numerous boning knives relentlessly severed, cleaved, and shattered him into pieces. Although this torment lasted but a fleeting moment in reality. Within the realm of Tsukuyomi, Hammond seemed to endure an eternity of hellish reincarnation. Pain tormented his consciousness. Hammond's corporeal form succumbed, just like the other officers of the new Fishman pirates, all collapsing to the ocean floor. Truly, what a peculiar dreamscape Tsukuyomi presents. Itachi had initially intended to impose his most frequently employed Tsukuyomi punishment, yet he was taken aback that this fishman had conjured such a fantasy on his own. Observing several fishmen fall victim to the illusions of the Tsukuyomi, rendered immobile by the torment, Itachi retracted his Manjiki Sharingan. He could feel that although his physique had reverted to a robust state akin to that of a 17 or 18-year-old, the clarity and potency of his vision had undoubtedly returned to their full capacity. However, Itachi pondered that it would be prudent to minimize the use of his Manjiki Sharingan techniques, as frequent usage inevitably leads to deterioration. Is this resolved? In the blink of an eye, across the sea, separated by bubbles and 100 meters of distance, the enemy was vanquished. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji exchanged stammering remarks. Soon, Luffy's shock transformed into delight. With exuberance, he extended his rubbery arm and seized Itachi. Sugoi, your Jinjutsu is incredible. Jinjutsu? You mean the illusion techniques, Itachi replied, somewhat exasperated. Yes, Jinjutsu. Luffy cheered, brimming with enthusiasm. Zoro cast a glance at Itachi, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead but a moment, so many foes have been dispatched without even a touch. Truly terrifying. Sanji was also drenched in sweat, relieved that Itachi was not their adversary, that I can't shake the feeling that his abilities are even more formidable than Kuma's. As they marveled, Nami returned to the deck, ready to inform everyone that the Kuda burst was prepared. However, she suddenly noticed the fishmen strewn across the ground. Everyone, we must prepare. Nami's words were cut short. Robin, who had been focused on the progress of the Kuda burst, turned to find the enemies had vanished, leaving only a few bewildered sea beasts. What happened? Before anyone could voice their confusion, Usopp had already positioned himself to secure the sails, exclaiming with excitement, "Everyone hold on tight. We're making our escape. That's right. Kuda burst, prepare for launch." Frankie pressed a button, and with maximum charge, the Sunny surged upward, hurtling towards the bubbles of Fishman Island. Now, those fishmen won't be able to catch us. Baka! Usopp made faces at the fishmen atop the sea beasts. Yet, As he continued, he sensed something was amiss. Where are the fishmen on the backs of the sea beasts? Hey, Frankie, how can we launch the coup de burst when the fishmen have already been dealt with by Itachi? Sanji shouted towards Frankie at the helm. What? Frankie gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. He glanced towards the sea beasts and noticed that the fishmen were no longer riding on their backs, but had instead plummeted into the sandy depths below. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't tell us to escape or launch the coup de burst. Never mind that now. We have no choice. Everyone hold on tight. Let's charge into Fishman Island, Nami declared, gripping the railing tightly. Yay, let's go, Luffy exclaimed, leaping to the bow of the ship. Just as Itachi attempted to steady himself, he realized the thrust of the coup de burst and the upward angle were too great, causing him to tumble from the bow to the stern. Itachi Uchiha, Robin cried out, stretching her arm to catch Itachi, but Chopper arrived first, using his fur to cushion Itachi's fall, allowing him to land safely amidst his soft pelt. Be careful, Itachi and I, Chopper warned, bouncing Itachi to the railing. Thanks to you, Chopper, I appreciate it, Itachi said, casting a grateful glance at Chopper. Don't flatter him too much. He might not take it well. Baka, Kono. Chopper laughed shyly. Chopper, hold on tight. Usopp shouted to him. Chopper snapped back to reality and quickly gripped the railing. After the supercharged coup de burst, the Thousand Sunny surged forward at incredible speed, crashing through the massive bubble surrounding Fishman Island. Just as Luffy was about to shout in excitement, the crew suddenly realized that after passing through the colossal bubble, the Sunny's own bubble had vanished due to the friction with the larger one. The bubble, it's been absorbed, Robin exclaimed in astonishment. Before she could finish, Brooke suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, Look! What is that? Having traversed the first layer of the gigantic bubble, they found themselves in an outer layer of space filled only with air, encasing Fishman Island, now surrounded by yet another layer of bubble. Robin immediately grasped the situation. This is a dual-structured bubble. Ordinary ships, upon entering, would swiftly plummet downwards or become trapped in this layer devoid of seawater, unable to move. Then let's do it again. Frankie swiftly pulled another lever at the helm. Everyone hold on tight. We're going to charge in with all our might. As Frankie shouted, the Thousand Sunny launched into the second layer of bubble. Yet, in the moment Itachi glanced up, he noticed something peculiar about the color of the bubble. Wait, something is clearly off in there. That is, Zoro also detected the anomaly, but before he could utter the words sea water, the Thousand Sunny broke through the bubble and plunged directly into the internal sea of Fishman Island. At the instant the Sunny entered the internal sea, the entire vessel was overturned by the violent currents, sending the Straw Hat crew and Itachi tumbling into the water. As they found themselves in the torrential flow, Nami instinctively opened her mouth to scream, but just as her lips parted, seawater surged violently into her stomach. Nami, Robin, Sanji swiftly attempted to use Moonwalk to rescue Nami and the others, but he found himself utterly unable to execute the technique amidst the fierce currents. This is bad. We have 4 devil fruit users. Sanji reached for Chopper nearby, only to find Chopper had already been swept deep into the turbulent waters. Just a bit more. Just a bit more. Let me reach you. Zoro tried to grab Luffy, but Luffy, already with eyes rolled back, nearly brushed past him. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Frankie, though not devil fruit users, were caught in the whirlpool of the currents and rendered immobile. Meanwhile, Luffy, Chopper, Robin, and Brook sank slowly as if their bodies were laden with lead, drifting downward towards the depths of the sea. Are we going to die? Nami extended her hand feebly, the overwhelming dread and the roar of the rushing water engulfing her. Yet, just as she was on the brink of losing consciousness, a powerful hand suddenly grasped her. That is, before she could see who it was, she succumbed to the darkness of drowning. Simultaneously, Itachi held onto Nami, preventing her from being swept away by the currents, while using his other hand to grip hers, intending to form a hand seal. Water release. Water prison technique. As the hand seals were completed, a spherical water bubble enveloped Nami. Time passed, and eventually, Nami slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? Have I sunk to the ocean floor? As her consciousness returned, Nami was startled to realize she could breathe. She sat up on a rocky shore, bewildered, glancing around to find no one else besides herself. Just then, Nami noticed a splash of water rapidly approaching her. In a panic, as she was about to scream, she saw Frankie, with a fish-like dorsal fin hairstyle, leap onto the shore, clutching a water sphere. With a long, triumphant super, Frankie revealed that the large water sphere contained Robin. "Frankie! Robin, what is going on with the water sphere you're holding?" After securing his stance, Frankie placed the water balloon encasing Robin onto the beach and removed his sunglasses. "A water balloon, is it? This was crafted using Itachi's abilities. He had also confined you within a water balloon at that time." Upon hearing Frankie's words, Nami recalled that she had seemingly been able to breathe while submerged. As the two conversed, Itachi leaped out of the ocean, landing on the shore, shaking his head. "The currents below are too swift. I still haven't located them. In the urgency of the moment, I could only rescue the two ladies." As he spoke, Itachi released Robin from her watery prison. This technique had been learned from his first partner, Kisame, during his early days with Akatsuki. It wasn't exactly a formal study. The fundamental ability of the Sharingan allows one to perceive others' movements as if in slow motion, naturally facilitating imitation. Itachi had merely observed Kisame's usage and had thus acquired the technique. However, he had made some modifications while employing it earlier, forming a chakra water ball on the outside while preserving air within. After freeing Robin from her confinement, Nami promptly revived her. "Thank you so much, Itachi," Nami exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him. Suddenly overwhelmed by Nami's ample figure, Itachi found himself momentarily breathless. He quickly waved his hands. "You should thank Frankie. After I created the water prison for you and Robin, I went off to find Luffy. It was Frankie who rescued you. Then I also thank Frankie." Nami turned to give Frankie a thumbs up, but he had already jumped onto the nearby rocks, searching for Luffy and the others. "Frankie," Itachi called out to him. "Luffy and the others have been swept away by the currents." With that, Itachi prepared to plunge back into the water, only to be halted by Nami. "Honestly, we just reunited, and now we're apart again. But don't worry too much, Itachi. They are quite resilient and will surely survive." Indeed, Frankie continued scanning the area, while he hadn't spotted them. He was confident that Luffy's survival skills were nothing short of remarkable. "Given that, we can only pray for them," Itachi said, still gazing anxiously at the sea. "More than that, I am concerned about where the Thousand Sunny has gone. I hope it hasn't been swept to the ocean's depths. Should we inquire with the locals?" Itachi suggested. Observing from the outside, the Fishman Island appeared to be a spherical bubble structure, with water occupying the lower half. The current we had encountered was emanating from our section, flowing toward the other end, so the Thousand Sunny could likely be at the bottom or possibly swept to the opposite side. Listening to Itachi's analysis, Frankie contemplated for a moment and then struck his fist. "Itachi makes a valid point. I just spotted a town over there. We can ask around there." "That sounds feasible." Itachi nodded slightly. Just as he was about to seek Nami's opinion, he noticed that she and Robin had already shed their upper garments and were wringing them out by the shore. When Robin caught Itachi looking at them, she smiled gently. "Thank you so much, Itachi." Itachi quickly turned his head away. "No need for thanks. Are you shy, Itachi? We merely thought you didn't seem like the lecherous type." Robin chuckled. Itachi stuttered, momentarily at a loss for words. Was it his own conservatism, or was it that the women in this region were unconcerned about such matters? "Have you two finished tidying up? If so, let us head toward the town that we're coming." Nami answered, her upper garment quite scant, quickly wringing it dry, with Robin following closely behind. The four of them traversed the rocky beach and soon arrived at the town. Spotting the bustling fishmen, Robin confidently stated, "So we have indeed landed on Fishman Island." "Yes, confirmed. It's far more prosperous than I had imagined," Nami remarked, surveying the streets adorned with various tall buildings that did not resemble typical ground structures. Some imitated coral, while others mimicked islands. The storefronts lining the streets were composed of glass and various modern materials, creating a splendid fusion of underwater and terrestrial architecture. It's truly tempting to indulge in some shopping. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing the fishmen on the streets, Itachi noted that there were beings with human bodies and fish heads, as well as mermaids with fish tails and human torsos. These residents of Fishman Island were living and shopping just like people on land, which reminded Itachi of Kisame. He pondered whether the shark-like Kisame from the Mist Village hailed from this place. Frankie remarked, "There certainly are many people here. It should be easy to gather information. Are you referring to the whereabouts of 1,000 Sunny or Luffy and the others?" Nami inquired. "Both are indeed of concern. But there is something else weighing on my mind," Frankie replied, his expression growing somber. "My shipwright master, Tom, is also a fishman." Frankie reminisced about the great shipwright, the most important person from his childhood. This is his homeland, and he has relatives here. Now that we are here, I must pay them a visit and share with them Tom's story that I apologize for having to split up so soon after reuniting. Frankie tucked away his fishbone hairstyle. "Well, if that is the case, there is no helping it," Nami sighed. Suddenly, Robin seemed to recall something. "Speaking of which, I also have matters to investigate." "You have something too?" Nami looked at her. "Yes," Robin affirmed, "that Fishman Island has always been a place of many legends. There must be numerous historical fragments here that I wish to explore." "Historical fragments," Nami murmured, then proposed. "Then let us split up." "Agreed." Frankie and Robin nodded in unison. The three turned their gazes toward Itachi. "And what about you, Itachi?" "Me?" Itachi pointed to himself. "I'm flexible. To be honest, I still haven't quite grasped where I am." Itachi shook his head with a rueful smile. "Why not join me?" Robin said with a gentle smile. "It is perfect. I'm curious about your homeland and how you ended up here." After a moment of contemplation, Itachi nodded. "All right, let us proceed this way." Frankie waved goodbye to everyone and headed toward the town center. With that, Frankie made his way into the heart of the town, while Nami, caressing the wallet still at her waist, began wandering along the street. Robin glanced around and chose a narrow path leading to the edge of the town. "Let us head this way, Itachi. From here, we should be able to see the full view of the town." Itachi observed the general direction and nodded. "Going this way should lead us to a higher vantage point, allowing us to see more of the scenery." Robin smiled faintly, pulling out her notebook, only to find it still damp, the pages sticking together. Observing this, Itachi took the notebook and, controlling a small amount of chakra, released a tiny flame into his palm, pressing down firmly on the cover to prevent the flames from igniting while retaining the heat. Soon, the notebook was dried. When Robin received it back, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Feeling the warm cover of the notebook, her heart lifted. "Itachi, have you really not eaten a devil fruit? You only know ninjutsu?" "Devil fruit? What exactly is that?" Itachi inquired, puzzled. Noticing that Itachi genuinely did not comprehend what devil fruits were, Robin elaborated. Upon reaching a crucial point in her explanation, Robin waved her hand, causing countless arms to sprout from her back like wings. "Devil fruits grant individuals unique abilities, like my Hana Hana no Mi, or Luffy's Goma Goma no Mi, which belongs to the Paramecia type. There are also two other categories, Zoan and Logia." Robin proceeded to explain the general effects of each type of fruit in detail. And only then did Itachi begin to understand. He murmured, "It seems like this isn't the same world after all." "What did you say?" Robin blinked at Itachi. "It's nothing." Itachi let out a soft sigh as he gazed towards the distant island, beyond which lay the sun-kissed depths of the ocean. It dawned on him that he was uncertain of his homeland's whereabouts. "Isn't that so?" Robin chuckled at Itachi's expression, her fingertips dancing across the sketchpad as she captured the moment of him staring into the horizon. "Indeed," Itachi nodded gently. Suddenly, he noticed something atop his head. Reaching up, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, two small hands had sprouted, resembling the antlers of a young deer. Upon realizing this, Robin's laughter flushed her cheeks with a rosy hue. She presented the sketch to Itachi, who saw himself depicted as a deer standing pensively on the edge of a cliff, gazing into the distance. Quite evocative, a faint smile graced Itachi's lips. They continued their stroll, arriving at a vibrant sea of coral blossoms. Robin, standing at the edge of this colorful expanse, wore a deep blue top that contrasted beautifully with her pink skirt, accentuating her fair complexion as if she were an extension of the floral landscape. She bent down, smiling as she admired the coral that resembled delicate petals. "Earlier, you seemed a bit perplexed about the four great seas at you know about the Red Earth continent." Itachi settled beside Robin. "I feel as though I know nothing at all. Would you kindly enlighten me with as much detail as possible?" Robin gazed into Itachi's confused eyes, her expression remaining gentle and warmed out of course. She began to narrate the wonders of this world as if explaining the mysteries of the ocean to an infant. From the East Blue to the North Sea, from the Red Earth continent to the New World. She recounted tales from the era initiated by the pirate king Joel D. Roger to the Marineford War, the fall of the Yonko Whitebeard, and the rise of the new Yonko claiming dominion over the New World, culminating with the appointment of the new Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. Robin also promised to share the adventures of herself and Luffy with Itachi as the sun began to set, casting a golden hue from the west. Robin paused her storytelling, observing Itachi, whose eyes had fallen into a profound emptiness. "Have I spoken too much?" she inquired. "Not at all. It was splendid," Itachi responded, returning to reality. "I apologize, but I truly know nothing of your homeland. The land of fire, nor of Akatsuki. This world is vast, and perhaps your homeland lies in a realm yet to be discovered by us." Itachi listened, lost in thought for a while, then let out a bittersweet chuckle. Half jokingly, he remarked, "After hearing you, I feel as though I am utterly disconnected from this world. I seem to belong nowhere. But you are indeed a part of this world." Robin placed her hand on Itachi's shoulder, the warmth from her fingertips flowing through his armor into his being. "You are a very reliable person, Itachi, that I believe Luffy will invite you to join you." The mention of the word companion. Itachi's gaze shifted, the term holding a complex significance for him. Noticing his silence, Robin stood and pointed toward the path ahead. "Come, Itachi, let us see what lies over there. It appears there is a bus stop." How astonishing! Could there really be a bus service on Fishman Island? Itachi looked in the direction Robin indicated, spotting a bus stop. "If we could take a bus, we could witness more of the island's sights." Robin remarked with a smile. "Indeed, that sounds like a splendid idea." Itachi was still processing the information Robin had shared, and these vivid details were forming his initial impression of this world, a realm rife with piracy and maritime conflict. It was a far cry from the world of ninjas he knew. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a significant upheaval was unfolding above Fishman Island, in the holy land of Ryugu Palace, after being rescued by Kami. Luffy, Usopp, and Nami encountered King Neptune, the great knight of the sea, who invited them to a banquet at Ryugu Palace. Upon their arrival, Neptune learned of a prophecy from the island's oracle, the mermaid CF owner, Madame Shirley, foretelling that Fishman Island would be destroyed by a man wearing a straw hat. Coupled with reports from the right minister regarding the Straw Hat crew's alleged human trafficking, Neptune resolved to apprehend Luffy and his companions. However, the outcome was that Zoro and Usopp had managed to subdue all the inhabitants of Ryugu Palace. Yet the order to arrest the Straw Hat crew had already been issued, and soldiers outside the palace were actively searching for them. As Itachi and Robin sat quietly at the bus stop, Itachi noticed a group of armored fishmen approaching in the distance. "Robin, look over there. Is that the Fishman Island's army?" Itachi's demeanor turned cautious. Robin also spotted the armored fishmen, and before she could speak, a cohort of fishmen brandished wanted posters, comparing them to Robin's appearance. "That is Nico Robin of the Straw Hat crew, by order of King Neptune. We are to arrest all members of the Straw Hat crew." As Itachi and Robin sat at the bus stop, silently observing the advancing fishmen, they quickly closed in on them. The leading fishman soldier brandished the wanted poster in front of Robin. "Hey, criminal, your Straw Hat crew is suspected of 2 grave crimes: trafficking numerous mermaids, and, according to the prophecy by the oracle Madame Shirley, the man wearing the straw hat will bring about the destruction of Fishman Island. Thus we must arrest you, Nico Robin of the Straw Hat crew." In an instant, all the fishmen soldiers drew their weapons, aiming at Robin. Itachi raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the absurdity of the situation. Robin scoffed lightly. Rising to her feet, "I have never heard of such allegations. Moreover, you actually believe in prophecies, which are utterly unscientific. Your intelligence is truly questionable." The fishman captain, enraged by Robin's words, retorted, "What do you know? Madame Shirley's prophecies are always accurate. You should surrender quietly." "Why should I surrender?" Robin inquired, puzzled. "I certainly don't want to miss the bus." With that, Robin raised her hands, ready to unleash the powers of her devil fruit, giant tree. However, Itachi also stood up. "Allow me to stretch a bit." With a flick of his wrist, his Sharingan activated. Although he had previously faced nature's wrath at sea, Itachi had yet to employ his abilities on solid ground since reclaiming his 18-year-old body. Would Itachi be taking action? Robin smiled knowingly, retracting her hands. The fishman captain, unaware of Itachi's identity, bellowed, "Who is this guy? Get out of the way. Anyone obstructing us will be arrested." "Oh, not moving, are we? Then surrender," the fishman captain shouted, raising his trident and charging at Itachi. Yet, in an instant, Itachi was before him. "Stop your self-absorbed shouting." Itachi's fist struck the fishman captain's head, shattering the helmet and driving deep into his face with a single punch. The captain collapsed, rendered unconscious. "Captain!" The fishmen soldiers rushed forward at the sight of their fallen leader. Itachi leaped into the air like a swift arrow, weaving through the fishmen with ease. His movements evaded their attacks effortlessly, enhanced by the Sharingan, rendering their actions in slow motion. While Itachi's taijutsu may not be the absolute pinnacle, it was certainly among the top tier, especially his speed, honed through years of sparring with his friend, the Uchiha Shursui, whose nickname was Shunshin no Shursui. Itachi's speed had reached its zenith. Robin watched in astonishment as Itachi fought. His attacks were not like Luffy's reckless charges relying on speed and power, nor were they as forceful as Zoro's slashes. Itachi's combat style resembled that of an exquisite dancer. His movements harmoniously combined offense and evasion, each strike deftly dismantling nearby attacks, while every dodge opened opportunities for counterattacks. None of his actions were superfluous. Robin is not particularly skilled in pure martial arts, yet she possesses the keen ability to discern that Itachi's prowess in both strength and speed is formidable, within the span of a mere minute. The ground around Itachi is littered with the fallen bodies of fishmen soldiers, Itachi present. Only the last remaining soldier remains, clutched by Itachi by the throat. Itachi regards the trembling fishman with a cold gaze. The terrifying and precise, fatal blows he had just delivered left the soldier quaking uncontrollably. "Please, let me go." The fishman struggles to escape, only to realize that his strength pales in comparison to that of this seemingly frail human. Itachi turns to Robin. "Is there a trafficking operation for fishmen on the ship?" Robin, having seated herself beneath the bus stop sign, laughs gently and shakes her head upon hearing Itachi's inquiry. "Such an operation does not exist." "Understood," Itachi responds, redirecting his attention back to the fishman. "Where have the others gone?" Suddenly confronted by Itachi's question and struggling to breathe, the fishman appears dazed. "What?" "The others you dispatched to capture the Straw Hat crew." "I don't know." The admission of ignorance could very well cost him his life. The fishman's face turns pale with panic. They went towards the CAF on the island, while another team returned to Fishman Island, where your Straw Hat crew is currently present. Please spare me. I am merely following orders. Before the fishman could finish his plea, the grip on his throat tightened, rendering his face increasingly purple until he eventually lost consciousness. In the lower depths of Fishman Island, within the base of the new Fishman Pirates, several fishmen are busy crafting a massive bubble from bubble coral, encasing their entire stronghold. Meanwhile, others are herding the captured pirates who have submitted to them, most of whom have been powerless in the deep sea. What a hassle. They are merely a group of lowly beings incapable of breathing underwater. Two fishmen lament as they observe the colossal bubble, clearly intended for the captured pirates. The center of the base, seated on a lavish sofa. Hody Jones, captain of the new Fishman Pirates, looks down upon the subdued pirates under his dominion. Just then, an eerie laughter emanates from outside the stronghold. "Bwah! Bwah! Listen well, my fellow pirates," Hody declares. "You are fortunate to partake in such a significant moment in history." As he speaks, a fishman adorned with a small top hat, clad in a yellow coat, and sporting a pair of small mustaches enters. Murmurs ripple through the gathered pirates. That Captain Vanderdecken, the captain of the cursed ghost ship, the Flying Dutchman. "Fear not. I am merely his grandson." "Not a ghost," Vanderdecken chuckles as he approaches. "However, I too am cursed. Cursed to be a fishman unable to swim. Such is the effect of the target fruit. Now, let me demonstrate." Vanderdecken raises his arms high. At that moment, a former officer of the Arlong Pirates, the elderly Hachon, appears, leaning on a cane. "Hody," he bellows, Are you truly going to do this? Don't be ridiculous. The lethal drug is a deadly poison. Why would a fishman seek to destroy Fishman Island? His appearance ignites a flurry of discussions among the fishmen. Hody interjects, Uncle, you are too old for this. Leave such matters alone. It is time for a generational shift. You are no longer the officer of the pirate crew I once admired. You are too timid. As he speaks, Hody toys with a box filled with a lethal drug. I will ensure humanity experiences my might. Before that, we must seize Fishman Island. Stop this foolishness. Hatchan retorts, look at Bartolomeo and Hammond. I just heard they were attacked by the Straw Hat crew and have yet to regain consciousness. The Straw Hat crew is currently. Before Hatchan can finish, Hody stands, a mocking smile on his face. Hammond? He is not here. Hody points behind him, and Hatchan discovers Hammond lying on the ground. Unbeknownst to them, Hammond is deeply unconscious, his vital signs present, but exhibiting extreme terror in his eyes. I shall awaken him now. Hody sneers, pouring a heap of the lethal drug into Hammond's mouth. Hody, how can you treat your comrade this way? Hatchan exclaims, attempting to rush forward, only to be blocked by Vanderdecken. Hatchan, it has been a long time. Vanderdecken greets him. Vanderdecken, to encounter such a notorious figure is astonishing. Why are you here now after refusing to join Captain Arlong's crew back then? Vanderdecken scoffs, I am not one to dwell under another's command. Hody understands this well, which is why we are now allies. Moreover, Vanderdecken adds, turning towards Hatchan, you have been marked. As he speaks, Vanderdecken hurls a flurry of throwing knives. Realizing the danger, Hatchan desperately attempts to flee. Yet, no matter which direction he takes, the knives relentlessly pursue him. Before long, as Hatchan escapes outside, he is brutally struck by the knives. In that instant, having ingested a dozen lethal pills, Hammond suddenly awakens, eyes wide open. Hody erupts into maniacal laughter, announcing his grand plan to the human pirates. Vanderdecken will use the target fruit to cast them into Dragon Palace City, where they will unlock the doors for Hody's new fisherman pirates to enter. But won't we be killed in the process? The pirates exclaim in alarm. Hody grins with delight. I intend to use your pitiful lives to fulfill this plan. Should anyone disobey, I will eliminate you on the spot. At these words, the pirates fall silent in fear. Vanderdecken stands among them, tossing each pirate towards Dragon Palace City. Hody's laughter grows more frenzied at the sight. From this moment forth, a new chapter in the history of our fishmen begins. In the CAF of Dragon Palace City, Itachi glances at Robin. Surely, it cannot be Nami and Frankie causing a ruckus in both places. Robin squints, smiling as she replies, if anyone is causing chaos, it must be Luffy and Zoro. So, they have already landed. Itachi observes the distance. Indeed, it seems something troublesome is unfolding that Robin's gaze returns to the bus stop sign, where she notices the name of the Sea Forest. She recalls rumors suggesting that within the Sea Forest of Fishman Island lies a piece of historical text. Suddenly, Itachi spots several massive sea beasts soaring through the skies above Fishman Island. He points towards the heavens, and Robin notices that the foremost beast is the long-necked giraffe, a mount for the fishmen encountered earlier. Luffy and the others are in for trouble, Itachi remarks, peering further into the distance where a conspicuous bubble-encased castle looms. The direction in which the sea beasts are flying leads directly to that bubble castle. Given the height of the bubble and the ornate structures faintly visible from below, Itachi surmises it is most likely Dragon Palace City. Indeed, things are about to become quite tumultuous, Robin concurs, sensing the impending chaos. Shall we go to their aid? Itachi inquires. Robin shakes her head. Luffy and the others should be capable of handling it. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Itachi questions, are you seeking the historical text of Fishman Island? Robin was momentarily taken aback. Itachi, how do you know? You have told me that to reach the end of the Grand Line, one must possess the poneglyphs that if battles are fought to clear the obstacles on the way to that destination. Then the poneglyphs serve as the guiding light for our progress. Itachi spoke, and Robin's gaze towards him underwent a significant transformation. She recognized the clarity of thought that characterized Itachi's mind. Folding his arms, Itachi continued to observe the flying sea beasts. If they can be resolved, I shall accompany you to search for the poneglyphs first. Upon hearing this, Robin covered her lips and smiled. I apologize, Itachi. From this perspective, I believe they are in greater need of you, in need of me, Itachi replied. Indeed, your presence could potentially improve the situation. Robin rose to her feet. Let us assist them first. Very well, Itachi nodded. Robin promptly began to conjure wings formed from her arms. You can utilize your abilities in such a manner. Itachi gazed at the wings with astonishment. It may be somewhat taxing, but it should suffice to carry both of us. Then let us use mine first, Itachi said, immediately commencing a series of hand signs. Meanwhile, outside the walls of Ryugu Palace, among the survivors of the human pirates thrown by Vander Deckkin towards the hard-shelled tower, one individual had already opened an external bubble passage. Upon receiving his assignments to conquer various locations on Fishman Island, Hody, accompanied by a squad of fishmen, stormed towards the gates of Ryugu Palace, only to discover that the doors had already been opened. Vanderdecken was overjoyed, and he, along with Hody, rushed inside without hesitation. Within Ryugu Palace, Zoro and Brook had just finished dispatching the human pirates who had invaded the Great Hall. However, just as they eliminated the last of the pirates, Hody's group barged in as well. What is the meaning of this? We are guests here, not here for a reception. Zoro drew his sword once more. Who are these newcomers? Hody was contemplating how to eliminate Neptune when he stepped into Ryugu Palace and was greeted by a scene that filled him with delight. King Neptune and the palace guards had already been subdued by Zoro and his companions. Though he could not comprehend the circumstances, this was indeed a fortuitous gift. Hody laughed heartily at the sight of King Neptune bound in chains. At the tea that moment, Vanderdecken realized that the princess he had adored for many years was nowhere to be found. Just as he was about to lose his mind, Hody casually picked up an unconscious pirate. Do not fret, Deckkin. The human pirates you threw toward Shirahoshi are all right here. This implies that Shirahoshi is still present, and Neptune and his allies are likely deceiving us. Shirahoshi. Neptune recalled the earlier report from Minister regarding Shirahoshi's disappearance, unable to contain his fury. Unbeknownst to him, Shirahoshi was hidden within Mekaru's mouth, strolling towards the sea forest alongside Luffy. Indeed, Hody, your reasoning is sound. Vanderdecken immediately dashed out of Ryugu Palace, seizing a massive piece of coral to hurl at Shirahoshi. He climbed atop the coral and charged forth. My Shirahoshi, wait for me. Such impatience, Hody chuckled, turning his gaze back towards Neptune's forces. Neptune, your appearance is truly amusing. Silence, you despicable wretch, Hody. Ministers was scolded. We had received reports of unrest in Fishman Street, but we never anticipated it would be you, a former member of Neptune's army. Upon hearing this, Hody laughed even louder. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude. Within Neptune's forces, I acquired numerous combat skills. However, that was during a time when I took pride in being part of Neptune's army. Regrettably, your vision is limited to Fishman Island and fails to see Fishman Street. Hody reminisced about his childhood. Whenever pirates landed on Fishman Island, they would indiscriminately capture fish-men in Fishman Street during their youth. Someone would always rise to confront the pirates. That individual was none other than Arlong, who later ran rampant across the seas, lurking in the East Blue. Simultaneously, Nami had noticed the tattoo of the dragon pirates on Hody's body, which instantly evoked her painful memories. What I now aspire to inherit is the ambition of the once feared Arlong. The mere mention of Arlong caused Nami to visibly shudder. Brook, too, panicked and exclaimed, Arlong, before he could say more. Usopp delivered a swift kick that sent Brook flying. Hey, Brook! Usopp gazed at him earnestly. To not speak so recklessly. It is unfortunate that the dragon pirates, whom I so fervently admired and wished to become Arlong's right-hand man, were defeated by your Straw Hat crew. What a peculiar twist of fate, Hody sneered, making his way to the wall of Ryugu Palace. Let us cease this conversation. Hody exerted his strength against the wall, which began to crumble. Hody, is this the power of someone who hasn't consumed the deadly drug? The surrounding fishmen gasped in astonishment. Usopp, too, was taken aback. This strength is terrifying. As the wall trembled, Nami suddenly approached the mermaid Kami, who had accompanied them to Ryugu Palace. Kami, I need to ask you for a favor. Before she could finish her sentence, the wall of Ryugu Palace abruptly collapsed, causing a deluge of seawater to rush in. This prompted Brook and Usopp to exclaim in alarm as Zoro's expression turned grave as he surveyed their surroundings. This is trouble. Hody erupted in maniacal laughter, scooping up a handful of seawater. This action caused the surrounding fishmen to scatter. Oh no, he is about to use that technique. Get down. Hody's mouth was raised high as he hurled a handful of water. Shark arrow. The water he threw transformed into countless droplets traveling at bullet speed. The bound Neptune soldiers could not evade, and upon being struck by this attack, they were rendered immobile as if pierced by bullets. Seeing this, Neptune submerged himself in the water in a desperate attempt to shield his soldiers from the water projectiles. How ludicrous! What king would shield his soldiers from bullets? Hody mocked as he frantically launched water projectiles. Zoro faced the water projectiles head-on. Effortlessly blocking all of them with the hilt of his sword, he dodged slightly, advancing forward while evading Hody's onslaught. Once he was within a sufficient distance, Zoro drew his sword and unleashed a wave of energy. Santoryu, Onijirai. The energy wave surged towards Hody, who barely dodged by seizing one of his fishman subordinates to absorb the impact. While everyone was in shock, Zoro turned to Usopp and said, "Untie their ropes and release everyone. Our negotiations with this nation have failed, and we have not ensured the safety of all hostages." Usopp hesitated momentarily before hastily complying. Brook, who had been taking refuge on Usopp's back to avoid the seawater, had no choice but to begin untying the soldiers. "Miss Nami, where are you? Come help me. My old bones can't take this anymore." Brook could only delegate the task of untying the ropes to other Neptune soldiers. "Hurry up. Do not let them do such things," Hody shouted to his subordinates. The fishmen surged forward, and the Neptune soldiers had already retrieved their weapons. Zoro stepped forward and severed Neptune's chains. "I have a favor to ask of you." "Big guy." Zoro pointed behind him, having noticed that Kami had already escaped with Nami. "Let those two get out of the city." "And you?" Neptune inquired, alarmed. Zoro gestured behind him. The water level was already quite high, and Hody had submerged himself. "If that guy decides to pursue, no one will escape." After speaking, Zoro took a deep breath and plunged into the water. Simultaneously, outside the skies of Fishman Island, Itachi and Robin were hastily making their way. They had only a few minutes left, and they hoped nothing would go awry. Itachi had already noticed the walls of Fishman Island crumbling, with torrents of seawater flooding in. "Itachi, the entrance is just ahead." Robin pointed to the already open passage. "I see it." Itachi immediately formed hand seals, the black fire crow beneath him burning even more fiercely as it sped towards the entrance of Fishman Island. It was truly unexpected. Robin gazed at the raven, borne aloft by fierce flames, that was carrying both of them at breakneck speed, and Itachi's abilities once again surpassed her comprehension. How could this possibly be achieved? Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Itachi. Itachi glanced down at the black fire crow, which was a fusion of fire release and a large chunk of earth he had casually shaped as a seat. This allowed him to manipulate the air currents through his fire release chakra, enabling rapid flight. This technique had been developed during his time in the Akatsuki, and he had not even had the chance to use it formally before preparing for his final battle with Sasuke. Speaking of which, before he could continue, Robin had already provided the answer. "A bit complicated, isn't it?" Itachi paused slightly, then smiled. Robin joined in the laughter. Meanwhile, submerged in the water, Zoro had swiftly dispatched the audacious Hody with a single strike. Santoryu, Lion's Song. The onlookers, who had initially been filled with excitement at the prospect of witnessing Hody slaughtering the humans, were now in shock at the scene that had just unfolded. How could this be? A human underwater, moving faster than a fishman? And that cutting force. After Zoro swiftly eliminated Hody, he immediately swam upward, his breath reaching its limit. At that moment, the fishmen regained their composure. "Don't be afraid. That guy is just a mere human. He cannot breathe underwater." "Damn it. He actually killed our Hody. Don't let that swordsman escape." The fishmen hastily consumed the druggy S, their eyes turning crimson and their bodies growing stronger. After him, they resolved to eliminate Neptune's army as well. "Let us go, everyone." The fishmen, invigorated by the drug, quickly closed in on Zoro, who, finding no other option, turned to engage them once more. After a fierce entanglement with the fishmen, Zoro unleashed 36 calamities, sweeping away all the fishmen and struggling to break the surface for air. Usopp, who had just witnessed the battle, called out as Zoro resurfaced, but Neptune sensed something amiss. What is this overwhelming aura? What power have these creatures acquired? As Neptune pondered, his soldiers were continuously being slain and sinking into the water. If that's the case, I must give my all. Neptune tossed a bubble coral to Usopp. Take this. It will allow you to breathe. Now hold on tight to me. No matter what, I'll get everyone out of here. With that, Neptune plunged into the water. Hearing Neptune's words, Zoro swam over, grasping Neptune's hair along with Usopp and Brook. Soldiers, do not linger in battle. I will carve a path. Follow me to escape, as Neptune commanded while clutching the seawater. Usopp created bubbles for himself to breathe and tossed the coral to Zoro. Just then, Neptune summoned a powerful current, toppling the fishmen blocking their way. Zoro, caught off guard by Neptune's sudden move, failed to catch the coral. The soldiers of Neptune's army seized the opportunity, fleeing towards the surface. Just as Neptune intended to swim away, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, rendering him immobile. Hey, old man, what is going on? Usopp shouted in a panic at the approaching fishmen. Honestly, I think I'm done for. Neptune lay in the water, his belly up, with Usopp and the others clinging to him. Itians here, don't joke around. Old man, the fishmen, witnessing this scene, began to converge on Neptune. In that critical moment, Neptune's royal whale, HRU, suddenly burst forth, desperately shaking its reins towards Neptune. Seeing this, Neptune quickly grabbed hold of HRU, hope rekindling as HRU swam fiercely towards the exit. Yet, just as they were about to swim out the gate, Neptune felt something grab his tail. Turning back, he saw it was Hody, eyes filled with crimson fury. Trying to leave? Are we, King? Hody had just replenished his ES drug and was now back on his feet. Seeing Neptune captured, the fishmen soldiers hesitated, but Neptune bellowed, "Hurry and go. Don't mind me. Call for reinforcement from Shark Star." As the soldiers hesitated, the left minister shouted, "Stop dawdling and follow the king's orders. This is our only chance." Instantly, Neptune's army found their resolve and swam towards the outskirts of Fishman Island. "Hody, should we pursue them?" a fishman inquired, gazing at the fleeing Neptune's army. Hody chuckled. "No need to concern ourselves with them. What can soldiers who abandon their king do? More importantly, let us bind this foolish king and those three idiots," as Hody commanded. The fishmen surged forward, their first target being the nearly asphyxiated Zoro. A fishman lunged at Zoro, seizing him by the throat. "Swordsman, aren't you quite the big shot? Where's your cutting power? Come on." The fishman tightened his grip on Zoro, who gasped for air, expelling the last of his breath. Usopp was surrounded by fishmen wielding spears and long swords. "You two die now." The fishman roared, his face twisted with rage. Hody stood atop Neptune, laughing maniacally. With this, the first step is complete, but just as he reveled in his triumph, Hody suddenly spotted a water dragon charging in from outside. It was a magnificent and precise water dragon that sent the fishman holding Zoro flying. Usopp, initially raising his hands in surrender, caught sight of the water dragon in his peripheral vision. "That water dragon is Itachi-san," Usopp exclaimed, witnessing Itachi, encased in Susanu's skeleton, burst into the palace of Fishman Island. Itachi formed hand seals, summoning another water dragon that swept away the fishmen surrounding Usopp. "Itachi-san, my savior," Usopp cried, tears flowing with gratitude. Itachi, oblivious to Usopp's cries and not sparing him a glance, surveyed the battlefield, noting that there were still about a dozen fishmen left in the palace. "Honestly, I'm quite tired of underwater battles." Itachi muttered to himself, forming hand seals once again. Water release. Water dragon whirlpool. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. A water dragon entwined with a fire dragon surged forth, instantly obliterating several fishmen. This scene left Hody and his crew utterly bewildered. How can there be fire underwater? Who is this person? The fishmen exclaimed in shock. "Forget who he is." Hody gritted his teeth. "What are you all standing around for? This might be another Straw Hat crew member. Charge at him, eliminate him. Don't forget, this is water. It's our domain." The fishmen rallied their spirits once more. "Hody is right. Let us go and take him down," they shouted, rushing towards Itachi. Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan activated as he swiftly scanned the battlefield. The enemies were fishmen surrounding him. The warriors in Usopp were trapped, along with a large, injured mermaid lying among them. A figure, seemingly their leader, stood atop the giant mermaid. Understood, Itachi exhaled. The terrain is confined, and allies are still nearby. The situation remains submerged, and there can be no delay. The samurai is likely suffering from oxygen deprivation. Therefore, we must swiftly clear the area and rescue the samurai. As Itachi contemplated this, a merman lurking behind the door suddenly brandished a knife and launched a surprise attack. "I've got you!" he shouted. "Die." Yet Itachi had already sensed his presence, not even bothering to glance back. The merman swung his blade fiercely towards Itachi, but the weapon struck against Susanoo as if it were attempting to cleave through an impenetrable steel armor. Not only did it leave no mark on Susanoo, but the merman's sword shattered effortlessly into several fragments. In shock, the merman watched as his compatriots began to attack Itachi. However, to their bewilderment, their weapons shattered upon striking Susanoo. As if their maximum efforts were futile against its defenses, simultaneously, blood began to flow from Itachi's right eye. "Amaterasu! Matthias, what is happening? Who is this person? His shell is remarkably hard. Could it be a turtle shell?" One merman, curious, began to strike Susanoo with his knife. Observing the lack of action from several of his companions, Hody bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Kill him!" "Hody, boss," a merman turned to him, holding a broken knife. "We don't know what is going on. This person has an impenetrable shell, we can't cut through it at all." The merman helplessly shook his hand. "What a bunch of useless fools!" Hody exclaimed, seizing a trident, ready to take matters into his own hands. However, at that moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The mermen around Susanoo, who had been confused just a second ago, were suddenly engulfed in black flames. The merman who had been conversing with Hody heard his companion scream in agony and turned in a panic, only to find that black flames had ignited on his back without warning. "What is this?" he cried out, but before he could utter another word, he was consumed by the black fire. Itachi's gaze swept over all the mermen within the palace, and wherever he looked, the black flames of Amaterasu ignited upon them. Hody, who had been preparing to charge, was momentarily stunned by the sight. How could these flames burn even in water? "This is in the ocean. This is our domain." Before Hody could finish his thought, he noticed that the kaleidoscope Sharingan within the Crimson Susanoo had locked onto him. A shiver ran through his body as he instinctively grabbed a merman and held him in front of himself. "Hody, what are you doing?" "No, wait." But the black flames erupted upon the merman. Hody glanced around, realizing that every merman within the palace had been ignited by the black fire, no matter how they struggled in the water. The flames could not be extinguished, as if they were destined to consume everything. Just as Hody trembled in shock, he suddenly realized Itachi was charging towards him, using his companion as a shield. Then they would all descend into hell together. Itachi extended Susanoo's hand, and Hody hastily attempted to block with his trident, but upon colliding with Susanoo's arm, the trident shattered into pieces at that moment. Hody found himself locked in a gaze with eyes that were still bleeding. In his mind, only one thought persisted. This black fire is an absolute annihilation. In the instant of their gaze, Hody turned and fled without a second thought. True to his fears, black flames ignited behind him. The main entrance of the palace was blocked by Itachi's figure, and Hody, driven by an overwhelming instinct to survive, bit through a corner of the castle wall with the ferocity of a rat burrowing through a hole, making a hasty escape towards the palace's exterior. Itachi intended to pursue, but soon realized that this fellow's speed in water was astonishing. Additionally, with Zoro and Usopp still submerged, Itachi had no choice but to turn back and save them. He expanded Susanoo, forming a skeletal structure, and reached out to pull Zoro within. Usopp, witnessing his savior, was already in tears. And before Itachi could extend his hand, he leaped on a Susanoo-esque grasp. Once inside, Usopp could hardly contain his gratitude, nearly showering Itachi with affection. "Big brother Itachi, you are my god, my god. All right, let us quickly revive the samurai." Itachi then turned to Neptune, inquiring, "What about the others?" As for the others, during the fight, Nami and Kami seemed to have vanished. Luffy has long since disappeared. And Brook? Well, regarding Brook, Usopp surveyed the surroundings when Itachi suddenly pointed upward. Look, he asked, floating up there. It turned out that after Zoro was captured, Brook had pretended to be a lifeless skeleton, floating motionless on the water surface. I am dead. I'm a skeleton. No one should come see me. No one should come see me. Just then, Brook noticed a massive, fiery red skeleton rising from the water. Mommy Mia, what is this? Hey, Brook, stop playing dead. Itachi has come to save us. Hurry up, Usopp shouted from within Susan. Ah, is that Itachi-san's giant skeleton? Itachi-san. Brook attempted to wave, but he lacked the strength to do so. Itachi reached out and pulled him into Susanoo. Is there no one else? What about this giant merman? Itachi pointed towards Neptune. Well, it's a long story, but if we are to rescue him, we might as well save him too. He is the king of Fishman Island, Usopp explained. Upon hearing Usopp's words, Itachi extended Susanoo's hand towards Neptune. Hold on tight. I will take you out first. To his surprise, Neptune shook his head repeatedly. I'm sorry, everyone. I thought I had brought you trouble. Thankfully, your companions have come to rescue us. Neptune looked at Itachi. You truly have reliable allies. Itachi regarded him coolly. Stop with the pleasantries. Are you coming or not? Neptune's eyes welled with tears. You are so heartless. Can't you let an old man say something sentimental? Fair point. Are you coming or not, old man? Usopp chimed in. Neptune shook his head. I will not leave as the king of Fishman Island. I must remain in my palace. Shirahoshi is still missing. My 3 princes will return. Since there is no immediate danger, I will stay here to await the return of Shark Star and discuss our plans against Hody. As he spoke, a fiery determination ignited in Neptune's eyes. I must find out who abducted my Shirahoshi. I will definitely locate her. He then looked at Itachi and the others. You young men should leave first. But at that moment, he realized that Itachi and the others, who had been standing before him, had vanished. Neptune looked up to find that Itachi had already taken Usopp and the others away. Neptune silently shed 2 tears. Can't you let me finish speaking? It seems the king is not quite done yet, Usopp remarked, glancing back at Neptune. After extinguishing all the flames of the merman, Itachi lifted the Amaterasu fire from within the palace, and having completed this task, he swam forward. Before Itachi could speak, Zoro had already regained consciousness. Forget about him. Our priority now is to locate Luffy. Something significant is about to occur here. Zoro, you woke up so quickly, Usopp exclaimed. Yeah. Zoro took a deep breath and stood up. Just a bit of oxygen deprivation, but he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was within Itachi's skeletal structure. Thank you, Itachi, it's nothing. No need for gratitude. Hearing this, Zoro's lips curled slightly. Meanwhile, Robin, perched on a bubble at the entrance of Ryugu Palace, gazed into the distance, having just seen Kami swimming away with Nami towards the exterior. However, they were too far away for Robin to call out to Nami. At that moment, Robin noticed Itachi emerging with Zoro and the others. I didn't expect them to return so swiftly. Robin leaped from the bubble, and upon landing, Itachi had already dispelled Susanoo. Usopp, did you see a merman escape? Usopp immediately inquired. A merman? Indeed, I have seen them. But they are mermaids. Robin placed a finger beside her cheek. I just witnessed Kami departing with Nami. They seem to have boarded the sea bus. Zoro inquired. Kami. Usopp exclaimed. Nami? Brook added. A sea bus? Itachi remarked. When I entered just now, I also noticed soldiers fleeing outside. That if we were speaking of fishmen, they should all be fishmen. What the hell, Itachi? Usopp cried in exasperation. What I want to know is about that fishman named Hody. That fishman named Hody. Clearly, that guy seems to be the mastermind. He is the leader of those fishmen. Speaking of which, Usopp leaned closer to Itachi. Itachi, what technique did you just use? How could you create flames that burn even underwater? Flames that burn underwater. Zoro, who had just been in a water battle, turned to Itachi. Yes. Zoro, you wouldn't know. Usopp animatedly demonstrated. I don't even know what happened. I saw those scattered fishmen in the palace suddenly engulfed in black flames. And no matter how they struggled in the water, they couldn't extinguish it. Flames in the water? Zoro raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about, Usopp? Do you think I'm lying? Usopp exclaimed, pulling Itachi closer. Itachi, explained it to him. And while you're at it, Explain to me how those flames were created. Seeing Usopp tugging at Itachi, Robin chuckled. Itachi might say that explaining it is a bit complicated. As the group conversed, Brook suddenly spoke up. It's all right, Itachi-san. Perhaps I can provide an explanation. How would you explain it, Brook? Usopp turned to him. Very simply. Brook turned around, and everyone was astonished to see that black flames had ignited on his backside. Yes, this is it. Usopp pulled out a magnifying glass to examine it. See, I wasn't making it up. Itachi was equally surprised. When he left the Dragon Palace, he had used Amaterasu to negate all the black flames, to prevent the eternal burning of the palace. But how? That's why I said I believe in the existence of flames that can burn underwater. However, right now, Teisuke, 1 against 7, Brook cried as he clutched Itachi. I can't extinguish this thing. Help me put it out. Earlier, when Brook had feigned death while passing a burning fishman in the Dragon Palace, he had inadvertently brushed against the black flames. However, he hadn't noticed at the time and thought he could simply pat it out when he exited. Little did he know it was only growing stronger, and no matter what he did, he couldn't extinguish it. Such a thing truly exists. Zoro watched Brook roll around, the flames on his back refusing to be extinguished. Itachi sighed. With the appearance of a Sharingan, he used Amaterasu to negate the black flames on Brook's backside. What a hassle. Itachi had never used it in such a manner before. Saved at last. Brook plopped down in relief. This time, it seems I may as well be nothing but ash. Zoro stepped forward to address everyone. In any case, we should find Luffy and regroup. Didn't Usopp mention that fishman named Hody escaped? Something significant is bound to happen here. Zoro raised his sword, surveying the surroundings, and noticed the soldiers of the Dragon Palace had already fled. I could see that moment. Robin pointed towards a distant signpost, beneath which lay a narrow bubble passage. Nami and the others left from over there. We might as well follow that passage to find Nami. All right, everyone, let's gather. Usopp clapped his hands, leading the charge towards the passage. That instant, Itachi interjected. What the samurai said is correct. But it's not that something significant is about to occur. It has already happened. Itachi's Sharingan was activated as he gazed at the ground beneath the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, outside Fishman Island, en route to the sea forest with Shirahoshi, Luffy had encountered Sanji, Chopper, and the injured little Hachi, whom Chopper had rescued, having just endured a brief skirmish to protect Shirahoshi. Unbeknownst to Luffy, the residents of Fishman Island had begun to harbor animosity towards them for reasons unknown. However, the truth was that the accusations of the Straw Hat crew selling fishmen were actually the work of Wet Hair Caribou, who had been hiding on their ship. While Luffy and his companions were engaged in battle, Caribou had set his sights on Shirahoshi. A single mermaid could fetch 70 million berries, let alone such a magnificent mermaid princess. Eventually, they arrived at the sea forest. Simultaneously, Frankie had found his master Tom's brother. The Fishman Den under Den's guidance. Frankie located the Thousand Sunny, which had been washed ashore in the sea forest. Just as Luffy arrived at the sea forest, he discovered that Jinbei was waiting for him there. UVE arrived. Luffy, are you here because of Prince Sharkstar? Sharkstar? What Sharkstar? Luffy questioned in confusion. You didn't hear their message before coming? How strange. Jinbei was unaware that Luffy and his crew had just appeared on Fishman Island and had simultaneously encountered Sharkstar and the new Fishman pirates, who were pursuing them after realizing that Hammond had been eliminated. Luffy had left in such haste after the battle that he hadn't heard Sharkstar's message to, Princess Shirahoshi. It's been such a long time. Jinbei quickly greeted Shirahoshi. Jinbei-san. Shirahoshi waved happily at Jinbei. But suddenly, Jinbei sensed something was amiss. He stared wide-eyed in shock. Princess Shirahoshi, how could you be here? As Jinbei was astonished, Chopper was waving to Frankie. Frankie, help me carry Sanji and Hachi down. Upon hearing Hachi's name, Jinbei instinctively glanced at Mekarobo's back. Frankie stepped forward to take the octopus Hachi, exclaiming, Isn't this that octopus bastard? What happened to him? Upon confirming it was indeed Hachi, Jinbei's eyes widened further. Hachi, how did you end up here? What happened to your injuries? The more Jinbei spoke, the more he felt something was off. By the way, why are you on Fishman Island? After Arlong was defeated, weren't you supposed to be captured by the Navy along with him? Hachi, equally bewildered, struggled to ask, Jinbei-san, how did you end up here? At that moment, Chopper was about to call Frankie to help carry Sanji, but Sanji gracefully leaped forward to stand before Shirahoshi. No, there's no need to trouble you all. He gazed at Shirahoshi, his eyes filled with heart symbols. Ah, mermaid princess, before you, I feel like a mere incompetent artist. With my tools, I cannot possibly capture your brilliance. Sanji's antics left Shirahoshi bewildered. However, Chopper was beside himself with excitement. Sanji is back to that strange state. He finally has a normal reaction to women. Sanji is back. Just then, Luffy also noticed the fishman Din standing on the Thousand Sunny, just as he was about to ask who it was. Frankie explained. Luffy sighed in relief, but suddenly realized something was flying towards Shirahoshi. He leaped into action, delivering a kick that sent a sharp axe flying. Jinbei, astonished, informed Luffy about Vanderdecken's actions. Luffy, unfazed, patted his chest. No worries. I'm here. Shirahoshi quickly smiled in agreement. Yes, Princess Shirahoshi. It's truly reassuring. As Shinpai's emotions began to settle, White Star turned her gaze towards the gravestone deep within the forest. It marked the resting place of her mother, Princess Otoheim. After conveying her respects to everyone, White Star approached the gravestone to pay her tribute. Observing this scene, Shinpei recounted some of Princess White Star's experiences to Luffy and the others that moment. Nami and Kami, who had boarded the bus, had also arrived at the sea forest. Nami had previously confirmed with Kami that Shinpei was indeed waiting for Luffy here. Her urgent desire to come was to discuss something of utmost importance with Shinpei. Meanwhile, beneath Rigu Palace, Hody, who had just escaped with his life, remained in a state of shock that he had found himself outside the palace, submerged in the outer sea, hidden among a coral reef. Once he confirmed that the fiery red skeleton giant had not pursued him, Hody's heart, which had been racing with terror, gradually began to calm. What on earth was that creature, and that person? Hody suddenly recalled the figure clad in black amongst the skeletons, locking eyes with him just as the black flames were about to ignite him. He had never heard of such a terrifying individual among the Straw Hat crew. Could it be a hidden ace? A realization dawned upon Hody. He thought to himself that the Straw Hat crew was merely a rookie group, despite having 2 supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million aboard. Yet the chaos they had unleashed in the Grand Line far exceeded the capabilities of mere supernovas. Could it be that they had such a formidable ally? Lost in thought, Hody slapped himself across the face. Baka, what am I thinking? Even if that Yonko, who is currently extorting protection fees from Fishman Island, is formidable, as the soon-to-be king of Fishman Island, I will crush those fools. I possess a deadly drug. 1 pill is insufficient, then I shall consume 10. If 10 are not enough, then I shall ingest 100. With this thought, Hody lifted his gaze, glaring fiercely at the sky. However, before he could finish his sentence, he froze in place. That moment, he noticed that the very members of the Straw Hat crew who had been in the palace were now standing at the entrance of Ryugu Castle. Among them was Itachi, clad in black. Hody quickly concealed himself once more within the coral reef. Meanwhile, outside, the fishmen waiting on the long-necked sea beast suddenly spotted Hody, crouched among the corals. Look, is that Hody boss? Hey, Hody boss! The fishmen excitedly waved at Hody, with one even brandishing a knife and shouting, Hody boss, what happened? Did you capture Neptune? However, before he could get too carried away, Hody turned his face towards him with a murderous glare. Shut your mouth! Hody's voice was sharp yet barely above a whisper. Outside Ryugu Castle, Robin discovered that there was indeed a bus stop for the sea bus, with its destination being the sea forest. I have a feeling that Nami has gone to the sea forest. Shouldn't we head there as well? What could Nami possibly be doing in the forest? Usopp questioned that I don't know, but we can go and see. Robin replied with a smile that I've always wanted to visit the sea forest. It was Robin who wanted to go. Usopp exclaimed in surprise. What could Nami possibly be doing there? At that moment, Itachi interjected, we can go take a look. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Itachi. He continued, the bus stop indicates that the sea bus's final destination is the sea forest, and there are numerous stops along the way. This means that as we travel to the sea forest, we can reach many stops around Fishman Island, that we can search the vicinity of those stops until we find Nami and the others. After Itachi expressed his thoughts, the group unanimously agreed. Usopp laughed heartily. Itachi, you're the best. Your mind is so clear. Zoro also chuckled. Indeed, that's a splendid idea. Robin had arrived at the entrance of the tunnel just as a bus passed by, waving to signal it to stop. When the bus halted before them, Robin was taken aback to discover that it was a gigantic fish. The bus was on the back of a large fish, fitted with several seats, each encased in a large bubble to ensure passengers could breathe. Robin beckoned the others. "Come on, we are about to depart." "What a user-friendly design," Brooke exclaimed, just as he was about to leap into the bus to sit beside Robin, only to find her extending her hand towards Itachi. "Itachi, please sit beside me. The view will be better from the front." Itachi nodded, eager to observe the various stops. Robin-chan. Brooke lamented silently, wishing to sit next to her. Usopp hoisted Brooke onto his shoulder. "What are you whining about a time like this? Let us hurry," and set off. Once Zoro boarded the bus, Robin called out to the giant fish. "We are all set. Please start moving." To their astonishment, the giant fish seemed to understand, gathering its strength to surge forward through the tunnel. Itachi watched this scene in wonder. He had never encountered such a mode of transportation, let alone one that operated underwater. However, his astonishment was short-lived as he soon noticed something amiss below. "Look at the town beneath you." As soon as Itachi uttered these words, everyone rose to their feet. They beheld fishmen in the town closest to Ryugu Castle, already beginning to demolish houses and round up the residents. As they moved forward, Usopp spotted the Shark Star Prince, who had initially attempted to arrest them on the beach, now battling a creature significantly larger than the other fish-men. It appeared that the chaos was not confined to Ryugu Castle. Disturbances were erupting across Fishman Island. Usopp lamented as he observed the turmoil below. Remembering Ryugu Castle, he abruptly turned back. "Speaking of which, is it really safe to leave Uncle the King all alone in Ryugu Castle? We certainly can't bring him along on the bus." Zoro, clutching his sword, gazed somberly at the town below. He added, "Don't worry. I believe the soldiers will not abandon their king. Besides, Hody has already been injured and fled, so he is unlikely to return." Zoro had accurately struck Hody with his sword, and although he was unsure of what had transpired afterward, he was confident in the depth of his strike. However, this time, Zoro was mistaken. After witnessing their departure from Ryugu Castle, Hody indeed returned to the palace. The group traveled on the sea bus, passing several town stops along the way, observing that Fishman Island had descended into chaos, yet they still had not spotted Nami and the others. Not only Nami, but even when they passed over the Fishman Saif, Usopp did not see Sanji or Chopper. Under normal circumstances, with such significant unrest, they would have been aware of it. Suddenly, Robin spoke up. Could it be that after escaping, Nami and the others encountered those vicious fishmen and have already been killed? "Robin-chan, that's terrifying," Brook gasped, clutching his empty cheek. "Don't say such dreadful things, Robin." Usopp chimed in that we haven't seen them all this way. "Perhaps there's only one stop left." Itachi had already retracted his Sharingan. Sea Forest. Itachi closed his eyes, seeking to conserve his strength. Throughout the journey, having witnessed so much chaos, he could already sense that a significant battle was imminent. At that moment, in the Forest of the Sea, Nami had confirmed with Jinbei the truth behind the shadows that had haunted her for over a decade. Arlong was exiled to the East Blue by Jinbei. Upon learning this, Sanji, who deeply understood Nami's painful past, even demanded that Jinbei take his own life as atonement. Yet, in the end, Nami chose to forgive Jinbei, her reasoning simple. Hatred should not perpetuate. Moreover, during her time in Sabaody Archipelago, Nami had witnessed the tragic plight of the fishmen. The once powerful fishmen, in her memory, were now subjected to such disdain and contempt, mercilessly auctioned and slaughtered. Just as the atmosphere began to ease, a large screen emerged from the forest, transmitting a message from a Den Mushi, thrusting the tension back to a delicate peak. The image revealed Hody proclaiming that King Neptune would soon face execution in the Ryugu Palace Square. As this scene unfolded, everyone erupted in chaos. Nami instantly realized that if King Neptune had been captured, then Zoro and the others might have already met with misfortune. "Father, how could this happen?" Shirahoshi wept on the spot. Mounting Mekarobo to rescue her father, Luffy's expression gradually darkened. "Nami, you just said Zoro and Usopp were in the Ryugu Palace. Now, they seem to have vanished, right?" "Yes, I intended to return after meeting Jinbei," Nami replied, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. But given the current situation, Wageda, Luffy nodded silently. Sanji, having listened, lit a cigarette. Though I despise green algae head, if they were to perish, then that fellow Hody and those fishmen would need to accompany them to the grave. Luffy immediately turned to Frankie. Frankie nodded solemnly. Everyone, let's set out. Luffy surveyed the group. Yet at that moment, Jinbei suddenly stepped in front of Luffy. Wait, Luffy, what do you intend to do? Jinbei shook his head vehemently. You cannot confront Hody and his men just yet. Why not? Luffy's face bore a mix of calmness and fury. Chopper and Frankie suddenly realized something. They had just heard Jinbei recount tales of discrimination between humans and fishmen. I S it because we are humans? Sanji tilted his head slightly at this statement. It sounds odd coming from you too. Exactly. You cannot act now. It will only deepen the hatred of the remnants of fishmen who already loathe humans. Jinbei affirmed. Furthermore, it is still uncertain whether your companions are in danger. Allow me to handle this matter. Jinbei positioned himself firmly before Luffy. Jinbei, Luffy's tone remained steady. Those guys have already laid hands on my comrades. Right now, I do not even know if they are safe. That I must go. Hearing this, Jinbei grew furious. You fool! I just shared with you so much about the hatred on Fishman Island and the efforts made by this nation's princess for peace. How can you not comprehend? Why must I understand? Luffy's roar sent a shock through everyone present. War, peace, discrimination, the hatred between fishmen and humans. What the hell does that have to do with me? I will say this one last time. Jinbei, my comrades' fates are uncertain. If you truly wish to stop me, then go ahead and try. At this, Jinbei fell silent, quietly flexing his wrists. It seems I was overly optimistic in considering you a comrade to stand beside me. After all, you are Ace's brother. Are you prepared for what lies ahead, kid? Luffy can Jinbei-san. Shirahoshi looked on, somewhat flustered. Nami interjected, Luffy, Jinbei, you both must not act recklessly. Just then, Luffy leaped towards Mekarobo. Hey, Shark, take me to Ryugu Palace. Jinbei had already positioned himself in front of Luffy. Fishman Karate, Shark Wave, Jinbei unleashed a punch wave, sending Luffy flying. Nami watched in shock. How could such an attack affect a rubber man like Luffy? Jinbei explained, Fishman Karate utilizes the water content in living organisms to create shock waves. As long as you're a living being, water exists within you. Sanji had extinguished his cigarette and was now glaring intently at Jinbei. Hey, Jinbei, are you really going to do this? Having been struck by Jinbei, Luffy stood up, lowered his body, and activated Gear Second. Goma no jet stamp. Luffy propelled himself forward with a rubber-powered kick, landing a blow on Jinbei, who staggered back. After blocking the attack, Jinbei's arms bore signs of impact. Yet he continued to smirk dismissively. Is this all you have accomplished in 2 years? Hearing this, Luffy charged at Jinbei, who assumed a Fishman Karate stance. Just as their attacks collided, a figure suddenly appeared between them. Robin spread her arms and smiled gently. This ends here. Seeing Robin, Luffy panicked and shouted, Get out of the way, Robin! Jinbei also called out, Who is it? Step aside. Sanji, noticing the danger with Robin's sudden appearance, leaped towards her. Robin-chan, you're here. Just as he was about to embrace her, the clone created from the Hana Nomi suddenly dissipated, leaving Sanji grasping at the same moment. Bam! Bang! Both Luffy and Jinbei's fists struck Sanji, causing him to spin and collide with the faces of both fighters. The three of them fell to the ground. That moment, Robin jumped down from the sea train. I don't know what happened, but please don't fight. Along with her, Usopp, Zoro, Brook, and Itachi stood nearby. Is that Fishman an enemy? Itachi asked Zoro. Zoro glanced at Jinbei, unsure of what was happening, but he felt it wasn't the case. Zoro, Brook, Usopp, and Itachi-san, Chopper exclaimed with tears of joy. I thought you were all dead. I can't believe you made it. Zoro, Itachi. Luffy rose from the ground, astonished, then burst into laughter. I thought something had happened to you all. Turns out you're safe? Ah-ha-ha-ha. Something happened, perhaps just a little, Robin shrugged. Usopp excitedly chimed in. It was perilous all the way here, but thankfully Itachi-san showed up just in time in Ryugu Palace and saved us. Of course, it was also my magnificent maneuver that rescued everyone from the brink. As Usopp boasted, the others ignored him, their gazes fixed on Itachi. Unfazed by Usopp's words, Itachi crossed his arms and stated, "Throughout our journey, we discovered that Fishman Island is in a state of unrest. It seems that within a few hours, Fishman Island will be on the brink of destruction." Upon hearing this, Jinbei's expression sharpened. Shirahoshi and the nearby Kami instinctively covered their mouths in shock by the time Itachi finished recounting the events he had witnessed on Fishman Island. Jinbei slowly sat down, silent. Luffy, relieved to see Zoro and the others return, felt a renewed concern for Shirahoshi, who wept even more intensely. "Father and my brothers have all gone that way. Regardless, I must be by their side." Witnessing Shirahoshi's distress, coupled with Itachi's account of the happenings on Fishman Island, Luffy's previously settled heart once again hung in uncertainty. "Hey Jinbei, I truly have no idea what you're up to, you idiot, foolish imbecile. What on earth were you thinking? Why did you obstruct my attempt to confront Hody? I have told you repeatedly not to go." Jinbei retorted, "I have warned you 100 times, do not proceed. If you insist on doing so, it will only exacerbate the animosity between humans and fishmen. All our previous efforts will have been in vain. This includes you, Shirahoshi." Jinbei cast a stern glance at Shirahoshi. "You must not venture forth either. Hody's ambitions undoubtedly encompass you." Seeing the fury and coldness in Jinbei's eyes, Shirahoshi trembled in fear. "Jinbei, please." Amidst the heated exchange, Nami had already recounted the recent events to Robin and Itachi. She further elaborated on the origins of the hatred between Fishman Island and humans in summary, the situation was exceedingly intricate. Jinbei had his own considerations and standpoint. Itachi nodded in understanding, then turned to Nami and inquired, "What is our stance? Or rather, what is your stance?" Itachi's words clearly distanced himself from the matter. And Nami began to speak, but her expression suddenly dimmed. "We wish to assist Fishman Island, yet as you can see." "Jinbei," she faltered. Itachi listened intently to Nami's words, then shifted his gaze toward Jinbei, who was still embroiled in a dispute with Luffy. "You, it seems, are not finished yet." Luffy rolled up his sleeves. "I too believe it is necessary to teach this little brat a lesson." Jinbei was on the verge of exploding with anger. I could see that moment. Itachi suddenly called out Jinbei's name. "Hey Jinbei." "Who is it?" Jinbei replied impatiently. However, he soon realized that he had never heard that voice before. He turned and met Itachi's calm, tranquil gaze. "By the time you two finish fighting, the father of this mermaid princess will likely have been executed." Upon hearing this, both Jinbei and Shirahoshi were jolted. "Who are you?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jinbei's forehead. Itachi ignored his question and addressed Luffy, saying, "This fishman named Jinbei seems deeply concerned for Fishman Island and does not wish for you to interfere. If that is the case, why are you so agitated?" Luffy was somewhat displeased with Itachi's tone. "Don't say that. Shirahoshi is my friend. But Jinbei has been trying to stop you all along." "Hasn't he?" Itachi pointedly gestured toward Jinbei. "With him around, can you successfully rescue the father of the mermaid princess?" With that, Itachi turned and walked toward the edge of the ship. "I believe Jinbei has his own methods. He is, after all, a fishman of this island, and he likely has a solid plan. Therefore, let him proceed with his own strategy." To this point, Itachi paused. "Luffy, do not be overly sentimental. It appears that this fellow named Jinbei does not require our assistance." As soon as those words were uttered, everyone present was taken aback. Jinbei's anger dissipated, replaced by a palpable sense of panic. Once everyone regained their composure from the shock, their gazes turned to Jinbei. "Jinbei, what exactly are you thinking? You not only prevent Luffy from rescuing Princess Shirahoshi's father, but also take no action yourself. What do you intend to do?" Nami immediately grasped Itachi's intent and questioned Jinbei. "That's right, Jinbei. Have you lost your mind?" Luffy shouted. "Jinbei." Shirahoshi looked at Jinbei with tearful eyes, her tears falling to the ground. Under the scrutiny of their inquiries, Jinbei was drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Robin found the scene amusing. She whispered to Itachi, "What a masterful move to redirect all blame onto Jinbei, then hand him the microphone to explain his thoughts and whether he truly needs you." Robin spoke. Nami gave Itachi a thumbs up from behind. "Well done," Itachi thought, his mind suddenly clear. After a moment of sweating profusely, Jinbei sat cross-legged. He clenched his fists tightly, while the little octopus, Chopper, lay anxiously on the ground. That moment, Jinbe suddenly turned to Chopper and spoke. Chopper, the reason you have not revealed who inflicted those wounds on you for so long is clear to me. That it was Hody and his crew. Wasn't it? Before Jinbe could finish his sentence, Chopper trembled uncontrollably. Jinbe, upon witnessing Chopper's reaction, Luffy realized that Chopper's injuries were indeed caused by Hody, which only fueled his anger further. Jinbe closed his eyes. In truth, I know what Hody intends to do. His hatred is not limited to humans. He also despises all fishmen who associate with them. That man must be stopped, so... Jinbe clenched his teeth, furrowing his brow in determination. Suddenly, he knelt before Luffy. Luffy, I believe you and your crew would never abandon Fishman Island in its time of need. Thus, I require your assistance. Jinbe. Jinbe's kneeling left Luffy momentarily speechless. Then why did you try to stop me? Meanwhile, Itachi, who had turned away, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. However, Jinbe lifted his head, now seeing that Luffy had calmed down. And all attention was directed at him, but he no longer had the luxury to restrain Luffy. My plan is for you, Straw Hat Crew, to make your entrance as heroes. Heroes? Upon hearing this term, the Straw Hat Crew exchanged puzzled glances. Luffy, in particular, shook his head in confusion. Heroes? Only fools want to be heroes. What do you mean? Jinbe was bewildered. What is wrong with being a hero? Luffy explained, you see, a hero shares their meat with strangers so that everyone can eat. That's what being a hero means, but I won't do that because I won't share my meat with outsiders. Therefore, I don't want to be a hero. Luffy's reasoning left everyone bemused. Luffy casually glanced at Zoro. Zoro, it's like sharing your alcohol with a stranger. Would you do that? Zoro raised an eyebrow. While I may not understand your logic, there's no way I would share my alcohol with a stranger. You two actually align in logic, Usopp exclaimed in shock. Jinbe was left even more dazed. However, Itachi let out a sigh of relief and turned back to face Jinbe. Your plan to... Jinbe struggled to follow Itachi's train of thought. Speak your plan to... Itachi's eyes remained as calm as the sea. But as Jinbe locked eyes with him once more, he suddenly realized that this indifferent gaze had pierced through all his thoughts. At the same time, in the square of the royal palace, King Neptune's execution was underway and a multitude of officers and subordinates from the new Fishman pirates had begun to assemble, and Hody was aboard the sea beast. The long-necked giraffe, escorting King Neptune to his fate, got on the back of the sea beast. The pirates of the new Fishman pirates whispered among themselves as they observed Hody, who was kneeling on the ground in agony. What has happened to Captain Hody? I heard he was just attacked by a swordsman from the Straw Hat Crew. Look at his wounds. It's more than just wounds. I saw him trembling after he announced King Neptune's execution. Have you noticed that the brothers who charged into Ryugu Palace with Captain Hody are nowhere to be found? It seems to me that Captain Hody's tremors resemble those of someone who has just witnessed something terrifying. Amidst the murmurs of the fishmen, Hody suddenly sprang to his feet in panic. Where's the drug? The drug! Give me the drug! Captain Hody, clutching a vial of lethal poison, approached unsteadily. The poison is right here, he uttered, turning his head to catch a glimpse of the deadly substance. The vivid image of the crimson skull still haunting his mind. Banished that shadow. Hody seized the poison and hastily poured a generous handful into his mouth. After consuming that initial dose, he continued to grasp 3 more hefty handfuls of the lethal concoction until the box was nearly emptied before swallowing it down in one swift motion. Captain, that is far too much, exclaimed a nearby fishman, his heart racing in fear. With such an immense quantity of poison, are you certain it's safe? Surely, there must be some adverse effects. Indeed, as foreseen, after ingesting such a copious amount of poison, Hody suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed onto the back of the giraffe, howling in agony. The sight was harrowing for Neptune, who bore witness to this alarming scene. The poison S was notorious for draining one's lifespan. It granted immense power in the short term, but once the effects wore off, the consequences would be dire. As Neptune spoke, Hody's hair visibly turned white. Yet concurrently, his physique began to swell, becoming increasingly robust. Gradually, amidst the excruciating torment, Hody's muscles expanded to more than double their previous size. Even spikes began to emerge from his joints. At last, Hody stood once more. Captain Hody! The surrounding fishmen trembled more violently than ever. Not only the fishmen, but even the sea beasts quaked in fear, sensing Hody's overwhelming presence. The unprecedented sense of power was palpable, that Hody's eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. He raised his bulging arm, and with a slight exertion, the water was wrung from it like a sponge. With a mere flick of his wrist, the droplets that had once flown like bullets now had the force of cannonballs. The sheer might left the fishmen in awe, and even the fishermen officers who had witnessed Hody's earlier display joined in jubilant cheers. Captain Hody! Captain Hody! As the crowd's cheers echoed, Hody's toothy grin widened. Clenching his fist, he thought to himself that even if the Straw Hat crew arrived, they would surely perish here. Most of the residents of Fishman Island had gathered at the Jorko Square, only to discover that the large iron gate had been locked tight. Consequently, they began to ascend the rocky heights above the square, where they beheld a scene of utter terror. Amidst the cheers of the fishermen pirates, Hody had landed, ascending to the throne that had been prepared for him. Meanwhile, the current king, Neptune, was bound to the execution platform, awaiting his fate. King Neptune, the audacity of Hody's crew was unfathomable. Just then, the third prince, Sharkstar, arrived, easily breaking through the iron gate of the square. Father! Upon arrival, Sharkstar immediately spotted his father, King Neptune, shackled in chains. Hody, how dare you commit such an abominable act? Rage surged within Sharkstar. Abominable. Hody erupted into laughter. You so-called royalty are nothing but foolish scoundrels. You still entertain thoughts of coexisting amicably with the filthy, despicable humans. Stop dreaming. Hody declared, Today, I shall wipe you all out, eradicating every fishman who wishes to befriend humans. Fueled by rage, Sharkstar charged forward, but the officers of the fishman pirate crew, including Blue Zong and Dose, swiftly blocked his path. That a fierce battle ensued between the three princes and the officers. The arrival of the princes ignited hope among the residents of Fishman Island, yet that hope was swiftly extinguished. Despite having the upper hand moments ago, the officers suddenly seemed to transform, overpowering the princes in an instant. Before long, the defeated princes found themselves bound to the execution platform. What pathetic fools! Hody cackled with increasing arrogance. However, a more fortuitous event soon escalated his glee. Several fishmen, riding sea beasts, poured a large net onto the square. Inside the net were the captured Shirahoshi and Jinbe. Princess Shirahoshi? Captain Jinbe, the sight plunged the residents of Fishman Island into near despair. Shirahoshi, sister, King Neptune and the princes were struck as though by lightning upon witnessing Shirahoshi's capture. Father brothers Shirahoshi, seeing their battered forms, could not contain her tears. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Hody rose from his throne, reveling in the capture of Jinbe. I anticipated your arrival, Jinbe, but I never imagined it would be under such circumstances. Jinbe lay on the ground, gritting his teeth and glaring at Hody. Hody, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Just watch, Jinbe. Hody turned away, conjuring water from the air into a projectile, which he hurled at King Neptune. Splash! The water struck Neptune with the force of an explosive shell, inflicting a gaping wound upon his abdomen. Father! Sharkstar's eyes widened in horror. You damned Hody, you! Before he could finish, a barrage of water projectiles rained down upon the four of them. Thud! Thud! They were struck repeatedly, blood oozing from numerous wounds. Shirahoshi collapsed at the sight, while Jinbe was left in shock after venting his fury. Hody turned back around. First, I must announce something important. The true culprit behind the assassination of Queen Odoheim is none other than me. Hody shouted maniacally into the air. The residents of Fishman Island were left in utter shock. Jinbe stood frozen, bewildered. Hody, what did you just say? I said, the wretched Queen Odoheim was slain by my hand. Hody's voice echoed once more across Jorko Square. Meanwhile, the new Fishman pirate crew was gradually making their entrance. Among them numerous humans shackled by iron bars. As Hody observed the increasing number of fishmen in the square, a sinister smile spread across his face. At present, we have 30,000 human pirate slaves, along with 70,000 comrades from Fishman Street. Oh my. Hody exhaled deeply. We have a total of 100,000. These so-called fanatics, these criminals, now number 100,000. as the fishmen and human pirates continued to emerge. The residents of Fishman Island trembled in fear. 100,000 foes. Fishman Island was truly doomed. After his sinister laughter, Hody raised his hands once more. This plan has been in the making for a full decade. A decade, speaking of which. Hody fixed his gaze upon Shirahoshi, the one he most desired to eliminate, the mermaid endowed with the ancient weapon's powers, known as Poseidon. Shirahoshi, you will never know that it was I, a fellow fishman living in Fishman Island, who killed your mother. This declaration. The officers of a new fishman pirate crew erupted in a frenzied laughter. Yet at that moment, Shirahoshi lowered her head in silence. I know. The revelation left everyone present in shock. Princess Shirahoshi. Jinbe gazed at her in disbelief. That I know, but I cannot harbor hatred towards you. My mother told me before her passing that I must not resent whoever took her life. The mother wished to prevent the seeds of hatred from taking root further on Fishman Island. Following Shirahoshi's heartfelt words, the residents of Fishman Island were moved to tears alongside her. Odoheim, that esteemed lady. So, how can I harbor hatred for you? Shirahoshi cried out in anguish. The Hody's expression shifted from shock to ecstatic delight. And what of it? You would have been better off hating me and killing me back then. Now, I have grown strong that I am on the verge of becoming the new king of Fishman Island. I shall establish a new Fishman empire. I intend to annihilate this utterly foolish Fishman Island. However, before Hody could finish his proclamation, Shirahoshi's confidant, the proprietor of the mermaid Seth, Charlie, interjected from above the island. Hody, you foolish child. Hody's words came to an abrupt halt as he turned sharply to face Charlie. She shook her head. My prophecies have always proven accurate. It will not be you who destroys Fishman Island. Not me? Hody questioned, bewildered. The one destined to bring ruin upon this island is that man in the straw hat. The Straw Hat Kid. Straw Hat Kid? Hody's gaze froze in disbelief. Charlie calmly took a puff from her pipe, prepared to elaborate, when a water bullet pierced through her abdomen. Madam Charlie. The surrounding residents gasped in shock as Charlie collapsed to the ground. Enough of your nonsense, old hag. Hody bellowed in fury. He turned to the fishmen below, shouting, once the executions are complete, we shall cleanse this island of all its filth and relocate the residents of Fishman Street to this new abode. The next order of business is execution. Let it commence. Upon Hody's command, tens of thousands of fishmen erupted in cheers, their voices echoing throughout the square. Hody set his sights on King Neptune, conjuring another water bullet, and with a swift motion created a gaping wound in Neptune's abdomen. Father! Father! Shirahoshi and Shark Star cried in unison. You still have some spirit left, Hody remarked, glancing at Shark Star before unleashing a barrage of water bullets upon King Neptune and Prince Shark Star. Akin to a machine gun, leaving the residents of Fishman Island on the brink of despair. Besides Charlie, a child cried out, Madam Charlie, when will the Straw Hat Kid come to destroy this island? Destroy, Charlie pondered. Yes, destroy this island, so we won't have to witness such horrors, the Fishman child wailed. Just then, the island's residents began to shout in unison, Straw Hat Kid, where are you? Come and destroy this island. This country is finished. Rather than suffer under Hody's tyranny, we would prefer the Straw Hat Kid to obliterate this island now. Straw Hat Kid, Straw Hat Kid, where are you? Please come and bring destruction. The fervent cries of the residents filled the air. Listening to their calls, Shirahoshi's tears flowed uncontrollably to Luffy-kun. I beg you, please reveal yourself. Meanwhile, Hody laughed maniacally. This is what you call desperate measures, isn't it? The Fishman officers echoed in agreement. What a pathetic plea. Now, prepare to witness the fall of the Ryugu kingdom and the rise of a new king. Hody raised his sword, aiming for Neptune's head. Everything will come to an end. As Hody roared, ready to bring the blade down, he suddenly heard an odd noise beside him. Turning his gaze, he saw Shirahoshi's steed, the shark Mekaro, writhing in agony. Something seemed to be stirring inside its mouth. As it thrashed about, Mekaro could no longer endure it and expelled a figure, which tumbled to the ground. Before Hody could discern what it was, the figure lunged at him. Luffy delivered a flying kick, sending Hody hurtling away. Hody was uncontrollably flung hundreds of meters, crashing deeply into the rocky terrain at the back of the square, causing a landslide. This scene left the new Fishman pirate officers utterly speechless. At that moment, Nami's voice suddenly emerged beside Fishman Officer DOS. It's quite difficult to get Luffy to behave. I sent it. Thankfully, Itachi understands you, right? Jinbei. Nami had contacted the Mirage, holding a letter from the celestial dragons that she had stealthily taken from a nearby fishman. Indeed, it was all thanks to that man. Jinbei finally exhaled in relief. Otherwise, we would have had no recourse. Just then, a fishman cried out in alarm. The letter from the celestial dragons. When did it disappear? Not just the letter, the keys are with Robin. Nami smiled subtly. What? The fishman exclaimed in disbelief, reaching for his waist, only to find the keys missing as well. Meanwhile, Robin had raised her hands, activating her fruit powers, causing hands to sprout from the bodies of Shark Star and Shirahoshi, unlocking their restraints. Indeed, Robin chuckled. Suddenly, a fishman shouted, "Look up there! A flying lion ship!" As they exclaimed, Frankie unleashed a lion's roar cannon toward the execution platform, obliterating it and sending dozens of fishmen flying. Quickly to the big whale, Frankie shouted at that moment. The whale of Neptune's throne surged forward, arriving swiftly at King Neptune's side. Although Shark Star and the others were still confused, they hurriedly lifted King Neptune onto the whale and soared into the sky. Just as they were about to depart, Fishman Officer Dos charged forward wielding a hammer, but the whale was quicker, evading the hammer's strike with a swift turn. Seeing the royal family saved, Frankie landed the Thousand Sunny on the square beside Shirahoshi. I could see that moment. The surrounding fishmen shouted, "Look, that S!" on the deck of the Thousand Sunny. Chopper had transformed into his reindeer form and was walking forward. "Look at all those people. Surely they can't all be enemies?" Usopp remarked, astonished. Sanji nodded. "There must be at least 70 or 80,000, if not more than 100,000. "Oh ho ho, this is quite the challenge," Brook laughed. Sensing the situation, Zoro's fighting spirit ignited. "You can choose to sleep in your room. It matters not that I will handle everyone here." Frankie also removed his sunglasses. "My hands are itching to take care of these bastards." Just then, Zoro suddenly realized that Itachi had not yet spoken. He asked, "Itachi, do you regret getting involved in this mess?" Itachi crossed his arms, gazing calmly at the tens of thousands of fishmen below. Itachi is much more comfortable without needing to engage in a water battle. "Look, there comes the Straw Hat crew." The new fishman pirates pointed at the Thousand Sunny, shouting as the members of the Straw Hat crew began to descend one by one. The residents of Fishman Island could no longer contain their excitement, shouting, "Straw Hat crew, are you really here to destroy this country? Why are you threatening the Ryugu Kingdom's royal family? And did you truly kidnap our mermaid residents? Are you friend or foe?" Clearly, the Straw Hat Pirates had become the center of attention in the square. Luffy, standing at the forefront, heard their voices. Adjusting his hat, he revealed a determined gaze. "Whether we are friend or foe is for you to decide." He looked toward the tens of thousands of fishmen, flanked by all his comrades, and Itachi that moment. Jinbei had already broken free from his chains and approached Itachi, bowing respectfully. "I sincerely thank you, Uchiha Itachi." Just before the impending arrival, Jinbei suddenly comprehended the significance of Itachi's words. By relinquishing the power of discourse and the means to resolve conflict into his own hands, he was able to alleviate the awkward situation at that moment. "There's no need to thank me," Itachi remarked, shaking his head as he gazed at Jinbei. "I merely expedited the process. The plan was conceived by you, so express your gratitude to yourself." Upon hearing this, Jinbei felt a shiver run through him. He bowed once more to Itachi and then turned his gaze towards Luffy. Such was Jinbei's plan. He and Shirahoshi would offer themselves as sacrifices, allowing Luffy to make his entrance only after the residents of Fishman Island witnessed their hopes utterly dashed. This would enable Luffy to emerge as a hero to humanity, forging a revered image of a human champion in the eyes of the Fishman Island populace. Though Luffy had an aversion to the notion of heroism, and the execution of this plan seemed somewhat peculiar, the eventual outcome was largely favorable. Despite being pirates, the Straw Hat crew were, in essence, allies of the Fishmen. Indeed, Princess Shirahoshi sought his aid, and he responded. The discussions among the residents of Fishman Island continued. At that moment, the cadre of the new fisherman pirates, a striped shark fisherman named Jinbei, interjected. Humph, your popularity is quite striking. Yet you are merely lowly humans, insignificant human pirates, so do not let it inflate your egos. You have merely reclaimed the throne temporarily. The battle has yet to commence. Jinbei raised his hands in declaration. Meanwhile, Brook of the Straw Hat crew approached Princess Shirahoshi. Ah, the beautiful mermaid princess. I must say, I have yet to admire your... Before he could finish, Nami delivered a punch that sent him flying. Oh, not disrespect the mermaid princess. Ah, Nami-san, if that is the case, then allow me to appreciate your... Bam, bam, Brook's head bore 2 more large lumps. I could see this juncture. Nami handed a letter from the Celestial Dragons to Shirahoshi. Upon seeing the letter, Shirahoshi was overcome with excitement, for it was an invitation from the Celestial Dragon, who had once been rescued by the residents of Fishman Island after drifting there, inviting the Fishman Kingdom to participate in the World Conference. This is wonderful. It is the hope left by my mother. Shirahoshi gazed at the letter in her hand, as if it were a rare treasure. Robin smiled and praised Shirahoshi. To endure pain and resentment alone without venting your hatred is truly admirable. Princess Shirahoshi. Jinbei looked on with great satisfaction at Shirahoshi. Indeed, I would never seek to diminish your years of silent endurance. Your ability to bury such pain within, without perpetuating hatred, embodies the hope of Fishman Island. Just as Jinbei, Robin, Nami, and Shirahoshi were conversing, a few individuals behind them appeared to witness something astonishing, something more shocking than 100,000 enemies. That was Itachi addressing Zoro. Samurai, do you carry 3 swords with you? Zoro replied. Ah, the Sandai Kitetsu. Itachi turned his attention to the enemy before him. If you possess 3 swords, might I borrow one? Upon hearing this, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Frankie, and even Luffy, who was slightly removed and observing Shirahoshi, all leapt in surprise. Borrow a sword? Moreover, it was Zoro's sword he was requesting. This green-haired fellow was known for his obsession with blades, particularly his own. Hey, Itachi, we don't see you as an outsider. I just want to say Zoro. Usopp hurriedly approached Itachi to explain, yet he could never have anticipated that Zoro, upon hearing Itachi's words, closed his eyes, pondered briefly, and then smiled slightly. It's not convenient for me to discuss it verbally. The Sandai Kitetsu is not ideal for others to wield, so Zoro produced the blade, a cushion. Here, I'll lend you this. As Zoro extended the sword towards Itachi, everyone was taken aback, jumping in astonishment. Zoro actually did this, especially Luffy, whose eyes nearly bulged out. Thank you. Itachi accepted a kushui and casually placed it in the clasp at his back. Once I find a suitable weapon, I shall return it to you. Make it quick. I'm a 3-sword style user. Zoro nodded in agreement. By the way, can you wield a sword? I understand a little. Yet, the moment he grasped it, Itachi could feel that it was indeed a fine blade, that my goodness. Usopp was left breathless. He had never seen Zoro behave in such a manner. This drew Luffy closer. Hey Zoro, you could take a hike. Zoro sent Luffy flying with a kick. However, rather than becoming angry, Luffy laughed. Even in his foolishness, he could discern the significance of Zoro lending a sword to Itachi. Lying on the ground, Luffy burst into laughter. Luffy, what is going on with you? Chopper exclaimed, bewildered by Luffy's reaction. It's nothing. Luffy sprang to his feet. With this development, once the battle concluded, he could smoothly utter that phrase to Itachi. At that moment, the cadres of the new Fishman pirates fell silent. The smallest among them, the cigar shark fishman, Damo, turned to Jinbei. It seems your previous words were disregarded. Jinbei snorted. I spoke deliberately at a volume they wouldn't hear. Still so stubborn, Das remarked, exasperated. Just then, Hody emerged from the dust of the rocks. That Vanderdecken fellow is utterly useless. At this rate, we must first eliminate the greatest threat, Shirahoshi. Upon hearing Hody speak, the Fishman pirates erupted in joy. Captain Hody, it seems the effects of the drug still linger, Damo remarked, gnashing his steel teeth. After all, he had consumed so much. With Hody's return, Das confidently hefted his large iron hammer. And you, Jinbei, Hody advanced. As a fishman, you assist those lowly humans? How foolishly naive. The World Conference is approaching. When I am crowned the new king of Fishman Island, I will ensure that those humans witness our terrifying might during the conference. I shall drag them all down with us. Pointing towards the Straw Hat crew, and then to the humans chained in the distance, Hody declared, "You will meet the same fate as these so-called proud and self-important human pirates." Hody began to laugh maniacally, casting aside all previous fear of Itachi. "And I alone am worthy to be the true pirate king of the seas. We have 100,000 strong on our side." Everyone charged at Hody's command. The new Fishman pirates erupted into a frenzy. This spectacle left the residents of Fishman Island feeling anxious once more. The Straw Hat crew numbered only 11, plus Jinbei. Could they truly stand against this 100,000? If they were to lose, they would be driven from the homeland where they had grown up. On the Straw Hat side, everyone was bracing themselves. Chopper was instinctively crying out, 100,000! That's a lot. Robin raised her hands, facing the mountain of cheers, unable to resist quipping. "This feels like being crushed before the battle even begins. Being crushed sounds terrifying." Usopp lamented in despair. Witnessing 100,000 people up close was indeed shocking. From afar, their eyes appear to be mere though I don't have eyes that can turn into dots. Brook raised his sword, slightly frightened. Yet Nami scoffed with a smile. "What of 100,000? Let us give it our all." As she said this, she was nestled between Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, who formed a protective barrier. "Just don't use us as shields," Usopp shouted. Frankie, equally eager, extended his small hand from his palm. "I am ready. Behold my super armor." Sanji chimed in. 100,000 people, which means each of us must defeat 10,000. Zoro added, "Numbers alone do not guarantee victory. Are you afraid?" "Who is afraid?" "You green algae head. Do you wish to be the first to be cut down?" With furrowed brows, the two faced off even before the battle commenced. At that moment, Luffy was already moving towards the crowd, ready to unleash the conqueror's haki he had honed over the past 2 years. Just as Luffy was about to advance, he heard Itachi sigh beside him. Suddenly, Luffy laughed and turned to Itachi. "Oh, you find it too troublesome. I suppose I shouldn't have brought you into such a perilous situation." Itachi gazed at Luffy, replying, "From my observations of you during this time, it seems you are not one to utter such words." "Huh." Luffy tilted his head. Itachi sighed again. "It's nothing. I merely think that starting off by expending so much chakra is unwise. You must manage your stamina for what lies ahead." Luffy, even more perplexed, questioned, "Chakra? What chakra?" Before he could fully understand Itachi's words, Itachi leaped high above the crowd. At that moment, the fishmen had already charged forward, quickly approaching the multitude. The fishmen in front spotted Itachi, soaring above. "Look, who is that? Is it the Straw Hat crew? Ignore him. We have an overwhelming numerical advantage. Let's crush them with a single charge." "Charge!" The fishmen danced with excitement. However, Hody, seated on his throne, turned his gaze upward and, upon recognizing Itachi, suddenly felt a disquieting sensation wash over him. That was the man cloaked in crimson flames, as Hody was struck by shock. Itachi had completed his hand seals. Due to the vast amount of chakra required and the fact that it was his first actual combat use, Itachi's sealing time was longer than usual. With his seals complete, a massive amount of fire-style chakra coalesced in his mouth. Itachi unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly enveloping the entire square of Joral Cord. Fire-style. Great fire annihilation. "Hey everyone. Look at the sky. What is that? It looks like fire." The one-spirited throng of fishmen fell into chaos upon witnessing the fiery net above. Such an inferno! When Hody realized that the figure soaring above was Itachi, he understood the dire situation. Now, he felt as though struck by lightning. What in the world is this? My heavens, my heavens! The officers of the Fishman pirate crew raised their heads in terror upon seeing the flames above. They trembled in fear. The new Fishman pirate crew was plunged into utter chaos. They scrambled to escape. Questioning how to proceed, the blazing net descended upon them. Whoosh! The flames ignited the entire square of Joral Cord. What had just been established as the execution platform for creating a new history had instantly transformed into a fiery hell for the fishmen. The cries and agonized wails of the fishmen intermingled with the roaring flames. becoming a haunting chorus of despair that marked the very essence of hell. This terrifying spectacle left the residents of Fishman Island in shock, 100-fold more than when Hody had proclaimed himself the murderer of Princess Odoheim. Who among the Straw Hats unleashed this? Was it a super bomb? No. Wait, I think I saw a figure in black from the Straw Hat crew leap into the square, and then this inferno appeared. Who could it be? The figure in black. Could it be Sanji, the black leg of the Straw Hat crew? On the square, the entire Straw Hat crew, along with Princess Shirahoshi and Jinbei, were frozen in place. Taken aback by the sight before them, is this Itachi's true power? The cigarette, but in Sanji's hand, had fallen to the ground. Although the temperature in the square was searing, Nami felt cold sweat pouring down her face. Even if my climatic released all its lightning, it wouldn't compare to even a fraction of this fire's might. This guy, is he the embodiment of fire? Zoro felt as if his heart might cease. Itachi-san, how many enemies must have perished in this heavenly fire? Brook exclaimed, astonished, covering his skeletal cheek. Luffy, Chopper, and the others were so dumbfounded that they could not utter a single word. Jinbei suddenly shouted at Luffy. Luffy, who exactly is this Uchiha Itachi? Luffy, Jinbei called again, prompting Luffy to snap back to reality. I can't explain it either. He just appeared on the ship. Appeared suddenly? What are you joking about? Jinbei held back the panic rising in his throat. Have you ever seen Ace's strongest move, Flame Emperor? Ace is a man of the flame fruit. But judging by the scale of this fire, Uchiha Itachi's flames far exceed even Ace's Flame Emperor. Surpassing Flame Emperor, Luffy was astounded by Jinbei's assertion. Who exactly is he? Could he be the new wielder of the flame fruit? Just as Jinbei pressed Luffy for answers, Robin interjected. No, Jinbei's attention was drawn to Robin. She shook her head repeatedly. Itachi is not a devil fruit user. Initially, I thought he possessed a devil fruit ability, but I quickly dismissed that notion. The flames, the water flow, the ability to alter the form of flames to create armor, and his proficiency in close combat, not to mention his mastery of illusion techniques. Illusion techniques? Jinbei was even more puzzled after hearing Robin's explanation. Robin continued, at this point, Itachi appears to be a hexagonal warrior. A singular devil fruit ability can no longer define him. Indefinable? Jinbei was taken aback. Indeed. Zoro exhaled as he regained his composure. I can only say, thank goodness he's not our enemy. Itachi has become terrifyingly powerful. Zoro gazed ahead. Amidst the cacophony of wails, countless fishmen were being consumed by flames, reduced to charred remains. The officers of the new Fishman pirate crew, quick to learn from their captain Hody, hurriedly formed a human wall with their comrades to escape the onslaught of the fiery net. Having evaded the inferno, the officers emerged, weapons in hand, ready to confront the disarray of the new Fishman pirate crew. Those still alive, don't run, stand your ground. Brother Jew, the enemy is far too terrifying. We simply cannot fight, the fishmen cried out. Upon hearing this, Ju's striped face tightened in concern. Are you suggesting you wish to flee? No. The fishman grew even more frantic at Ju's expression. Yet without hesitation, Ju's blade fell. Striking down the fishman who had spoken, the other officers followed suit, beginning to slay those fishmen and human pirates who attempted to flee. Calm down. The more chaotic it gets, the fiercer the flames will burn. The more people will be ignited. But, Brother Jew, after this inferno, we must have lost tens of thousands. The fishman before Jew spread his arms wide. Behind him lay countless comrades writhing in agony, engulfed by flames. Jew paused momentarily, then swiftly dispatched the fishman. What does it matter? We still have plenty of our own. To enact change, bloodshed and sacrifice are essential. Once these words were spoken, the fishmen who had contemplated fleeing dared not entertain such thoughts any longer. Though Ju's words rang true, the scene unfolding before them was beyond comprehension. Even their leaders were trembling just moments ago. Had they not summoned their comrades to serve as human shields, they would have been at a loss as to what to do. Particularly the great king octopus merman, Mushi, whose body was so scorched by the flames that it arched dangerously, threatening to break. What has happened to Mushi? Dos, wielding a massive hammer, inquired with confusion. Damo explained, previously his king octopus friend, Daedalus, ascended to the shallow sea and came too close to the sun, turning into dried squid. He is terrified of fire, especially of such a magnitude. How terrifying. I'm going to be roasted alive. Mushi leaned back with all his might. Jiao, filled with fury, shouted, "At this moment, we leaders must set an example." Jiao was not wrong. Hody cast aside the burning merman beside him and positioned himself at the center of the group. He suppressed his fear and glared fiercely at the fallen Itachi in the distance. Hody had already assessed the casualties. With this inferno, at least 30,000 of his 100,000-strong army had perished. Adding the wounded, at least 50,000 would be rendered incapable of battle. That was truly a horrifying sight. Hody realized that he could not afford to show fear. As the instigator of this operation and the mastermind behind the decade-long plot to overthrow the Ryugu kingdom, he must eliminate his final obstacle at all costs. The first step in doing so was no longer to kill White Star, but to eliminate this man in black. Hody bellowed, "Listen up, everyone. We are at a pivotal moment in history, and there is no retreat for anyone." This roar drew the attention of the remaining mermen towards Hody. "Oh, what if that guy can unleash such flames?" From my observations. Hody smirked darkly. That man has already exhausted his strength. He absolutely cannot unleash such a scale of attack again. Bolster the morale of the troops. He could only fabricate such tales. Moreover, he would not have the chance to do so again. This was because Hody's body slightly coiled as he turned to the side. In that instant, Hody's legs erupted with power so intense that the ground caved in before the surrounding mermen could comprehend what was happening. Hody had already lunged at Itachi. He raised his flippered hand, clenched into a fist, and the force of that punch struck Itachi's cheek. "Because I will kill him first!" Hody screamed hysterically. Itachi's gaze shifted slightly. The punch, along with the fist, landed squarely on his face. Bang! The tremendous force drove Itachi deep into the ground. "This, Hody, is amazing. Got him!" Almost simultaneously, the mermen erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew was taken aback. The moment Hody unleashed his punch, he swiftly followed up with a vicious claw strike, embedding one claw into Itachi's abdomen. "Hey, Itachi! Brother, Itachi! Itachi-san!" The Straw Hat crew could hardly believe their eyes. "The arsonist, perish for your crimes." Hody bellowed in rage as Luffy charged forward, but the distance was too great for him to reach. Hody's foot crashed into Itachi's chest, the force causing countless fissures in the ground. Hody has dealt with that guy. Hody is magnificent. The mermen cheered exuberantly. Luffy gritted his teeth and shouted, preparing to activate his second gear. "Hody, you scoundrel!" "I will." But just as Luffy fixed his gaze on Hody, he suddenly noticed a swarm of crows soaring beneath Hody's feet. Just as Hody relished the moment of dispatching his formidable foe, he felt an unsettling emptiness beneath him. Simultaneously, he saw countless crows fluttering past him. Upon seeing the crows, Hody's senses sharpened, and he felt as though he had stepped into a void. What is happening? While Hody was momentarily stunned, he suddenly felt a tremendous impact to his abdomen. Hody jolted awake from that void, only to discover Itachi, armed with a long blade, had pierced through his body. As countless crows dispersed into the air, Itachi sheathed his blade. Meanwhile, Hody, still enveloped in confusion and shock, felt a deep, gaping wound erupt from his upper body. As Itachi sheathed his sword, torrents of blood gushed forth from Hody's torso. Before Hody could comprehend what had transpired, he collapsed to the ground. In that moment, the surviving mermen of the new Fishman pirates, who had just felt like they were in the fiery depths of hell, suddenly plummeted into an icy abyss. Hody. The mermen beside Hody rushed forward, but just as they took a step, they locked eyes with Itachi, who stood with his blade sheathed, though Itachi had sheathed his sword. The sheer pressure emanating from his gaze was enough to deter all the mermen from advancing. Who on earth is this guy? The merman closest to Itachi trembled uncontrollably, nearly brought to tears. On the Straw Hat side, everyone was once again astonished by Itachi. The technique Itachi just used, wasn't it similar to the sword-drawing technique of the green-haired guy? Sanji remarked, "The crows. I saw the crows again." Chopper exclaimed excitedly, waving his little hands. Zoro grinned through clenched teeth. "Itachi, that fellow, does he call that a bit of swordsmanship? from the first time he witnessed Itachi unleash a sword wave with a red skeletal giant. He knew Itachi was undoubtedly skilled with a blade. Jinbei was equally astonished, shouting, "Everyone, let us capitalize on this momentum and crush them." "Yash, everyone charge!" Nami summoned a bolt of lightning, striking down a horde of mermen. "I can't fall behind either. I am a swordsman." Zoro brandished his twin swords and leaped into the throng of mermen. His muscles bulged as he unleashed a powerful gust, toppling a large group of mermen. Chopper transformed into his martial arts form and began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Everyone watched closely. The ultimate move, Green Star. Man-eating planet. Usopp pulled out his slingshot and unleashed a barrage aimed at the center of the enemy ranks. Wherever the seeds landed, they rapidly sprouted into enormous man-eating flowers, voraciously devouring the surrounding mermen. There's no retreat now. Let us strike with all we've got and slay them. Jiao raised his long sword and shouted. Yes, no matter what, they are merely despicable humans. In these waters, we are the true kings. The mermen surged forward, charging towards Itachi. Seeing the enemy rush toward him, Itachi drew his sword at an angle, his Sharingan activated. Before the enemies could launch their attack, Itachi had already immersed himself within their ranks. He twirled his blade, slashing back with grace, effortlessly evading the dense assaults of the mermen, while precisely gliding the blade across each of their throats. Blood sprayed everywhere. In stark contrast to Zoro's bold and powerful swordplay, Itachi's technique was as fluid as his martial arts, resembling a warrior dancing upon the edge of a blade. Still so elegant and fierce. Robin chuckled softly, raising her hands to employ her Hanabira no Kawaii, snapping the necks of a dozen mermen. Itachi-san, let my song intertwine with your blade-s dance in a grand performance. Brook sang as he brandished his cane sword, plunging into the mermen. Itachi's swordsmanship is even more visually captivating than that green-haired fellow, Sanji remarked as he launched a kick, sending several mermen flying. Truly super-duper, super, Frankie shouted, unleashing a laser cannon. Observing everyone launching their offensive, Luffy, who had been stunned by Itachi, finally broke into a smile. My earlier worries were unfounded. This guy, the Crow Man, has quite a repertoire. Luffy glanced around. There were still several thousand enemies remaining. Considering this, Luffy's playful demeanor faded as he became serious. He adjusted his straw hat and strode directly into the fray. Look, it's the Straw Hat Kid. Why isn't he attacking? I'm not sure. Who knows what he is planning? Since he is not attacking, then I shall claim this 400 million bounty for myself. A number of fishmen brandished their blades, poised to strike Luffy. Just as the edge of the sword was about to descend, an overwhelming aura erupted from Luffy, manifesting as Conqueror's Haki. This force expanded rapidly, instantaneously enveloping the entire area, in an instant. Among the remaining tens of thousands of fishmen and human pirates, those with insufficient combat prowess to withstand the oppressive Haki collapsed unconscious. The Straw Hat crew, along with Jinbei, were momentarily taken aback by Luffy's formidable presence. Has this guy truly made such significant progress over the past 2 years? Conqueror's Haki. Jinbei suddenly recalled the scene from the Marine headquarters at Marineford. With this, the enemy numbers dwindled further. Zoro surveyed the surroundings with a hint of discontent. The fishmen, already decimated by Itachi's earlier onslaught, now numbered fewer than 30,000. What nonsense is this? Isn't fewer enemies a good thing? Usopp shouted from the side. Itachi, who was in the midst of slaying fishmen, paused and turned to Luffy. What was that just now? Behind the throngs of fishmen, the officers of the new fisherman pirates exchanged glances, sensing Luffy's Haki. Dose was the first to speak. What should we do next? The Straw Hat crew is indeed terrifying, especially 2 of them. As the surrounding flames began to dissipate, Mushy finally regained his composure. What can we do? I must eliminate them, utterly crush them. Jiao had already turned invisible. Making his way toward the center of the battlefield, it seems that only we, the officers, can resolve this issue. Meanwhile, the gravely injured Hody had been stealthily dragged aside by his subordinates. Boss Hody can't possibly die like this. Can he? That wound is so deep. I can feel he is barely breathing. That fire-starting man is truly terrifying. Stop your incessant chatter. A fishman bellowed. Hurry, you assist Boss Hody with his wounds. With that, he produced the remaining deadly medicine. At this juncture, we can no longer concern ourselves with potential side effects. The fishman looked at the remaining medicine, perhaps a few dozen left. Only by getting Boss Hody back on his feet do we stand a chance at victory. On board the Thousand Sunny, within the soldier's dock system. Hey, why are you two here? It's suffocating. Nami, how can you blame me when you're hiding here too? Usopp and Nami were crammed together at I'm a girl. Am I not allowed to take refuge here? Luffy and his monstrous crew are already terrifying enough. And now there's Itachi as well. They should be the ones out there showcasing their prowess while I remain safely hidden. I thought you had grown stronger over the past 2 years, Usopp. It seems you're still the same. You can't say that, Nami. I'm merely, temporarily avoiding battle and recuperating. This is a strategic retreat. My grand plan, Usopp protested. Indeed, it seems we three are still the timid trio. Standing atop their heads was Chopper, silently shedding tears of fatigue that moment. The door to the dock system suddenly swung open, startling Nami and the others. The one entering was Frankie, who asked curiously, "What are you three doing here? Frankie, why are you here?" Nami exclaimed, thinking that Frankie wouldn't also be hiding. Frankie smiled slightly, clashing his iron arms together, the star symbols gleaming in unison. "Of course, super. Have you three not noticed anything amiss in the soldier's dock system?" "Something amiss." Usopp glanced around. "Speaking of which, number 0 is missing, but there are now 5 and 6 exactly." Frankie gave a thumbs up. "After arriving at the Sunny, I made some modifications and added my latest secret weapon. The dock system has now transformed into the Super Soldier's dock system." Upon hearing this, Usopp and Chopper were instantly elated. A new secret weapon, what could it be? Outside the Sunny, Itachi and Zoro were at the forefront, fiercely dispatching fishmen. Luffy had also transformed his arm into a rubber giant fist, sending hundreds of enemies flying with a single punch. Just then, they heard a tremendous roar emanating from above the plaza. All eyes were drawn to the source of this colossal shout, revealing an enormous yellow octopus. It was the Kraken. The fishmen of the new Fishman Pirates were initially astonished, followed by overwhelming joy. This guy has come too. He was captured by Captain Hody, and with him here, they would surely crush these intruders. Luffy and the others halted as he suddenly spotted the small squid he had befriended, the sea monster Kraken, standing above the plaza. "Hey, little squid." Itachi stopped his actions, looking up to see the Kraken, but upon a second glance, he noticed something amiss. Standing beside the Kraken was none other than Hody. This isn't right. Itachi instinctively gripped his sword. His previous strike had surely been a precise kill. Although it hadn't decapitated, it had dealt a mortal blow. He was not the type to leave loose ends. So there was no way he would let Hody live. Yet now, Hody was indeed injured, but why was he standing there? Zoro also noticed Hody beside the Kraken, calling out to Itachi in confusion. "Itachi, I clearly saw your strike could have been fatal. Did you hold back?" Itachi shook his head slightly. "I did not hold back. It was meant to be a lethal attack. What on earth is going on with this guy?" Zoro furrowed his brow. Back at Ryugu Palace, Zoro had also used a drawing slash against him. Logically, after that, Hody should have been unable to stand again. Yet now, it seemed as if he was continuously reviving. Next to the Kraken, Hody had noticed Itachi staring at him. Although he was unsure how this guy had evaded his attack, this time it would not be so simple. Hody stroked the Kraken, his crimson gaze making the giant creature tremble. "Kraken, you are my slave brought from the North Sea. You shall serve me. Go, crush the Straw Hat crew." The Kraken, drenched in sweat, looked down at the Straw Hat crew. In the plaza, the fishmen first beheld the Kraken, then saw Hody standing once more. Their fighting spirit reignited. "Go, Kraken!" Hody suddenly bellowed. The Kraken, with trepidation, charged down into the plaza, frightening the residents of Fishman Island. That's the legendary sea monster Kraken. The Straw Hat crew is in trouble now. Jinbe was equally astonished. How did this guy end up here? But Luffy showed no fear. He laughed heartily as he approached the Kraken. "Hey, little squid, do you remember me? I told you I would use you to pull the ship and become a seasoned navigator." Just like those, before Luffy could finish, the Kraken suddenly dropped its tentacles. Was it aiming to eliminate Straw Hat Luffy? The fishmen rejoiced, only to realize that the Kraken was lifting Luffy high above its head. This spectacle left Luffy in fits of laughter. You indeed remember, little squid. I can't believe you become acquainted with a sea monster. Jinbe blinked in surprise. Luffy laughed as he directed the Kraken. Little squid, since you're here, why don't you go protect Shirahoshi? The Kraken, sensing Luffy's haki, happily nodded and followed Luffy's guidance towards Shirahoshi. However, this scene infuriated Hody. Hey, Kraken, what on earth are you doing? Do you want to die? Do not forget Hody's words were abruptly interrupted as his peripheral vision caught sight of a blazing black crow hurtling towards him. His expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the figure riding atop the crow, Itachi. Grasping his weapon, Itachi gazed at him, his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern of a Sharingan. I could see this moment. A trickle of crimson blood began to flow from Itachi's eye. Ah, Matyrus! Witnessing the blood streaming from Itachi's gaze, Hody inhaled sharply, panic gripping him as he turned and fled. Just as he had anticipated, the very spot he had vacated ignited in black flames. He had already experienced the ferocity of these flames in Ryugu Palace. They were not to be trifled with. Hody dashed away in a frenzy, while Itachi's gaze remained fixed upon him. Amaterasu continued to burn relentlessly, but Hody had his own tactics, sensing the impending danger. Hody swiftly dove into the throng of fishmen. Hody, what are you doing? The nearby fishmen were still bewildered when they were suddenly engulfed in flames from Amaterasu. What is happening? Ah, Hody's means of evasion involved using these unsuspecting fishmen as his shield. The fishmen writhed in agony, their anguished cries echoing as they rolled on the ground, unable to extinguish the black flames consuming them. Itachi, observing the chaos, retracted Amaterasu, having unleashed the formidable Great Fire Annihilation. His chakra was already more than half spent. If he could not deliver a decisive blow, he deemed it unnecessary to further deplete his ocular powers. With this thought, Itachi swiftly formed hand seals. Below, Luffy gazed up at Itachi riding the Black Crow, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Incredible! Itachi can even fly! And what is that black flame? So cool! In the next instant, Itachi's technique sent Luffy into a frenzy. Completely oblivious to the fact that Itachi was pursuing Hody, having completed the hand seals, Itachi unleashed a barrage of flames directed at the fleeing Hody. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. As Hody raised his head, he beheld dozens of fireballs raining down upon him. Fire again. Hody felt an overwhelming dread at the sight. He dropped on all fours, desperately scrambling through the fishmen as if he were a bear fleeing the muzzle of a gun in the jungle. Amidst the explosions of the fireballs, Hody leapt into the air, just in time to evade the onslaught of Phoenix fire. Unfortunately, the fishmen beneath him were not as fortunate. They could only watch in terror as the fireballs detonated, incinerating them in the fiery blast. Just as Hody relished his narrow escape, Itachi had inexplicably appeared before him. How could this be? While Hody was still in shock, Itachi lunged at his chest with his blade. In a moment of desperation, Hody instinctively twisted his body mid-air to evade the strike, but Itachi's attack dissipated into a flurry of crows as it missed its mark. Simultaneously, the Black Crow carrying Itachi surged forward, positioning him behind Hody. Hody realized that the previous attack was merely a feint. This was Itachi's true intent. Driven by survival instinct, he executed a second rotation in mid-air, narrowly blocking Itachi's thrust with his hand. The blade sliced through Hody's palm, penetrating deeply into his side. Had Hody not used his hand to deflect the blow, combined with his twisting motion, this strike would have surely claimed his life. Ignoring the pain, Hody retaliated with a fishman karate strike. A wave of water surged towards Itachi, who deftly arched backward, evading the attack at an almost impossible angle, while simultaneously using one hand to support the Black Crow. He countered with a rising kick that struck Hody squarely on the chin. Bang! Hody was propelled into the air by the forceful and lethal kick, while Itachi withdrew his blade embedded in Hody's palm. The pain of the withdrawal jolted Hody into clarity. He curled his body downward, leaping off the Black Crow beneath Itachi, narrowly avoiding the blade that grazed his scalp. After evading the blow, Hody dashed towards the ground, weaving an S-shaped path back into the fray of battling fishmen. This spectacle left Jinbe astounded. He stood frozen, unable to move. From his perspective, it was evident that Hody had no intention of engaging Itachi. He was merely fleeing, continuously fleeing. For an ordinary person, such behavior would be understandable. But this was Hody, whose pride bordered on the monstrous, especially after consuming the deadly drug ES. Logically, Hody should have been in a frenzied state, consumed by thoughts of combat. SOY. Jinbe couldn't help but cast a quizzical glance at Itachi. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow, he discerned that Itachi's combat style was entirely different from Luffy and his crew. Each maneuver was lethal, aimed directly at delivering a fatal blow. Should one technique fail, Itachi seamlessly transitioned to the next, instinctively capitalizing on the effects of his prior strike to launch a subsequent lethal attack. From the way Itachi danced through the ranks of fishermen pirates, it was clear that he was not seeking to subdue them, but rather to deliver the most direct and deadly strikes. Who exactly is this member of the Straw Hat crew? Jinbe silently prayed in his heart, hoping he was anyone but an enemy of the Straw Hats or Fishman Island, the eye in the sky. Itachi remained on the Black Crow, his grip on the blade firm, his gaze as serene and unyielding as an iceberg. Fixated on the fleeing Hody, Hody's relentless flight made Itachi realize that this individual exhibited no will to fight against him. Below, Hody was at his wit's end, frantically fleeing while occasionally glancing back at Itachi, bellowing, "Who are you? Why do you persist in pursuing me?" Upon hearing Hody's shout, Itachi suddenly halted. How absurd! Hody's countenance hardened at this strange remark, and he too came to a stop. Itachi sneered, "Aren't you aiming to become the new king of Fishman Island? Aren't you the leader of these fishmen, as the head of a group tasked with fulfilling a so-called objective? What you are currently doing is merely using your comrades as shields against my pursuit. It is utterly laughable." Upon hearing this, the fishmen surrounding Hody exchanged glances of disbelief. Itachi's words rang true. From the very beginning, they had harbored some resentment. Their so-called leader, Hody, since the onset of this battle, seemed more intent on issuing commands than on taking action himself, relying instead on his comrades to absorb the damage. Just moments ago, when the flames rained down, they had witnessed Hody's first instinct was to order the armored brigade to shield him from the blaze, even going so far as to use one of his allies to cover his own head. He showed no regard for the lives of those below him. "Hody, boss," one of the fishmen closest to him spoke up. What he says, it seems somewhat reasonable. Before he could finish, Hody raised his hand. "Die for me." With a swift motion, Hody sent the fishmen flying. The screams sent shivers through the surrounding fishmen. "How dare you question your king? Come forth. Let me see who else harbors such doubts." Instead of focusing on defeating the enemy, they dare to speak ill of their king's strategy. Hody's furious glare silenced the fishmen. Observing Hody's actions, Itachi shook his head in resignation. What a complete waste. "What did you say?" Hody's crimson eyes burned with fury as he glared at Itachi. Itachi remained silent, directing the Black Crow to dive towards Hody. Alarmed, Hody shouted, "Flying unit, engage!" With that, the fishmen equipped with bubbles, capable of swimming through the air, soared upwards, targeting the descending Itachi. Originally, this was a unit designated to assassinate Shirahoshi in the event of a fierce battle. But now, forgetting about Shirahoshi, Hody was determined to eliminate this troublesome foe before him. Faced with the incoming fishmen, Itachi stood his ground, striking down one after another. Hody, still below, shouted desperately, "Eliminate him! Take him down!" Just then, Hody felt a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. Rubber, rubber, jet stamp. Bang! Luffy's foot struck Hody squarely in the side, sending him flying through the air. The force was so tremendous that Hody hurtled once again towards the mountainside. "You really can run," Luffy remarked as he retracted his elongated leg. Having witnessed Luffy's speed, Itachi, who had just encountered him, declared, "Luffy, that guy is all yours. He has no intention of battling me, so there's no need for me to waste any more time." Hearing this, Luffy nodded and laughed heartily. "Leave it to me. I promise to send him flying." At that moment, the residents above the square were shouting in support of the Straw Hat crew as they perceived the tide of battle turning in their favor. Who would have thought? It's truly astonishing. The Straw Hat crew, with so few members, can take down so many of these lawless scoundrels. Particularly, they marveled at the figure in black, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Hody is being chased like a rat fleeing through the streets. Haha, indeed. It seems we have hope. The citizens of Fishman Island cheered. Straw Hat Crew, you must keep fighting. However, amidst the cheers, a sense of unease washed over the crowd. Why does the sky seem darker? Instinctively, they looked up, only to be met with a sight that left them even more astounded that a massive ship, nearly the size of Fishman Island itself, loomed ominously as it descended toward them. High atop Fishman Island, King Neptune, who had just escaped death, was suddenly enveloped by the immense shadow, feeling as if he were suffocating. How could that thing appear here? It is a relic from long ago. The colossal shadow above was none other than Noah. The great ark constructed with the efforts of the entire nation, designed to carry the island's inhabitants to the surface, in the square of Joricode. The battle between the Straw Hat Crew and the new Fishman pirates came to an abrupt halt as everyone gazed up at the gigantic vessel. What on earth is that? Frankie, having just emerged from the soldier dock system after merging with the general, looked up in disbelief at the enormous ship. Luffy halted his pursuit of Hody, equally astonished. Noah, Jinbei exclaimed, how could such a massive object have arrived here? Just then, he noticed Princess Shirahoshi behind him. Could it be Hody, beside the throne, also caught sight of the enormous ark and uttered the name of its controller? Vanderdecken. That scoundrel, it was evident that he had long planned to annihilate both the island and its people. How dare he betray me? At that moment, in the center of the colossal ark, Vanderdecken, who had been thoroughly beaten by Luffy and subsequently rejected by Shirahoshi, was maniacally steering the ship toward Joricode Square. He seized a microphone and declared, "Oh, my dear fiancé, my Princess Shirahoshi. I fell in love with you when you were just a child. For 10 long years, I have adored you. Though the sea is vast, there is only one man who loves you this much. And that is me." Vanderdecken's voice grew increasingly frenzied. Everyone, Jinbei shouted, that guy Vanderdecken possesses the powers of the target fruit. He must be throwing Noah at Princess Shirahoshi like a thrown axe. Vanderdecken continued his mad proclamation. My love, oh my love, why won't you accept me? If that is the case, then let the great ship Noah be my final declaration of love. Noah, my love, accept Shirahoshi. And together, perish with Fishman Island. Perish, Shirahoshi. As Vanderdecken cackled, the hull of Noah was about to shatter the immense bubble encasing Fishman Island, the iron chains of the anchor swinging down and obliterating a mountain peak atop Joricode Square. The remaining residents of Fishman Island, who had been observing the battle, began to flee in terror. That moment, a careless Kokoro, the sea god aboard the ark, plummeted onto the square, creating a massive crack in the ground. Captain Decken, I've fallen. What should I do? Shouted Kokoro, clutching his head. Hearing the plea, Decken continued his maniacal laughter. The sea god, you? There was no hope for rescue. He was destined to accompany Fishman Island to its doom. Kokoro was left in a state of panic. Why? Captain Decken. In the square, Zoro gazed at the diminutive figure of Vanderdecken atop the massive vessel. He turned to Itachi in the distance and suggested, Hey, Itachi, how about I ride your black flame crow and slice that guy's head off? No, Itachi replied, shaking his head as he dispatched 2 nearby fishmen with ease. The ship was already too close. Even if they killed him, the vessel would still fall. With that, Itachi seized a large rock beneath him and summoned the black flame crow that he soared toward Princess Shirahoshi, who was covering her mouth and shedding tears. Sensing Itachi's sudden approach, Jinbei felt an ominous premonition and rushed toward Shirahoshi. Uchiha Itachi, what do you intend to do? Before Jinbei could reach them, Shirahoshi had already stopped crying and nodded resolutely after listening to Itachi. Upon seeing Noah, she had realized it was Vanderdecken, and she had come to a resolution. Shirahoshi immediately donned a bubble ring that would allow her to swim through the air and turn to ascend. Princess Shirahoshi, what are you doing? Jinbei's heart raced. There's no time to waste, Jinbei, Itachi stated, his gaze fixed on the ground. The only way to save this island is for the princess to draw the target away and swim toward the outside. But Uchiha Itachi, Princess Shirahoshi is the royal heir of Fishman Island. This is far too dangerous. Absolutely. Silence. Itachi's tone grew stern. Since Jinbei had first laid eyes on him, the man had always been calm and composed. But this sudden shift in tone sent a shiver down Jinbei's spine. As a member of the royal family, she has this obligation. She is well aware of the risks and does not need others to remind her. After delivering this statement, Itachi charged toward Luffy. Jinbei watched Itachi's retreating figure and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded silently. You are right. I could see that moment. Hody had seized the chains of Noah as it descended. Beginning to climb upward, the T.O. destroy the entire island? Actually, that might not be a bad idea. Beside Luffy, after a brief discussion with Itachi, he clenched his fist decisively. Leave it to me. Just then, Nami, who had just merged with a new weapon and rushed out from the soldier dock system, shook her head. No. If there is seawater on that ship, Luffy's abilities will be rendered useless. Akati should be fine, Itachi replied, shaking his head slightly. Since that ship is flying, and that person is aboard, there shouldn't be any seawater there. However, I failed to consider this. If Luffy pursues him, he might easily end up fighting in the sea, which is unacceptable. Therefore, I will handle this. Luffy, you focus on defeating all the enemies in the square. After Itachi finished speaking, he prepared to control the black flame crow to ascend, but Luffy suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Itachi, thank you for your brilliant idea. This matter shall be handled by me. But it could be dangerous, Itachi began. Yet Luffy flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Itachi was momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate the feeling that washed over him. It was akin to the sensation he felt when he witnessed their joyful camaraderie aboard the ship, a feeling he had never experienced before. At that moment, Nami handed Luffy a piece of bubble coral, saying, Since you're going, use this, the bubbles will help. Nami smiled at Itachi once more. Let's continue to believe in him, Itachi. Although he may be a fool, we have always placed our trust in Luffy. Itachi nodded in agreement. Then we shall proceed as planned. Luffy will go to assist the mermaid princess and deal with the one throwing the ship. I will remain here to confront the enemies in the square with you. With that, he urged Luffy to leap onto the Black Fire Crow. I can only take you as far as the iron chains. The Black Fire Crow is too far for me to control effectively. All right, that works perfectly. Luffy steadied himself atop the Black Fire Crow. However, at that moment, Itachi suddenly sensed something amiss. On Noah, Vanderdecken had become captivated by Shirahoshi. Realizing she was attempting to divert Noah's attention, the kind-hearted and extraordinarily beautiful princess Shirahoshi. You truly deserve to be the wife of me. Vanderdecken nined out with that. Vanderdecken drew a throwing knife and hurled it violently towards Shirahoshi. Let me give you a taste of my affection. Seeing the knife hurtling towards her, Shirahoshi frantically swirled her tail to evade. Just as she was about to burst into tears, the Black Fire Crow had already arrived before her. Luffy swung a punch, sending the knife crashing into the ground of the square. Lord Luffy! Shirahoshi exclaimed with excitement. Fear not, Shirahoshi. Just swim forward. I shall continue to protect you. Luffy directed his gaze at Vanderdecken on Noah. The Black Fire Crow beneath him had already surged into action, racing towards the iron chains of Noah. By the way, Itachi, is this your first collaboration with Luffy? Nami exclaimed in astonishment at the scene unfolding. Itachi nodded. Indeed, it is our first time. I hadn't even instructed Luffy to fly toward Shirahoshi, yet he seemed to understand instinctively. I didn't expect you to have such synergy, Nami chuckled. With Luffy gone, it's time for us to act. Itachi gripped his sword tightly. It begins now. He turned, swinging his blade to eliminate two fishmen attempting to ambush him. All right, thunder alert. Nami summoned storm clouds, unleashing bolts of lightning upon a group of fishmen. Are you also a devil fruit user? Itachi inquired, eyeing Nami. With a mysterious smile, she replied, Not quite. I possess the powers of a navigator. Just as she spoke, Itachi had already appeared before her, his blade gleaming. Nami's expression sharpened, realizing the peril too late, as the burly fishman behind her was pierced through the chest by Itachi's strike. In a place fraught with danger, one must always remain vigilant, beautiful navigator. With that, Itachi dashed into the throng of human pirates. That moment, approximately 20,000 enemies still fought in the square. Next, it will be just me and the remaining Straw Hat crew, along with Jinbei, against these 20,000 fishmen. Itachi contemplated. Itachi. Once Nami regained her composure, She closed her eyes, a serene smile gracing her lips. But suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. No, no. Itachi said to stay alert, bursting into the ranks of human pirates. Itachi swiftly dispatched 4 pirates who dared to challenge him, then created distance and formed hand seals, fire style. Great fireball technique. Itachi unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating hundreds of human pirates in one fell swoop. This guy, we are no match for him. Indeed, we have no obligation to sacrifice ourselves for these damned fishmen. Upon witnessing this, the human pirates shouted in unison, "Exactly, that guy in black." The pirates dropped their weapons. "We're not here by choice. We were captured by those fishmen." Before he could finish, Itachi interrupted. "Pick up your weapons." The pirates trembled. "Mr. in Black, I plan to surrender to you. Why should I pick up my weapon?" As he spoke, Itachi cleaved down another fishman with his sword. He glanced sideways. "Do you really think that if you lay down your weapons, the fishmen will spare you?" "Ah." The pirate shook off his shock. "You're right, Mr. in Black. Go. While fighting, tell all humans who do not wish to be slaves that to regain their freedom, they must first deal with these fishmen." "Good. Everyone, let's follow what the guy in black says." The pirates rearmed themselves. Itachi ceased his assault on the human pirates, for he had a more pressing objective. The spineless fishman, Hody. Itachi leapt high, determined to locate Hody if he could present that scoundrel's head to all the fishmen. This battle would likely conclude. Itachi's Sharingan scanned the entire square, yet he could not find Hody. Just then, Itachi noticed Hody climbing the iron chains of the enormous ship, which was just about to depart. When did he escape there? Itachi mused, glancing upward, where Luffy had been sent into the bubble surrounding the colossal ship. Outside the bubble, the merfolk residents, propelled by bubbles, were desperately attempting to halt Noah, Princess Shirahoshi. "Flee! Don't come near her, Noah!" The fishmen valiantly obstructed the massive ship Noah, despite their meager strength. However, Hody had already ascended onto the ship. "What a foolish waste, you disgraceful fishmen of Fishman Island. You are as contemptible as humans." Hody maniacally hurled water bullets, piercing through all the merfolk attempting to impede the giant ship Noah. Luffy, having just climbed aboard the massive ship, witnessed this scene, and his expression shifted. He launched a punch, smashing it into Hody's face. "Katsu, Hody!" Luffy shouted as he engaged Hody in fierce combat once more. The giant ship Noah was now pursuing Shirahoshi into the vast ocean. Observing this, Itachi furrowed his brow. "It seems Luffy will have to face 2 opponents now. We need to accelerate our progress in the square." Itachi lowered his head, focused on the ground before him. Suddenly, the earth beneath his feet collapsed. As the ground gave way, Itachi's lower half sank into the earth. At that moment, the smallest of the cigar shark fishmen, Damo, leaped out from underground, his sharp teeth capable of digging tunnels. "Gotcha! Damn you, black-clad man. Let us see how you move now." Damo arrogantly bared his steel teeth, lunging forward to bite off Itachi's head. But at that instant, Chopper burst forth from the ground, interposing himself before Damo, after enhancing his strength. Chopper resembled a rhinoceros beetle, matching Damo's tunneling speed. Usopp soon followed, grabbing Itachi's shoulder and pulling him out. "That we made it just in time. Itachi, we came to save you. Soda. Itachi, you handle the other enemies. I'll take care of this guy," Chopper said, glaring fiercely at Damo. Earlier, when they had seen Frankie merge into General Frankie, Damo had dug a tunnel and trapped General Frankie underground. Chopper was now eager to take down this small yet infuriating fishman. "Ah, I owe you both a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for Usopp and Chopper, I would have already pierced my sword through Damo's throat." Itachi had prepared for a counterattack the moment he saw the ground collapsing. "Don't mention it, Itachi. You've saved us countless times," Usopp said as he aimed his slingshot at Damo. "Then I leave this to you." Itachi charged forward. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle in the square, in one corner of Hody's throne, the blue-ringed octopus fishman, Blue Zang, was still drinking from a jug, oblivious to the chaos around him. His snack was none other than the deadly drug ES. "Brother Blue Zang, everything outside is in utter turmoil. Shouldn't you get involved?" "Yeah, Brother Blue Zang, stop drinking so much or you'll get drunk." Blue Zang paid them no mind. Already inebriated him, nothing was more important than drinking. Yet as he continued gulping down the liquor, Blue Zang suddenly stiffened, the jug slipping from his grasp as he fell to the ground. Trembling violently, Brother Blue Zang, what's wrong with you? In a moment of astonishment, a sudden crimson glow emanated from Lan Zhang's eyes. Amidst the frantic inquiries of the fishmen, Lan Zhang seized the octopus tentacle laden with knives, which began to whirl like a tornado, swiftly toppling all nearby fishmen. Brother Lan Zhang, you mustn't do this, a fishman shouted in panic, but before he could flee, he was cleaved into several pieces by Lan Zhang's blade. At that moment, a fishman had a flash of inspiration and pointed into the distance. Brother Lan Zhang, the Straw Hat Crew. Attack the Straw Hat Crew. They're simply too arrogant. Lan Zhang pondered briefly, suddenly recalling the encounter he had with the Straw Hat Crew alongside Hammond when they intercepted them upon entering the island. A man clad in black with red eyes had cast a glance at him, and he found himself plunged into a hellish realm filled with sizzling octopus delicacies. Fortunately, Hody had administered a lethal potion to revive him. Otherwise, he would have remained trapped in that purgatory. The Straw Hat Crew. Lan Zhang's eyes blazed with intensity as he charged in the direction indicated by the fishman. In that very direction, Robin was summoning two colossal legs from a gigantic tree, trampling the fishmen in the plaza. Just as she assessed the impact point of the tree's attack, she suddenly sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching from the side. Turning her gaze, she was shocked to see an octopus adorned with blue rings and wielding knives had arrived right before her. It was the very enemy she had encountered upon entering the island. By the time Robin made this realization, it was already too late to react. Just as Lan Zhang's blade was about to descend, Itachi dashed in front of Robin, blocking the strike. Who are you? Lan Zhang, still upside down, stared perplexedly at Itachi. Yet as their eyes met, the terrifying memories from his previous illusions surged back. It's you, Lan Zhang exclaimed in shock. Just as Itachi lunged toward his face, hanging upside down, Lan Zhang swiftly turned his head to evade the attack, but Itachi pressed forward with a flurry of deadly strikes aimed at his vital points. Armed with 6 blades, Lan Zhang began to spin his body, parrying Itachi's assault. Seizing the opportunity as Itachi leaped, Lan Zhang thrust forth his venomous tentacle. Still in an attacking posture, Itachi could only deflect with his blade. And in the brief pause of Itachi's offense, Lan Zhang immediately seized the chance to counterattack. Ultimate technique, thousand-legged impact. Lan Zhang unleashed his tentacles in unison, and the 6 blades began to whirl like a windmill, relentlessly assaulting Itachi. Itachi defended vigorously, but having consumed the lethal potion, Lan Zhang's power surged to an extraordinary level, momentarily placing Itachi at a disadvantage. Robin sought to assist Itachi with the giant tree, but realizing the ferocity of Lan Zhang's onslaught, Itachi quickly distanced himself. With lightning speed, Itachi formed hand seals, fire release, Phoenix fire technique. He unleashed a series of fireballs aimed squarely at Lan Zhang and the surrounding area. Yet Lan Zhang moved with remarkable agility, evading each explosive fireball. After dodging the flames, Lan Zhang planted his feet firmly, for fire still instilled a profound fear within the fishmen. It seems I must first deal with you. Just as Lan Zhang prepared to launch another attack, a formidable sword aura suddenly surged toward him. Turning to face his opponent, he found himself confronting Zoro, who wielded 2 swords. Clang! Their blades clashed, sending Lan Zhang flying several meters back. Observing Lan Zhang, a fellow swordsman, Zoro felt intrigued. You seem a tad stronger than those mere meat sacks. Lan Zhang chuckled derisively. Planning a 2-on-1, are you? Then I shall slay you both at this moment. Zoro glanced at Itachi. Itachi, this guy's head is mine, I will claim his life. Just as he spoke, he noticed the fisherman officer, Dosu, raising a hammer behind Itachi to launch a sneak attack. Hey, wait! But before Zoro could finish his warning, Itachi swiftly plunged his blade into Dosu's chest. Dosu's massive hammer halted in that instant. What the? Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed. Then this guy is yours, Itachi said, delivering a kick that sent Dosu flying into the distance. Phew, it seems my worries about you are unfounded, Zoro remarked with a grin, refocusing his attention on Lan Zhang. Itachi, Robin smiled, observing as Itachi charged into the throng of fishmen in the center of the plaza. The enormous Ko Lang was weeping uncontrollably, having been cast aside by Vanderdecken. Opposite him stood the Kraken, who had long wished to continue their contest. These two behemoths were simply colossal. "Hey, get up and fight. See God, Ko Lang. The Kraken is eager to spar with you," shouted a fisherman beneath Ko Lang. Yet, Ko Lang remained motionless, wiping his tears instead. "Decken, Captain, I have been abandoned by Captain Decken." He wailed, his tears striking the ground with enough force to crush a fishman. Both sides are massive, yet utterly devoid of fighting spirit. The fishman lamented. I could see that moment. Just stepped forward. "Hey, sea god, have you misheard something?" Upon hearing Ju's words, Ko Lang paused his lamentations. "Misheard? What did I miss here?" he inquired, perplexed. "Your captain did not intend to abandon you. On the contrary, he entrusted this plaza to you," Ju asserted confidently. Nongda. Captain Decken clearly said he wanted me to. "Not like that," Ju interjected. "What he means is you must exhibit your true fighting spirit. He completely trusts you, which is why he let you drop. His intention is for you to defeat the Straw Hat crew, thus making you his most favored subordinate." The surrounding fishmen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I've never seen a subordinate so trusted by the captain." "Yes, sea god, you are Captain Decken's most reliable ally. Thus, now is the time for you to display your manly spirit. Look at the Kraken," the fishmen urged, prompting Ko Lang to gaze at the Kraken, who had taken up a boxing stance, ready to engage. Usopp, witnessing the Kraken's readiness, couldn't contain his excitement, shouting, "Go Kraken! Defeat that bald sea monster!" Hearing Ju's explanation, Ko Lang began to smile. "I see. So that's how it is." "Exactly," Ju thought, seizing the moment to produce a lethal potion. "Yes. Then you shall join us as our comrade and follow Captain Decken's orders to eliminate the Straw Hat crew." He forcefully tossed the potion into Ko Lang's mouth. With such a massive physique, will the potion even have an effect? The fishmen around Ju wondered. Yet to their astonishment, as soon as Ko Lang swallowed the potion, his entire body flushed a deep crimson, and even his eyes turned red. It seemed he was particularly susceptible to the drug's effects. The fishmen widened their eyes in shock. Fueled by the potion, Ko Lang went berserk, charging forward with seismic strides. Raising his fists as he approached the Kraken extended its tentacle fists to meet him. However, Ko Lang delivered a single blow that sent the Kraken soaring. "Little squid!" Usopp and Chopper gasped in disbelief at the sight. "Little squid, get it together," Usopp urged, shaking the Kraken's massive tentacle. "That it's no use. He's already out cold," Chopper replied anxiously, glancing back at the gigantic Ko Lang. "Who else?" Ko Lang bellowed, his voice resonating with an astonishing presence. But at that moment, a gigantic fire dragon suddenly surged toward him. Ko Lang was knocked to the ground by the force of the dragon. The immense impact, coupled with the searing pain, sent him rolling uncontrollably. "Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Chopper's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fire dragon. Just as Ko Lang was rolling, creating a tumultuous stir, Jinbei also lifted his leg. Fishman karate. Spinning kick. Jinbei's wooden sandal struck Ko Lang with tremendous force, sending the colossal figure flying. He could be kicked away even at that size. The fishmen gasped in disbelief as Itachi observed the fallen Ko Lang. The earlier lack of stark contrast became evident. This guy was truly enormous. If I were to sever his head, it would certainly require considerable effort, it was said by Itachi. Although the body of the KKR was enormous, its strength was lacking. Itachi contemplated as he continued to confront the merman beside him. Behind him lay a trail of lifeless bodies. When he turned his gaze back to the mermen before him, they trembled uncontrollably. They had realized that those defeated by the Straw Hat crew were merely unconscious. Even if vanquished by the swordsman wielding a blade, they were only half dead. However, those bested by this cloaked individual of the Straw Hat crew were already deceased. "This man is terrifying," the foremost merman swallowed hard. Just then, they suddenly heard a loud shout from behind. "Am I late?" "No matter, I have come to claim the heads of the Straw Hat crew." At that moment, above Fishman Island, the colossal roots of a tree loomed. The great ship Noah, initially guided above Fishman Island by Shirahoshi to avoid being damaged on the seabed, had gone awry. It was now plummeting towards Fishman Island. This occurred because its controller, Vanderdecken, had failed. Behind Vanderdecken, Hody was slowly extracting a trident from his abdomen. You wish to betray me, to make me a sacrifice? Don't be ridiculous. Hody grinned sinisterly. This way, your wretched ability will spiral out of control, and Noah will crash back down onto Fishman Island. Perfect, let the Straw Hat crew, who obstruct my vengeance, perish. Hody's laughter echoed maniacally once more. Nearby, observing this scene from the sea, Prince Shark and Prince Carp were utterly devastated. Noah is out of control. Is Fishman Island doomed? Prince Shark, carrying Luffy, approached Noah, having previously rescued Luffy from Hody's pursuit in the water. The combat prowess of Hody in the water was incomparably superior to that on land. A plan must be devised to halt Noah. Prince Shark was filled with anxiety. I could see that moment. Hody, wielding his trident, lunged forward. Straw Hat Brat. Hody screamed maniacally at Luffy and Prince Shark. You must wish to stop Noah, right? Then cease your flight and come defeat me. Unless you conquer me, Fishman Island cannot be saved. Ha ha ha. You vile bastard. Luffy gritted his teeth that I will surely prevent this ship from crashing. Deckkin, Shirahoshi suddenly cried out as she swam towards Noah. Please continue to aim for me. Do not let Noah collide with Fishman Island. There lies my beloved country and cherished islanders. Shirahoshi, Prince Shark shouted her name, handing her the bubble containing Luffy. Keep an eye on the Straw Hat Brat. I shall attempt again. No matter what, I will not allow Noah to strike Fishman Island. And Shirahoshi, please trust me. Thus do not leave Noah's side and protect your safety. With that, Prince Shark swam towards Hody. Moments ago, the three princes had nearly been slain by Hody. Hey, Brother Star, Luffy shouted. You are no match for him, as he spoke. Luffy used his gum-gum pistol against Hody, but Hody's speed in the water was too swift. And Luffy's attack failed to connect due to the water's interference. You first, Hody bellowed as he charged towards Prince Shark. Prince Shark immediately positioned himself in front of Hody, swinging his fists at him. Even if you wield a deceitful power, I cannot harm you in the slightest. Indeed, that is my immaturity. However, I shall not relent. As Prince Shark screamed in agony, Hody's shark-like dorsal fin pierced through him. Luffy and Shirahoshi froze in shock. As Shirahoshi cried out, she suddenly recalled her brother's words and desperately swam towards Noah. Hey, Coward Star, what are you doing? Luffy was perplexed as to why she did not return to assist Prince Shark, but instead swam towards Noah. At that moment, Luffy's transponder snail rang. Instinctively, Luffy answered the call, and a voice immediately came through. Luffy-sama. This is the storage facility I contacted earlier. Luffy recalled that Prince Shark had mentioned that to defeat Hody, they absolutely could not engage him in the water. They must lure him onto the air-filled Noah. The soldier from the storage facility continued, We have observed Noah descending towards Fishman Island to inflate the bubble for Noah. There is but one method, a single opportunity on the square of Joral Code. Itachi temporarily set down his blade, glancing towards the merman behind him. The voice of a certain individual continued to resound. Hey, you slave tank, hurry up, you are utterly useless. And you, where has Hody gone? Why haven't the Straw Hat crew been dealt with? The mermen turned to look behind them, where a dozen human pirate slaves were laboriously carrying a wooden raft, atop which sat Hammond, the individual who had previously intercepted the Sunny upon their arrival on the island. This moment, Hammond was vociferously berating the human slaves while consuming the potent drug ES. He could sense his own power growing increasingly volatile. Are the lowly humans still stubbornly resisting? What is going on here? And you, why do I see human pirates fighting back? Hammond seized a merman by the collar. What on earth is happening? Hammond-sama, the merman exclaimed in panic. Pointing ahead, we are currently facing some trouble. The Straw Hat crew is formidable. Formidable. Upon hearing this word, a red glimmer ignited in Hammond's eyes. You dare to claim that despicable lot is strong? You dare to assert that such a base species possesses strength? As Hammond spoke, Itachi had already begun to take action. He continued to slay every merman before him. The sound of blades slicing through flesh and the anguished cries of the mermen filled the air before Hammond. Who is that? Hammond-sama. That is one of the Straw Hat crew. The merman hastily pointed towards Itachi. Hammond focused his gaze, and upon recognizing Itachi, he sprang to his feet. ITSU. Hammond suddenly recalled their first encounter. Itachi had merely cast a glance at him, and he'd been plunged into a hell of slaughter at the hands of humans. Itsu. Hammond roared towards the heavens. Damn the Straw Hat crew. It is you. His voice was so thunderous that it drew the attention of everyone present. That Hammond? Jiao remarked as he recognized the figure. That guy has also arrived. The King Octopus Merman Mushi raised his spear. Is he going to eliminate that cloaked individual? It seems so. He has consumed a considerable amount of the potent drug, yes. Let's await the spectacle, Jiao said, crossing his arms. Before Hammond, Itachi continued to wield his blade. And wherever he went, the mermen appeared feeble even in their attempts to resist, for no matter whether he struck or refrained from striking, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. They would all meet their demise at Itachi's hand. This individual is akin to a god of slaughter. A nearby merman trembled in fear. God of slaughter? Hammond seethed with rage. You dare to refer to a human in such a manner? Ah, no, Hammond-sama. That is not what I meant. The merman, fixated by Hammond's glare, trembled uncontrollably. With a single punch, Hammond sent the merman reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Useless wretches, keep your eyes open. Hammond hunched his body, gazing at Itachi, who continued to swing his blade. It is about to begin, he chuckled, eagerly awaiting the first casualty among the Straw Hat crew. Sensing the unfolding peril, Robin, closest to Itachi, called out urgently, Itachi, be vigilant of what lies ahead. Itachi remained focused on his blade, his thoughts no longer on the merman before him. He needed to extricate himself quickly to attend to more pressing matters. Upon hearing Robin's warning, Itachi paused momentarily. In that instant, Hammond raised his claws and charged toward him. Die for me, Hammond roared as he charged towards Itachi. Big brother Hammond! The surrounding fishmen erupted in excited cheers at the sight. Finally, a leader had come to put an end to this harbinger of death. Yet, in the next moment, they were left utterly dumbfounded. There stood Hammond, having consumed a dozen deadly pills, now bursting with unimaginable power. Just as he reached Itachi, poised to strike with his deadly claws to rend Itachi's flesh. Itachi's blade had already pierced through his throat, emerging from the nape of his neck. With a sickening sound, accompanied by a spray of blood, Hammond's head was severed from his body. What? Jiao, observing from a distance, could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before him. What was happening? That was a leader who had ingested deadly drugs. Was it all resolved with just a single strike? However, the so-called harbinger of death, who had mercilessly felled countless comrades, Itachi, showed no sign of hesitation after dispatching Hammond. Without pausing, he advanced towards the nearest fishman. This fishman stood in shock, grappling with the reality that their big brother had been so easily dispatched. He locked eyes with Itachi's blood-red Sharingan. The fishman felt his breath catch in his throat as he sensed the chilling glint of death looming overhead, causing him to lose control of his bowels. Yet, the sword of Damocles hovering above him did not descend. Itachi spoke. Another soul stripped of the will to fight. The fishman was paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. Not just him, but the surrounding fishmen instinctively began to retreat. They were painfully aware of their situation. Even Hody, witnessing the scene, could do nothing but flee in terror. How could they possibly be a match? In the distance, Jiao was screaming in a frenzy. You worthless scum, disgrace of Fishman Street. What are you all doing? Why don't you kill him? Hack him to death. Before Jiao could finish his tirade, the icy gaze from Itachi's blood-red eyes fell upon him. Jiao trembled. To be honest, the sight of Hammond being slain in one swift stroke had left not only the small fry, but even the officers of their new fisherman pirates utterly shocked. Yet their mission instantly brought Jiao back to reality. They were meant to restore the honor of the fishmen, to trample the despicable humans underfoot. Jiao struggled to divert his gaze elsewhere. Locking eyes with Itachi made him hesitate even to dream of that grand objective. But the next scene ignited his fury even further. He noticed Itachi standing there, unmoving amidst the crowd, and not a single person dared to approach him to launch an attack. You are all utterly pathetic. Jiao was ready to unleash his invisibility to eliminate Itachi. However, Itachi suddenly moved, taking a step forward. Jiao halted immediately. What was he about to do? Itachi approached Hammond's lifeless body, seizing his head. raising Hammond's head. Itachi then picked up a stone from the ground and unleashed a black flame raven, soaring into the air. All fishmen, listen well. Itachi's commanding voice drew the gaze of everyone in the square. The wind pressure from Kokakuru's fall had knocked Nami down, causing Sanji, in a fit of rage, to stop kicking Kokakuru. Frankie, swinging his massive sword amidst the crowd, also ceased his movements. Usopp and Chopper, who were pursuing Dama, paused as well. Every member of the Straw Hat crew, Jinbei, and all the new fisherman pirates are now focused on Itachi. I could see that moment. The fishmen recognized what Itachi held. Hammond's head. Big Brother Hammond. What the hell has that bastard done? Wait, that person, wasn't he the one who unleashed the inferno earlier? The fishmen, once filled with rage, were now frozen in shock. Those who had already witnessed Itachi's terrifying prowess trembled uncontrollably. Seeing that all eyes were on him, Itachi continued, "Do not resist any longer. Fishmen, continuing this fight is meaningless. You will only lead to more deaths. The so-called absolute numerical advantage you boast of is utterly meaningless." Before Itachi could finish, someone from below began to shout angrily, "What are you talking about, you damn bastard? Surrender. You're so arrogant, daring to hold up Big Brother Hammond's head, that if you have the guts. Come down and see if I don't chop you to pieces." As this fishman spoke, a fireball exploded before him. The fiery explosion instantly charred over 100 fishmen, including that one. Simultaneously, Itachi formed seals once more. Fire style, great fireball technique. Itachi unleashed a barrage of explosive flames, creating several waves of destruction across the square. Had it not been for Jiao and Mushi's swift escape, they too would have been consumed by the inferno. This relentless onslaught left all the fishmen in the square dazed. Who on earth is this guy? Why is he so terrifying? Perched atop the black flame raven, Itachi continued, "Those wishing to surrender, lay down your weapons and stand in the southeast corner of the square, and I will guarantee your safety. Those who do not wish to surrender may continue fighting. However, for those who choose not to surrender, I cannot assure you that you will not be killed in the next moment." With these words, an eerie silence fell over the square. Robin smiled at Itachi. Truly, he was a formidable presence. Even Jinbei and Sanji broke into a cold sweat. Uchiha Itachi. Jinbei carefully articulated Itachi's name. What an astonishing strategy. Sanji exhaled in relief. Thus, even if the enemy's fighting spirit was not entirely shattered, they would certainly suffer a significant psychological blow. Nami gazed at Itachi, her eyes shining brighter than when she beheld treasures. Nami had already resolved that once this battle concluded, even if Itachi did not board the Thousand Sunny, she would ensure he was packed in her treasure chest for safekeeping. After Itachi concluded, the human pirates whom he had spared were the first to respond. "Hey, everyone who doesn't want to be a slave, listen to the guy in black and stand in the southeast corner." This human pirate declared, and all the human pirates raised their hands in response. Damn humans. Seeing this, a fishman swung his sword to strike, but just as his blade was about to descend, a burst of phoenix fire struck him. Itachi, with one hand holding his sword horizontally and the other forming a sign with his fingers, directed the phoenix fire, and his blood-red Sharingan served as a terrifying deterrent to all fishmen in the square. Witnessing this, the human pirates cheered even louder. They all rushed towards the southeast corner. Some fishmen even sought to join them, and the human pirates did not refuse, allowing them to join the ranks of surrendering. How could our own kind betray us? A towering shark fishman, enraged, attempted to strike down the fleeing fishmen, but as he raised his blade, cold sweat began to bead upon his skin. He dared not strike, for he recalled the fate of those struck by Itachi's flames. The shark fishman stood there, sword raised, watching as numerous human pirates and fishmen rushed past him. Oh ho! Everyone, listen to the guy in black. Former pirate captains among the human pirates began to direct the surrendering crowd, pointing their weapons at any fisherman who dared to attack. Point one pirate captain called out to the heavens, "Guy in black. We want to lay down our weapons. We're holding them to protect ourselves from attacks, and that's fine, right?" After confirming with a nod from Itachi, the pirate captain grinned widely. Finally, they could escape the clutches of these fishmen without becoming cannon fodder, and live to see another day. "Guy in black, you are my savior. Surrender." "Savior," the human pirates shouted in unison. Meanwhile, Zoro, who was locked in a standoff with Blue Zong, smirked at what he heard behind him. How did Itachi pull this off? The sight filled Jiao and Mushi with unbridled rage. You fools, what are you waiting for? Kill the Straw Hat crew, along with the humans, without mercy. As Jiao shouted, he suddenly noticed that Itachi, riding a black fire crow, was diving towards him from the sky. You can certainly give it a try. Itachi raised his sword, autumn water, resembling a grim reaper engulfed in hellfire. Do not underestimate the officers of our new fishman pirate crew. Jiao shouted resolutely, quickly tossing several lethal pills into his mouth. Mushi, not daring to delay, also consumed a few of the deadly pills. Just as Itachi was about to reach Jiao, he leaped high into the air. The black fire crow beneath him plunging down rapidly, transforming into a blazing inferno. Bang! The black fire crow exploded before Jiao and Mushi, both of them leaping away. I could see that moment. Jiao's expression changed at IT was because Itachi had already arrived before him. Itachi swung his blade towards him, and Jiao was momentarily taken aback. But then, fueled by the deadly pills, a murderous intent gleamed in his blood-red eyes. I have already seen through your attack. Jiao thrust his dagger. Enhanced by the power of the pills, an extraordinarily swift and oddly angled strike that countered Itachi's direct stab, driving the dagger deep into Itachi's heart. Itachi's expression shifted. Pain began to mar his features. Aha! Jiao brother took down that man in black with a single strike, truly deserving of being one of our new Fishman Pirate Crew S officers, upon witnessing Itachi collapse to the ground. The previously despondent fishmen erupted in excitement, cheering loudly. However, just as Jiao was reveling in his victory over Itachi, he suddenly felt someone gripping his legs. Crack! Jiao's legs were pulled into the ground, ensnared by the rocks. What is happening? Jiao exclaimed in shock, looking down, when Mushi beside him suddenly thrust his squid gun towards Jiao's back. Jiao shouted, "Be careful, behind you!" Before Jiao could turn around, he found Itachi, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly transforming into a cloud of mist with a bang. What? He turned back only to see that Mushi's squid gun had pierced Itachi's side. What? Wasn't he just stabbed in the heart by me? What is going on? As Jiao stood there bewildered, the Itachi that Mushi had struck also transformed into a cloud of mist with a pop. This reminded him of the scene when Hody struck Itachi, who turned into a flock of crows. No. This guy is very likely a Logia-type fruit user. As Jiao shouted, he immediately activated his invisibility. Mushi, who had thought he had succeeded, was momentarily confused. What did you say? Jiao had no time to respond. After becoming invisible, he hurriedly pulled his feet from the rocks. That damned man in black is truly sinister. He feigned an attack on me, only to ambush Mushi. How despicable! Despicable! A vile creature! Jiao cursed in his heart as he stealthily approached Itachi. Even after consuming the deadly pills, his mind remained calm. Want to play the ambush game? You may not realize who the true master of ambushes is. Jiao raised his dagger, towering over Itachi, and aimed for the back of Itachi's neck. But Itachi reacted almost instantaneously, deflecting Jiao's dagger with a swift strike. Jiao's body trembled as autumn water was already poised at his throat. Startled by Itachi, Jiao exited his invisibility. How did you discover me? Jiao shouted in shock. Itachi glanced at him, his Sharingan pupils narrowing slightly, without a hint of hesitation. Slash. Once again, a head flew off, blood splattering. Jiao's so-called invisibility was essentially dynamic camouflage, relying on biological instincts to blend his body with the surrounding colors, thus creating an illusion of invisibility. Such a level of invisibility could not escape the eyes of the Sharingan Deadeye in the distance. Jinbei had halted after knocking Kokoro back to consciousness that he gazed intently at Itachi. Two fishman officers had been dealt with. The false strength they gained from the pills seemed utterly ineffective before Itachi. Sanji lit a cigarette. I truly suggest that Green Algae Head learn a thing or two about swordsmanship from Itachi. His wild dog-like slashing technique appears to be highly inefficient. Not far from Sanji. Zoro, having just defeated Blue Zong with his swords imbued with haki, overheard Sanji's words. What did you say? You, the nosebleed boy. What does a dead chef know about swordsmanship? Ah, what did you say, you damned green algae head? Do you want to die? Watch me chop you down first. Zoro charged at Sanji, and the two began to bicker fiercely. Hey, Sanji, Zoro, Jinbei desperately intervened. What time do you think it is? You two should stop arguing. At that moment, Kokoro, resembling a small mountain, raised his fist. You dare ignore me? Watch me strike. Kokoro's giant fist generated a fierce gale as it descended towards Sanji and Zoro, in the midst of their fight. Sanji and Zoro glanced towards Kokoro's attack simultaneously. Don't get in the way. Sanji and Zoro shouted in unison as they leapt into action, Sanji executing a diable jam. Roast meat shoot combined with Zoro's two-sword style. Bull Demon. They struck Kokoro down and kicked him away. Ah, it's over, Kokoro screamed as he fell into the crowd of fishmen, crushing a large number of them. After knocking that guy away, Sanji and Zoro, who had just been observing the distant fishman crowd, suddenly locked eyes again. Dead chef, stinky swordsman, green algae head, curly brow, nosebleed boy, clumsy navigator, you bastard, go die. The two fell into another brawl. This scene made Jinbei feel as if a large crow had flown over his head. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Itachi glanced at the two, confirming they were merely loving rivals without any real conflict before refocusing his gaze on the plaza. That moment, General Frankie was clearing out the fishmen pirates. Having just knocked the fishman pirate officer Kakasaba unconscious with a single punch, Nami and Robin were working together, systematically eliminating enemies, while Chopper and Usopp chased after the smallest fishman officer, accompanied by a barrage of explosive shots from Usopp. The hidden Demu was blasted out, landing directly in front of Chopper. Chopper was already seething with rage after Damu insulted his strength, delivering a punch that rendered Damu senseless on the plaza, whenever Itachi's gaze swept across. The fishmen trembled uncontrollably, utterly losing their will to fight. Itachi observed this scene with a slight, and OD that IT will soon come to an end. But just then he suddenly felt a massive shadow reappear in the sky. That Hody fellow is a product of the hatred towards Fishman Island. Those guys are filled with immense resentment, seeking to destroy Fishman Island. After Sharkstar was defeated by Hody, he used a transponder snail to utter his final words to the soldiers of Fishman Island and King Neptune. King Neptune was left in a state of shock. Did these individuals truly approach the battle with such determination? Standing atop the high point of Fishman Island, King Neptune gazed towards the distant Joral Code Square. The battlefield between Hody and the Straw Hat crew had shifted from the square to the sea. Aboard the colossal ship Noah, his most trusted son, the mightiest warrior, Sharkstar, had succumbed to Hody, while the remaining two princes were also effortlessly vanquished by him. With the absence of the three princes to delay Hody, even though the air reservoir had just barely injected air into Noah, it was highly probable that Hody was now confronting the Straw Hat crew in his favored domain, the ocean. The Straw Hat crew, a mere handful of 10 or so, along with Jinbei, stood against hundreds of thousands of lawless foes, including those fishman officers who had gained formidable but hypocritical powers through the consumption of deadly drugs, even if they possessed a 1 in 10,000 chance of prevailing in this battle. The gigantic ship Noah, led by Vander Deken's fruitability, was already plummeting towards Fishman Island once more. Was everything coming to an end? King Neptune was engulfed in despair. However, unbeknownst to him, in the depths of the sea aboard the ship Noah, Luffy had managed to subdue Hody. Although he had previously teetered on the brink of hopelessness, Luffy ultimately reclaimed the battlefield where he could unleash his true power. As for the square, it was in stark contrast to his expectations. Brother Jiao, Brother Mushi, I just saw Brother Dos, all of them were taken down by that man in black. And Hody, he only attacked him once. Other than that, Hody was merely fleeing. The fishmen, with vacant expressions, murmured as they looked at Itachi. Even if we are numerous, how could we possibly stand against such a person? As they deliberated, Itachi had already approached them with his blade drawn. The fishmen were momentarily stunned. And after a moment of silent exchange, the foremost fishman knelt down. I surrender. I surrender. We are utterly outmatched. With the first voice of submission, those behind him began to kneel one by one. We surrender. This was the only phrase they uttered. Despite their deep-seated hatred for humans, their extreme contempt for those who ruthlessly slaughter their kin upon arrival on the island, and their profound aversion to. The word surrender echoed in the southeast corner, where they were to stand alongside those humans. I assure your safety. After Itachi made this declaration, he advanced forward, leaving behind a stunned assembly of fish-men. It seemed he intended to show us mercy. Did he not harbor a grudge against our enslavement by humans? As yet another fishman surrendered, those who loathed humans to the core were consumed by rage. You worthless cowards, to achieve our grand goal. We must fight to the bitter end. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall fight to the last breath. As the fishmen shouted, a fire dragon erupted, engulfing him and those around him in flames. I repeat, those who surrender, I can guarantee your safety. For those who do not, you may continue on the battlefield. Nearly all remaining fishmen were wavering. Under the oppressive weight of absolute power, any struggle seemed futile. At that moment, Jinbe, holding Jiao's severed head, made his slow way to the center of the square, standing atop the unconscious Coco Lang. All citizens of Fishman Street, Jinbe shouted, garnering the attention of every fishman. He raised Jiao's head high. Look at your so-called brothers. As he spoke, he tossed Jiao's head into the crowd of fishmen. Brother Jiao, those fishmen still contemplating battle crumbled. All your officers have been eliminated. Jinbe pointed to the scattered fishman officers. Some were dead, while others had lost consciousness. If this continues, only you will perish. So, lay down your weapons and prepare to surrender. Surrender? Protested a tall fishman close to Jinbe. Jinbe, you traitor of Fishman Island, how dare you urge us to surrender? No sooner had he spoken than he felt someone grasping his arm. Hey, don't say. His words were cut short as a fireball exploded above the heads of the fishmen, igniting a wave of flames. The fishmen turned in astonishment to see Itachi, once again seated upon the black fire crow. His imposing, iceberg-like visage seemed to loom like a death sentence over all. I have lost my patience. Itachi's brow furrowed. His voice was low, yet it sent shivers through every fishman present. Jinbe nodded slightly at Itachi, his face filled with gratitude. If you wish to oppose the Straw Hat crew and Fishman Island, your fate will be as it was moments ago. Damn it, they have only a handful of individuals, while we have 100,000. The fireball erupted above the head of the protesting fishman. Why is this happening? Why? A fire dragon exploded above another fishman's head. This spectacle incited cries of despair from all fishmen. Stop talking! Everyone, stop talking! Do not utter another word against the Straw Hat crew. We will truly die. We will truly die. As he shouted, this fishman trembled, fearing he had provoked the last vestige of patience from the grim figure above, but the fireball did not descend upon him. Moments later, amid the murmurs, all remnants of the new fishman pirates knelt down. We surrender. This was all they had left to say. Upon hearing this chorus echoing through the square, the immense weight that had pressed down on Jinbe's heart was finally lifted. Witnessing the cessation of hostilities, Zoro and Sanji halted their skirmish. The members of the Straw Hat crew turned their gazes towards Itachi. At last, it is over. Nami sighed in relief. MHM. Robin smiled. Itachi-san, you were amazing. Usopp and Chopper jumped in excitement. Itachi-san. Tears fell from Brook's empty eye sockets. That was utterly super. Frankie emerged from his transformation, forming a star with his hands. Yash, the battle is over, Jinbe shouted, and the human pirates in the southeast corner raised their hands in jubilant celebration. It's over. We are no longer slaves to the fishmen. Suddenly, someone among the human pirates voiced a concern. Wait, we won't become slaves to the Straw Hat crew, will we? This prompted everyone to look up towards the sky. But at that moment, the human pirates realized that Itachi, who had been suspended like a blade poised to fall, had vanished. Where could that guy Itachi be going? Zoro looked up at Itachi, who was soaring towards the edge of the bubbles on the Blackfire Crow. He must be going to assist Luffy. Sanji exhaled slowly. I wonder how things are going on Luffy's, and did I feel a bit guilty for burdening Itachi? Watching Itachi ascend, Nami began to grasp his intentions. Indeed, Robin nodded, her gaze fixed on Itachi's diminishing silhouette, but then her expression shifted. Nami, look at the sky. What is that? Soon, everyone on Fishman Island was gazing upwards at the immense shadow looming above. Was Noah truly about to crash down? Just as the residents of Fishman Island celebrated their victory in Joral Code Square, they all raised their heads towards the heavens. The Straw Hat crew had only just subdued the square. At this moment, the observation room of Fishman Island initiated a comprehensive broadcast throughout the island to all residents of Fishman Island, as well as the companions of the Straw Hat Boy. The Straw Hat Boy is currently engaged in a fierce battle with Hody Jones. He is striving to prevent Noah from plummeting and crashing into Fishman Island. The soldier in the observation room spoke the final words with a heavy tone. Is Hody still alive? The Fishman pirates murmured to one another. So what if he is? Even if he is alive, if Noah falls, the entire Fishman Island will be destroyed, and we will all perish. Jinbei gazed solemnly at the sky, where the enormous shadow of Noah was drawing ever closer. The fishmen, upon hearing Jinbei's words, displayed expressions of shock and despair. Could it be that Hody intends to kill us all? In the distance, the members of the Straw Hat crew had now noticed the colossal shadow in the sky, as well as the figure of Itachi nearing the edge of the bubble. That it seems Itachi. Is he planning to join Luffy in stopping Noah? Itachi-san, upon reaching the bubble's edge, Itachi unleashed the black flames of the crow. Breaking through the bubble's boundary, as he plunged into the seawater, the flames extinguished, and the immense pressure caused veins to bulge on his forehead. Itachi immediately summoned the skeletal form of Susanoo, propelling himself toward Noah. A moment later, Luffy called out, "Hold on," as Itachi surged through the water on the colossal ship Noah, after Hody had deeply bitten into Luffy's shoulder, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh. Luffy simultaneously elongated his arm. Goma Goma no. Fire Pistol. This move, a tribute to Ace, was a technique Luffy had painstakingly perfected, utilizing rapid retraction to ignite his arm in flames, striking Hody squarely in the abdomen. Hody, howling in agony, was sent staggering back several meters. Yet, after his scream, Hody regained his footing. Ja! Hody has completely lost his mind. This scene left Prince Fukaboshi in disbelief that is Hody truly immortal. Shark Star, battered and bruised, struggled to right himself that no, that guy's body has long surpassed its limits. Through their recent encounters, even though Hody had repeatedly bested him, Sharkstar deduced from their exchanges that Hody's ability to withstand such lethal drugs and endure Luffy's assaults stemmed from his extreme hatred for humanity, which fueled his resilience. That guy's endless loathing for humanity is the true source of his endurance. After regaining his composure, Hody continued to laugh maniacally. The Straw Hat Boy, you wish to defeat me? It's utterly impossible. I am the man destined to restore the glory of fishmen. I am the true king of these seas. Now perish with your foolish dreams. Hody scooped up the seawater leaking from the giant ship, coalescing it into the largest shark water bullet imaginable. Luffy ceased to speak. Before him, Hody was no longer his primary concern. He began to inflate his arm, and once it had transformed into a colossal appendage. Luffy coated it in haki, dye. Hody had already formed countless water bullets and hurled them towards Luffy with all his might. Luffy raised his enlarged arm in response. Goma Goma no. Giant elephant gun. The haki-infused black giant iron fist met the barrage of water bullets, causing them to be pushed back repeatedly. Observing this, Luffy firmly planted his feet and exerted every ounce of strength to propel his giant fist forward. The fist bore down upon the water bullets, crashing into Hody like a hammer. Boom! Hody was sent deep into the interiors of Noah. After this strike, Hody's consciousness began to waver. Noah, carry my will and destroy Fishman Island. Annihilate those dishonorable fishmen. As he shouted this with his remaining strength, countless giant iron fists rained down upon him, or rather, upon Noah. Goma Goma no. Giant elephant rampage. Luffy swung his fists wildly, unleashing a storm of giant punches that battered Noah into ruin. At this moment, Itachi had reached the deck of Noah. Luffy, what are you doing? Itachi. Luffy bellowed, his onslaught of punches intensifying. I will destroy Noah. I won't let this ship crush Fishman Island. Shirahoshi, witnessing this scene, covered her mouth in shock. Luffy-san, Itachi-san, the wounds on Luffy's body had become even more grievous. Due to Luffy's frenzied assault with his giant elephant gun, the injuries inflicted by Hody had torn open to a horrifying degree. Shirahoshi intended to enter Noah to persuade Luffy to stop, but Luffy suddenly glared at her with wide, round eyes, shouting, "Shut up! Cowardly star! Just stay there and watch me destroy this ship." Luffy strained to maximize the speed of his punches, his arms becoming mere blurs. Luffy, seeing Luffy's desperate struggle, pained Shark Star deeply. Due to their own inadequacies, they could do nothing but leave the resolution of this dire situation to the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, the observation deck was broadcasting Luffy's message across Fishman Island. The Straw Hat Boy has defeated Hody. He is now attempting to destroy Noah to prevent it from crashing into Fishman Island and obliterating it entirely. After the announcement, everyone on Fishman Island was left in stunned silence. The Straw Hat Boy wishes to destroy that colossal Noah. Surely, that is impossible. What can we do now? We can only trust him. Some fishmen began to gaze resolutely at the sky. In this battle, we could not assist at all. It is the Straw Hat crew who will bring this fight to a close. Therefore, we can only place our faith in the Straw Hat Boy. Yes, indeed, we must believe in the Straw Hat Boy. Go, Straw Hat Boy. Stop, Noah. Halt. On the heights of Fishman Island, King Neptune silently murmured to himself, "Joy Boy, it seems our promise cannot be fulfilled present. Only by destroying Noah can Fishman Island hope to be saved. But is it truly possible to destroy it?" In the square, Zoro had also sheathed his sword. At this point, it seems there is nothing we can do. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. Indeed, we can only trust Luffy. Moreover, Itachi had joined him. There should be a way. Robin crossed her arms and nodded. Let's watch over them. Believe in them. Goma no. Giant elephant rampage. Ugh. Luffy's barrage of punches grew increasingly frenzied, accompanied by flying splinters of wood, as his roar echoed throughout Noah. Yet Itachi could sense that Luffy's wild gaze resembled a bowstring stretched to its limit. Once that arrow was released, Luffy would collapse. Luffy, your body has reached its limit. Do not push yourself like this. Itachi was too astonished to question how Luffy had developed such immense fists that, if I don't do this, Fishman Island will be crushed by this ship. I cannot allow Fishman Island to be destroyed. Luffy's shout was directed at Itachi, but also served to bolster his own resolve. You have some deep connection to this island. Itachi suddenly found himself in doubt. No. Hey, Itachi, what are you trying to say? Itachi paused for a moment before continuing. Did you not say you disliked being a hero? Before Itachi could elaborate further, Luffy roared. Why is there so much unnecessary chatter? Cowardly Star is my friend, and so is Brother Star, along with Cammy and the others. I cannot just stand by and watch their homeland be destroyed. Itachi, you are so verbose, gazing at Luffy's stubborn visage. Itachi was momentarily taken aback. Oh right, how did you end up here? By the way, if I'm going to destroy this ship, you should leave at once. Who knows what will happen here once I've reduced it to ruins? As he spoke, Luffy suddenly paused as well. By the way, Itachi, he continued, I need you to check on Usopp and Nami. Luffy then turned his attention forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his gum-gum pistol. There were so many enemies below. It was perilous. And you? Itachi inquired me. Luffy chuckled, that I'm a man destined to become the Pirate King. I want to easily meet my demise. Time was of the essence. Itachi, I'm counting on you. With that, Luffy reverted to his fervent shouting. Observing Luffy's desperate determination, Itachi, recovering from his surprise, smiled, but Luffy was growing increasingly frantic. Itachi, what on earth are you doing? I've told you, I'm counting on you to look after Nami and the others. I will handle the destruction of Noah. Yet, just as Luffy shouted, he locked eyes with Itachi's Sharingan. Before Luffy could question the nature of Itachi's eyes, he suddenly felt a jolt coursing through his body, and his vision transformed into a crimson haze. What is this? Under the influence of Itachi's Genjutsu, Luffy's already fatigued giant arm began to retract uncontrollably, and his haki faded. Itachi merely required him to ease his strength. And in that fleeting moment, Luffy's body went limp. As he regained his senses, he saw Itachi leaping outside of Noah, the kaleidoscope of the Sharingan and the skeletal form of Susanoo reappearing. Itachi, what are you trying to accomplish? Luffy struggled to maintain his composure, but he found himself kneeling on the ground. To claim one does not wish to be a hero, yet to be willing to sacrifice one's life for barely acquainted friends. What a peculiar value system. Standing in the sea, Itachi observed Noah with a slight smirk that a captain with a strange value system, accompanied by equally peculiar crew members. It dawned on him that he, too, was strange in Itachi's memories. Every task and battle he undertook was driven by purpose. Yet, just moments ago, during his conversation with Luffy, he realized that he was fighting, much like Luffy, for someone he had only just met, someone who may not even qualify as a friend, and for this Fishman Island, whose reality he was unsure of. Very interesting, Itachi mused, closing his eyes with a smile as his remaining chakra began to converge toward his eyes. Itachi was not one to possess an abundance of chakra. From the start of his journey in Ryugu Palace, through the battles in the square, his chakra reserves had dwindled considerably. This was aided by the inexplicable vitality of his 18-year-old form. Moreover, the exertion of combat had greatly depleted his ocular strength. However, as his thoughts flowed, Itachi's eyes snapped open. Let this be my gratitude for the ride you've given me, that you've shown me events I'd yet to witness. The skeletal form of Susanoo enveloping Itachi continued to grow, and its armor began to materialize. Utenko. Itachi's ocular power dwindled rapidly, yet the manifestation of Susanoo's form expanded even further. Soon, a colossal figure clad in vibrant red, wielding the 10-tailed sword in one hand and the 8-span mirror in the other, emerged from the depths of the sea. What is that? Prince Shark, witnessing the Susanoo giant, was left in a state of shock. That a deity or something? Itachi-sama, Shirahoshi gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Ah, no. Luffy stared in astonishment at Itachi within Susanoo. Yet, Itachi, standing within the Susanoo, furrowed his brow slightly. I still cannot summon the complete form of Susanoo. He was acutely aware that even with his remaining ocular power, summoning the full manifestation would be a tall order. Moreover, employing Susanoo in this manner would place immense strain on his eyes. But time was of the essence. The fiery giant raised the 10-tailed sword. Itachi mirrored the action, concentrating all remaining chakra into Susanoo. His pupils contracted. Slash! The Susanoo giant swung the 10-tailed sword, unleashing an extraordinarily sharp blade of energy toward Noah. Boom! The tremendous cutting force cleaved Noah, a vessel larger than Fishman Island, cleanly in two. Prince Shark and Shirahoshi were sent flying hundreds of meters by the shockwave. What unfathomable power! In utter shock, Prince Shark struggled to steady himself amid the aftermath. Luffy, too, was rendered speechless, his jaw dropping onto the deck as Noah trembled and splintered. Itachi. Not enough. Itachi strained to keep the 10-tailed sword raised. He had determined that if he could strike Noah again, cleaving it into 4 pieces, he could ensure it would fall at the edge of Fishman Island. Minimizing casualties even upon impact, he gathered every ounce of chakra and ocular power he could muster, even surpassing the limits of his vision. Once more, the 10-tailed sword began to coalesce fiery red energy. But just then, Itachi suddenly spotted several enormous sea creatures appearing beside the severed remains of Noah. They dwarfed all the fish he had previously seen on his journey to Fishman Island. That slash was unleashed by Itachi, wasn't it? Robin murmured, gazing upward. Absolutely, Zoro confirmed, having regained his composure from his astonishment. What a terrifying slash, Itachi said. Brook, closing his cane, was drenched in cold sweat. But I don't actually have pores to sweat from. The ship had grown comparable in size to Fishman Island. How on earth did you manage this? Itachi-san, Usopp was sweating profusely. The vessel seemed to have halted. Nami suddenly realized Noah was no longer descending. Uchiha Itachi, has this power reached the level of a Yonko? Jinbei, now part of the Big Mom Pirates, had witnessed the destructive power of Big Mom's slashes at that moment. Another announcement echoed across Fishman Island. The recent events were beyond description. The soldiers in the observation room collected themselves, striving to suppress their emotions. After all, witnessing such a spectacle was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Initially, it was initiated by the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, who was attempting to destroy Noah. Subsequently, a figure clad in black, presumably a member of the Straw Hat crew, unleashed a colossal slash that cleaved Noah in two. Throughout this ordeal, the residents of Fishman Island had their eyes glued to the spectacle above. However, to them, Itachi Susanoo appeared as merely a small crimson dot. while the slash manifested as a fiery wave. Yet, they witnessed Noah's severance with undeniable clarity. As the figure in black prepared to unleash a second slash, several Sea Kings suddenly emerged. Currently, the Sea Kings had halted Noah's descent into the depths. On the high dock, King Neptune's expression shifted upon hearing of the Sea Kings. Could it be? Has Shirahoshi's power been activated? In the depths of the sea above Fishman Island, Prince Sharkstar seemed as if he were frozen in place. First, a colossal figure resembling a deity delivered a devastating strike, followed by the emergence of Sea Kings who intercepted Noah's descent. What on earth is transpiring? Amidst the astonishment of the prince, Princess White Star swiftly swam towards Noah, diving into its interior to rescue a nearly drowned Luffy, who was on the verge of losing consciousness from the seawater that had flooded in. Opposite the prince, the dissipating sinew of Itachi watched in amazement at the enormous sea creatures that were neither fish nor fowl before him. How could they produce sounds comprehensible to humans? Itachi pondered in confusion at that moment. The central Sea King, resembling a duck with a fish body, spoke that at last, "We have caught up." Both White Star and Itachi trembled in unison. "Who is speaking?" "Princess White Star, our king." White Star gasped, lifting her gaze to behold the magnificent Sea Kings. "How do you know me?" A whale Sea King beside the duck-headed creature nodded affirmatively. "Of course. We recognize you. You are our sovereign." "Indeed, you are our king," echoed the others. A.S. Luffy, now unconscious, was placed into a bubble by White Star. He awoke the moment he inhaled the oxygen. "Who is speaking?" Luffy blinked drowsily. Suddenly confronted by the colossal Sea Kings, the duck-headed Sea King continued, "It is truly wonderful that Princess White Star can summon us." "Summon?" White Star queried, perplexed. "I did nothing. I am merely heartbroken." "Nay," replied the duck-headed Sea King, its voice gentle despite its immense size. "Princess White Star has been guided by this straw-hatted lad, awakening her hope." Meanwhile, a frog Sea King added, "Princess White Star's fervent desire was for the protection of Fishman Island, and she wished for us to be her strength. Only then were we summoned to become your power." As the frog spoke, the whale Sea King lowered its head slightly, its house-sized eyes fixed on Itachi. "Hurry to his side. He is in dire straits." As the Sea Kings regarded Itachi, his suit had already vanished. "Lord Itachi." White Star grasped Luffy and dashed towards Itachi, just as the Sea Kings provided a gentle push, facilitating Itachi's arrival in her embrace. Without delay, White Star encased Itachi in a bubble as well. "A mermaid princess, is it?" Itachi sighed, his chakra and eyesight nearly depleted, his stamina at its limit. He is saved," thought Itachi. "This individual possesses terrifying power, capable of severing Noah." The duck-headed Sea King affirmed, "Indeed, Princess White Star, we have awaited your birth." The Eel Sea King added, "This mighty vessel was constructed to guide you." "Awaiting my birth?" White Star inquired, pointing to herself in bewilderment. "Indeed, this legacy has been in place for centuries. Every few hundred years, our king is reborn in the form of a mermaid from the moment of your birth. You have been our sovereign on Fishman Island." King Neptune, having received reports from the observation room that the Sea Kings had halted Noah, finally exhaled in relief, leaning against the rocks behind him. At last, the Sea Kings awakened, his gaze sharpened. That power, capable of even obliterating the world, in the depths above, the bubbles severed by Itachi from Noah were being absorbed and merged with the immense bubbles of Fishman Island. "Go forth, Princess White Star," urged the duck-headed Sea King once more. "Humans cannot survive underwater. They are both injured and require healing. We shall take Noah with us." With this reminder, White Star recalled Luffy's grave injuries. She anxiously glanced at Luffy and Itachi. While Itachi showed no visible wounds, his expression revealed profound fatigue. White Star conversing with the Sea Kings. Prince Shark muttered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. How astonishing. It seemed as though the Sea Kings intended to carry away the remnants of Noah. We must swiftly capture Hody. With that, Prince Shark swam towards Noah. The massive Noah, the Sea Kings, and White Star. Was there some connection among them? Prince Shark mused. The Sea King that had been biting the chains surrounding Noah was now changing direction, preparing to transport the severed vessel. This will require time for repairs, sighed the Frog Sea King. Is it merely my illusion? The Whale Sea King turned back, noticing that White Star had breached the bubble of Fishman Island, entering its depths. Why do I feel that the straw-hatted lad and the man in black can hear our voices? The Whale Sea King perceived from Itachi's gaze that he was indeed listening. How is that possible? The Eel Sea King shook its head. Only Princess White Star can hear our voices. Hasn't there been such an instance before? The duck-headed Sea King recalled that it seems there was. The Sea King suddenly remembered that, over 10 or 20 years ago, before Princess White Star's birth, a pirate ship had sailed to Fishman Island, and its crew could hear their voices. The Sea Kings began to query one another. Speaking of which, can the severed Noah still be used? Who knows? That would require the aid of that race's power. The Sea Kings continued their inquiries. If it could be repaired, that would be splendid. The duck-headed Sea King remarked that it would be ideal if it could be mended before the appointed day arrives. The Sea Kings once more placed Noah in the underwater forest beneath Fishman Island. Everyone, look! It's Princess White Star! Look, look! In her arms is the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, and there is the man in black who concluded the battle at the plaza. Behind Princess White Star is the third prince. And he is holding Hody. This signified that Luffy's crew had emerged victorious. Indeed, we have won. We are saved. The residents of Fishman Island erupted in jubilant cheers for the Straw Hat crew. That it is truly unbelievable. King Neptune had also arrived atop the plaza. With merely a dozen or so individuals, they have assisted us in winning the war against our oppressors. Yet amidst the celebratory uproar, Princess White Star was in tears. Lord Zoro, Lady Nami, look at Lord Luffy. He is losing copious amounts of blood. And Lord Itachi, he can no longer stand. Oh no. Chopper hurried to White Star's side, closest to Itachi, and began assessing his injuries. It appears there are no wounds. Chopper listened to Itachi's heart with his stethoscope. That I am merely exhausted, Itachi managed to utter. Itachi! Robin and Nami rushed to Itachi's side, with Nami cradling him gently. Yes, just let him breathe evenly. His stamina has been severely depleted. With that, Chopper quickly moved to Luffy's side. However, upon a brief glance at Luffy, he gasped, "Oh no! Luffy has lost too much blood." Chopper rushed to the Sunny to retrieve a transfusion kit, only to remember that the ship's blood bank had been depleted during Sanji's rescue attempt, and Luffy's blood type was F, for which there was no compatible match. Hey, does anyone here have blood type F? Chopper turned back, panicking. F blood type? Everyone exchanged worried glances, but none matched that blood type. None of us aboard the ship have blood type F. At hearing this, White Star extended her arm through her tears. Draw my blood. Even if it is not F type, my blood is red. That won't do. There must be a compatible blood type. Chopper immediately shouted towards the square. Everyone, is there anyone with blood type F? Our captain, Luffy, has lost too much blood and needs F-type blood to save him. The members of the Straw Hat crew called out to the island's residents. Is there anyone with blood type F? I am. Those with blood type F among the residents responded eagerly, but just as they were about to descend from the square, they suddenly froze. However, the laws of this nation clearly prohibited the transfusion of human blood, and likewise forbade giving blood to humans. Chopper and the others continued to shout, but they soon realized that no one among the island's inhabitants was coming down. In the distance, Sharkstar also perceived the urgency of the situation and shouted to the crowd. Our island savior is in danger. We cannot afford to hesitate any longer. Human lives are at stake. At that moment, Jinbei approached, raising his arm. Let my blood be used. I'm type F. Moreover, I am a pirate and do not belong to the residents of this island. Seeing Jinbei step forward, the inhabitants of Fishman Island breathed a collective sigh of relief. It's Captain Jinbei. Observing this scene, King Neptune couldn't help but express his thoughts. The deep-seated hatred between this island and humans is evident in this very law. He had resolved to establish the Straw Hat crew as the heroes of Fishman Island, restoring the faith of fishmen in humanity. Jinbei lay beside Luffy, and Chopper promptly began the blood transfusion. As Jinbei's blood flowed in, the history of Fishman Island resurfaced in his mind. The final roar of Captain Tiger, the last words of Princess Otoheim urging everyone not to harbor hatred. They had made tremendous efforts to reintegrate into the world. To be accepted by humans and to stand on equal footing once more. It seems we have taken another step forward, Jinbei murmured. This moment, Sharkstar, having tended to his wounds, approached King Neptune. Father, how should we deal with these remnants of Fishman Island? King Neptune glanced towards Hody's direction, where many residents were vehemently denouncing Hody's gang. They must have surrendered to the Straw Hat crew, correct? I have heard they surrendered to that young man in black. We must consult him on this matter. Meanwhile, all the human pirates had fled towards the Straw Hat crew. Upon seeing this, Zoro was ready to draw his sword, but the leading pirate captains knelt before them. Straw Hat crew, we are not here to oppose you. We wish to ally ourselves with that divine figure. Divine? Zoro raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, that young man in black. He is our god. He is not your god. Sanji retorted angrily. Can't you see how exhausted he is, you bunch of fools? The pirate captains quickly called out to Itachi, young man in black, big brother in black. You saved us, we are willing to follow you. Indeed, we all wish to be your subordinates, your servants, to sail the seas with you. Stop this nonsense. Sanji kicked out, but was swiftly blocked by Zoro, who shook his head slightly. Sanji immediately understood. His furious outburst towards the pirates stemmed from the fact that he had come to view Itachi as one of their own, despite Itachi never having expressed any desire to join them. Understanding Zoro's intent, Sanji remained silent. Just then, Itachi, lying in Nami's embrace, spoke up, "Let us go." Hearing Itachi's voice, the pirate captain stepped forward, big brother in black. What do you mean? Let us go to wherever you wish to go. Itachi replied, this. The pirate captain trembled. Big brother in black, you don't need any subordinates. We could be your slaves. No need. Itachi shook his head gently. I am also a drifting vessel. I am unsure of where I am headed. Robin has told me that this world is vast and filled with oceans. You should go. To wherever you wish to go. Don't say any more. Itachi, drink some water. Robin knelt down and gently pressed her fingers to Itachi's lips, feeding him some water. The pirate captains, having heard Itachi's words, knelt deeply before him. Thank you, big brother in black. Thanks to you, we are free to these words. The pirates behind them also knelt down, raising their voices in unison. Thank you, big brother, Itachi. The pirate captains continued. In the new world, if we encounter you again and require assistance, please call upon us. The pirates introduced themselves one by one, that upon receiving a slight nod from Itachi, their tears of joy flowed as they hurriedly ran off into the distance. We are free. Witnessing the pirates' jubilant cheers, the Straw Hat crew could not help but smile. That was indeed a strange feeling. Zoro sheathed his sword. With a smile, Nami suddenly gave Itachi a gentle pat. By the way, Itachi, what do you mean by a drifting ship? If you don't mind, you could completely join us. Have those pirates been released? Prince Fukaboshi looked at the fleeing pirates outside the square. It seems to be the intention of that young man in black. We should ask him about the handling of the new Fishman pirates. Sharkstar swam towards the Straw Hat crew. However, when he arrived before them, he found that both the people and the ship had vanished. Hey, where is everyone? Sharkstar looked around in confusion, only to suddenly realize that the Thousand Sunny had taken flight. Propelled by the wind, White Star quickly followed in pursuit of the Thousand Sunny. Quick, let us go. The thought of being treated like a hero was such a hassle. After receiving the blood transfusion, Luffy had regained his footing and leaped to the bow, shouting towards Frankie, "Oh, super!" Frankie accelerated once more. Indeed, just imagining being hoisted aloft by the crowd makes me feel nauseous. Zoro shuddered at the thought. We are pirates, Robin, gazing at King Neptune in the distance, found herself deep in thought. While discussing plans in the sea forest, Robin had already perused the historical text of Fishman Island. Chopper was perched on Itachi, calling out to Usopp, "Usopp, help me get a warm towel." Coming, Usopp handed the towel to Chopper, who placed it over Itachi's eyes. Itachi's blood vessels around his eyes were constricted and lacking in blood supply. Though his overall condition was stable, he was simply exhausted. After placing the towel on Itachi, Chopper let him lie on his fluffy belly and began to massage the blood vessels around Itachi's eyes with his tiny hooves. At that moment, everyone heard Luffy shouting from the bow. Why? Jinbei, why aren't you coming aboard with me? Jinbei silently lowered his head. I did not say I would not join you, Luffy. You can consider me your crew member now. But what? Luffy exclaimed, visibly agitated. I am currently affiliated with another pirate crew. If I wish to join your Straw Hat crew, I must first sever that connection. Jinbei wore a look of resignation. Speaking of which, there is someone even more important to you than me at the moment. Isn't there? Someone important? Luffy paused his movements. Jinbei spoke deliberately. Uchiha Itachi. Itachi. Luffy suddenly recalled Itachi's words on Noah, urging him not to push himself to the limit. But then Itachi had dashed out of Noah's bubble, summoning that crimson giant. It was then that Luffy grasped the meaning behind Itachi's earlier words. Seeing Luffy's expression, Jinbei nodded to go. Invite him. Right? Itachi. This is even more important than inviting Jinbei aboard. Luffy hurriedly dashed towards the deck, while a crow flew overhead once more, landing on Jinbei's head. Luffy, you really have a way with words, he remarked. Hey, Itachi, Luffy exclaimed as he jumped onto the deck, but Robin immediately gestured for him to lower his voice. Itachi was already quite exhausted and was currently resting. Indeed, Luffy, keep it down. Chopper was still massaging the area around Itachi's eyes. Wow. Luffy nodded and approached Itachi, gently shaking him. Hey, Tear Trench Itachi, what's the matter? Is there something going on? Itachi inquired softly. No, there isn't anymore. There are no enemies left, Luffy replied. I just wanted to ask. I don't know why, but I'm stumbling over my words and I wanted to ask if you would be willing to be my companion. As soon as these words fell from his lips, everyone on the deck turned their gaze towards Itachi. Even Zoro, who had been sleeping, stirred awake. Companion, Itachi was momentarily taken aback. The word instantly stirred memories within him. Since the moment he joined the Umbu at the tender age of 11, Itachi's brief life had been largely spent in darkness, bearing the weight of a grim fate alone. Even the fleeting companionship he had once shared with Tenzo and Kisame had occurred in the shadowy depths. As they trudged forward together, that moment, Itachi finally understood why he perceived something within Luffy and his crew that he had never felt before. It was the complete antithesis of darkness, sunlight. Noticing Itachi's prolonged silence, the collective hearts of everyone present rose to their throats. Itachi, brother Itachi, Itachi-san, they all held their breath, awaiting his response. After what felt like an eternity, Itachi spoke. Where are you all headed next? Luffy hesitated for a moment, and Nami swiftly interjected. We shall continue our voyage across the Grand Line until we find Raftel. There's still a long way to go. Itachi inquired, I don't know. Luffy chuckled, to be honest, we have no idea how many adventures lie ahead. That moment. Usopp chimed in, perhaps we might find Brother Itachi's homeland along the Grand Line. Exactly, the Grand Line is so vast. We might just stumble upon the land of fire one day. Nami eagerly agreed. Itachi smiled faintly, but remained silent. Ever since he had heard Robin speak of this world, he had come to a profound realization. This world bore no connection to the one he had known. He had completely detached himself from it. I may have to take my leave. This statement was directed at the child who had stood vigil at his doorstep for so long. Now he had grown into a being capable of summoning Susanoo and possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, destined to save the shinobi world. The only regret he harbored was knowing all the truths about himself. Itachi had never intended for him to uncover those truths. He only wished for Naruto to activate Kotoe Tsukumi and bring him back to Konoha. Yet, the events that followed were utterly unpredictable. Itachi sighed softly. The figures of Sasuke and Naruto materializing in his mind. The future of the shinobi world rests solely in your hands. I may have to take my leave. He longed to embark on an adventure with Luffy, Robin, Nami, and the others, people whose hearts brimmed with sunlight, to explore this previously uncharted world. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi nodded with a gentle smile. Chopper, who was still massaging Itachi, suddenly noticed a slight movement in Itachi's chin. Brother Itachi, does that mean you agree? He exclaimed excitedly. Itachi nodded again. That I have decided. I shall join you on this adventure. Yay! Chopper jumped with exuberance, nearly bumping Itachi in the process. Alarmed, he quickly returned to his place. Brother Itachi has agreed. Nami and Robin sighed in relief, with Nami embracing Robin, tears streaming down her face. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Usopp clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement. with Brother Itachi on board. Our safety is truly assured. Brook wiped away his tears, stating, Itachi-san, I can't help but cried out, though I lack the ability to shed tears, he chuckled. Zoro, upon hearing this, smirked and let out a muffled laugh before drifting back to sleep. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke, contemplating Itachi's appetite. We need to figure out how much this monster can eat. Frankie formed a star with his hands that, Itachi, you are simply super. Jinbei exhaled a relieved breath, smiling. This is splendid. Having such a reliable person aboard is a blessing. Luffy instinctively donned a straw hat and burst into laughter. All the companions I have dreamed of are finally gathered. Ha ha! At that moment, Shirahoshi and Sharkstar had caught up with the Thousand Sunny. Lord Luffy, Lord Itachi, Jinbei-san, everyone, please wait a moment. Just as they reveled in the joy of Itachi's joining, the Fishman Star and the Emperor Fish Star had already blocked the Thousand Sunny's path. Shirahoshi cried out, Everyone, why are you leaving without saying goodbye? We need to express our gratitude. Soda, Sharkstar extended his arms. Everyone is the hero of Fishman Island. Upon hearing the word hero, Luffy felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Being a hero is such a hassle. I don't want to be one. He shuddered at the thought of lingering in the plaza any longer. Zoro was still experiencing goosebumps. Soda, we should be off. Luffy shouted. But, at the very least, you must partake in the feast we prepared for you before departing, Sharkstar insisted. At the mention of a feast, Luffy's eyes lit up. What? A feast? Will there be special sake from Fishman Island? Zoro inquired. Of course. Fishman Island's delicacies, craft brews, and sea beast meat. We have it all. Sharkstar breathed a sigh of relief at Luffy's expression. Then what are we waiting for? I can't wait to join the feast. Luffy drooled with anticipation. I can't deal with you guys. Nami sighed exasperatedly. Wonderful. Then let us ask Frankie to turn the ship around and join us. Shirahoshi said joyfully. And let us call over Shachi and Kami. Luffy laughed with excitement. All right, set sail for Ryugu Palace. Sharkstar waved his hand, and the soldiers of Neptune's army guided the Thousand Sunny. Half an hour later, after docking at the port, Luffy and the others boarded a special fish boat to Ryugu Palace. Throughout the journey, Chopper continued to massage Itachi's eyes, and now that Itachi was able to stand, Chopper nestled atop his head, continuing his work. That you've worked hard, Chopper. Itachi opened his eyes, feeling much better, though still fatigued. Not at all. Chopper blushed. By the way, I've been resting on Brother Itachi's head. Doesn't he feel tired? Of course not. Itachi chuckled, patting Chopper's little hoof, as Chopper's hind legs rested on Itachi's shoulders. Well, thanks to you, I've already recovered. Now let us enjoy the feast. Really? Absolutely. Itachi stretched his body. I'm perfectly fine now. Oh yeah. That is fantastic. Chopper exuberantly leaped before Usopp and Luffy, who were both gazing at the delectable dishes being served below, their mouths watering in anticipation. Luffy extended his arm, seizing a piece of meat, and began to devour it voraciously. Meanwhile, thousands of soldiers from Neptune's army were chanting in unison. Straw Hat Crew. Heroes, Straw Hat Crew, heroes, Straw Hat Crew, heroes. Numerous enchanting mermaids from Fishman Island joined in, performing a mesmerizing mermaid dance in honor of Luffy and his companions. Sanji and Brook, witnessing the spectacle, were joyously spinning around in delight. Zoro leaned against the side, indulging in a hearty drink, while Nami raised her glass with Kami, exclaiming, "Let us drink to our heart's content." At that moment, Sharkstar approached Itachi, inquiring about the criminals from Fishman Island. Itachi pondered briefly before asking, "What are your thoughts?" Sharkstar had already consulted King Neptune, who expressed his desire not to imprison all the remaining criminals from Fishman Street. Itachi nodded, asserting, first and foremost, the ringleaders must be severely punished, as this concerns the restoration of your royal dignity. The remaining criminals need not be entirely incarcerated. Merely holding them in custody would not only burden Fishman Island, but also foster resentment within their hearts. Haven't they already caused considerable damage to many areas? Let them undertake the restoration of what they have destroyed as a form of labor first. Ultimately, these criminals should be integrated into the army. Integrated into the army? Sharkstar exclaimed, astonished and perplexed. King Neptune shared this sentiment, proposing that all criminals join the Neptune army. Yet Sharkstar found this notion bewildering. Itachi queried, "Do you wish to incite another riot on Fishman Island?" By incorporating the criminals into the army, they will not only contribute their efforts, but also undergo reformation and supervision. We merely need to select capable individuals to form the command, maintaining unified control over them. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Sharkstar finally comprehended. He expressed his gratitude fervently. "Thank you. Thank you for your guidance. I shall report this to my father and will not disturb your enjoyment of the feast any longer." After receiving Itachi's nod, Sharkstar swam towards the banquet hall's exit. However, he soon returned, detailing the dire circumstances faced by Hody and his cohorts. It was revealed that Hody's formidable strength stemmed from a treasure theft incident that occurred a decade ago within the palace. The stolen treasure contained the deadly drug. While consuming the drug does indeed grant immense power, it exacts a grave toll, rapidly aging the individual and shortening their lifespan. Aside from the few subordinates killed by Itachi, all surviving Fishman officers had aged dramatically, particularly Hody, who, while vowing vengeance against the Straw Hat crew, attempted to pry apart the iron bars of his prison cell, only to shatter his own hand with minimal effort. What a tragic fate! Usopp remarked, chewing on a scallop. Luffy, on the other hand, remained unconcerned, surrounded by a towering pile of bones. Robin, while lamenting, utilized her Hana no Mi powers to bring Itachi wine, meat, and various dishes. "Let us dine first, Itachi." Itachi expressed his thanks and took a bite of meat. Yes, he chewed. Luffy had already consumed 3 enormous pieces of meat, each larger than his own belly. "Itachi, do not hold back. Eat to your heart's content," Luffy encouraged. Still chewing, "I will not be modest," Itachi replied with an awkward smile, unable to match Luffy's fervor. Robin chuckled at the scene, remarking, "It seems that your dining style differs greatly from Luffy's." Itachi, meanwhile, at the port of Fishman Island, a colossal pirate ship had docked. 2 individuals disembarked and made their way to the entrance of the confectionery factory. They had come to collect pastries, but upon hearing the Right Minister's words, the lion-like Beckmas, clad in a pink suit and sunglasses, was enraged. "What? The pastries are gone?" The Right Minister hastily explained. Lord Beckmas, as I previously mentioned, we experienced an internal conflict and the factory's machinery has been damaged and is currently under repair." Beckmas removed his sunglasses, glaring with his tiny, bead-like eyes at the Right Minister. "Have you forgotten? It is precisely because of our agreement to deliver 10 tons of pastries each month that the Big Mom Pirates lent you our flag. And now, the pastries are gone." No, please allow me to explain," the Right Minister stammered, waving his hands in panic. "Your internal conflict is of no concern to us. I do not wish to hear it." Beckmas bared his fangs, shadows enveloping his face. "It appears you are unaware of our mother's temperament. Should you fail to deliver the pastries, she is more than capable of annihilating the nation that cannot comply." While everyone reveled in merriment and feasting, Robin had already sent a message through Sharkstar, inviting King Neptune to meet her outside the banquet hall. Neptune, clutching a bottle of wine, appeared somewhat inebriated despite being bandaged from head to toe. "Do you wish to discuss something with me? Pirate girl, forgive this abrupt summons, but I believe this is the only moment we can converse privately," Robin replied, casting a sidelong glance. Neptune's face flushed upon hearing her words. Although my wife has passed, my heart belongs solely to Princess Odoheim." Before Neptune could further entangle himself in his sentiments, Robin inquired, "Who is Joy Boy?" Neptune was taken aback, and the wine jug slipped from his grasp. "I have read the historical text from a sea forest. Joy Boy, to whom was he apologizing? You can comprehend the historical text?" Neptune asked incredulously. Robin nodded. "I'm a survivor of O'Hara. However, if you prefer not to divulge, that is entirely your choice." After a moment's contemplation, Neptune slowly seated himself. "If it is you, I shall share all that I know. Joy Boy was a real figure from the blank century, over 800 years ago. Indeed, that document was an apology penned by Joy Boy to the Mermaid Princess. Although the detailed content has not been preserved, one day, a successor to Joy Boy will emerge to fulfill the promise. This is a legend passed down among our royal family. Thus, we have guarded Noah for generations, awaiting the day Joy Boy appears to honor his commitment. However, Noah has been severed by Itachi, Robin stated. Neptune shook his head. No matter. He and Luffy are both striving to protect Fishman Island. Noah can be restored. It merely requires the strength of a certain tribe. That a certain tribe? What does that refer to? Robin inquired. I do not know. Neptune sighed. Robin pressed on. Furthermore, I have heard from Itachi that the remnants of Noah were ultimately taken by the Sea Kings and returned to the Sea Forest. Does this imply that Joy Boy possesses the ability to command the Sea Kings? Not at all. Neptune's expression grew complex. The one who possessed the power to control the Sea Kings was the Mermaid Princess of Ur. Indeed, Robin confirmed her suspicions. Then the current Mermaid Princess must be Shirahoshi. Yes, Neptune's eyes were filled with sorrow. Today, she has likely fully awakened that powered, I am not pleased in the slightest. Neptune reminisced about the events since Shirahoshi's birth. I can understand, Robin continued. 2 years ago, I read about the ancient weapons in the historical text from Sky Island Point, one of the locations mentioned in deed points here. Therefore, the mermaid princess who lived in the same era as Joy Boy should be referred to as such. Moreover, Shirahoshi shall inherit this name, an ancient weapon, Poseidon, the king of the sea. Upon hearing Robin's words, a deeper gloom settled upon King Neptune's already troubled visage. You are correct, pirate girl. Concern also manifested on Robin's face. Should this information become public, it would spell disaster. Various factions across the globe would covet the power of Princess Shirahoshi. As Robin spoke, at the edge of the Dragon Palace, a lump of mud extended a single ear, eavesdropping on the conversation between Robin and King Neptune. The power to annihilate the world, that mermaid. The face of wet hair Caribou surfaced from amok. Originally intending to sneak away with treasure, he never anticipated overhearing such momentous news. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Luffy had indulged to the point of roundness. Beside him lay not just a mountain of bones, but also a towering stack of empty plates that had once held delicacies. Aha! Utterly delicious, truly splendid. Bring me more of these treats, Luffy exclaimed, shoving the last morsel into his mouth. The chef responsible for the pastries, upon hearing this, panicked. That was the last of the pastries. There are none left. If you wish for something else, we can prepare it for you. Luffy, slightly displeased, quickly regained his cheered. Then I shall leave it to you. Nearby, Nami was distributing several plates of pastries to Itachi and Chopper. Securing some treats from Luffy proved to be quite a challenge. The sight of the soft, fluffy cake made Chopper drool. Thank you, Nami. Just a moment, Chopper. Let Itachi choose first. Nami placed a plate before Itachi. With a smile, Itachi pulled Chopper close. Thank you, Nami. I shall share with Chopper. Just as Luffy reached for the pastries, Nami stepped on his foot. These are for Itachi. You've already eaten plenty. Luffy had no choice but to relent. Fine then. Seeing Luffy's disappointed expression, Itachi decided to leave him and Chopper 2 plates, taking the rest back to Luffy. Upon seeing the pastries again, Luffy's laughter returned in the distance. Jinbei, having just exchanged greetings with Neptune's army in Sharkstar, was making his way over. Jinbei poured himself a large bowl of alcohol and settled among them. Speaking of which, how much does everyone currently understand about the world situation? Why the sudden inquiry? Luffy, having stuffed 3 plates of pastries into his mouth, responded, Look at you, it's evident you know nothing. Your information-gathering skills are rather concerning. Jinbei sighed. Yes, that's so. Luffy did not seem to think so. Just as he was about to speak, he spotted a beautiful mermaid approaching with a large platter of skewers. Thank you for your patience, the mermaid smiled. Upon seeing the skewers, Luffy's mouth watered as he reached out to accept the platter and began to feast. Itachi glanced down at the 4 or 5 plates he and Chopper had managed to finish, and then looked at the mound of food beside Luffy. Is Luffy's appetite really this astonishing? Indeed, brother Itachi, you'll get used to it, Chopper pouted, reminiscing about the various meals shared aboard the ship. Luffy had more than once opened his mouth wide enough to inadvertently swallow Chopper along with the food. Jinbei continued, Let's find a quieter place to discuss. He gestured toward Itachi's direction, where the Straw Hat crew was gathered. All right, just let me grab some food first. With a plate in hand, Luffy reached for several large pieces of meat. Jinbei, raising an eyebrow at the sight, led Luffy over. Jinbei, you're joining us? Itachi greeted him. Itachi-san. Despite Jinbei being significantly older than Itachi, after the Battle of the Colosseum, he held Itachi in high regard. Meanwhile, in the hard-shelled tower of Dragon Palace, Shirahoshi, having consumed a bit too much alcohol, lay on her large bed, wishing to rest. It had been many years since she had enjoyed drinking so freely, and now she felt quite tipsy that a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. Just as she turned to lie down for a brief nap, she suddenly felt a drop of mud fall on her head. After greeting everyone, Jinbei got straight to the point, and no sooner had he uttered his first sentence than Luffy jumped up in surprise. What? Akainu and Akiji had a massive brawl. Indeed, such a significant event, and you were unaware. It seems Rayleigh has been quite strict with your training these past 2 years, Jinbei said, sitting cross-legged and crossing his arms. That I know. Chopper waved his little hands excitedly. Usopp, now resembling a plump figure, shared Luffy's expression of astonishment. Really? Why did they fight? Itachi, on the other hand, was perplexed about who Jinbei was referring to, reflecting inwardly on how different their worlds were. Jinbei continued. Shortly after the conclusion of the Marineford War 2 years ago, the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku resigned from his position. Sengoku had intended to recommend Akiji, who was trusted by his subordinates, as his successor. However, within the upper echelons of the government, many advocated for Akainu, and the votes gradually tipped in his favor. Akiji, who was typically indifferent to matters, strongly opposed Akainu's ascension to Fleet Admiral. Thus, a confrontation ensued, culminating in an unprecedented battle between the two admirals. Ultimately, their duel took place on a small island in the New World. Jinbei exhaled deeply. The dead remain silent, and the defeated have no voice. After 10 days of fierce combat, their strengths were evenly matched. Yet, the victor was Akainu. Akainu. Luffy clutched his chest, recalling the origin of that scar. When Ace had taken a hit for him, Akainu had pierced through his chest. And in a bid to save him, Jinbei had also suffered the same fate. That guy. Luffy began to gorge himself once more. Itachi remained silent beside him, listening. Robin had previously mentioned the 3 admirals of the Navy. But only briefly. So, did Akiji die? Luffy inquired. No. Jinbei shook his head. Even in the face of a former comrade, Akainu had shown some compassion. However, Akiji, unwilling to remain beneath Akainu, chose to leave the Navy. Usopp, hearing this, sat up in astonishment. Akiji left the Navy. An admiral is the strongest force of the Marines. Indeed, Jinbei nodded. To compensate for this vacancy, the world government implemented policies that unexpectedly bolstered the Navy's power. Jinbei's demeanor turned serious. Listen closely, the world has undergone 2 significant changes. First, Akainu Sakazuki has assumed the role of Fleet Admiral and has transformed the Navy into an unprecedentedly powerful force through global conscription. The second matter concerns the Blackbeard pirates. Upon hearing Blackbeard's name, the Straw Hat crew fell silent. Blackbeard, that's the guy we encountered in Magic Valley Town, right? Nami recalled, remembering how Luffy had been beaten by Bellamy in the bar while Blackbeard laughed, saying, what they call a new era is utter nonsense. They claim the era of pirate dreams has ended. Haha. A person's dreams will never end, right? Luffy reminisced about their encounter with Blackbeard and impelled down. Jinbei continued. He was originally a veteran of the Whitebeard pirates. After the old man's death, he swiftly usurped the territories that once belonged to Whitebeard's crew. The ability he wields is none other than the power of the Quake fruit, which originally belonged to the old man. Now he stands alongside Shanks, Big Mom, and Kaido as one of the 4 emperors of the New World. It is truly despicable that he shamelessly occupies Whitebeard's position. Nami scoffed disdainfully. Jinbei nodded in agreement. He is indeed a despicable and vile man. Speaking of which, it seems their pirate crew possesses the power to hunt down other devil fruit users, although the reason for this remains unclear for now. Hunting devil fruit users? Chopper exclaimed, tilting his head in surprise. Does that mean I should be cautious? Usopp whispered to Chopper. They probably wouldn't be interested in a mere human fruit, would they? Jinbei glanced at Luffy, stating in any case, Luffy has a deep-seated grudge against Blackbeard and his crew, so you all must. However, as Jinbei spoke, he noticed Luffy had already approached the platter, indulging in a feast. This left Jinbei wide-eyed in astonishment. Luffy, As the captain, you ought to be aware of the most basic information. Sanji, standing nearby, pinched his cigarette. All right, Jinbei, we all heard that, Chopper exclaimed. Isn't the captain referring to those who refuse to follow orders? Upon hearing Chopper's words, Itachi's head was filled with question marks. He wondered if this was what Luffy meant by declaring himself the captain. Jinbei bellowed. As captain, shouldn't you be responsible for the safety of your crew? Luffy? Oh, Jinbei, don't be so tense, Luffy replied between bites, grinning that I prefer to let battles unfold naturally, so don't worry. Jinbei stood in stunned silence for a moment, lowering his head in resignation. You all must have it tough sailing with Luffy. Indeed, Nami and the others sighed in unison. Meanwhile, Zoro had already sprawled out on the ground, fast asleep. Jinbei turned to Itachi. At least there's you, Itachi-san, accompanying them. Things should improve going forward, by the way. Have you consumed a fire-type devil fruit? Jinbei recalled Itachi's display of flames. Itachi shook his head. Based on what Robin has recounted to me, I should not have eaten any devil fruit. Then how did you set things ablaze, Itachi-san? Jinbei pondered, recalling the vast network of flames that had engulfed the area, causing his heart to race. I am a ninja, Itachi replied. That a ninja? Jinbei leaned in closer. His curiosity piqued as he examined the forehead protector on Itachi's head. Are you from Wano country? I've heard there are ninjas there. Not exactly. If given the opportunity, I would like to visit Wano country, Itachi replied, shaking his head, just as Jinbei was about to inquire further. Itachi's brow furrowed slightly as Jinbei opened his mouth to ask what was wrong. Itachi had already risen to his feet. It seems something is amiss. That moment, Kami and the Starfish Papagu had also found them. Luffy-kun, as the main guest of the banquet, why are you hiding here? This simply won't do. Almost simultaneously, Luffy and Sanji stood up as well. Itachi, did you just say something is wrong? Yes, Itachi scanned the surroundings, clearly noting that the sound had not originated from within their vicinity. At this juncture, the bubbles on Zoro's nose finally burst, and he stood up. I sense something is indeed off. By the way, Itachi, do you possess observation haki? Sanji inquired. Observation haki? What is that? Itachi shook his head. He was entirely relying on his ninja instincts to perceive the anomaly. If it isn't observation haki, then what are you? Before Sanji could finish his sentence, Itachi darted out of the banquet hall. Within the shell tower, Shirahoshi had just noticed the dripping sludge from the ceiling when a large mass of mud suddenly cascaded down upon her. Before Shirahoshi could comprehend what was happening, the sludge rapidly expanded, forming a swamp larger than her own body. In mere moments, she found herself tightly ensnared by the muck as she attempted to cry for help. A large hand from within the sludge covered her mouth. Mermaids and treasure can't even compare to you in value, Caribou declared. Those things merely grant me wealth, but you can bestow upon me power. Power! With power, can I acquire everything else? Caribou swayed with excitement. I'm only going to make you faint, so don't be alarmed. Mermaid Mississippi's head emerged from the sludge, his tongue extended. My brothers just sent word. They're waiting for me at the port. Mermaid Miss, come with me to the new world. As Caribou spoke, he attempted to lick Shirahoshi with his tongue. That moment, a voice suddenly called out, Hey, who is it? Don't bother me at this time. Caribou irritably turned to glance behind him. Upon seeing Itachi, he turned back again to, Oh, it's you. Moments later, Caribou broke into a cold sweat. Wait, what was that just now? He timidly turned around to find not only Itachi, but also Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji standing behind him. The next moment, Caribou screamed as he was sent flying out of Ryugu Palace. Speaking of which, I haven't seen this guy since we landed. Zoro crossed his arms. Shirahoshi, terrified, clung to Luffy, crying uncontrollably. This is so terrifying, Luffy-sama. Sanji, witnessing Shirahoshi's grip on Luffy, pounded the ground in regret. If only I had rescued Princess Shirahoshi earlier. Itachi gazed outside Ryugu Palace. Given the current situation, the mermaids of Fishman Island had been abducted. Could this be the work of that individual? At that moment, the tardy left minister crashed to the ground. We're late. Thank you so much for saving everyone multiple times. Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Luffy continued munching on his meat. Typically, No small fish can enter Ryugu Palace, but due to this conflict, the palace has sustained significant damage, the left minister remarked, pointing to a tower opposite the Shell Tower. That tower had already been severed in two. Look, the right tower of Ryugu Palace has also been cut off. That damn thief must be there. Just then, Papagu, who had just followed, pointed at Zoro. That tower was sliced by him. He cut through both the iron prison and the tower to escape. Upon hearing this, Zoro punched Papagu on the head. You could just pin this on that guy. You idiot. Papagu rubbed his head in protest. Lying is the beginning of theft. At this moment, Nami, who had just arrived, suddenly raised her hand. Wait a moment, left minister. What do you mean by thief? The left minister paused in surprise. A thief, literally. That guy stole all the treasures within the castle. What? Nami's eyes lit up. He actually stole the treasures. Seeing Nami's reaction, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji trembled simultaneously. They exclaimed, "Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Itachi, standing nearby, pondered, what bad feeling? At this time, King Neptune had also arrived. Nami rushed to his side. The treasures have been stolen? Why aren't we pursuing him? Oh, that is not necessary, King Neptune chuckled. The most important thing is that the citizens are safe. The treasures are not that significant. It's very significant, Nami retorted angrily. She quickly changed her tone. Then, if we manage to retrieve the treasures, before she could finish, King Neptune readily replied, if you can recover them, I will gladly gift them all to you. It is only right to reward those who saved our island. Really? Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately turned her gaze towards Luffy and the others, her expression shifting from joy to fury. You lot, why haven't you tied him up after beating him? How could you let him get away? Luffy stammered, flustered by Nami's anger. Zoro had a sudden burst of inspiration and pointed at Itachi. It was Itachi who sent him flying. Luffy was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded in agreement that, yes, it was Itachi who made the move. Itachi, with his arms crossed, observed the three of them. Tilting his head slightly upon hearing this, he thought to himself, wasn't it Luffy who kicked him earlier? But when he noticed Zoro continuously making exaggerated facial expressions at him, Itachi hastily nodded in acknowledgement. My apologies, Nami. It seems I was a bit too forceful just now. Stop deceiving us, you lot. Zoro's antics certainly did not escape Nami's keen eye for treasure. Nami, fuming, exclaimed, how beautiful. Sanji excitedly twirled around, in the next moment. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were each sent flying out of the bubble by Nami's punches, hurtling towards the outskirts of Dragon Palace. You lot, don't come back if you can't find it. So this is what that ominous premonition meant. Itachi watched the three soaring outside the bubble. Should I perhaps join in the search as well? He suggested. Nami instantly changed her demeanor, transforming back in her gentle self. And oh need for that. Itachi, you must be tired. Just rest here with us. The speed of her mood change left Itachi momentarily stunned. I just worry that those three might cause some trouble, he mused, having already witnessed Luffy's reckless ways. Rest assured. Trust them, Nami reassured him, waving her hands dismissively. Meanwhile, the right minister was still trying to explain to Bekomis, yes, as I mentioned earlier, the damage to our factory machinery is indeed due to internal strife. We are currently, I've already stated it once, what does internal strife have to do with us? Bekomis removed his sunglasses again, revealing his tiny, pea-sized eyes, the nearby fishmen who had been anxiously watching Bekomis. Were taken aback upon seeing his eyes. This, one of them remarked, his angry expression is quite adorable, that the female fish factory worker couldn't help but exclaim that we signed a contract. Wasn't this our agreement? 10 tons of snacks in exchange for our Big Mom pirate flag. I've already mentioned this. I generally dislike discussing such matters, Bekomis said, only to remove his sunglasses once more. If you anger Mama, the only outcome is utter destruction. Bekomis took off his sunglasses again, exposing his tiny eyes in furious expression. All the factory workers nearby couldn't suppress their laughter and reddening cheeks. His intimidating demeanor is rather endearing. Hey Zoro, Sanji, look over there, that guy. I can't believe we found him so quickly. Luffy laughed heartily as he approached Caribou, who lay sprawled on the ground, dazed, surrounded by scattered gold coins and treasures. His position resembled a small creature that had exploded with gold coins all over the street. It must be that you took him down back at Dragon Palace. Sanji remarked, discarding his cigarette. Plus, falling from such a height would surely knock him out. That's boring. Zoro crossed his arms. I was hoping to slice him into 8 pieces. This theft is rather ruthless, Sanji noted, surveying the heap of treasure. Jewels, gold coins, porcelain, jade, agate. Is Uncle Curly really going to give all of this to us? Can this swamp-like scoundrel even carry so much? Zoro had already gathered 3 large bundles and began to pack them. Who knows, Luffy chuckled, starting to load up as well. Once they had filled their bundles, the 3 of them hoisted them onto their backs and shouted in unison. 1, 2, let's go. Oh, the weight caused them all to lean back simultaneously. Yoshi, we're heading back to Dragon Palace, Luffy shouted. Are we walking back? Zoro questioned. Sanji replied, there should be flying fish in town. We can ride them back. Which way is the town, Zoro? Luffy inquired. Zoro glanced around, pointed in a direction, and said, that way. Yoshi, off we go. Let's head in the opposite direction. Sanji suggested at tea that moment. Near the snack factory, Bekomis was fuming. I was counting on sneaking a few snacks while hoping to collect some. But now I'm starving. It seems you all wish for destruction. Ah, Lord Bekomis, that's not it. The right minister quickly waved his hands in the distance. Luffy and the others were making their way toward them. Ah, there are people over there. It seems to say snack factory. Luffy shielded his eyes with his hand. If only there were flying fish here, Zoro remarked. Hey, snack factory! Luffy happily shouted, waving toward that direction, upon hearing Luffy's voice. The factory workers turned to look at him. That's the straw hat kid. Mr. Luffy, is the feast over? The fishmen waved excitedly at Luffy. The right minister also spotted Luffy. Mr. Luffy, how did you end up here? He had a sinking feeling the feast is over. The meat on Fishman Island is absolutely delicious. But I must say, the snack from Fishman Island are the best, Luffy exclaimed, waving enthusiastically to this revelation. Everyone was taken aback. Bekomis was also visibly shaken. What did he just say? The factory workers hurriedly gestured for Luffy to lower his voice. Luffy, oblivious, continued waving at the right minister. Uncle Catfish, you're here too. Bekomis stepped forward to interrogate the right minister. Did he say snacks? Who is this brat? Ah, he is. Before the right minister could finish, Bekomis began rummaging through the bounty posters. After flipping through a few pages, he discovered Luffy's bounty. Indeed, it is Straw Hat Luffy. How could that infamous pirate be here? Bekomis lifted his head. Hey kid, what did you just say? Luffy had approached him, surveying Bekomis. Not a fish man. Are you here to buy snacks? The snacks here are truly delightful. We just stuffed ourselves. Nanny, Bekomis grew increasingly furious. What on earth is happening? Bekomis removed his glasses, revealing his rice grain-sized eyes. Luffy found it hard to suppress his laughter. So, it's a lion. Oh well, I have a similar creature at home. Meanwhile, still within Dragon Palace, Chopper, who was caught up in the festivities with Usopp after hearing Nami speak of the treasures, sneezed. Achoo! What's wrong? Are you catching a cold? Itachi inquired. I don't know. Chopper shook his head. Could it be someone speaking ill of me behind my back? Just then, as Bekomis seized the right minister, Baron Eggman of the Long-Leg tribe spoke up. Bekomis, even scaring them 1 tea yield any snacks. Luffy and his companions also noticed the man sipping tea. Baron Eggman continued. The tea party doesn't begin for another 4 days. If we set sail tomorrow morning, we should still make it. The lion with the yellow explosive hair and the strange uncle. Who are you all? Luffy asked, puzzled. Baron Eggman smiled slightly at Luffy's words, placing the teapot atop his hat. He stood up, revealing to Luffy and the others that he was exceptionally tall, or rather, had very long legs. Kurikuewa. The little kids of the childish pirate crew. I am Baron Tamago. Tamago? Luffy replied, bewildered. Egg? Baron Eggman ignored him and stepped forward. You just said you ate snacks produced by this factory, right? Indeed. If there were any, I would love to indulge myself. Luffy nodded with a smile. It is precisely due to their absence that we find ourselves in a predicament, sighed Baron Egg with a furrowed brow. Zoro and Sanji scrutinized his legs, with Zoro sensing that they resembled a pair of compasses. At that moment, Baron Egg turned around and pointed towards the pirate flag atop the factory. The flag upon the factory represents our captain, Big Mom. This signifies that this territory belongs to our Big Mom pirate crew. This Fishman Island is under the protection of our Big Mom pirates Edo, so this Big Mom is rather impressive, Luffy remarked as he gazed at the pirate flag. Naturally, as a condition of this arrangement, Fishman Island is required to deliver 10 tons of snacks each month in exchange for the protection of that flag. Our MOM is particularly fond of snacks. Meanwhile, Sanji was lost in thought that a grand pirate lady with a penchant for snacks? What might she be like? 10 tons of snacks. That seems rather excessive, Luffy exclaimed, smacking his lips. Zoro inquired. What happens if we fail to provide them? Baron Egg grinned ominously, spreading his arms wide. Should we be unable to deliver, this agreement would be rendered null and void. At that point, the warriors of the Big Mom pirates would descend upon this island to obliterate it as punishment for its failure to uphold its commitments. What? Annihilate Fishman Island? Luffy's anger flared at this revelation. Are you a bunch of scoundrels? Destroying an island over snacks. This island has only just been saved. Beckman stepped forward, gritting his teeth, saying, You newcomers truly lack understanding. It seems they were quite oblivious to the significance of the Big Mom pirates in the New World. Baron Egg snorted, removing the teapot from atop his head. Just then, the transponder snail resting aside suddenly rang. Beckman was taken aback upon seeing the face that appeared on the transponder snail that, oh no, it must be Mama calling. I just reported the situation here. Baron Egg was equally taken aback to, oh no. If we answer the call now, we are bound to receive a scolding. The two exchanged glances, neither daring to pick up the phone. After a moment of hesitation, Baron Egg stepped forward. However, just as he reached for it, he discovered that the phone had already been picked up. Moshi Moshi, Luffy shouted directly into the receiver. Hello, is this Big Mom? The tone of his voice caused Beckman and Baron Egg to tug at him from the side. Hey, don't do that. On the other end of the line, a massive eye, bloodshot and fierce, open wide.is that not Beckman and Tamago. It is Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. Hey, don't act like that. Beckman and Tamago continued to pull at Luffy. After a moment of stunned silence, a deep, thunderous laugh erupted from the other end. So is Carp's grandson, the little rascal who caused a ruckus 2 years ago. Luffy disregarded her words, shouting into the phone, I ate all the snacks. Upon hearing this, Big Mom's eyes bulged in shock. What did you say? Saliva dripped from her mouth, splattering onto the ground and creating a boiling splash. I said, I devoured all the snacks. 10 tons. All 10 tons have been consumed. Within the palace of Ryugu Kingdom, Jinbei was explaining to King Neptune that Luffy wished to invite him to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Jinbei shared his thoughts as well, stating that before joining the Straw Hat crew, he must first gain an understanding of the Big Mom pirates to prevent them from retaliating against Fishman Island. Jinbei, you really do have a tendency to shoulder all the burdens, King Neptune chuckled heartily. Rest assured, Jinbei, let things unfold naturally. Moreover, even if we lose the protection of the Big Mom pirates, I still intend to borrow a flag. A flag? Indeed. King Neptune gazed into the distance. That would be the flag of the Straw Hat crew. They have now become a symbol of hope for Fishman Island. Jinbei also laughed with joy. What a splendid idea. Just as the two were sharing a laugh, the left minister rushed in, flustered. Your Majesty Neptune, he immediately reported to King Neptune regarding the treasure. Among this treasure lies the prized treasure box of Ryugu Kingdom, the Tamadabako. However, due to an incident in the past involving the theft of a box containing deadly poison, the left minister had secretly swapped the Tamadabako for an explosive box, ensuring that should anyone attempt to open this box without a key, a tremendous explosion would occur. That should be fine. Once Luffy and the others return, we can explain the situation and retrieve the box. King Neptune sighed in relief. That is true, the left minister nodded. But he grew anxious. What if Luffy and the others open it along the way? King Neptune was taken aback. That does seem plausible. Just as the two were worrying, a soldier rushed in with news. Report, King Neptune. Report, left minister. Luffy and the others have returned. Are they all safe? The left minister inquired. All safe, the soldier replied. That is truly wonderful. Let us hurry to inform them. The left minister grabbed King Neptune and dashed towards the palace entrance. A few minutes later, after hearing Luffy recount the events that had just transpired, the members of the Straw Hat crew, along with the newly arrived left minister and King Neptune, felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Nanny, all the treasure, given to Big Mom. Luffy exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, we had no choice but to do so. This was his clever strategy, to offer the treasure to that barren egg as compensation, thus postponing any attack on Fishman Island. They claimed that if we failed to deliver the snacks, they would obliterate Fishman Island. How utterly nonsensical. If it were meat, I might understand it, of course. Fret not that in order to safeguard Fishman Island, I have already provoked her. Zoro nodded in agreement. Unless something unexpected occurs, they should not launch an attack on Fishman Island and will likely redirect their focus towards us. Jinbei listened, his eyes widening in disbelief. Provoking Big Mom. This statement left Usopp, Chopper, and Brook utterly stunned. Provoking one of the four emperors, Robin, overhearing, could not help but chuckle, while Itachi turned to ask her, "Are the four emperors you mentioned before really that formidable?" Robin nodded. They essentially hold a position akin to the emperors of the sea and possess immense power. It seems we have truly stirred up trouble, Itachi thought to himself, silently lamenting that he should have joined Luffy and the others. Shirahoshi, not understanding the situation, eagerly swam up to Luffy. "Luffy, you are amazing. Now is not the time for that," Usopp shouted, glaring at Shirahoshi. Startled by Usopp's loud outburst, Shirahoshi turned away, tears streaming down her face. "The long-nosed man is so frightening that I already told you I'm Usopp." Usopp hopped around. Nevertheless, he felt a pang of guilt. Seeing Shirahoshi cry, he wanted to comfort her. "This is truly a headache." Jinbei paced back and forth. "It seems we must distance ourselves from the Big Mom pirates before things turn chaotic." He halted and said to Luffy, "In any case, you must refrain from further provoking Big Mom." "How dare you?" Usopp exclaimed, turning his head. Provoke one of the four emperors could lead to being utterly annihilated. But he quickly clung to Itachi's thigh. If Big Brother Itachi were here, perhaps things would be a bit better. However, Chopper rushed over, joining him in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "Big Brother Itachi should be fine, but we might not be." Sob. "It's all right. Don't worry," Itachi reassured as he lifted Chopper into his arms. "Although I'm not particularly familiar with the four emperors, I assure you, I won't let you perish. Big Brother Itachi." Itachi-san. Brook also hurried over, grasping Itachi's other leg. "Well, you too." Itachi found himself immobile, ensnared by their embraces. It was Robin who, utilizing her flower fruit powers, separated the three, freeing Itachi from their grasp. "Please don't be so rough with Itachi," Robin said with a gentle smile. "Though, since it has already happened, there's no turning back now," Zoro shrugged. "Indeed, it's done now." Sanji lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke, after listening to Luffy. Nami approached them with a calm demeanor, a smile gracing her lips. "Yes, it has occurred, and it's difficult to avoid now." Nami had already produced her climate baton. "Right? Regardless of who the opponent is. As long as they come." Before Luffy could finish his sentence, the entire Ryugu Palace surged with a jolt of electricity. The group stared in shock as Nami unleashed a flurry of punches in mere seconds. While Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, covered in wounds and crackling with electricity, looked on. Why would they give their treasures to them? Nami fumed. That S.Y. Jinbei and King Neptune exclaimed in astonishment. "Nami, how terrifying." Itachi silently marveled. To be honest, he still couldn't comprehend who the true captain of this ship was. Could it truly be Luffy? "All right, let us set sail for the New World," Luffy declared, raising his hand despite his bruised face. Meanwhile, near the pastry factory, Caribou had regained consciousness, only to discover that his treasures were gone. This realization sent him into a rage, and he searched frantically, suddenly spotting Beckman and Baron Egg stealing his loot. That Straw Hat Kid actually dared to provoke Mama. He is truly insane. As they conversed, a loud shout rang from behind. "Hey, you two, how dare you steal my treasures?" They turned around, and Beckman immediately recognized Caribou. "Isn't that Wet Hair Caribou, the recent newcomer? I recall his bounty is over 200 million berries. With you two blind fools. 7 show," Caribou exclaimed, stopping his tracks, drawing a swamp machine gun from his belly without hesitation. He had initially planned to offer the treasures and Princess Shirahoshi's secret to that person. "Now, you two shall perish." Caribou pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage toward Beckman. After a series of explosions, Beckman lay on the ground. battered and defeated. Seeing one down, Caribou drew a scythe, rushing towards Baron Egg. However, just then, Beckman emerged from his shell, leaping up and delivering a powerful punch that sent Caribou flying. Caribou crashed to the ground, losing consciousness immediately. This display stunned all the workers at the pastry factory. Beckman, with a single punch, took down someone hailed as a supernova. I recall his bounty is 330 million berries. Is this the might of the big MOM pirates? Beckman is just. The fisherman dared not continue. Adjusting his sunglasses, Beckman disdainfully looked at the unconscious Caribou. Individuals like this, who overestimate themselves with paramecia abilities, seldom survive in the new world. Let us go. We still need to prepare pastries for Mama, Baron Egg said, turning away. After some cleanup, King Neptune and the sharks escorted the Straw Hat crew to the port on a whale. Look, the Thousand Sunny. Frankie is there too. Luffy pointed excitedly at the ship out on the deck of the Thousand Sunny. Frankie displayed a star pattern with his arms, having arrived at the port long before the feast ended. Frankie had mastered the art of navigating the coated ship. Princess Shirahoshi was also at the port, weeping as she held Luffy to Luffy-sama. Are you leaving so soon? Yes, Timid Star. We are about to set sail for the new world. Luffy replied with a grin. The port was crowded with fishmen who had come to bid farewell. Some were already loading goods onto the Thousand Sunny as parting gifts for the Straw Hat crew. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nami stood by the ship's anchor, her eyes scanning the farewell gifts for treasures in the distance. King Neptune and the Left Minister were handing a treasure box to Itachi. Thank you so much, Itachi. I've heard from Sharkstar that your efforts were crucial in subduing all the criminals this time. Itachi waved his hand dismissively. It wasn't just me. It was everyone. As a token of gratitude, please accept this, the Left Minister said, presenting a long treasure box. Treasures? I have no interest in such things, Itachi gently declined. But at that moment, Nami had somehow snuck up behind him, her eyes sparkling. Treasures? There's more treasure left? Oh, no. The Left Minister, startled by Nami's enthusiasm, shook his head vigorously. This has been kept in the armory, so it wasn't stolen. We wanted to give this to you, Itachi-kun, because King Neptune heard from the prince that you also wield a sword. And you used Zoro's sword in this battle. Thus, we thought, rather than let this treasure blade, known as the Great Blade of the 21 Works, languish in Ryugu Palace, it would be better to bestow it upon someone worthy. Just as the Left Minister finished speaking, Zoro quietly approached Itachi from behind. A treasured sword? Zoro exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Let me see it. He reached out eagerly, but the Left Minister quickly stepped aside. This, Zoro-san, is a gift for Itachi-kun, so he must open it personally. Upon hearing this, Zoro turned impatiently to Itachi. Itachi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Itachi nodded at the slender treasure box. All right, I'll take a look. The Left Minister quickly handed the box to Itachi. Upon receiving it, Itachi found the wooden box heavier than he had anticipated. He slowly opened the lid, revealing a broadsword before them. Itachi grasped the sword, drawing it from its ebony sheath, feeling its substantial weight. The Left Minister immediately explained, the blade is a straight broadsword, the edge adorned with intricate patterns, named F-Ka-Rin, and it is indeed one of the great blades of the 21 Works. Zoro's eyes sparkled at the sight of the black blade with a white edge. I can't believe I'm seeing a great blade of the 21 Works here. Nami, however, seemed less impressed. I thought it would be some rare treasure. It looked like a rather menacing sword. What do you know? This is a true rare treasure, Zoro retorted indignantly. Itachi took a step back, gripping F-Ka-Rin and swinging it a few times. A heavy sensation pressed against his back muscles. It's quite heavy, Itachi remarked, waving the sword and leaving a trail of afterimages. It was heavier than any blade he had used before. Yet, Itachi could sense the sword's sharpness and an aura of ferocity. Zoro then took the sword, raising it high. The craftsmanship of this broadsword was unlike that of his three swords that had already been forged, embodying the essence of a black blade. Haki, black blade? The weasel was somewhat perplexed by Zoro's intentions. Zoro turned around, effortlessly enveloping his sword, Inma. With Haki, he approached the seashore, brandishing his blade forward, unleashing a wave of Haki that cleaved a profound gash upon the ocean's surface. Nearby, Luffy was bidding farewell to Shirahoshi. Upon catching sight of the spectacle, he bounded over like an exuberant monkey. "Hey Zoro, have you acquired a new sword?" "No," Zoro replied, hastily presenting the blade to the weasel to prevent Luffy from doing something foolish. In essence, this sword appeared to be perfectly suited for the weasel. It seemed to possess the ability to channel haki in accordance with its wielder's strength. The weasel accepted the sword, sheathing it while expressing gratitude to the Minister of the Left. Then inquired of Zoro, "What does haki signify?" Both Zoro and Luffy were momentarily taken aback. "You don't know what haki means?" "Ah, like this," Luffy exclaimed, covering his hand in armament haki, forming a black fist. The weasel shook his head, signaling his ignorance of the concept. "In a way, a warrior of your caliber is unaware of haki," Zoro remarked, incredulous. "Well, never mind that we're about to depart. Perhaps I could teach you about it later." "Weasel. You'll teach." Zoro cast a sidelong glance at Luffy, thinking it absurd that this fool could impart knowledge. "Fine, I'll take notes." The weasel secured Enma at the clasp on his back, with his sword in hand. He would no longer need to borrow from Zoro in future battles. With the weasel having accepted the sword, the Minister of the Left and King Neptune turned back. The duo, one large and one small, whispered conspiratorially that shouldn't we inform Luffy and the others about the treasure box? They pondered. What if it falls into the hands of Big Moem herself? They envisioned the chaotic scene of the Yonko being blown to smithereens. Her rage inciting a bounty on the Straw Hat crew throughout the New World. You think the explosives inside have deteriorated over time? Neptune asked. The Minister of the Left's eyelid twitched. "It's possible. The Fishman Island is perpetually damp. Besides, Luffy and the others have already provided Big Moem with..." "Indeed," Neptune sighed dejectedly. "It seems we must resign ourselves to this notion. Furthermore," Neptune added, gesturing toward the ship, "if we were to reveal this matter to them, on the Thousand Sunny, two individuals shared Neptune's despondency. Chopper and Usopp leaned over the railing, both on the verge of tears. Entering the New World means living with a bounty on our heads from the Yonko. Our future appears utterly bleak." Neptune and the Minister of the Left exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement that it would be best to remain silent about the issue. Meanwhile, the Minister of the Right was busy demonstrating the new pointer's usage to Nami. Her previous single-direction pointer had completely malfunctioned. Traditionally, Nami had relied on a single compass to guide them to the next island after recording the magnetic fields of the recent islands. However, in the New World, due to the multitude of islands and the unpredictable weather, navigators typically used three pointers for guidance. The Minister of the Right handed the three-pointer device to Nami. Upon inspection, Nami noticed that only one of the pointers was stable. The other two fluctuated wildly. "What does this mean?" she inquired. The Minister of the Right explained, "The more stable the pointer, the more accurately it indicates the island's location. Conversely, the more erratic the pointer, the more chaotic the island's magnetic field and climate, thus posing greater danger. Therefore, skilled navigators often choose the safest course based on the pointer's fluctuations. Safety, danger." Usopp and Chopper sank further into despair. Nami suddenly felt an ominous premonition. However, that ill omen was already manifesting. Luffy had leaned in inquisitively. "What's that?" "Let me see. Whoa. The one in the middle is shaking like crazy. It must lead to something thrilling." "That's it. We're heading for the middle one." Hearing Luffy's declaration, Usopp and Chopper erupted into panic cries that we're doomed. They had anticipated that Luffy's discovery would spell trouble. Nami wore a face of despair, feeling as if the path ahead in the New World was shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, 10 individuals, each harboring their own emotions, boarded the Thousand Sunny. After promising Shirahoshi that they would return to take her to see the land, the Straw Hat crew set sail. "All right, let us go," Luffy exclaimed, leaping onto the bow of the ship. With the anchor raised amid the cheers of the Fishman Island citizens, the Thousand Sunny gradually ascended into the sky. "I shall miss you, beautiful mermaids," Sanji exclaimed, blowing kisses incessantly. "This truly is my dream paradise. If given the chance, I would love to reside here for a year." "Then perhaps you should hurry and jump overboard. You foul cook," Zoro scoffed from the side. At this, Sanji turned around. "Shouldn't it be you getting off the ship? We already have the weasel. We don't need a moss-haired swordsman aboard." "Who are you calling moss-haired?" You curly-browed fool. Zoro rolled up his sleeves. And Sanji lifted a leg, the two once again plunging into a brawl. Robin and the Weasel leaned against the deck, witnessing the scene. Robin smiled at the Weasel and said, "They're always like this. You'll get used to it." "I'm already starting to," the Weasel sighed. That he then asked Robin, "By the way, is Frankie the shipwright for this vessel?" "Indeed," Robin nodded. "Usually it's Frankie who maintains and manages the Sunny. Then he should have a comprehensive set of tools, including a smelting furnace, right? There's one in the bow." "What do you need it for?" Robin asked curiously. The Weasel touched his empty waist, feeling somewhat uneasy about the lack of ninja tools for combat. "I was hoping that if Frankie has a smelting furnace, I could forge some ninja tools for myself." Ninja tools. Robin pondered for a moment before smiling. That makes sense that that moment. Usopp, who was busy rigging a massive fishhook with ropes nearby, overheard the Weasel's mention of ninja tools and approached. Luffy had been squatting nearby, grinning foolishly while observing Usopp's fishing efforts. But as soon as Usopp departed, he leaped in. "Hey, big brother Weasel, what were you saying you wanted to make?" Usopp asked. Ninja tools, the Weasel mused, considering whether he should sketch out designs for shurikens and kunai to ensure proper crafting. "Leave that to me." Usopp confidently patted his chest. "When it comes to weapon modifications, I am an expert." Before the Weasel could respond, Usopp had already dragged him down to the armory below deck. Frankie, having already adjusted the steering and course, arrived at the armory upon hearing Usopp was crafting weapons for the Weasel. "Ninja weapons, huh? That's bound to be super." Frankie gave a thumbs up, already envisioning an array of weapons for the Weasel that got to include laser cannons, battle fists, and mobile heavy machine guns. And, as Frankie spoke, a crow flew overhead, casting a shadow over Usopp and the Weasel. Usopp quietly asked the Weasel, "Do ninjas really need all that stuff?" The Weasel shook his head, "Just some throwing darts and versatile daggers." "Really? Then let us get going." Usopp ventured further inside. "Thank you, Frankie." After Itachi uttered those words, he followed Usopp, leaving Frankie alone to pose in various stances that If Itachi prefers a physique like mine, then I could certainly modify the ninja concept for you. Transforming it. Frankie glanced in the direction of Itachi and Usopp, only to discover that the two had already vacated their original positions. "Where are they?" Frankie scratched his head with the mini palm of his hand. Deep within the armory, Usopp had donned specialized goggles equipped with magnification, ready to inquire about what Itachi wished to create, only to find that Itachi had already sketched the first design for him using a pencil and paper at hand. First came the shuriken. Itachi handed Usopp a blueprint annotated with various dimensions and thicknesses that he then continued to draw. Next were kunai, grappling hooks, and razor wires. In no time, Itachi produced 5 or 6 blueprints, leaving Usopp in a state of bewilderment. "Fear not. With these blueprints, it will be much easier. Leave it to me." Usopp patted his chest confidently. I could see that moment. The ship suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. Itachi immediately became alert. Something amiss?" He instinctively moved to peer out of the armory. Itachi, big brother." Usopp waved hurriedly. "Well, this shouldn't be anything dangerous. I suspect Sanji and Brook are peeking at Nami while she bathes." Peeking at Nami bathing? Itachi thought. Wasn't Sanji just brawling with Zoro moments ago? Just then, Chopper jumped down from the deck via the ladder. Nami had mentioned that after a tumultuous time at Fishman Island, she had yet to enjoy a proper bath. And just as she began to soak, Sanji and Brook had burst out from the ladies' bath, both looking utterly battered on the deck. Luffy was laughing heartily at the singed and bruised faces of Sanji and Brook. "So, it was true," Itachi mused. "Big brother Itachi, you'll get used to it." Usopp shrugged. Chopper then approached Itachi and asked, "Big brother Itachi, I haven't conducted a thorough examination since you boarded. How are your eyes feeling?" "Much improved," Itachi replied, smiling as he ruffled Chopper's head. He had only learned after boarding that Chopper was the ship's professional doctor, and there was a small infirmary on the vessel. "I no longer feel fatigued, and my eyes are quite comfortable." Itachi stretched his arms. The weariness he had felt post-feast had dissipated after a brief rest. His ocular power had also returned to normal. Yet, Itachi felt a tinge of confusion. Logically speaking, since entering the island, he had utilized Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo, and in the end, He had even summoned the Tengu form of Susanoo to sever that enormous ship. Upon returning to the square, his ocular power had been completely depleted. This should have resulted in permanent damage to his eyes, akin to what he had experienced before. However, Itachi now sensed that his ocular power had indeed recovered, which was expected, yet he did not feel any irreversible damage. In fact, he sensed a slight enhancement in his ocular power, yet he could not fathom the reason behind this. Could it be due to Chopper's massage? This thought flickered and faded, although Chopper had taken excellent care of him. It was limited to recovery and could certainly not be the cause. Eternal Mangeki. Itachi shook his head at the thought. He could sense his own Mangeki, and it was not of the eternal variety. For a moment, he was left pondering the nature of this phenomenon. Big Brother Itachi. Big Brother Itachi. Chopper waved his hands in front of Itachi. Itachi had been lost in thought for quite some time, and only when Chopper shook his leg did he come back to reality. Chopper said, "I should take you for a detailed examination of your eyes. I have a feeling something is off." "Detailed examination? Can you discern something different about my eyes?" Itachi inquired. Yes. Chopper nodded vigorously. But just as he was about to elaborate, the ship suddenly shook violently, causing Chopper to lose his balance and land atop Usopp's head. "We are finally saved." Itachi. This time, not just Chopper and Usopp, but also Nami embraced Itachi. The timid trio had reunited once more. That was perilous. We almost became drifting corpses back to Fishman Island. Usopp said, wiping his nose as he gazed at the sea. Despite the distant stormy weather and the tumultuous waves below, the area they occupied was fortunately under clear skies, finally escaping that terrifying seabed. Chopper sniffled, joining in the nose wiping. However, unlike the previous time when Chopper had clung to Itachi, this time he transformed into his human form to stabilize the ship, appearing quite robust. Usopp clung to Itachi's thigh, while Chopper and Nami flanked him, all three weeping profusely to, Nami, still sobbing, paused upon hearing Itachi call her name. "What is it? You're about to crush me." Itachi pointed to the area beneath her collarbone. Nami quickly released her grip on Itachi. Robin watched nearby, chuckling softly. Frankie had already leapt onto the bow of the ship, hands on hips as he donned sunglasses. "Hey, you lot, can't you exhibit a bit of masculinity? We are in the new world now. Muster some courage." Indeed, the new world," Luffy chimed in, laughing heartily and stretching out his arms. "That adventure was simply fantastic." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, the timid trio leaped forward to pummel Luffy. "You really have some nerve to say that." Nami even brandished her climate baton. "You wretch. If it weren't for Itachi, we would have been utterly obliterated." Usopp's long nose nearly poked Luffy's face. It turned out that just moments earlier, after Itachi and Usopp exited the armory, Luffy had begun fiddling with the fishing hooks crafted by Usopp. Using the meat of the sea beast from Fishman Island as bait, he had managed to hook a large fish. Thrilled, Luffy was about to reel it in when a larger fish devoured the one on the hook. His excitement only grew as he continued to pull, and the fish behind kept getting bigger. The final fish was several times larger than the ship itself. "Isn't that a good thing?" Luffy struggled to articulate through his swollen face. "You must have a severe misunderstanding of what constitutes a good thing." Nami's fury flared higher than the ship's sails. She had been bathing when she suddenly noticed the ship had ceased moving. Upon investigating, she found Luffy had knocked out the gigantic fish with his rubber pistol, just as she was about to explain that carrying such a massive fish would impede their journey. They were confronted with the monstrous white sea current, known as the White Dragon of the Ocean. Robin elaborated on the dreadful nature of this white current, which would spell doom for anyone caught within. Luffy resolutely declared his intent to charge in. Naturally, it was not feasible for them to follow solely based on his whim, but the issue arose when, while they were devising a means to escape the current, the large fish Luffy had caught was swept into it. Subsequently, the Thousand Sunny was dragged into the current. Thankfully, Itachi, Nami said, tears still flowing silently. Witnessing the ship being engulfed by the current, Itachi had utilized a substantial amount of water bullets to forge an escape route for the Thousand Sunny against the current. Ultimately, under Nami's guidance and Frankie's control, they managed to evade the terrifying current. I could see that moment. Itachi raised his hand at "I don't believe it was solely due to my efforts." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Itachi. What do you mean by that? Itachi sighed and replied, I had previously heard Robin recount the adventures you've all shared, and I feel that alongside Luffy, you have endured quite a lot. The fact that we can all stand here unscathed is merely a stroke of luck. As Itachi finished speaking, the timid trio resumed their assault on Luffy. Did you hear that? Even the recently boarded weasel sensed it. Ah, Simamasa. Luffy has already been struck so hard that his face is swollen like a ball. And he is emitting smoke all over. In short, we have arrived in the new world. Robin gazed toward the distant sea. Indeed, Nami said, lowering her head to observe the log pose with 3 pointers, which are now erratically bouncing about. The pointers in the new world are truly chaotic. Let's move forward, Nami, and first locate an island where we can dock. Frankie had already positioned himself at the helm. Yes, we can set sail now. As Nami spoke, Usopp and Sanji had already hoisted the sails of the Thousand Sunny. Luffy had also risen to his feet. Yash, we have arrived in the new world. Ha! Weasel marveled at Luffy's incredible resilience as he watched the revitalized captain. Luffy has always been this way. Robin gently rested her cheek on her hand, leaning against the railing. This is quite nice, Weasel remarked, looking out at the seemingly endless expanse of ocean alongside Robin. Adventures in the new world. What strange occurrences might await us? The Thousand Sunny had accelerated its voyage, and aside from the sleeping Zoro, everyone was filled with anticipation as they gazed at the sea ahead. How exciting! I wonder what islands lie ahead. Could there be an island made of meat? Luffy leaped onto the lion figurehead of the Thousand Sunny. What kind of island would that be? Usopp shouted. Just then, Luffy, who stood at the bow, suddenly felt a rise in temperature. Why do I feel a bit hot? No sooner had he uttered those words than Chopper chimed in. I feel it too. I really dislike the heat. The Thousand Sunny continued onward, and everyone felt the temperature climbing like tea that moment. Luffy suddenly stood up and shouted, Hey, everyone look! There is an island over there. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed to the bow. Indeed, in the direction Luffy pointed, there was the shadow of a small island. However, from a distance, they could see flashes of lightning and hear thunder rumbling, with ominous clouds shrouding the island. As they drew closer to the island's shores, they even noticed searing hot currents of water rising from the surrounding sea. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper screamed in unison. How terrifying! It was obvious this was not a place for landing. Yash, I've made up my mind. We're heading to that island, Luffy shouted excitedly as if he hadn't heard a word. No way, Nami said, shedding the coat she had worn in the deep sea. This island must have a volcano. The surrounding temperature is far too high for us to land safely. And oh worries, that island it is. Luffy laughed heartily as he stood up. Just then, the transponder snail in the cabin began to ring. Upon hearing the sound, the crew turned around to see the transponder snail was crying profusely, its voice filled with despair. Someone seeking help. Sanji was the first to approach the transponder snail. Luffy followed closely behind, eager to pick up the phone. Robin quickly intervened. Don't answer it yet. She educated the crew about the dangers of emergency calls in the new world. Urgent pleas for help are rarely trustworthy. Moreover, it could be a false report from a Navy. Once answered, they could be eavesdropped upon and located by the Navy. Usopp gasped at this revelation. Thank goodness Robin knows this. Otherwise, we would have walked into danger. But before he could finish, Luffy had already grabbed the transponder. Moshi Moshi, this is Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Who are you? As Luffy spoke, everyone froze in place. Weasel gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. What an exuberant spirit. The voice on the other end, hearing someone speak, cried out desperately. Help us, please. Are you the captain? Captain? Luffy tilted his head. I'm not your captain. Please, you must save us. We are being chased by a samurai. He is. Before the caller could finish, the transponder snail mimicked a bleeding expression as the connection was severed. Usopp and Chopper, already frightened, clung to each other, trembling. What a terrifying new world. A samurai is chasing them. Weasel glanced at Zoro, who, alongside Brook, recalled their encounter with Ryuma aboard the thriller bark. That samurai, who had his shadow stolen by Moria, was also a warrior. After a moment of deep contemplation, Luffy concluded, I don't know what is happening, but I feel something is amiss. I need to check it out. Luffy declared as he dashed to the deck. It's too dangerous. We should leave quickly, Usopp and Chopper urged. However, it was futile to dissuade Luffy. He was resolute in his decision. There's no way I'll let you go alone. If you run off by yourself, who knows what trouble you'll cause? Nami insisted. Zoro crossed his arms, glancing at the approaching island, where flames danced upon the sea surface. That I'll go with Luffy. A samurai. I want to see too. Speaking of which, Zoro turned to Weasel. I remember you called me a samurai once. Indeed, Weasel pointed at Zoro's appearance and 3 swords. The samurai I recall looks quite similar to you. Nami clapped her hands. Now that we have Luffy and Zoro, I believe we don't all need to go. Of course, to ensure these two don't run amok, let us bring along 2 more people. Nami produced several small slips of paper. Weasel promptly raised his hand. I'll go with Luffy, he thought to himself, hoping to prevent Luffy from stirring up any more trouble. All right, we need 2 more. The rest will stay with the Thousand Sunny, Nami said as she placed the slips before everyone. Must we really draw lots? Usopp trembled as he extended his hand. Please don't let it be me. Please don't let it be me. He silently prayed as he drew a slip. The result was, go. I'm doomed. Usopp fainted on the spot. Chopper, who did not draw a go, sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I really dislike the heat. Robin also raised her hand. I drew a go too. Very well. We now have a 5-member team, Frankie announced as he prepared to summon the Mini-Mary. But there's fire ahead. How do we get past it? Robin gazed toward the distant flames. Don't worry, I have a plan, Nami said as she retrieved her weather stick. Just then, Weasel gestured to Nami. No need. As he spoke, he began to form hand seals. Fire style. Black Fire Crow. This time, he utilized the wooden wheel from Usopp's fishing trip as a seat, which might catch fire, so everyone needed to hurry. As Weasel finished speaking, Luffy had already jumped onto the Black Fire Crow. This is amazing. I thought the Great Firebird was really cool last time. Zoro followed closely behind, dragging the tearful Usopp along with him. Weasel helped Robin up and leaped onto the Black Fire Crow. Sanji hurriedly tossed a bento from the Fishman Island citizens to Luffy. Hey Luffy, if it takes a while, save it for later. Ah, thanks, Sanji. Luffy waved as he began to eat. Sanji's words were cut short as the Black Fire Crow soared toward the island. While Luffy indulged in his meal, he also shared the bento with everyone. Weasel accepted a bento with a thank you, but did not eat. He placed it in the baggage as taken from Chopper, hanging it at his waist. Aren't you eating, Weasel? Robin was delicately picking up scallop meat with her chopsticks. The closer they approached the island, the higher the temperature soared, surrounded entirely by searing flames. Let's save some provisions. I'm not hungry yet, she suggested. Itachi was forming hand signs, controlling the Black Fire Crow. Give it a try. The bento from Fishman Island is quite delectable, Robin said, offering a piece of scallop meat to Itachi. Just as Itachi turned to respond, Luffy devoured the meat in one bite. Delicious, he exclaimed, licking his bento box clean. Itachi chuckled at Luffy's antics, shaking his head in amusement. What an insatiable eater. He stood up, already catching sight of a piece of land ahead, marked by a barbed wire gate. Itachi had intended to fly over the gate, but the Black Fire Crow had already begun igniting the wooden board they were on, forcing Itachi to halt on the land before the gate. What a pity, I was so close to flying over, he lamented, while Luffy continued to laugh. Usopp leaned closer, noticing a sign that read, No trespassing. We're fortunate we didn't go through. There's a sign here, he remarked at a sign. Zoro stepped forward and with a swift draw of his sword, severed the entire gate. Yash, the door is open, Luffy exclaimed. Bouncing inside. Zoro, you're vandalizing public property. Usopp protested, his eyes wide in shock. Zoro sheathed his sword. Vandalizing public property. Have you lost your mind? We're pirates. Robin laughed heartily at the scene before her, due to the intense heat. She had removed her outer coat, tying it around her waist, leaving only a one-piece bodysuit. Meanwhile, on the icy end of Punk Hazard Island, a naval ship had intercepted communications between Luffy and the island. So, it is the Straw Hat crew. Dasky, wearing glasses and slung with Shichibukai's weapon, was about to report to Smoker, who was already standing up with a cigarette in his mouth, that I knew it was them. Smoker glanced at the group of pirates hanging behind him. They had captured a multitude of pirates emerging from the depths of the sea near Sabaody Archipelago. Through interrogating these pirates, Smoker learned that the reason no pirates had passed through the New World recently was that they had all been captured and enslaved by Hody Jones of Fishman Island. After a ruckus on Fishman Island, these pirates were liberated and set to return to the New World. Smoker had initially deduced their destination based on the intel from Sabaody, but a twist occurred during the interrogations. For reasons unknown, these pirates swore never to disclose what had happened beneath the sea. Even when faced with the notorious G5 branch of the Navy, led by Smoker himself, they refused to divulge any useful information, insisting that a divine figure had liberated them and that they would never betray that deity. The more Smoker pondered, the more infuriated he became, clenching his hands embedded with sea stone, though he was oblivious to how they had infiltrated this forbidden government territory or why they referred to that figure as a god. He vowed not to let them escape this time. This place is truly terrifying. Usopp had also stripped off his shirt due to the heat, yet he trembled as he surveyed his surroundings. "Who cares? I think it's quite nice," Luffy said, forging ahead, nearly stepping on a stone that was about to melt away. Itachi had also shed his chainmail shirt, revealing a lean but muscular physique. Zoro, who had likewise removed his shirt, scrutinized Itachi's build and noted that while Itachi had some muscle, his body fat was remarkably low, making him appear even slimmer than Luffy. Zoro found himself curious about how such a physique could unleash such formidable strength. "Hey, is anyone there? We're here to rescue you," Luffy shouted as they moved forward. Itachi remarked, "I recall the voice on the phone mentioning it was very cold." Usopp, now sweating profusely, fanned himself and said, "Could there possibly be a cold spot on this island? Perhaps that person encountered something chilling before they perished. Don't speak so ominously, Robin. It's already frightening enough here." Usopp quivered. "Where's the samurai?" "Where's that samurai?" Zoro and Luffy walked side by side, scanning their surroundings. As they continued forward, Luffy called out repeatedly, but aside from the inferno around them, there was no response. "That call can't be genuine naval misinformation, can it?" Usopp queried. "Who cares?" Luffy laughed, bounding ahead. "Since we've set foot on this island, we must explore it thoroughly." Just then, Itachi suddenly gestured for silence. "Shh, don't move. It's his signal." Usopp froze in place. Robin and Zoro, hearing Itachi, also halted their movements, although they were aware that Itachi was not sensing danger through observation haki. They trusted his warning implicitly. Throughout their journey from Fishman Island, every time Itachi sensed something amiss, it invariably preceded some significant event. However, Luffy remained oblivious, continuing to sprint ahead. Suddenly, he stopped. "Wait, what's that up ahead?" Itachi leapt onto a nearby, scalding boulder, and as he stood up, they all beheld a colossal creature. Indeed, the sounds of burning were not the only thing resonating here. Itachi's eyes were fixed on a massive entity before him. Emerging from the flames ahead was a creature with tusks, horns for limbs and wings. A dragon. In unison, they exclaimed, "That's a dragon! How can such a thing exist?" Luffy stood agape, astonished at the dragon that had now noticed them. Zoro sensed the impending danger, preparing to draw his sword. "Isn't that a creature from legend? How could it be here? This can't bode well." Usopp's legs turned to jelly as he hurriedly considered retreating. "It seems we are the intruders. It has already locked onto us," Itachi observed, eyeing the dragon warily, and one knew whether such a gargantuan creature possessed any aggressive tendencies, and the thought of provoking it was unsettling. After the initial shock, Luffy bounced towards the dragon, exclaiming, "This is so cool. How could something so magnificent exist?" The dragon, noticing the presence of someone nearby, fixed its enormous eyes on Luffy. "Hey Luffy, be careful," Zoro shouted, drawing his sword. Just as he warned, the dragon lunged towards Luffy with its jaws wide open. Luffy narrowly dodged, only to hear an astonishing voice emanating from the dragon. "Who goes there?" In disbelief, Luffy turned to his companions. "Did you hear that? The dragon just spoke." "Indeed, I heard it as well," Robin replied. Equally astonished that moment, Luffy leaped into the air, activating Gear Second, extending his arm behind him. Goma Goma no jet pistol. Luffy struck the dragon squarely in the face, causing it to recoil slightly. Its skin is remarkably tough. Luffy retracted his arm, realizing the attack had little effect. Robin was similarly shocked. During their encounter with the large fish in the depths, Luffy's punch had knocked it out cold, as the dragon staggered back. Baring its fangs, it prepared to attack. Zoro leaped in front of the dragon, drawing his sword. The clash of Zoro's blade against the dragon's teeth sent both combatants staggering back several paces. The force and hardness are incredible, Zoro exclaimed. However, the dragon had little time to concern itself with their astonishment. It threw its head back, gathering flames in its mouth. Hey, what is that? Before the dragon could unleash its fiery breath, Luffy quickly grabbed Usopp and dashed away. Boom! A torrent of flames surged towards them. Yet almost simultaneously, a water dragon surged forth to meet the flames. Water release. Water dragon bullet. In the clash of water and fire, the flames were extinguished and water splashed all around. Luffy and his companions turned back, wondering if it was yet another water dragon conjured by Itachi. Itachi paid them no heed. He was already forming seals once more. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. With a thunderous roar, a massive fireball surged towards the colossal dragon, yet the flames inflicted no harm upon it. Brother Itachi, it seems the fire has no effect on it. It is merely... Usopp's words trailed off as he realized Itachi had vanished from atop the boulder. Just as the dragon steadied itself after being struck by the fireball, it suddenly perceived a shadow darting forth from the extinguished flames. Itachi drew his sword, FK, and plunged it into the dragon's eye. Before the pain could register in the dragon's nervous system, Itachi spun around, withdrawing his blade, and with the momentum of his turn, thrust FK into the other eye. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted as the dragon roared in agony. And Itachi leaped off its head after withdrawing his sword. Splendid! Usopp and Robin couldn't help but cheer in unison as they witnessed the fluidity of his movements. Who are you? Are you associates of the Seven Warlords? The dragon, in its torment, suddenly bellowed. The group was taken aback. However, at that moment, the blind dragon began to unleash flames. Seeing this, Luffy leapt into action, executing a giant pistol to knock the dragon off balance, redirecting its fiery breath elsewhere. Zoro seized the opportunity, raising his sword with a mischievous grin. That previous strike seemed insufficient. He had already coated his blade with haki and charged towards the fallen dragon. Tora! SH! Zoro roared as he cleaved through the dragon's head, his dual swords gliding effortlessly under the force of his haki-enhanced strike. Its head rolled away. Usopp exhaled in relief as he beheld the severed head. As the dragon's body collapsed, Itachi suddenly remarked, "It appears there is something atop it." Indeed, as Luffy jumped onto the dragon's back, contemplating how to devour the meat, he discovered half a human body embedded there. Initially, he thought someone had been impaled within the dragon, but upon extracting it, he realized it was merely a half-body. Who was meddling down here? Luffy laughed, scratching the hairy legs of the half-body. So it was this one speaking, Robin understood. Yet, she was puzzled. Wait, how can a half-body talk? Indeed, what is going on? Is it a monster? Usopp leaned closer to the half-body. The half-body spoke again. Who are you? Where is that damned Seven Warlord? Itachi was equally perplexed. Seven Warlords. What is that? Robin elaborated on the origins of the Seven Warlords, and Itachi began to comprehend. The Seven Warlords are 7 powerful pirates recruited by the world government. However, if the world government does this, isn't it akin to inviting a wolf into the fold? Itachi questioned. There is no choice. The number of pirates in this world far exceeds that of the Navy. Robin explained. Just then, the half-body began to scurry away. Where is that Seven Warlord? I wish to face you in battle. Oh no, it's escaping, Luffy exclaimed, sprinting after it. Zoro had already sliced off a piece of the dragon's spine and tossed it into the surrounding flames. Hey Luffy, didn't you say you wanted to eat roast meat? Itachi began to ponder. This half-body seems to have a vendetta against the Seven Warlords. Could this be the territory of one of them? Did a Seven Warlord slice him in half? That seems unlikely. Zoro sheathed his sword, recalling the foreboding castle of Mihawk. To my knowledge, the Seven Warlords either possess their own ships or their own territories. Who would choose such a cursed place as their domain? Indeed, Usopp fanned himself, panting. This place is likely too haunted for even a ghost to endure. Not necessarily. Robin recalled a piece of information as Itachi mentioned earlier. It is quite possible that a Seven Warlord resides here. A Seven Warlord? Usopp looked at Robin in confusion. Robin nodded. If that half-body suffered such injuries, there is indeed someone capable of such a feat. Oh. Zoro was intrigued, wondering why the half-body had not perished despite being cleaved in two at Trafalgar Law. Robin revealed the name. Zoro stroked his chin. Trafalgar Law? I don't seem to recall. Oh, I remember now. Usopp raised his hand excitedly. We encountered him 2 years ago at Sabaody Archipelago. As he spoke, Zoro also recalled the scene. Robin nodded and continued. It is said that Trafalgar Law, a year ago, allied with the Navy, bringing with him the hearts of hundreds of bounty pirates. He has since become one of the 7 warlords. And if we are to speak of someone capable of cleaving a person in two, yet allowing them to survive, that would be his no me. With that said, the answer became clear. Zoro instinctively scanned their surroundings. That fellow is on this island. Usopp, frightened, hurriedly hid behind Itachi. How terrifying. Such a person is actually here. At that moment, Luffy returned, indeed bringing back the half-body. However, it was now stuck to Luffy's rear. Luffy, what is this? What are you doing? Luffy excitedly tilted his head. Hey, Usopp, what do you call this? It's not a centaur, is it? Usopp's face flushed with embarrassment. Did you stick to something again? Let go of me. The half-body suddenly exerted strength, slamming Luffy's head into the ground. Can't you tame him, Luffy? Robin rested her chin on her hand, observing him that it feels a bit like Frankie. Upon hearing this, Usopp thought, Frankie? That implies... Hey, you lot, look over there. Zoro had approached Itachi, who was gazing into the distance, and as Zoro pointed, the group gathered around Itachi to see. There across the flames lay a range of snow-capped mountains. Could it be that what the snail conveyed was true? It seemed the intelligence was not false. As they gazed, Itachi activated his Sharingan. Yet aside from the vast expanse of ice and snow, he could discern nothing unusual for the moment. Just then, Itachi made a motion to draw his blade, turning his gaze over his shoulder. Someone is coming. Upon hearing Itachi's words, the group became alert, and sure enough, figures began to materialize behind them. Another oddity? Zoro placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. There truly a plethora of individuals in this world who share Frankie's peculiar interests? Robin remarked that a leopard-patterned centaur. Usopp's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Before them stood a figure with a human upper body and the lower body of a horse adorned in leopard spots. Among them, only Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yay! He dashed forward, and the leopard-patterned centaur, initially surprised by their presence, quickly understood upon seeing Luffy that so when they said there were people here, they meant companions. Soda. Old man, you truly have taste. Luffy laughed heartily, even taking the leopard-patterned centaur by the arm and dancing. This scene left Itachi utterly bewildered. After a while, he finally spoke. Is this how Luffy usually behaves? Indeed, Zoro sighed, patting Itachi on the back. Once, he even embraced a zombie tree as a brother. Robin nodded earnestly at Itachi. You will gradually become accustomed to it. Very well. Itachi sighed along with Zoro. He pointed in the direction they were facing. Shall we go check it out? It seems the source of the distress call lies that way. Zoro has already descended. Robin and Itachi follow closely behind. Usopp, still reeling from the shock of the snow-capped mountains and the sight of the leopard centaur dancing with Luffy, finds himself at a loss, unsure of what to do. Why do I feel like there's danger lurking everywhere? Usopp mutters. Just then, he suddenly spots something in the distance, a humanoid bird soaring through the air. This sight terrifies Usopp, causing him to tumble down from his elevated position. Help! A bird man! Huh, what bird man? Zoro turns back, glancing at the sky, seeing nothing amiss. He looks at Usopp. Are you just overly anxious? No, I really saw it. Usopp, frightened, tears streaming down his face. But there's clearly nothing there. Zoro places his hand on his forehead and gazes upwards once more. That moment, Itachi, with unwavering conviction, declares, no, Zoro, something truly did fly past just now. Meanwhile, the green-haired birdman, Monet, has already landed in the snow and is communicating via snail phone. Intruders, 5 of them. Eliminate them, but proceed with caution. The voice on the other end promptly responds, understood that we will act swiftly. Look, it's not just the snow-capped mountains. There's also a river ahead, Zoro points out. Itachi is already crouched down, preparing to summon the black flame crow. Let us fly over. It will be quicker. Just then, the leopard centaur, who had been joyfully dancing with Luffy, receives a call and suddenly swings a heavy club at Luffy. "You deceiver! You're not a companion. You're an intruder. Hey, uncle, weren't we just having fun?" "Why the sudden change?" Luffy asks while dodging, but the leopard centaur, growing increasingly frantic as Luffy evades, ultimately gets knocked out by a swift kick from Luffy. Simultaneously, Robin's snail phone rings. It's a call from a ship. "Is this Robin?" The voice on the other end is Brooks. "It's me." Just as Robin is about to inquire about the situation, Brook exclaims in a panic, "This is bad. Nami and the others have been captured." Upon hearing this, everyone turns their attention to the snail phone. "Captured?" "Yes, they must have been taken with a hypnosis gas. There are strange people in bizarre clothing on the ship." As Brook speaks, the bodies of several individuals in protective gear lie slain at his feet. Robin immediately realizes that Brook wasn't captured because those individuals likely perceived him as a skeleton. "Understood, we'll return at once." Robin-san, "There is no need to come back. I believe you should head towards the other end of the island." "Why's that?" Robin inquires. "Because we're already at the other end of the island, in an extremely frigid region. Brook is presently located at a port on the icy extremity of Punk Hazard." "Got it." After understanding the situation from Brook, Robin hangs up the phone. "It seems that area has now become our destination. Itachi has summoned the Black Flame Crow, just as Usopp is about to call out to Luffy. He notices that several unconscious centaurs are already sprawled beside him. "Weren't we just playing together?" Zoro gazes at Luffy in astonishment. "Yeah, suddenly calling me an intruder is quite perplexing." Luffy pouts, looking at the unconscious leopard centaur. "Itachi and Robin have already leaped onto the Black Flame Crow. Let us go. Our priority is to locate Nami and the others and regroup." Upon hearing that Nami and the others have been captured, Luffy grows anxious, extending his arm to grasp the rocky base of the Black Flame Crow, leaping onto it. Once the five are assembled, Itachi performs the necessary hand signs to activate the Black Flame Crow. Soaring through the fiery land and the river between the icebergs, heading straight for the snowfield, as they enter the snowy skies, they all feel the biting cold seeping into their bones. "It's so cold. I didn't expect to arrive at such a frigid place without any warm clothing," Usopp exclaims, holding his hand near the burning wings of the Black Flame Crow for warmth. Zoro and Robin shiver uncontrollably, despite the fiery nature of the Black Flame Crow. However, at such high speeds, the flames provide little comfort against the chilled that moment. Itachi, standing at the front of the Black Flame Crow, points downwards. There are people. Luffy and Zoro quickly peer below, discovering a group of centaurs on the ground. Are those the intruders? Damn it! How can they fly in there? Quickly, open fire and knock them into the sea. Several centaurs, under the command of a hefty leader, immediately raise their weapons and cannons, aiming at the Black Flame Crow above. However, just as they fire a few shots, the Black Flame Crow swoops down towards them. Luffy and Zoro stand ready, their eyes gleaming with determination as they gaze at the centaurs below. "I want that female centaur's clothing," Robin says, trembling from the cold. "Zoro, be careful with your sword," Itachi warns. "I know." Zoro and Luffy leap down. Minutes later, the five don thick padded coats. Finally, it's warm. Usopp picks up a pair of cotton gloves. Itachi has already positioned his blade at the throat of the imposing centaur leader. T-Beard, where will the stolen ship be docked? T-Beard, caught off guard by the swift defeat of his subordinates, stammers, I don't know. Before he can finish, half of his beard is sliced away. Next time, it won't just be your beard. Itachi presses the blade against T-Beard's throat. I'll tell you. T-Beard hastily divulges most of what he knows. It turns out this island is a prohibited landing zone, and anyone who approaches it either gets killed or captured to serve as test subjects. After hearing T-Beard's words, everyone comprehends the grim reality. It seems Nami and the others have been taken as test subjects. How tragic, captured in such thin clothing and brought to a place like this. They can't have frozen to death already, can they? Robin worries. That is terrifying, Robin. Usopp retorts. Itachi continues to interrogate T-Beard. So you act as the defense force for this place? Noticing T-Beard's evasive gaze, Itachi swiftly slashes his face, drawing blood. I'll tell you. First, take us to the laboratory. Itachi sheathes his sword. T-Beard protests. Take you to the laboratory? I could never betray my master. Just as he finishes speaking, Luffy's sandal stamp lands squarely on T-Beard's face. After receiving a thorough beating, T-Beard runs forward, carrying a few of his comrades while recounting what he knows. "You wouldn't say anything without a beating, would you?" Robin remarks with resignation. Itachi sits atop T-Beard's head, still warning him, "If you try any tricks and lead us into a trap, you will be the first to perish. I won play tricks." T-Beard grits his teeth, forcing a smile. "Anyway, if you encounter my master's forces, you will undoubtedly perish. Who dies is still uncertain." Zoro retorts, "I know who you are. Monkey D. Luffy, Rorinoa Zoro." T-Beard seethes. Upon hearing this, Luffy's interest peaks. "You know me? Of course, you're the supernovas of the worst generation, the problem children of the seas. I remember your names clearly." Itachi, listening, casts a puzzled glance at Luffy, thinking to himself that this guy doesn't seem to fit the description of worst at all, since you're so confident that your master can eliminate us. "Then spill everything you know," the weasel addressed Chahozi. Meanwhile, Nami and her companions, who had originally been captured, were making a frantic escape after Frankie's laser blast shattered the laboratory door that had held them captive. As they fled, they unexpectedly burst into a room filled with enormous children. Upon sensing the peculiarities of the children, Nami resolutely decided to flee with them. Concurrently, the current warlord of the sea, Trafalgar Law, had concluded discussions with the so-called world's most evil scientist, Caesar, and resolved to intercept Smoker, who had been tracked to Punk Hazard. By the time Chahozi finished recounting his experiences, both Luffy and Usopp were moved to tears. "Your master is truly remarkable. A true benefactor." It turned out that Chahozi was not of the Mink tribe. Their transformation was a gift from their master, Caesar. Before discussing his master further, Chahozi elaborated on the origins of the island. Long ago, this island was a vibrant paradise. However, it was later transformed into a toxic wasteland following an explosion in the laboratory of the genius scientist Vegapunk. 2 years prior, Chahozi's pirate crew was annihilated by the notorious supernova magician Hawkins, leaving him severely injured and captured by the Navy. Ultimately, Chahozi was exiled to this island in the New World, designated for the banishment of criminals, alongside many other captured pirates. Like Chahozi, these pirates had also suffered from the corrosive effects of the toxic gas, rendering their lower bodies incapacitated. Just as they were on the verge of succumbing to the gas, they took refuge in the remnants of the laboratory when their master, Caesar, appeared before them like a savior. Not only did Caesar cure their poisoning, but he also grafted animal lower halves onto them, restoring their ability to walk and granting them enhanced strength. From that moment onward, they became the island's guardians. While Luffy and Usopp were still moved, Robin expressed her confusion that "I once heard about an explosion at Vegapunk's laboratory while I was with the Revolutionary Army. But it was not Vegapunk's fault. It was due to the forbidden experiments conducted by Caesar, who was collaborating with him." Upon hearing this, Luffy and Usopp were taken aback, while Chahozi vehemently protested, "Impossible! Our master is nothing of the sort." After listening to Chahozi, Itachi pondered. When Chahozi mentioned the grafting of lower halves, he recalled the person he knew who was most fond of conducting human experiments, Orochimaru. That individual had also gathered a loyal following, including Kabuto, who was a devoted disciple. However, Orochimaru's experiments were notorious for their inhumanity. I share your sentiment. Itachi concurred with Robin. I sense that their master may be concealing something, if it were a legitimate experiment. Why conduct it on such a forbidden island? Well, Chahozi was momentarily at a loss for words in defense of his master. Zoro inquired, "The island's extreme climate is also a creation of your master?" "That is not the case." Chahozi began to explain why the island had become what it was. It stemmed from the battle between Aokiji and Akainu for the position of Fleet Admiral, which took place here, though. Luffy and Usopp's eyes widened in surprise. Their battle transformed the entire island. Usopp exclaimed, "Yes, you were unaware of this." Chahozi looked incredulous. Usopp, now frightened, glanced around nervously. "They wouldn't still be here, would they?" "Perhaps," Robin chuckled, observing Usopp. "That's terrifying." Usopp quickly clung to Itachi's leg. "Baka, there's no way they would still be here." Zoro shot a glance at Usopp. Itachi was also surprised by how much information the big guy had divulged out of fear. As they discussed this, Chahozi suddenly pointed toward a tall structure ahead. Look, we've arrived at the laboratory. Luffy stood up, gazing at the tower. Are Nami and the others inside? Just then, Luffy spotted someone ahead, carrying a sword. And upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar figure. It was Trafalgar Law. Hey, Trafalgar! Luffy shouted excitedly. Law turned towards Luffy and noticed that he and his companions were riding Chahozi, along with an unfamiliar face marked by tear tracks. Straw Hat, you really are here. Just moments ago, Law had encountered Nami and the group fleeing with the experimental subjects. Oh, Trafalgar, it's been a while. I owe you a favor. Luffy grinned as he approached Law. During the Marineford War, it was Law who had helped him escape using his submarine. The warlord Law indeed appeared to be here. Robin and Itachi's earlier deductions were confirmed. That moment, Zoro's eyes widened as he suddenly recognized that Tashigi, who was accompanying Smoker, was also present. That woman. As Luffy moved towards Law, Tashigi, with tears streaming down her face, shouted angrily at Law, "How dare you do this to Vice Admiral Smoker?" She lunged towards Law. Brandishing her sword, Shikishido'd in response. Law raised a finger. Room. As an aura emanated, Law swiftly cut Tashigi, exchanging her heart with Smoker's, causing her to collapse. The Smoke Man and the Glasses Woman are also here, Luffy remarked, laughing at the sight of the unconscious Tashigi. What a nostalgic time. Are they sleeping? I don't think so, Itachi replied, having noticed Smoker lying in the distance, his heart region excised. Itachi recalled Robin mentioning that Trafalgar Law possessed the ability to freely sever human bodies. Usopp was the first to spot the G5 branch of the Navy in the distance. Wearing their naval caps, he shouted, "Hey, Luffy, we need to hurry. The Navy is here." Upon hearing this, Luffy instinctively wanted to flee and quickly asked Law, "Trafalgar, since you're here, I have something to ask you." Before Luffy could finish, Law pointed towards the mountain behind the laboratory. Your companions fled in that direction. Luffy smiled and nodded. You're quite perceptive. I owe you another favor. No need for such formalities, Straw Hat. Law replied coolly, we are all pirates. Hurry along, perhaps we will meet again later. With that, Law turned and headed towards the laboratory, after he had just exchanged Smoker's heart. None of the G5 personnel dared to approach. All right, everyone, let's meet up with Nami and the others, Luffy urged as he prepared to leave. Chahozi quietly pleaded with Law, please save me, Law. However, just as Luffy and the others were about to depart, Itachi spoke up. You, Trafalgar, cannot leave this. Law paused. Who are you? Hey, Itachi, what are you doing? Luffy exclaimed, astonished at Itachi stepping forward. It's just a hunch. I believe this person holds the key to understanding this island. Itachi fixed his gaze on Law. His Sharingan activated. Almost instantly, Law felt a dizzying sensation. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a realm of gray and white. Realizing the danger, Law attempted to struggle, but found himself utterly powerless. He quickly concentrated his haki, and, as the surge of haki erupted, the gray-white realm dissipated. Law immediately raised his sword. What did you just do to me? Itachi was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that his illusion could be unraveled. He simultaneously drew the sword from his back. F-Ka Shunran. You all go ahead and rendezvous with Nami. I shall remain here to confront him. Itachi, Trafalgar is indeed a friend of mine. Do you truly intend to engage him in battle? The captain of the Straw Hats, Luffy, had already unsheathed his knife. It appears your companions are unwilling to let me leave, he remarked. With the atmosphere suddenly thickening, Robin cautioned Itachi, Luffy's abilities are rather formidable. Itachi, if you wish to keep him here. I am aware, Itachi replied, having already perceived the aura emanating from beside Luffy. The powers of his devil fruit could manifest a particular field, within which he could easily inflict cuts upon others. Upon hearing Itachi elucidate Law's abilities, Luffy and the others were taken aback. In truth, we could coexist peacefully. You must be a friend of Luffy. Itachi glanced once more at Law, who instinctively averted his gaze. If you were to accompany us, then no conflict would ensue. What nonsense! Law outright dismissed Itachi. His plans could not be disrupted. Very well, Itachi nodded, addressing Luffy behind him. You all should seek out Nami. Either I will join you shortly, or I shall locate you. Hey, Itachi, if you genuinely wish to take him away, do not delay. Acts swiftly. Itachi's gaze towards Luffy was piercing. Observing Itachi with his blade drawn, Zoro smirked. Rest assured, Luffy, leaving this to Itachi should pose no issue. After exhaling deeply, Luffy led his companions towards the direction Law had indicated. We will find Nami and return for you. Be careful, Itachi. Robin followed closely, having discerned Itachi's intentions through his tone. As Itachi turned to face Law, he had already extended a finger. Though I do not know who you are, the notion that you can restrain me is utterly preposterous. Pointing at the giant, he inquired, does this master have any connection to you? Itachi raised his F-Ka Shunran. Whether there is a connection or not is of no concern to you. Law regarded Itachi with palpable disdain. With his palm facing downward, an aura surged forth, rapidly enveloping Itachi. The G5 branch Marines had already picked up Smoker and Tashigi, and upon witnessing Law utilize the room ability again, they exclaimed, is it about to begin? Trafalgar Law's slaughterhouse. How dare he confront a warlord of the sea alone, especially after Smoker has been taken down. Itachi too lifted his sword, preparing a defensive stance rather than launching an initial attack. Slaughterhouse. With a flick of Law's finger, he instantly appeared before Itachi. Itachi's expression shifted as he raised his hand to block Law's slash. He had anticipated that within this field, Law might exhibit instantaneous movement, yet he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. Nevertheless, Itachi remained vigilant, and the two swiftly entered a clash of blades. Law unleashed a flurry of rapid slashes, attempting to cleave Itachi and his sword asunder. However, F-Ka Shunran, a blade imbued with haki, proved impervious to Law's cutting ability. Coupled with Itachi's exceptional swordsmanship, Law found himself unable to breach Itachi's defenses. Realizing this, Law quickly shifted his focus to Itachi's form. Law's quick blades lunged towards Itachi, yet every attack was thwarted. Seizing an opportunity during Law's downward thrust, Itachi parried with his own blade, swiftly redirecting Law's weapon upwards. Launching Law's Kikoku into the air, with Itachi's blade aimed directly at Law's throat. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely believe you possess knowledge crucial to this island. Itachi rotated his blade, pressing the spine against Law's Adam's apple, exerting just enough force to pierce through. Yet, with no skin broken, Law could discern that the individual before him was genuinely sincere. He truly only sought to detain him. Your precision surpasses that of Zoro's. Law's Kikoku had fallen back, planted in the ground. The G5 Marines watched in stunned silence. What is happening? Has Trafalgar been subdued? A slight grin crept across Law's face. Are you a newcomer to the Straw Hat crew? Indeed, Itachi affirmed. Yes, I have reiterated. I do not wish to be your adversary. You must be a friend of Luffy. That is why. Yet before Itachi could finish, Law had already appeared behind him, as a pebble dropped before Itachi. Law had once again grasped his Kikoku. But I cannot allow you to disrupt my plans. Itachi swiftly reversed his sword to block, and their blades clashed once more. After a series of exchanges, Law quickly leaped back to create distance, simultaneously raising his finger. Batten. With a swift upward motion, a massive boulder was effortlessly lifted by Law, who then directed it to descend upon Itachi. Can you manipulate objects freely within this space? Itachi pondered, promptly evading his original position. The boulder crashed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust, and as Itachi regained his footing, he charged towards Law. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Itachi unleashed a barrage of fireballs directed at Law, who, astonished by Itachi's fire-based powers, swiftly dodged the explosive onslaught. After narrowly escaping the flames, Law discovered Itachi had closed the distance. Law quickly blocked Itachi's relentless slashes, realizing the ferocity of Itachi's swordsmanship. He shifted from offense to defense, creating space between them while the Kikoku in his hand began to radiate gamma rays. Concurrently, Law lifted fragments of stone, launching them at various angles toward Itachi. I see you've grasped my ability. Law concentrated, forming a gamma scalpel in his hand. This time, do you know from which direction I will attack? Law prepared to unleash the slaughterhouse technique. But at that moment, Itachi, during a backward leap, seized a stone from the ground and hurled it towards the edge of the scattered debris, causing the stone to ricochet at impossible angles, redirecting Law's projectiles elsewhere. As Law observed the stone deflect every fragment in an impossible trajectory, he was left dumbfounded. Within his room, he sensed that this stone bore no additional abilities. It was merely a simple throw. But how could this be? What level of precision and peculiar technique was required? Itachi paid no heed to Law's astonishment. Hurling stones and shuriken was a trick he had mastered long before graduating from ninja school. Just then, Law raised his hand once more. Room, slaughterhouse. Almost instantaneously, Itachi and Law were once again facing the descending rocks. Itachi sensed impending danger and raised his sword to block Law's strike. However, he soon realized that Law's blade emitted an unusual green glow. This time, how will you defend yourself? Gamma Blade. Law thrust the vibrating gamma ray-infused Kikoku against Itachi's horizontally held FK, Shunna. As the gamma energy coursed through the blade, Itachi became momentarily paralyzed, allowing Law to swiftly thrust the blade into Itachi's flesh. Zzz. The gamma rays rapidly permeated Itachi's body. Itachi's gaze glazed over as he collapsed to the ground. As expected, has he been finished off? Trafalgar Law is indeed a formidable opponent. The G5 Marines, who had just witnessed Itachi subduing Law, were astonished at how swiftly the battle had turned. Law had already sheathed his Kikoku. The maniac of the Straw Hats certainly is numerous. Fear not, you shall not perish. It is merely a grave injury. Law remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the fallen Itachi. When your captain arrives, inform him that we must not hinder one another's plans. After uttering this, Law prepared to disperse the room. Yet at that moment, the prostrate Itachi transformed into a cloud of crows, vanishing from sight. What the? Law exclaimed, startled, as flames erupted to his right. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Law swiftly evaded the fireball, still reeling from the earlier incident. When he noticed Itachi sprinting towards him from the right flank, that's where you are? Law quickly adjusted his stance, but just then, from behind the great fireball, Itachi charged forth with his blade raised. Luo instantly realized that Itachi could create clones in that fleeting moment. His eyes darted back and forth, only to see Itachi in the distance beginning to form hand seals. Suddenly, Luo comprehended the situation. He appeared to be gazing at the Itachi emerging from the fireball, yet his finger was already raised. Room, slaughterhouse. Just as the Itachi lunging out was about to strike Luo, he instantaneously swapped places with the Itachi, who was forming seals far away. The Itachi that burst forth from the fireball drove his blade into the one that had been switched. But alas, the Itachi, emerging from the fireball, transformed into a cloud of smoke. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Luo had raised his finger once more. In that brief encounter, he realized that Itachi's combat intelligence was nothing short of extraordinary. The reason he had boldly emerged was to lead Luo into believing that the clone behind the fireball was the real body, thus prompting an attack on it. However, the one who had moved was indeed the true body. Itachi's expression was one of utter astonishment. He had not anticipated that Luo would foresee his intentions. It is over that Luo's finger had already fired. The swift exchange of positions brought Luo directly before Itachi. He swung his blade, cleaving the still shocked Itachi in two. Yet, just as Luo severed Itachi's form, this Itachi instantly dissipated into a flock of crows. Luo trembled at the sight. At that moment, Itachi's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Your awareness is quite impressive. Luo immediately turned, only to discover that Itachi was not within his room. Itachi stood outside the aura, still wielding his blade and gazing at him. Long before the massive boulder fell, stirring up dust and debris, Itachi had already released 3 clones, while his true self had exited the room as force field. Who exactly are you? Before Luo could finish his question, he was once again plunged into that grayish-white realm. Luo promptly activated his haki to counter Itachi's Jinjutsu, and in almost an instant, he neutralized its effects. Yet, even this brief distraction was enough. The oncoming whirlwind of fire was now barreling towards Luo's chest. Ugh! Accompanied by Luo's anguished cry, the tempest of flames pierced through his shoulder blade, straining against the pain. Luo immediately attempted to initiate a slaughterhouse transformation. However, this time, The true Itachi had already charged in, delivering a powerful kick that struck Luo squarely on the chin. After knocking Luo down, Itachi executed a swift sweep, toppling Luo onto his back. Just as Luo's finger was about to activate its ability, Itachi had already pinned his hands down. Unfortunately, your thoughts have been anticipated. Itachi grasped Luo's face, the Sharingan in his eyes intensifying. Since ordinary Genjutsu has minimal effect on you, I regret to inform you. As Luo locked eyes with Itachi, he suddenly found himself transported to a realm saturated with black and white that he yearned to struggle. Yet he found himself bound to an immense cross. Luo attempted to use Haki again to break free, but this time, no matter how he concentrated, he could not escape this void. Trafalgar was defeated. What on earth is happening? The G5 branch Marines were all in a daze, staring blankly as Itachi hoisted Luo and proceeded towards Luffy and the others. Following Luo's indicated direction, Luffy and his companions continued onward. Indeed, they soon discovered Nami and the others beneath a rocky outcrop, and Brook had also arrived to join them. Just as they gathered, Luffy found himself caught in two experiences that were both uproariously amusing and deeply disheartening. The amusing incident: it turned out that when they first encountered Luo, he had briefly exchanged souls with him using his surgical fruit ability. Nami became Frankie, Frankie became Chopper, Chopper became Sanji, and Sanji became Nami. Particularly amusing was the sight of Frankie, who was now trapped in Chopper's body and unable to move after transforming into a gigantic monster using Chopper's rumble ball. His attempts to speak nearly sent Luffy into fits of laughter. "Frankie, stop using Chopper's body to talk. Just stop." Robin's expression was laced with annoyance. The disheartening incident. Luffy's hybrid form had been dispelled. For reasons unknown, Sanji had brought along a samurai who was nothing but a head. However, upon placing the head atop the dismembered torso, the samurai joyfully took flight. "Yo-ho! Finally back." Usopp scratched his head in confusion. Doesn't it feel like something's off? Wait, how can that disembodied torso speak? Robin queried. Perplexed, the samurai turned around, presenting his backside to the group. "Oh, I possess a unique skill known as flatulence language." As he spoke, he indeed emitted human-like sounds from his behind. Sanji, inhabiting Nami's body, swiftly kicked him away. "Stop doing such disgusting things." At that moment, Itachi had also arrived. "Ah, so soon, Itachi." Luffy waved at him. However, he quickly noticed Luo slung over Itachi's shoulder. "What is going on with Trafalgar? Is he unconscious too?" "Ugh, that's Luo." Nami, Frankie, and Chopper seemed to see the savior from their soul-swapping predicament. Only Sanji stood there, arms wide open, slowly admiring the scene, while Brook had just begun to approach when Nami, now possessing Frankie's Iron Fist, sent him flying with a single punch. "If you dare to peek again, it'll cost you 100,000 berries. Damaging my body will cost you 200,000 berries." It seems he was taken down by Itachi. As expected, Zoro observed Itachi's approach with admiration. No, he merely fainted. Itachi laid Luo on the ground, and everyone gathered around. The samurai observed Luo's head retracting sharply. "This guy, he's that damned warlord of the sea. Damn it, I shall challenge him." The samurai lifted his hefty legs to charge at Luo, only to be sent sprawling once more by Sanji's kick. This guy has clearly lost the ability to fight. What kind of challenge is this? This guy was captured by Itachi. Nami could hardly believe it. Just moments ago, Smoker had been easily defeated by Luo. Robin and Zoro scrutinized Itachi, especially Usopp, who was already exploring Itachi's person. "Itachi, this guy is a warlord of the sea. Are you injured? Is it serious?" "I'm unscathed." Itachi shook his head. The disparity in information led to a swift conclusion of the battle. Information warfare. Zoro felt that Itachi's fighting style was distinctly different from theirs. Yet there was no denying that, given the circumstances, Luo had been effortlessly subdued by Itachi. Itachi requested some rope from the group. "Let us bind him up, especially his hands and feet, to prevent him from using that troublesome ability again." Usopp hurriedly fetched some rope, securing Luo to a nearby rock. Once his hands and feet were confirmed bound, Itachi squatted before Luo, performing the release seal. Luo instantly awakened from the genjutsu. He quickly attempted to grab his blade, but when his gaze fell, he discovered that the ghost cry was already in Itachi's possession. Luo tried to withdraw, but realized he was already bound. What on earth just happened? As Itachi had not inflicted any mental harm on Luo. Merely employing a high-level binding genjutsu, Luo's stamina remained robust. Oh, Trafalgar! Luffy approached with a grin. Looks like you were defeated by Itachi. Itachi? Luo was about to glance at Itachi, but he quickly realized he could not meet Itachi's gaze. However, Itachi was already aware of his reaction to "Oh, not worry. You are bound and will not be subjected to any more genjutsu." The term genjutsu left Luo momentarily stunned. He was utterly bewildered by Itachi's intentions. Furthermore, who was this individual among the Straw Hat crew? Fire, genjutsu, and the ability to create clones. What kind of power did he possess? Who exactly are you? And how do you wield such extraordinary abilities? Luo couldn't help but inquired, Itachi is a ninja. Luffy chuckled, resting his hands behind his head. He can do so much more, like. Before he could continue, Zoro delivered a punch to Luffy's head. Hey Luffy, don't say too much. Ninja, Luo murmured, once again locking eyes with Itachi, only to notice that Itachi's eyes no longer bore the crimson pattern. Let us get to the point, Itachi stated. What is the situation on this island? And why are you here? Upon hearing this, Itachi's inquiry left Luffy momentarily dumbfounded. He could not comprehend the purpose of Itachi's question. However, the other members of the Straw Hat crew understood that Itachi was seeking the crux of the matter. Indeed, there were these enormous children as well. Chopper pointed behind him, where the previously white-clad larger children had donned cotton clothing, engaging in a playful snowball fight that Law's lips curled into a slight smile upon hearing this. As he mentioned, it seems I've been left behind. It turns out that the Straw Hat crew has not merely gained a madman, but rather a troublesome individual. Law also realized that he had not sustained any injuries. The swift blade that had struck his shoulder blade was undoubtedly the result of the illusion conjured by the person before him, known as Itachi. Observing that Law had no intention of speaking, Itachi began recounting their experiences upon arriving at this island. Subsequently, Nami added details about how they were abducted to the laboratory while aboard their ship and later encountered this group of enormous children. Indeed, their sincerity was palpable. After listening, Law chuckled that a plan had already begun to take shape in his mind. He turned to Luffy, captain of the Straw Hats. Would you be interested in forming an alliance? Luffy, who had been sitting cross-legged, preparing to hear Law's tale, tilted his head at this inquiry. An alliance? What is that? Robin chimed in. Alliances among pirates are quite common in the New World for achieving their objectives. Indeed, Law nodded. Typically, pirates venturing into the New World have two paths. The first is to join the ranks of one of the four emperors, becoming their subordinates, which is the choice of the majority. The other, albeit lesser, option is to form alliances in an attempt to topple the four emperors. Law regarded Luffy, who was tilting his head, with a knowing smile, that I have a plan to bring down one of the four emperors, though the odds are exceedingly slim. After I share my plan with you, you are free to discuss it among yourselves. Upon finishing, every gaze turned to him in astonishment. The objective of this plan is to take down one of the four emperors. Kaido of the Beasts, Kaido. The warriors were struck as if by lightning upon hearing this name, the T.O. bring down. The four emperors, the timid trio's expressions shifted dramatically at this revelation. Hey Trafalgar, what kind of joke are you making? Are you really planning to take on one of the four emperors? Usopp shouted. How terrifying. We have already provoked Big Mom. Do you really want to provoke another emperor? Chopper cried out. What are you talking about? Before that, let's focus on getting us back. Nami exclaimed angrily. However, Luffy's subsequent reaction plunged the timid trio's spirits into despair. Forming an alliance sounds perfectly fine. But I was actually intending to confront Shanks first. But if we're forming an alliance, then let us go after Kaido. First, Luffy. The timid trio quickly surrounded Luffy. What nonsense are you spouting? Robin added. Luffy, we should be cautious about alliances. Let us first hear Law's plan. Nearby, Zoro maintained a nonchalant demeanor, indifferent to the unfolding chaos. Regardless of whom they fought or where they went, he would follow Luffy's lead. Itachi glanced at Law, pondering briefly, and asked, Does this have any relevance to your presence on this island? It certainly does. Law regarded Itachi with a significant expression. Do you find my words frightening? Itachi turned to Robin and inquired, "Are the four emperors truly that fearsome?" Robin shrugged. No one had seen them. So who could say? Meanwhile, the timid trio continued to scurry about. Itachi turned back to Law that I'm also uncertain. In any case, please answer my question. The reactions of these individuals left Law momentarily taken aback. The Straw Hat crew remained unchanged, save for the addition of a rather formidable individual. Very well, I shall speak plainly. Law felt there was little need for subterfuge with these people, since he had already been caught and the other party did not aim to take his life. He might as well lay out his plan and see if he could enhance its chances of success. First, do you know about Caesar? I do, Robin nodded. The one dubbed the world's most wicked scientist is on this island. An evil scientist on this island. Although Chopper did not know precisely who Caesar was, he sensed something amiss. Law nodded and continued to elaborate for the Straw Hat crew. You see, Caesar is currently developing an artificial devil fruit known as Smile. The one backing his research is none other than one of the current warlords of the sea, the king of Dressrosa, Joker Doflamingo. Joker supports Caesar's development of the devil fruit to negotiate with Kaido, the captain of the Beast Pirates, who has taken root in the New World that he aims to create an army composed entirely of Zoan-type devil fruit users. Law further explained his reason for being on this island. He intended to capture Caesar and disrupt the research on artificial devil fruits. This would instigate a breakdown in the negotiations between Doflamingo and the Beast Pirates, sparking conflict between them, should they consent to Law's invitation for an alliance. It would signify their collective involvement in this scheme. After hearing Law's plan, barring the already asleep Zoro and the bewildered Luffy, the others fell into deep contemplation. Itachi had initially intended to take Luffy aside to ascertain his relationship with Law and the character of this individual. But to his surprise, Luffy readily agreed. All right, it's settled then. We shall form an alliance with Trafalgar. Luffy exclaimed excitedly, gesticulating animatedly. Hey, hey, hey. Usopp and Nami shouted angrily from the sidelines. Law then turned to the other members of the Straw Hat crew. Your captain has expressed his opinion. What say you? Robin smiled and replied, There's no choice. Since the captain has spoken, we must heed his words. Nami, Sanji, and Brook also expressed their agreement. Since Luffy has decided, we will follow him. What about you, Itachi? Law inquired. The crow atop Itachi's head had completed its flight, and he had begun to adapt to Luffy's impulsive nature. With a deep sigh, he replied, I have no objections. I will follow Luffy's lead. Very well, Luffy. It seems you must strive to persuade your crew, Law remarked. Looking at Luffy to make tea that moment, Sanji approached Law and quietly said, Speaking of which, Trafalgar, I must remind you, the alliance you envision may differ somewhat from what Luffy has in mind. Differ? Law was puzzled, thinking he had been quite clear. Just then, the children who had been engaged in a snowball fight suddenly collapsed to the ground, each one beginning to writhe in agony. Hey, what is wrong with you all? Luffy rushed forward to investigate, only to be sent flying by a punch from the tallest child, just as the children were about to erupt. Usopp had a brilliant idea and unleashed sleeping flower seeds, putting the children into slumber. After Chopper examined the children's condition, he was utterly infuriated. What on earth is going on with Caesar? Earlier, the children had told him that they were here because the locals claimed they were ill and required treatment. However, Chopper's examination revealed that the children's bodies were filled with toxic substances. Nami gasped in shock. Law, do you know what is going on with these children? That should be Caesar's experiment. There are all sorts of test subjects here, including the large child we encountered when we arrived. However, the ultimate outcome of these experiments is nearly always the same: death during the trials. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately demanded that Law help them find an antidote for the children. Oh, and don't forget about my body that you severed. The samurai also put forth a request. You all, Law sighed, feeling exasperated by the absurd demands being made of him. Hey, Trafalgar, are we not allies now? Luffy exclaimed, arms wide opened if we are allies, then lend a hand. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Law felt a twinge of unease. Nevertheless, he acquiesced for the moment. So does Soda and our bodies, Nami remarked, only to realize that Law had already untied himself. Itachi cast a glance at Law and said, No more tricks. He then tossed his sword, Shusui, to Law. Upon receiving Shusui, Law activated his powers, restoring Nami and the others to their original forms. Ugh! Trafalgar, why return us to our original forms? Sanji lamented, now back to his former self. Nami delivered a punch to Sanji's head. Isn't it better to be restored? After this task was completed, Law sheathed Shusui and remarked, I have a rough idea of where the research materials belonging to those kids are. But I am uncertain about the antidote. I can assist you in locating it. However, I have no control over that samurai. I'm unaware of where his body has gone to that moment. Brooks suddenly raised his hand, revealing that he had encountered the half-samurai before arriving here. On his way, he had even dueled with that half-samurai. Then you all should help him find it yourselves. Now, the plan is set in motion. Law surveyed the Straw Hat crew. Given their current combat capabilities, they were poised to launch a direct assault on the island that I will go destroy the laboratory, as there are troublesome individuals inside that need to be dealt with. And I will conveniently locate the kids' research materials. You all shall clear out the enemies surrounding the laboratory. Of course, before that, Caesar will undoubtedly launch relentless attacks against you. You have been marked as intruders and are targets to be eliminated. By the way, that ship's doctor, Law glanced at Chopper. You should accompany me. It will be more convenient than if you go alone. Oh, sure. However, Chopper was still bound in bandages, making his movement quite cumbersome as Luffy contemplated the image of tying Chopper to Law's head. Itachi waved his hand and said, I will go with you. Chopper should stay here to take care of these children, so they do not go berserk again. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Itachi. Law's expression towards Itachi was complex, and Itachi's gaze towards Law mirrored that complexity. After a moment, Law spoke, You're concerned I might have ulterior motives, aren't you? Of course. Itachi nodded. I see. Law sighed and smiled. Very well, then you shall accompany me. Ultimately, the allocation for the Straw Hats and Law was as follows. The first route will be taken by Sanji, along with Brook and Zoro, who is currently incapacitated, to search for the upper half of the samurai. The decision to assign Zoro was made because Nami noticed he was too idle, even asleep, that it was perfect to pair him with Sanji, so they could bicker and keep him awake. True to form, the two ran while hurling insults at each other. Stinky chef, green algae head, lecherous kappa, wild dog swordsman. Nanny, what did you say? Zoro-san, you're heading the wrong way. Brook shouted from behind. The second route consisted of Law, Itachi, and Chopper entering the laboratory to locate the research materials and destroy the laboratory's main equipment. Since Chopper was unable to move, he needed Itachi to carry him. But Luffy and Usopp both thought that Law's hat would be more suitable for Chopper to rest upon. Eventually, it turned into Chopper dragging Law along, with Itachi following closely. Eehee! Luffy laughed uncontrollably at Law's astonished expression. How could you come up with that? Law felt his breath almost freeze. The third route was led by Luffy, Robin, and Frankie, tasked with capturing Caesar. According to Law's intel, Caesar had already made his way toward the laboratory's main entrance, seemingly intending to summon something. Lastly, Nami and Usopp remained behind, having secured the sleeping children with iron chains, while Usopp prepared to use the sleep flower again to prevent the children from waking and causing chaos. Yash, let's move, Luffy signaled, racing towards the laboratory's main entrance. Then we shall also proceed, Itachi. Law glanced at the one who had taken precautions against him. With Chopper atop his head, he and Itachi ventured into the laboratory. Meanwhile, Caesar had indeed reached the laboratory's main entrance, having received prior intel from Law that Smoker had been subdued by the laboratory's entrance. Smoker, who had already swapped bodies with Tashigi, awakened and began directing the G5 troops to split into two teams. One team would breach the laboratory's main door, while the other attempted to break through the Guardians on the island to send a distress signal outside. Currently, under Tashigi's suggestion, Smoker's primary target was no longer the Straw Hat crew, but rather the unusually large children they had previously seen. This was because Smoker and Tashigi suddenly recalled that they had encountered missing person posters for these children near Punk Hazard, as well as requests sent to the Navy for assistance in locating them at the back entrance of the laboratory. Law had summoned his room power. With a gesture, Itachi, and Chopper directly arrived at an open side door. No need to be so wary of me, Itachi. Law observed the hand seals Itachi had formed. I cannot help it, Itachi replied, momentarily lowering his hands. By the way, are you truly a ninja? Law couldn't help but inquire. What kind of devil fruit did you consume? Why do I feel you possess so many abilities? Itachi succinctly replied, I am a ninja, Soda. Itachi is indeed a ninja. Chopper chimed in. Hearing Chopper affirm this, Law stared at Itachi for a moment, struggling to contain the excitement in his eyes. The term ninja held a significant allure for him, having been enamored with various superhero comics since childhood. The Straw Hat crew is truly becoming more and more talented, Law mused. While speaking, he pushed open the laboratory door. Itachi also had a question for Law. How did you break my Jinjutsu? You truly can use Jinjutsu? Law concluded that Itachi was not a devil fruit user. As for that, I'm unsure how you executed it, but I was able to negate your initial move with Haki. The latter technique, however, was quite troublesome. I could not counter it with my Haki.ic. Itachi understood. It seemed that Haki, as Zoro and Luffy had mentioned before, not only had enhancement, defense, and perception functions, but could also resist mental attacks like Jinjutsu. With that in mind, Itachi pondered whether Haki had a mental training component as well. By the way, Itachi, do you know how to use Haki? Chopper inquired. However, before he could finish, he covered his mouth. I seem to have said too much. Chopper cautiously glanced at Law. Unexpectedly, Itachi shook his head. No, Law remained unfazed by Chopper's reaction, but he was astonished by Itachi's response. You cannot use Haki? Law stared incredulously at Itachi, who had just effortlessly defeated him. What's wrong? Itachi looked at Law, puzzled by his reaction. Nothing. Law shook his head, still in disbelief. The three had now entered the laboratory. Law stated, if Caesar is not in the laboratory, then his secretary, Monet, will be. She is a snow fruit user and could be somewhat troublesome. The rest are merely fodder. Before we could destroy the laboratory's equipment, we must deal with her first. Law outlined the plan, advising Chopper to stop resting on his head. He placed Chopper inside a bag and, upon reaching the research room, tossed Chopper inside. As they approached Monet's office, Itachi concealed himself in the ventilation duct, ready to deal with Monet first. Itachi agreed that the plan was feasible, and Law nodded in affirmation. Previously, I often came across news regarding the Straw Hat crew, coupled with the incident in the Sabaody Archipelago, where the captain of the Straw Hats confronted the Celestial Dragons. I had always perceived them as a rather unconventional bunch. However, upon reflection, it seems that a normal individual has now joined their ranks. What do you mean by that? You fool, Chopper retorted angrily. Shoo, keep your voice down. Law had already stuffed Chopper into a bag. Itachi, meanwhile, leaped onto the ceiling, and as Law was astonished by how Itachi was walking on the ceiling with both feet, Itachi himself was puzzled. Why aren't you moving? No reason. Law composed himself and headed toward the laboratory, while Itachi concealed himself, yet his gaze remained fixed on Law through the ajar door. Monet was in the office taking notes, and upon seeing her, Chopper couldn't help but exclaim, Is that a bird person? Law is back, Monet greeted, adjusting her high prescription glasses. Law got straight to the point, saying, I am leaving this island. Monet paused in surprise. Is that so? It seems this place will become quite desolate. If you are leaving, I will need to borrow your abilities. Law indicated Monet's wings. That's fine. Monet stood up, revealing that her lower body was a prosthetic leg made of swords. She followed Law out the door, but just as Law stepped outside, he suddenly shrank back, collapsing to the ground. What is this? Law exclaimed in shock, only to see Monet still smiling at him, her hands empty. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the other end of the corridor. It's been years, and you've grown quite a bit. Law had a figure approached in the corridor, toying with Law's heart in hand. With the slightest pressure, Law would writhe in agony. Struggling, Law lifted his head, but before he could clearly see the person, a bamboo stick struck his head. The force was so great that it shattered Law's nose. Blood spilling forth. Virgo, what brings you here? I have long known you to be untrustworthy. You remain nothing but a child. Virgo tightened his grip on Law's heart, causing him to scream in pain. Monet laughed at Law's predicament. Upon learning of the Straw Hats and Smoker from the G5 branch arriving, Lord Virgo had already made his way to Punk Hazard. He understood that this would be the moment you revealed your true intentions. As Monet spoke, Virgo's bamboo stick continued to rain down upon Law's head, leaving him bloodied. Not just you, but even Caesar, we do not trust. Thus, Joker has already sent someone to infiltrate. The person, of course, was Monet. Virgo glanced at Monet, who flapped her wings, her face adorned with an eerie grin. Monet, you say? Law had long suspected Monet's strangeness. What have I done? Law shouted. I pose no threat to you, do I? Of course. Had you been a threat, you would have perished long ago, Virgo said, raising the bamboo stick again. Having noticed Law's intent to raise his hand, you've come quite far, warlord of the sea. Allow me to correct you. You should address me as Mr. Virgo. The bamboo stick, infused with haki, once again struck Law's head. Just a reminder, Law. Monet crouched down, her tone deceptively gentle as she uttered the most malicious words. Your heart is in Lord Virgo's hands. Should you dare make any move, it will be crushed. Monet. Law gritted his teeth in fury. Long before he set foot on this island, he had struck a deal with Caesar to remain here and observe the situation. Fearing that Law, who was stronger than him, might cause chaos, Caesar demanded that Law entrust his heart to him for safekeeping. In exchange, Law was to assist the crippled pirates in acquiring animal lower halves for their powers, and he would receive a heart that could be safeguarded. However, that heart was not Caesar's, but rather Monet's. Are you looking for my heart now, Law? Monet pointed to her chest. It has already been replaced by Caesar. You scoundrel! Law instinctively reached for a sword, but Virgo struck him again. Bang! You continuously affront my dignity, Law. Virgo's eyes beneath his sunglasses radiated disdain. In the laboratory, Chopper had heard the commotion outside, just as he was about to force his way to investigate. He was suddenly frozen in place that a swarm of crows flew past him, revealing Itachi's upper body among them. I'm here to find the information you seek. After uttering this line, the crows dispersed, leaving Chopper bewildered. Itachi, Chopper quickly understood. In the corridor outside the laboratory, Virgo's eyes behind his sunglasses suddenly shifted. He crouched his legs and exclaimed, Suru. Instantly, Virgo appeared atop the ventilation duct. Itachi, who was hiding at the edge of the duct, was startled as Virgo's bamboo stick, infused with haki, descended upon him. You have accomplices, Law. I've been discovered. Law gasped in alarm. Virgo's bamboo stick swept across Itachi, but to Virgo's astonishment, the strike lacked the expected force. Instead, before he could comprehend what was happening, Itachi transformed into a swirling mass of crows. What is this? Before Virgo could grasp the situation, he was subjected to a mental assault. However, instinctively, Virgo gathered his haki and shattered the illusion. Meanwhile, Itachi brandished his sword. Wind Fire Wheel, aiming to stab Virgo. Almost instantaneously, Virgo sensed someone behind him and, pivoting, unleashed a powerful punch. The blow sent Itachi, along with his sword, flying. Itachi stumbled backward, regaining his footing, realizing the gravity of the situation. This is troublesome, Law out as Itachi locked eyes with Law. A subtle motion of his eyeballs conveyed his intent. Monet, keep an eye on Law. After uttering this command, Virgo's body became enveloped in armament haki. He raised the bamboo stick, also covered in haki, and charged at Itachi's command, Lord Virgo. Monet swiftly transformed into a snow woman, encasing Law's body in ice, immobilizing him. Simultaneously, Itachi raised Wind Fire Wheel, clashing with Virgo's bamboo stick. Yet, after a mere exchange of blows, Itachi found himself overpowered, unable to elevate his blade. Attempting to retaliate, Itachi found Virgo's speed superior as he delivered a kick to Itachi's chest. Bang! The force of the kick, imbued with armament haki, sent Itachi hurtling through the air. Upon landing, Itachi quickly regained his footing, astonished by the opponent's strength. However, Virgo offered him no opportunity to react, charging at him once more. Is this all you've got? Truly seeking death. Virgo raised the bamboo stick high above Itachi. But at that moment, Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan activated. Tsukuyami! As the Mangeki spun, Virgo suddenly froze. He found himself ensnared in a blood-red realm illuminated by a crimson moon. Simultaneously, he was bound to a torture rack. Before him stood countless versions of Itachi, each one stabbing him with a knife in a frenzied assault. Gradually, Virgo collapsed to the ground. Originally controlling Law, Monet gasped, Lord Virgo. Law was equally astonished, but quickly recognized that this was undoubtedly Itachi's illusion. As Virgo fell, Itachi approached him. He crouched down, attempting to pry Virgo's hand open to retrieve Law's heart. But just as he was about to succeed, Virgo's hand, still cloaked in armament haki, suddenly tightened. Law cried out in agony. What? Itachi was still processing what had just occurred when the once-fallen Virgo surged to his feet, delivering a punch that sent Itachi flying several meters. Itachi staggered from the blow, nearly spitting blood. He rolled several times before regaining his stance. Virgo, too, had risen, though his armament haki had receded. Although he could still stand, Virgo's pallor revealed his considerable weakness. Just moments ago, what on earth was that? Breathing heavily, Virgo felt no physical injuries, yet it seemed as though he had been pierced countless times. Itachi, equally astonished, quickly grasped the situation. This individual had managed to endure the mental torment inflicted by Tsukuyomi purely through sheer willpower. With this realization, Itachi raised his blade once more. He had not anticipated the extraordinary physical capabilities possessed by the inhabitants of this world. Such a revelation necessitated a change in tactics. Itachi had retracted his Mangeki Sharingan, his eyes now reflecting the ordinary Sharingan. Though uncertain of the peculiarities at play, it appeared that he was indeed facing a superhuman ability user. Virgo twirled his bamboo staff, having regained the ability to concentrate his haki. He coiled his body, and Itachi, in his Sharingan state, quickly noticed Virgo's frantic stomping. Was he about to employ that same move again? Sure enough, Virgo charged at Itachi with remarkable speed. Itachi raised his blade to block. But Virgo's staff techniques were intricate and powerful, forcing Itachi into a disadvantageous position. Amidst the clashing of weapons, Virgo seized the moment to thrust forward with a fierce punch, and Itachi, attempting to parry, found himself unable to withstand Virgo's might, being sent staggering back several meters. Just as Itachi steadied himself, Virgo launched a kick that came barreling towards him. The two re-entered a state of close combat. Despite Itachi's quick reflexes, he was overwhelmingly overpowered by Virgo's strength, leaving him in a constant state of defense. This scene evoked an involuntary chuckle from One. Your companion seems rather ordinary. A typical superhuman ability user cannot possibly withstand Lord Virgo. Meanwhile, the snow-encased Luo was fixated on Itachi. He understood that Itachi's abilities were far from exhausted. However, he surmised that Itachi was wary of utilizing his ninjutsu in this corridor, fearing it might endanger his heart, which Virgo held in his grasp. Itachi, my leader. Luo grew increasingly anxious. Virgo became more confident with each strike, although he was unsure how Itachi had evaded his proud fist and finger techniques time and again. His disdain for Itachi had begun to fester. Luo's companion? Indeed, they were merely a bunch of children. With that, he swung his staff down with ferocity, forcing Itachi to one knee while attempting to block with his blade. Itachi had noticed Virgo's raised leg, yet in his current position, he could only rise. But at the very moment he stood, Virgo's leg crashed into his chest. Bang! Itachi was sent flying once more, this time landing beside Luo. Itachi, my leader! Luo shouted in alarm. It seems you are no match for him. Retreat quickly. Rising to his feet, Itachi felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he disregarded it and charged forward once again. A futile and stubborn rodent. I see. Virgo advanced with his staff, but as he gazed into Itachi's eyes, he found himself momentarily entranced. However, this time Virgo quickly dispelled Itachi's illusion with his haki, yet Itachi had already raised his blade high before him. Virgo raised his staff to intercept Itachi's attack, abandoning Luo's heart, and with a free hand, he seized Itachi. Itachi had not anticipated such swiftness. He attempted to struggle. However, Virgo's strength far surpassed his own. How could he be so powerful? Itachi tried to pry Virgo's fingers apart, but Virgo unleashed a surge of power, slamming Itachi into the ground. Crash! Itachi was stripped of any ability to resist, with one hand gripping Itachi and the other reclaiming Luo's heart. Virgo's contempt bore down upon Itachi's Sharingan. I reiterate, Luo, are your companions merely children? The game is over. Now perish. Virgo extended his finger, transforming it into a spear-like thrust that swiftly pierced Itachi's heart. Itachi, my leader. Luo could scarcely believe the scene before him. Yet at that moment, taking advantage of the illusion to create a clone, the real Itachi had already leaped to the ventilation duct and shouted at Virgo. "Your words are premature." The Virgo's expression shifted. He realized that the Itachi before him had transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving only the blade as a tangible entity. For a moment, Virgo was baffled. He had struck what he believed to be a solid form. Yet how could this be? Before he could leap away, Itachi charged in with a raised fist. Once more this insipid assault. Virgo's words trailed off as Itachi's strike landed on his head, sending him flying at an odd angle. Crash! Virgo was propelled over 10 meters, his head grazing the ground, carving a long gash before he fell onto his back. A.S. Luo watched Virgo soar away. He was shocked to see a dent form on Virgo's face, which was now covered in haki. Virgo's left cheekbone had shattered. "Lord Virgo!" Monet cried out in horror, quickly enveloping the ground in snow. How could Virgo? Luo's astonished gaze shifted back to Itachi, but when he noticed Itachi's arm, his eyes widened. Itachi's fist was enveloped in a dark purple haki. "My leader, you said you couldn't wield haki," Luo exclaimed. Yet Itachi's gaze remained as calm as an iceberg. "I just learned it from this person." Itachi gestured towards the fallen Virgo, exerting a slight force, and his entire arm became enveloped in haki. Just as Virgo was rising to cover himself with haki once more, Itachi, in his Sharingan state, had already observed the flow of energy within Virgo and deciphered the method to envelop his body in haki. The reason Itachi continued to engage Virgo in close combat, even using clones infused with substantial chakra to take hits, was to fully comprehend how Virgo enveloped his entire being in haki. Upon achieving this understanding, Itachi discovered that the method of haki enveloping was strikingly similar to activating chakra around the body, with the only difference being the source of power utilized. Though I cannot fathom how I have acquired this ability, I have mastered it now. Itachi felt as though his haki was coalescing, as if chakra were also converging and coating his body. He raised his fists, and even the F-ton, Carry Enden, was now easily enveloped in haki. "Are you jesting?" Luo stared at Itachi in disbelief. At that moment, the fallen Virgo had regained his footing. His voice was strained and filled with anger. "Who are you really?" Meanwhile, Luo's heart lay firmly in Itachi's grasp. Just as he had attacked Virgo, Itachi had found the perfect angle to strike the heart from Virgo's hands. Ignoring Virgo, Itachi formed seals and launched an attack towards Luo. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. "How can it still breathe fire?" Monet shrieked as the dense fireballs descended upon her snow. Although her body was composed of natural elements, the flames would still pose a threat to her. However, harming Monet was not Itachi's objective. His target was the snow-enshrouded Luo. The Phoenix fire accurately landed around Luo's body, the explosion of flames melting the ice and snow surrounding Luo, yet he remained unharmed. Now able to move, Luo swiftly raised his hand. Room, slaughterhouse. In an instant, Luo swapped places with the stone beneath Itachi's feet, appearing at his side. Itachi handed the heart to Luo, stating, "From here on, you need not hold back." "Thank you immensely, Itachi, my leader." Luo returned the heart to its rightful place in his chest. This scene caused Virgo's brow to furrow. Luo had raised a blade known as Onikumu, a smirk gracing his lips. "Now it is my turn." In the corridor leading to the laboratory, Caesar arrived with a large contingent. "Thank you, Kiki. Thank you, Kiki. Monet, look what I brought back. By the way, didn't you mention that Virgo was coming? Where is he? Hurry and let him see what treasures I've captured. And here's also his beloved subordinate. They don't even know about my abilities. That straw hat-wearing brat is foolishly babbling about wanting to capture me. Truly a pipe dream." "Thank you, Kiki." Caesar laughed heartily as he rounded the corner, only to suddenly notice Virgo's face. Virgo, you've arrived. Come and take a look." Caesar, with a smile, pointed behind him, where his biochemical troops stood in a state of shock. What they bore was none other than Luffy and his companions, as well as Smoker and Tashigi, who had been rendered unconscious by the gas from Caesar's gas fruit. It was truly a pity. He had initially envisioned capturing them all in one fell swoop. Yet a few members of the Straw Hat crew still eluded him. He chuckled darkly, but then suddenly sensed something amiss, whirling around. He was struck by the sight of Virgo, held captive in Law's grasp. Virgo's head was gruesomely split in two. One half clutched in Law's hand, while the other half lay scattered on the ground. Mingled with the remnants of his body, his secretary, Monet, had also succumbed, lying lifeless beneath the blade of a cloaked figure. It turns out that a Logia user can indeed be harmed by Haki. Itachi had already sheathed his sword. Indeed, Itachi, I hadn't anticipated you to be so perceptive, Law remarked, a grin adorning his face as he gazed at Caesar. What's the matter, Caesar? Are you missing Virgo? Law. Caesar's eyes widened in disbelief. Your heart. Law opened his coat, gesturing to his intact chest. Ah. Caesar shrieked as Law raised his finger. Slaughterhouse. In unison, he and Itachi swapped places with the unconscious Luffy and Robin, now positioned behind Caesar, just as Caesar attempted to unleash his powers. Itachi, empowered by the Haki inherently tied to his own abilities, struck Caesar in the chest with a swift blow. This was shave. In his astonishment, Caesar had not even the time to activate his powers before being cleaved down. Itachi, what was that? Law, having cleaved through several of the biochemical troops, turned back in surprise. It's something I just learned. Itachi replied nonchalantly. A little over 10 minutes later, Luffy and his companions gradually regained consciousness. Hey! Luffy sprang to his feet, glancing around. Where's Caesar? Where did that guy go? Robin and Frankie had also awakened, and Robin soon noticed that Smoker and Tashigi were bound by iron chains. Suddenly, they heard Law's voice. Ah, right here. At Law's feet lay Caesar, now helplessly restrained by sea stone. As Luffy and his companions were left puzzled regarding the events that had transpired, Law recounted the recent happenings. In summary, although the plan had encountered some peculiarities during its execution, it was fortuitously completed ahead of schedule, thanks to Itachi's intervention. I see. Robin nodded, while Luffy bounded over to Caesar's side. Caesar, weak and furious, continued to curse. Damn you, Law. My entire plan has been ruined. Do you have any idea how long I prepared for this? My children, I have spent 3 years on it. Law abruptly leveled his sword before Caesar. If you wish to be cleaved in two, simply say so. Spare me. Caesar cried out in desperation. What kind of ability does this guy have? Why did I suddenly faint? Luffy queried, pointing at Caesar in confusion. Oh, I forgot to mention, Law replied, shrugging. Caesar possesses a technique that extracts the air around him. If you approach him, you will suffocate and lose consciousness. The solution is simple. Just stay away and take a breath. Why didn't you say so earlier? Luffy shouted. Ah, I forgot. Law shrugged again. Speaking of which, where's Itachi? Robin looked around, not spotting Itachi anywhere. Itachi has gone with Chopper to search for research materials. Law informed them that and there is also a monster that Caesar summoned from the bottom of the lake. Frankie interjected, extending his iron wall to its maximum length. It's a super monster. A super monster? Law echoed in confusion. Yeah, it looks a lot like a slime. Frankie added, as they discussed the enormous toxic creature summoned by Caesar. The latter realized that his grand scheme had completely unraveled. Unable to unleash the massive candy intended for the monstrous mile he had nurtured for years, he contemplated a more drastic alternative. That it seemed his fate was to be either slain by these detestable pirates or handed over to the Marines. Although Caesar had previously escaped the Marines' clutches, he doubted he could elude them a second time, especially now that they were aware of his methods. He had longed for fame that would astonish the world, but now his options were dwindling. So he opted for a different approach. Caesar suddenly pressed a hidden remote control he had concealed on his person. His original aim had been to broadcast to the various traders within the underground black market. However, now his target was every location capable of receiving a signal across the globe. This included the Marines and the 4 emperors in the New World with the press of the remote. All the image-transmitting snail phones on the island were activated, and the closest one in the laboratory began to move towards Caesar. All you viewers receiving this signal, take a good look. I am none other than the world's greatest genius scientist, Caesar. His sudden shout drew the attention of everyone present. Law immediately sensed something was amiss and rushed forward, kicking Caesar over. What are you playing at? Caesar, however, the typically cowardly Caesar was behaving unusually, his gaze fixated on the image-transmitting snail as he shouted incessantly. Take a look. Right here on this island in the New World, where Aokiji and Akainu battled. Punk Hazard, the genius scientist, the notorious pirates of the new era, and the vice admiral of the Navy's G5 branch are all gathered here. And the image snail shifted, the largest one capturing the menacing sight of the giant toxic smile. The creature was continuously splitting into smaller smiles, corrupting everything in its path. My life's work, a poison capable of annihilating the world. Super Smile. Once it detonates, the entire new world will be obliterated. At that time, everyone will, before Caesar could finish law, having activated a massive room, leaped to the control center and severed the connection. Caesar was simultaneously sent crashing into a wall by Luffy's jet stamp, plunging him into unconsciousness. Though the broadcast Caesar had transmitted lasted barely a minute. That single minute was sufficient for everyone to ponder its implications. The Straw Hat crew, having regrouped at Sabaody Archipelago, had now reached the New World, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Trafalgar Law, was it Punk Hazard? And what exactly was that biochemical weapon? At the former G1 branch of the Navy, now the Navy headquarters, in the office of Fleet Admiral Akainu, he watched the broadcast for the 3rd time. Removing his cigar from his mouth, these damn pirate brats, and that scoundrel scientist who escaped. What are they scheming? Enraged, Akainu's fist transformed into surging magma. Are they planning to create a ruckus again? Straw Hat crew? The Navy headquarters has only just relocated to the New World. What kind of spectacle do they intend to orchestrate to slap the Navy in the face? As Akainu roared, he smashed his fist into the desk. At that moment, the phone on the corner of the desk began to ring. Akainu picked it up. Who is it? Hey, Sakazuki, I assume you've seen that broadcast that you're quite furious right now, aren't you? What do you want to say? Akainu gripped his molten iron fist tightly. I'm currently near Punk Hazard, and I just arrived when I received reports from the G5 branch about Vice Admiral Smoker setting off to pursue pirates and the departure of G5 base Commander Virgo to Dressrosa. Now, this has happened. It's quite alarming, though. So you're there now? Akainu's tone softened slightly. Yes, Sakazuki, regarding the pirates and biochemical weapons on that island. Do you think I should take a look? Akainu pondered for a moment and replied. We need to go and see for ourselves. Regardless of whether that despicable scientist speaks the truth or not, it is undeniably true that this island harbors extremely dangerous individuals and events. If you intend to venture there, make sure to apprehend the Straw Hat crew along with that vile scientist. Furthermore, do we require reinforcement from headquarters? If the situation on that island proves to be troublesome, we can invoke the Demon Slayer order. The voice on the other end pondered for a moment before responding. No need for that. For now, let's just dispatch the G5 branch Marines, as they should suffice. Indeed, exercise utmost caution. After Akainu concluded the conversation, he disconnected the transponder snail. He gazed out at the vast sea, anger rekindling in his eyes. Once again, it is that band of ruthless pirates, and perhaps even 2 members of the D lineage. On Punk Hazard Island, within Caesar's laboratory, this time it was Itachi who carried Chopper in a bag upon his back as they traversed through the various laboratories. The materials have been thoroughly collected. I should be able to develop an antidote for the children. Shall we return then? Itachi pointed ahead, where their path ended at a decrepit door. Let us take one more look. Itachi Nakado. There is no path ahead? Then perhaps we should, before Chopper could finish his sentence. Itachi swiftly cleaved the door in half. It's all right. Chopper clung tightly to Itachi's shoulder. It appeared that the passage led underground. Itachi observed the descent. If they were to proceed, it would have to be down this pipe. We can't go. Just as Chopper voiced his concern, Itachi, enveloping his feet in chakra, effortlessly descended into the pipe. It's all right. Chopper followed closely behind Itachi as they descended. Upon reaching the lower level, they discovered a truly abandoned laboratory. Chopper began searching for any documents, but aside from the massive machinery and pipes, there was nothing else to be found. It seems there is nothing of value here, Chopper sighed, glancing at his notes. According to this, we should be close to that moment. Itachi suddenly became alert. Someone is coming. Where? Chopper, anxious, scrambled out of the bag, and Itachi swiftly leaped with him into a shadowy corner. As the person approached, Itachi lunged out, pressing the blade against the individual's face. Not human. Itachi questioned, puzzled, as a dazed pink dragon emitted a terrified scream. Ugh! Itachi quickly positioned the blade beneath the dragon's chin. If you make another sound like that, this blade will pierce your throat. The pink dragon trembled in fear. Chopper, who had emerged from the bag, exclaimed, "Huh, not a human. Who? Who are you?" The pink dragon stammered. "That's a question I should be asking you. What are you? Why are you here?" Itachi furrowed his brow. "Huh, it can talk." Chopper gasped out, I cannot speak. You must first..." Before the pink dragon could finish, Itachi's blade punctured its chin. Ugh. Silence. Itachi replied calmly, "I have warned you. Another sound like that, and your throat will be pierced." The pink dragon wished to cry, but Itachi raised his blade, causing the dragon to curl up in fear, only to transform into a child with a thud. "Don't kill me. My name is Kaido. I am a child who was trafficked here, though." "Are you also a trafficked child?" Itachi scrutinized the so-called child, sensing something was amiss despite the dim surroundings. Itachi crouched down, causing the pink dragon to recoil in terror. "Chopper, he is lying." "What? Is he deceiving us?" Chopper exclaimed. "You are certainly not named Kaido Dada." The pink dragon trembled once more. How do you know?" Itachi remained silent. He had glimpsed the head of the half-submerged warrior earlier, and this child's hairstyle closely resembled that of the warrior. Additionally, the child's attire bore resemblance to a style he had often encountered. A person dressed in such a manner would never bear the name Kaido. "Warriors cannot lie," Itachi stated. This revelation struck the pink dragon like a bolt of lightning. How do you know I am a warrior? "State your name and explain why you are here," Itachi demanded. I cannot say." The pink dragon adamantly refused. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to engage further. He patted Chopper on the back. "Let us go. There is no useful information here. What about him?" Chopper inquired. "Let him be. He will likely perish here," Itachi remarked nonchalantly, causing the pink dragon to tremble uncontrollably. "There are monsters here." Itachi began to ascend the pipe. However, the pink dragon suddenly cried out, following closely behind, "I will speak. I will speak. My name is Momonosuke. I truly was trafficked here. Please, I haven't seen anyone in days. You must take me out." "Is that so?" "He is quite pitiful," Chopper remarked, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the sobbing Momonosuke. Itachi sighed softly, then seized the weeping child and tossed him upward toward the pipe's exit. "Itachi and aren't you being a bit too rough?" "It was merely a simple throw. I did not anticipate it," Itachi replied. Chopper remained on Itachi's back as he crouched, examining Momonosuke's eyelids. The child's eyes rolled back, falling unconscious. Itachi had not foreseen that throwing the child would render him unconscious. Based on Itachi's impression, the physical condition of the people here should be decent. Why was this one different? Was it due to his age? Itachi sighed in resignation, lifting Momonosuke by one leg and returning the way they came. "Itachi and shouldn't you put him in my bag? He seems uncomfortable in that position." "It's fine," Itachi replied, lifting Momonosuke a few more times. "He is quite out cold. This will suffice. He likely won't awaken for a while." Within the laboratory, Zoro and his companions had also arrived, having reunited with Kinmen and Luffy, who were now fully assembled. At that moment, Itachi returned as well. Upon seeing Momonosuke, Kinmen broke into tears. My son, I have finally found you." What's wrong with you?" "So this is your son." Itachi casually tossed Momonosuke to Kinmen. However, Kinmen, still overwhelmed with emotion, was unprepared for the sudden toss, and as he reached out to catch, Momonosuke, still unconscious, hit the ground again. "Son!" Kinmen cried out in anguish, pointing an accusatory finger at Itachi. "Why are you so barbaric?" Sanji, hearing this, delivered a swift kick to Kinmen's face. "Foolish warrior, how would Itachi know this is your son? Just saving you all is a feat in itself." Kinmen rubbed his swollen face, reflecting on the situation. Earlier, while searching for his upper half, he had inadvertently fallen into a lake. Had it not been for Sanji, who risked freezing to help retrieve his body from the clutches of the lake's monsters, he would currently be merely a head and a lower half. "I sincerely apologize. I should not have been so rude to my savior." Kinmen knelt before Itachi in gratitude. Itachi merely grunted in acknowledgement, offering little response. For reasons unknown, he did not hold a favorable first impression of this warrior father and son duo. At that moment, Luffy and Law, having transitioned back to the upper laboratory through the slaughterhouse. Announced, everyone, we must depart. Trafalgar immediately reported the current situation, further amplified by Luffy's vivid depiction of the colossal smile. Firstly, on the island, the gigantic smile slime summoned by Caesar was advancing towards the laboratory. Outside the island, in the surrounding waters, a multitude of warships, utilizing sea stone as tracks to traverse the windless zone, had been attracted by the distress calls of the G5 Marines attempting to escape. At present, it was evident that remaining on this island was no longer an option. An immediate retreat was imperative. What about Nami, Sanji, Usopp, and those children? Sanji inquired. Dodo, I just informed Nami and Trafalgar about where they should head. Luffy chuckled, extolling the marvels of Law's abilities. Law, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in disbelief. I cannot maintain such a vast room for long. It would deplete my stamina. In summary, we must hasten our withdrawal. With that, Law proceeded outward, closely followed by Sanji and Itachi. Frankie, having hoisted Caesar, was about to depart when he noticed Luffy halting before Smoker and Tashigi. Hey Luffy, they are Marines. Just leave them be, Frankie shouted. Luffy pondered for a moment before suddenly extending his arm, yanking Law back. Law was caught in a state of shock as Luffy embraced him. Hey Trafalgar, release their chains and switch them back. They aren't bad people. At least I don't dislike them. Straw Hat, you must think this through. They are Marines, it's fine. Given the current predicament, everyone should be escaping anyway. Hee. Luffy grinned at LAW to avoid further delays. Law had no choice but to swap back Smoker and Tashigi's souls, freeing them from their chains. Trafalgar, and you too, Straw Hat. Even after being swapped back, Smoker still wore a gloomy expression. White Hunter, I must remind you. Law held Smoker's heart in his hand, that I can give you this heart, or I can choose not to. It entirely depends on your actions. Upon seeing the heart in Law's grasp, Smoker's expression darkened significantly. Tashigi, standing beside him, cautioned, Smoker, our current objective is no longer to capture the Straw Hats. We must rescue those children. Please reconsider. After a moment of contemplation, Smoker ultimately reached an agreement with Law. They would all escape together. And to prevent any unforeseen incidents from Smoker during this period, Law would hand over the heart once they confirmed their escape. After all, the heart was entirely under Law's control, leaving Smoker with no choice but to comply. Outside the laboratory, Nami and Usopp were already guiding the frenzied children through the gully beneath the laboratory, arriving at the port, where they could see the Thousand Sunny. However, as Usopp caught sight of the ship, his heightened anxiety led him to notice something dreadful. A warship, heading towards Punk Hazard as Law had mentioned, had already reached the port. The imposing figures descending from the warship left a deep impression on Usopp. They were the pacifistas engineered based on Kuma. Suddenly, Usopp spotted a yellow flash leaping into the sky. The flash gradually morphed into a humanoid figure, tall and slender, sporting short black curly hair, an aging face adorned with orange-tinted sunglasses. He donned a yellow-striped suit, with a cloak emblazoned with the words Navy Justice trailing behind him. How could something so terrifying exist? This is truly dreadful. If that is the case, we really must initiate the extermination order. Usopp thought, realizing that the rogue scientist had managed to evade capture and was still on this island. Developing such a formidable creation, it would be imperative to apprehend him. The voice emanating from the transponder snail was none other than Akanu's. The headquarters warships will soon provide support. Before that, your priority is to capture the Straw Hats, and that rogue scientist, AS for the Warlord of the Sea, do not concern yourself with his identity. Apprehend them all. Understood. The yellow flash transformed back into a humanoid figure, disconnecting the call down the ground. Usopp, having recognized the person, trembled as he pointed towards the sky. Nami, look at that. What is it? Nami followed Usopp's gaze. Upon focusing, both Nami and Usopp were rendered speechless. That is, Admiral of the Navy. Kizaru Borsellino. Hey, Usopp, Nami. I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Trafalgar warned that this island would soon be in peril. We must go. Luffy beamed as he waved at them. Nami. Sanji, in a frantic dash, resembled a swaying noodle, his eyes filled with hearts. Hearing Luffy shout from behind, Usopp struggled to turn around. Can we still escape? He pointed towards the sky. Luffy, who had been grinning, glanced in the direction Usopp indicated and was instantly frozen in place. Law was equally stunned. That is, the Admiral, Kizaru. Wow, I didn't expect all of you to be here. This certainly saves me a lot of effort. Kizaru spread his arms wide, gathering light into the Yada mirror, which illuminated Luffy's path as Kizaru appeared before him in an instant. Luffy, seeing Kizaru, stumbled back 3 paces. Why is he here? Frankie shouted, raising his arms, prepared to unleash a laser. Zoro had already unsheathed 3 swords, his brows knitted in concentration. Kizaru, the entire Straw Hat crew recalled the harrowing scene from 2 years prior when Kizaru had decimated them at Sabaody Archipelago. Law was also filled with trepidation. He vividly remembered how Hawkins and Apu, fellow supernovas, had been easily dispatched by Kizaru 2 years ago. This guy, is he truly that formidable? Noticing Zoro draw his sword, Itachi also unsheathed his weapon. Not just formidable. Chopper, tears streaming down his face, managed to leap from Itachi's back, transforming into his human form. After all, he was an admiral of the Navy, the strongest force of the Navy. Law declared as he began to summon the room, not only sensing Kizaru but also the warships and pacifistas converging towards them. However, just as Law's force field began to expand, Kizaru raised a finger, and a laser pierced through him in no need for any funny business. With that, Kizaru instantly appeared before the Gear's second Luffy, delivering a blinding kick that struck Luffy's raised arms, sending him crashing into the ground and creating a massive fissure. You've improved a bit since then, Kizaru remarked as he lifted his leg once more, just as Zoro charged at him at 3-sword style. Demon Slash, Zoro's blades, imbued with haki and the aura of a demon, unexpectedly passed right through Kizaru's form. What? How can this be? Zoro immediately realized that Kizaru had predicted his attack through observation haki and had phased his body out of the way. Kizaru's gaze, concealed behind his sunglasses, tilted slightly. Long time no see. You don't greet me anymore. With that, Kizaru appeared before Zoro, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Zoro tumbled back dozens of meters before regaining his footing, which surprised Kizaru slightly. It seems you're not the same as before. With that, Kizaru leaped into the air, evading Sanji's diable jam, just as Frankie was about to unleash a laser at Kizaru. The pacifistas, who had just arrived, initiated their laser assault on the group. Frankie pivoted and engaged in a laser duel with the pacifistas, while Nami and Usopp were blasted away, and Itachi swiftly came to their aid, whisking them away. Since you are no longer mere children, it's time to accept my baptism. Kizaru leapt into the sky, raising his hands to unleash a photon rain of the Yada mirror. The pacifistas launched their lasers simultaneously. In an instant, the Straw Hat crew found themselves in utter chaos, thrown into disarray by the explosion. Just as they were about to retaliate against Kizaru, Robin had already launched an assault on the approaching navy with a colossal tree. They were completely surrounded. Zoro raised his twin swords and effortlessly overturned a warship attempting to dock. Sanji, utilizing his moonwalk, dashed in front of a pacifist and unleashed a devastating diable jam kick. There are far too many Navy soldiers, Sanji exclaimed, deftly evading several slashes from the enemy. Usopp and Chopper also joined the fray, attacking the Navy with fervor. Luffy engaged Kizaru in a fierce battle, activating Gear's second with haki. Just as Luffy's jet pistol was about to strike Kizaru, the latter vanished in an instant and reappeared behind him. Bang! Luffy was sent flying by a blinding kick. Ugh! Luffy, emerging from the rubble, raised his arm, beginning to inflate it. Kizaru had already aimed his laser at Luffy. But at that moment, Luffy suddenly vanished. Huh! Kizaru, perplexed, noticed Zoro had also disappeared after cleaving a pacifist. Kizaru quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that Law, exhausted from rapidly expanding his enormous room, was transferring every member of the Straw Hat crew onto the Thousand Sunny. That you're a troublesome little brat, Kizaru thought as he instantly appeared before Law. Itachi, Law shouted just as Itachi, with his Sharingan activated, raised the Susanu's skeletal fist to block Kizaru's blinding kick. Blood streamed from Itachi's eyes. Amaterasu. Kizaru, bewildered by the hardness of the force blocking his kick, was suddenly engulfed by black flames of Amaterasu. Kizaru was completely surrounded by the black flames that I am the light. How could, before Kizaru could finish his thought, The searing pain of the flames consumed him. Seizing the opportunity, Law swiftly transported everyone onto the Thousand Sunny. "Frankie, set sail, set sail." Quickly, use the wind blaster. Nami leapt onto the helm, while Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper all took their positions to unfurl the sails that we need to build up energy. Frankie prepared to unleash the maximum wind and thunder jet to escape Punk Hazard. At that moment, Usopp, observing the coastline, shouted, "Kizaru has been burned to death." "Nanny." Everyone paused momentarily, and Law quickly shouted, "Hurry." On the port, the disembarking Navy soldiers gasped in shock. "Admiral Borsalino, what have you done?" Before they could fully comprehend, Kizaru, who had been scorched by Amaterasu, suddenly reassembled. How terrifying. The flames had singed his suit, yet his voice retained its usual playful tone, though his gaze beneath the sunglasses had turned fiercely menacing. Who was that just now? How could someone harm Admiral Borsalino with flames? The Navy stared in disbelief at the smoldering black flames on the ground. "Admiral, are you all right?" Before the Navy could finish, Kizaru leapt into the sky once more. Simultaneously, a large figure, just disembarking from a penguin and landing on Punk Hazard, gazed at the distant flash and gasped. What is going on? How did Kizaru get here?" "Kizaru, isn't he dead?" He asked back on his feet. Upon hearing Usopp shout, everyone, except for Frankie, turned their gaze to the high skies above the island. The yellow flash had risen once again. 7 warships had surrounded the Thousand Sunny completely. Frankie was engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the warships, using the Sunny's laser cannons and heavy weaponry. Amaterasu didn't kill him. Itachi surmised that this light fruit user must have utilized a reconstitution ability to evade the flame's damage. "Itachi, it seems we must execute the plan we discussed earlier." Law glanced at Itachi, who nodded resolutely. Just moments ago, Law had outlined his plan to Itachi. First, while fending off Kizaru, he would create space to expend his lifespan for an ultra-large room, transporting everyone onto the Thousand Sunny. Then they would split into 2 groups. Law, with his rune's transfer ability, would team up with any member capable of stalling Kizaru to buy time for the Thousand Sunny's escape. Meanwhile, the Thousand Sunny would focus on crippling the warships that had surrounded them, clearing a path and time for Law and his ally to escape. Once the Thousand Sunny was safe, Law would find a way to use the room to flee. "What are you waiting for?" "I'll go." Luffy charged ahead. "Hey Trafalgar, transfer me to the island. I'll hold Kizaru off." "Let me do it," Zoro growled, glaring at the yellow flash. "No, Itachi and I've already decided." Law resolutely addressed the Straw Hat crew. "Itachi and I will handle this mission. You all focus on clearing the path behind us." "Law." "That S." Before Usopp could finish, Itachi interjected, "Don't worry, I won't die." With that, Law activated his power. Simultaneously, Kizaru surged toward the Thousand Sunny's position. "Trafalgar, absolutely not." Itachi just boarded. Luffy stretched out his arm to grasp Law. But Itachi was already by his side. This was the first time Luffy had seen such turmoil in Itachi's eyes. "Luffy, if you want me to survive, leave the warships to you." "Itachi." Luffy had previously believed that one could shoulder everything to achieve their goals. Later, he learned that no one could bear all burdens alone. Their strength was always limited. Only by working together with comrades could they unleash even greater power. With that, Itachi summoned the black flames of crows. "Itachi, I can only use this once more before needing to cool down." "Oh, it's fine, Law," and Itachi spoke. Law unleashed his slaughterhouse ability. The Thousand Sunny was instantly transported to the port exit, breaking free from the encirclement of warships. Itachi caught Law as he was about to fall, and they sped toward the land. "Trafalgar, you troublesome brat." Kizaru immediately redirected his focus from the Thousand Sunny to the Black Crow. He was about to unleash that explosive laser. As Law warned, Itachi's Mangeki appeared. Instead of fleeing in the Black Crow, Itachi charged toward the blinding explosive projectile, activating his Susanoo to envelop both Law and himself. While blocking the 8-foot mirror, Itachi closed in on Kizaru. "Tsukuyami." Itachi pulled Kizaru into the world of the blood-red moon. Having activated Tsukuyami, Itachi didn't pause for a moment. He wielded his sword, infused with haki, and aimed to strike at Kizaru. He initially intended to cleave Kizaru in half, but for some unknown reason, his strike merely knocked Kizaru down without severing him. With no time to ponder, Itachi pursued the plummeting Kizaru. On the lake, the soldiers aboard the warships were utterly frantic at the sight. Admiral Borsellino, accelerate, quickly. Catch the Admiral. Don't let him fall into the sea. The warships roared to full power, barely catching the temporarily unconscious Kizaru. Ignoring the warships, Itachi swiftly dove after Kizaru. His right eye locked onto him, ready to unleash Amaterasu for a swift kill. Law was astonished, unable to believe that Itachi could gain the upper hand against an admiral. Blood trickled from Itachi's right eye just as Amaterasu was about to activate. A laser burst from Kizaru's palm, piercing through Itachi's body. Itachi! Law cried out as Kizaru appeared before the Black Crow. Having used the 8-foot mirror, you've truly made me suffer, old man. At the moment Law glimpsed Kizaru's eyes, now filled with fury, Kizaru delivered a powerful, blinding kick, sending Itachi and Law flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the rubble and causing a violent explosion. At the port's exit, Luffy stood in a daze for a moment before turning his head. Kinemon was cradling the unconscious Momonosuke, gazing at him, while every member of the Straw Hat crew was fixated on him. "Captain, now is the time for you to give the order," Zoro declared, his headscarf secured and a piece of string from the Enma sword clenched between his teeth. Sanji had already lit a cigarette. "Luffy, whatever decision you make, we will respect your wishes," he added. "Luffy," Robin raised her hand, asserting, "we cannot abandon our comrades. We must also trust them." "Indeed, Luffy," Nami chimed in, assembling her climate act. "I concur with Robin." Frankie remained silent, giving Luffy a thumbs-up. Kinemon, witnessing their camaraderie, was moved to tears. This the bond among pirates. Despite my disdain for pirates, I cannot bring myself to dislike you. Hey Luffy, if we head back now to rescue Itachi and Law, we can still make it, Usopp exclaimed, devoid of any fear. "Luffy, we can." "Chopper, no need to say more," Luffy interrupted, fixing his gaze on Chopper, who was readying a rumble ball. "Have faith in Itachi and Trafalgar." That a slight smile crept onto Luffy's lips. In the next moment, his eyes blazed with fury as he stared at the approaching warships. "We will carve a path for them, taking down all the warships." "Understood," the entire Straw Hat crew echoed in unison. Chopper lifted Zoro and hurled him towards a warship outside the port. Three-sword style. Great Thousand Worlds. Zoro swung his swords mid-air, obliterating a warship. Goma no. Giant elephant gun. Luffy leapt into the air, smashing a warship to pieces with his punch. Demon foot. Barbecue shoot. Sanji, using moonwalk, unleashed a series of explosive kicks on the warship behind him. Giant tree. Great flame explosion star. Ultimate thundercloud weather. Frankie shouted, super laser cannon. "Everyone, let us engage and ensure the Sunny remains intact," Nami instructed as she released the weather clouds. With his second gear activated, Luffy leaped onto the railing, extending his arms, and propelled himself forward. "We absolutely must clear a path." "Itachi, what is this?" Law thought he would be gravely injured or even dead from that kick, only to discover he was completely unharmed. He stared in astonishment at the fiery red skeleton before him, then glanced down at Itachi's wound. "How long will it take to create a room field for escape?" Itachi had already risen. "About 10 minutes, Law replied, initially intending to maintain the expanded field to leap out of punk hazard, but was interrupted moments ago. 10 minutes should suffice to determine the victor. Itachi summoned F-Ton, Kazakiri, his haki enveloping the technique, activating its innate power. He shed his Susanoo and barreled through the ruins. Through the reflection of the Yada no Kagami, Kizaru swiftly arrived on the island. "Where did this troublesome brat come from? It's quite the headache." Kizaru spread his arms, gathering light into a Tensiga sword. "You seem to possess a special ability." Just then, as Kizaru unleashed a light kick, he had already spotted the coalescing fiery red skeleton. Although the force of the light kick had been released, the damage was surprisingly absorbed by the fiery red skeleton. Without uttering a word, Itachi formed hand signs. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Upon seeing Itachi unleash flames, Kizaru quickly dodged, charging towards Itachi. Simultaneously, Itachi brandished his blade, engaging Kizaru in a duel of swordsmanship. The Tensiga sword shimmered brightly as Kizaru exerted all his strength with each strike, forcing Itachi to retreat step by step. You can't match me with such primitive weaponry. You little brat. You insolent child, Kizaru exclaimed as he swung his sword. Itachi narrowly dodged with his blade, yet Kizaru had already appeared behind him. The light kick ignited once more. Bang! Huh! Kizaru pondered as the flash exploded. Yet Itachi remained motionless. This was because a Susanoo framework had materialized behind him. What is that? Why can even a light kick not harm him? As Kizaru pondered, he locked eyes with Itachi as Mangekyou Sharingan. Tsukuyami! Itachi unleashed the technique twice in succession, inflicting intense pain upon Kizaru, while the Susanoo framework rapidly grew giant hands, gripping Kizaru tightly. Can that fiery red skeleton still be used for offense? Law, regaining his strength, was astonished that Kizaru's Kinbunchika haki had already sensed Itachi's intentions. Almost simultaneously, he amassed all his haki, breaking free from Tsukuyami. Kizaru had come to understand the effects of Tsukuyami. He had suffered considerable mental damage in the realm of the Blood Moon. Even though Kizaru had nearly broken free in an instant, the sensations of being pierced by Itachi within Tsukuyami lingered painfully. This damage was something Kizaru did not wish to endure again. However, in that fleeting moment of pause, the hand of Susanoo crushed Kizaru into a burst of light. Itachi frowned at the sight and charged toward the flash. Kizaru's upper body emerged from the explosion as he raised the Tenseiga sword to block the attack. You little brat, have you awakened some devil fruit power? Kizaru's eyes gleamed with intensity as he unleashed a flash that pierced Itachi. Yet, to Kizaru's astonishment, Itachi transformed into a flock of crows. Simultaneously, Kizaru realized the ground beneath him had become soft and was sinking. Doton, mud flow. As Kizaru sank into the earth, Itachi emerged from the soil, striking at him with his blade, but Kizaru retaliated with the Tenseiga sword to block the blow. What nonsense are you up to, you little brat? Kizaru fired 2 beams at Itachi. Yet once again, this Itachi morphed into crows. As Kizaru was left bewildered, his Kinbunchika haki predicted another Itachi was about to attack from below. He leapt upward, shooting rays of light that detonated the entire patch of soil. Hidden beneath the mud, Itachi raised his Susanoo fist and charged at Kizaru. Useless. Kizaru made no attempt to evade, swinging the Tenseiga sword at Itachi. But bang! Kizaru was sent soaring into the sky by the mighty fist of Susanoo. He failed to grasp that the fiery red skeleton capable of obstructing his light kick also possessed such strength. He hastily transformed into light. Yet a more shocking scene unfolded. The giant hand of the fiery red skeleton instantly morphed into an armored hand, seizing Kizaru as he transformed into light. How did this happen? Law had already begun to raise a vast rune field. After capturing Kizaru, Itachi dropped the Susanoo hand, slamming Kizaru violently into the ground. How is this possible? Kizaru gasped in shock as the impact caused him to spit blood. Simultaneously, Itachi clenched his fist tightly, the Susanoo hand constricting further. Kizaru's sunglasses shattered under the pressure, and his body began to contort. He attempted to escape by transforming into light, but even in his light form, he found no way out. After pinning Kizaru down, Itachi offered him no chance to react, and blood began to flow once more from his right eye. Amaterasu. The black flames of Amaterasu swiftly ignited Kizaru, and even as the flames consumed him, Itachi refused to loosen his grip on the Susanoo hand. Only when he saw Kizaru being reduced to nothing but ashes did Itachi finally withdraw Susanoo. As Susanoo faded, Law noticed that the fiery red armored hand also relinquished its haki. Realizing that Itachi could capture Kizaru by applying haki to the armored hand, Law was left in awe. Although he was uncertain of the composition of that armored hand, he was certain that Kizaru had attempted to escape, but could not. It's over. After such frequent use of the Mangekyou Sharingan in a short span, Itachi's vision blurred upon relinquishing Susanoo, and a sharp pain coursed through his eyes, although it was not to the extent of being unable to open his eyes as he had experienced on Fishman Island. The continuous onslaught of Amaterasu and Tsukuyami, along with the activation of Susanoo, left little room for the recovery of his ocular power. He could sense that his vision had been nearly exhausted. He glanced at Law amidst the ruins, who appeared utterly stunned. Itachi, you defeated Admiral Kizaru? Ah, it's over. Itachi nodded slightly. That moment. The sailors aboard the docked warship, who had witnessed the scene unfold, were rooted to the spot. From expressions on their faces, it seemed as though each had been struck by lightning. Admiral Borsalino has been killed. What kind of joke is this? That is the strongest force of the Navy headquarters. An admiral. How could he be slain by a pirate? On the ruins, Law, still expanding his rune power, remained in disbelief. Itachi, what exactly is your ability? That guy Kizaru is top tier. Before he could finish, Law suddenly noticed a flash of light ascending in the sky once more. Itachi also sensed something was amiss. He turned to see Kizaru, his body scorched and bloodied, raising his hands. His bare torso had transformed into a dazzling yellow light. Yatagarasu! In an instant, the skies above Punk Hazard Island erupted with blinding brilliance. Bang! 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 As the light shone, the entire port was as if struck by a cataclysmic force, with even the colossal poison-smile creature recently moved to the lab reduced to mere powder. The sailors on the warship were blinded by the brilliance. The sounds of explosions fading into a distant echo, leaving only a ringing in their ears. Could this be Admiral Borsalino's ultimate technique? The usually ambiguous advocate of justice. I have followed him for 20 years and have never seen him like this. Outside Punk Hazard, the Straw Hat crew had successfully thwarted the assaults of all G5 branch warships. Even Smoker, who had just escaped from Punk Hazard, was dispatched in a single blow by Luffy. Straw Hat Kid. Smoker gasped, clutching his abdomen, blood spilling from his mouth. Luffy's jet pistol had shattered his smoke form, knocking Smoker out of combat capability. How could you be this strong now? Luffy glanced at him, then returned his gaze to the distant warship. I have people to protect, so I can't chat with you now. Luffy swiftly leaped onto another warship. Just beside Smoker, the warship where Zoro had sent Dashiki flying with a single slash was about to retrieve the time rain when Sandai Katetsu was already poised against her neck. I don't have time to play swordsman games with you. Run while I still haven't decided to kill you. With that, Zoro unleashed a tornado kick, sending two Navy soldiers attempting a sneak attack flying. While the Straw Hat crew fought valiantly, they simultaneously witnessed a colossal explosion of light rising from the Punk Hazard port. What scale is this? Frankie, having just fired a laser beam, removed his sunglasses. Even 100 pacifists couldn't produce this magnitude of laser, could they? Itachi. Worry welled up in Robin's eyes. You must hold on. On the port, Itachi placed the severely injured Law amidst the ruins. Itachi, focus on generating your power field. That is key to our escape. Just moments ago, while Itachi had pulled Law into Susanoo, Yatagarasu had nearly reached the ground in an instant, and Law had been blasted to a bloody pulp. No, I just want to ask. Who exactly are you? Law gazed at Itachi, who stood at the center of the half-giant clad in fiery red armor. The form of the Yatagarasu had already manifested. If we survive, I will tell you. Itachi, his Sharingan fixed on the sky where Kizaru hovered, remained tensed in the sky. Kizaru shared Law's confusion. Who the hell are you? Kizaru raised his palm, unleashing a column of laser towards Itachi. Itachi, in his Yatagarasu form, raised his left hand, the Yata mirror on Susanoo's left arm intercepting the laser, dissipating it in a massive explosion. Well, Kizaru noticed that the shield in Itachi's Yatagarasu form seemed to not merely absorb his laser explosion, but repelled it with a change of attributes. Logically, he had just used the maximum strength of Yatagarasu, a move capable of easily obliterating Punk Hazard. Its destructive power exceeded even that of Akainu and Akiji during their duel on this island. Yet under the shield raised by this fiery half-giant, all attacks became ineffective. Was natural-type damage ineffective against this? Kizaru suddenly recalled a saying often mentioned by his mentor, Blackleg Zephyr. Borsalino, you rely too much on the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi. Kizaru raised both hands again, summoning another wave of Yatagarasu. This time, though the flash storm was not as grand as before, it was densely concentrated upon Itachi's Yatagarasu. Still, it was completely neutralized by Itachi's Yata mirror shield. Simultaneously, Itachi summoned the black flame crow beneath him, lifting Yatagarasu and charging towards Kizaru in the sky. Can you still fly? Kizaru, astonished, fired multiple flashes, but Itachi raised the Yata mirror, effortlessly dissipating all the flashes. Just as Kizaru unleashed one last laser to create distance, Itachi had already drawn the Tenseigan. With flames akin to those of Susanoo engulfing it, the Tenseigan cleaved through the flashes, barreling towards Kizaru. Kizaru's gaze sharpened as he instantly refracted away from Itachi's assault. But then, a massive sword aura sliced towards him. Kizaru, utilizing Kinbunchiga Haki, foresaw it and evaded the sword aura using the light particle reassembly that had allowed him to dodge Amaterasu. Bang! The sword aura struck the sea, obliterating the 3 warships closest to the port. Kizaru was momentarily stunned, but at that moment, another sword aura surged towards him. Kizaru unleashed his most potent laser, barely managing to repel the sword aura in an explosion, sending him flying hundreds of meters and crashing onto the already shattered ground. Meanwhile, Itachi charged at him once more. Kizaru, seeing this, fired lasers, but it was utterly futile. Itachi raised the Yata mirror and easily deflected the lasers. Yet at that moment, Kizaru suddenly noticed something peculiar about Itachi. Itachi, cloaked in Yatagarasu, was half squatting on the ground, and from his heavy breaths and the struggle to keep his eyes open, Kizaru deduced that maintaining this fiery skeletal form exacted a tremendous toll. Kizaru ascended high into the sky, escaping Itachi's attack range. Damn it! Itachi, whose ocular power was nearing its limit, gazed helplessly at Kizaru above. His chakra was nearly depleted, and pushing his ocular power beyond its limits was becoming increasingly arduous. However, Kizaru, who had been hovering in the air, suddenly descended. He too had exhausted much of his stamina to evade that black flame. He had resorted to self-destructive light particle reassembly 3 times, coupled with the numerous abilities he had unleashed. After years without being pushed to this extent, Kizaru had overestimated his endurance. How troublesome! I had come to this island in a relaxed and joyous mood, and now I find myself in this predicament. If that is the case, then allow me to send you off on your final journey, Kizaru declared as he concentrated the most powerful laser he could muster, seeing the distance was too great. Itachi also gathered his remaining ocular power, retracting the Tenseigan and Yata mirror. The Yatagarasu's arms spread wide, connecting 3 chakra orbs formed from the Megate at the same time. Kizaru's laser was unleashed, the enormous pillar-like laser, upon firing, instantly split into countless streams, attacking Itachi from all directions. Itachi simultaneously hurled the Yata Magatama. The Yata Magatama collided with the central laser, resulting in a violent explosion. Yet, following the explosion, the Yata Magatama unexpectedly broke through the laser column. Racing towards Kizaru, Kizaru's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated that Itachi would possess such a ranged attack, and he attempted to revert to his natural form. However, the speed of the Yata Magatama's flight surpassed his imagination. Whoa! The explosion of the Yata Magatama resounded against Kizaru. At the same time, as both his chakra and ocular power were utterly depleted, Itachi was pierced through his body by the laser of the rapidly fading Susanoo. On the outskirts of Punk Hazard, in front of a G5 branch warship, a towering figure clad in a deep gray coat and round-framed sunglasses, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, lamented, "Is this the last remaining ship?" The destructive prowess of the Straw Hat crew is indeed terrifying. Upon seeing this giant, the Marines aboard the G5 vessel stuttered in astonishment. "This is Admiral Kazan. La punto Aokiji raised to fingers in a casual salute. No need to call me Admiral anymore. I no longer belong to the Navy. Please inform them that I've come to meet him. How is he faring now? Are you referring to Admiral Pagliusolino?" "Indeed," Aokiji confirmed with a nod. "And please relay my message to Vice Admiral Smoker. I intended to reminisce with him, but alas, plans have changed. His injuries are too severe." "Right away, sir," as the Marine turned to leave. He was taken aback to see Kizaru, wrapped in bandages and draped in a naval coat. Emerging from the ship's cabin, he adjusted his spare sunglasses before leaping down from the warship. "Yo, Aokiji, what brings you here?" "Just passing by," Aokiji replied, his gaze sweeping over Kizaru's injuries. "Since we joined the Navy, this is the first time I have seen you in such a state." Kizaru chuckled at this remark, his eyes once again filled with a languid and playful glint. "I never expected to have to utilize light particle reorganization in my lifetime. Evading damage with 3 consecutive uses of light particle reorganization has left me in quite a bind. That little brat with the tear marks nearly cost me my life. And weren't you also close to costing him his? Akiji retorted with a smirk. It seems your Pika Pika no Mi was rather ineffective against him. Kizaru raised an eyebrow at this. Have you witnessed that battle? I saw it all clearly, Akiji replied. The force you exerted this time was even greater than during the Marineford War. Has the Straw Hat crew now gained a combatant of admiral caliber? The two exchanged glances, falling into silence for a moment. Akiji then inquired, Do you know his background? Not really, Kizaru shook his head. Smoker of G5 inquired about his name when the Straw Hat Kid departed. He is called Uchiha Itachi. Well then, Akiji shrugged. Perhaps we should count ourselves fortunate that such a person is not under the command of those ambitious Yonko, although the Straw Hat crew is prone to causing trouble. They do not harbor ambitions of ruling the New World. Much like your joining of Blackbeard, Kizaru remarked meaningfully, casting a glance at Akiji. The two fell silent once more before bursting into laughter, after their chuckles subsided. A glacial gaze emerged in Akiji's eyes. Let us not forget our objective, comrade, in that moment. The playful glint faded from Kizaru's eyes, and he smiled quietly, saying nothing. By the way, Akiji rummaged through his pockets and produced a letter. This is a missive I wrote to Akainu. You may consider it a suggestion. Whether you heed it or not is up to you. The contents pertain to one of the former warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the king of Dressrosa. Oh, Kizaru extended his hand to accept the envelope. 3 days after the fierce battle, on a small island 300 kilometers from Punk Hazard, an elderly doctor gently tapped the shoulder of Law, who was dozing against the wall of a small town hospital. Young man, you should take a rest. You've been on watch for 3 days and nights. Awakened, Law stood up, and, upon recognizing the old doctor, shook his head, in no need. I can keep watch over him. Just find out I am already grateful for the medical assistance you have provided. Don't mention it, the old doctor chuckled. Your surgical skills are the most exquisite I have ever witnessed. Witnessing such a procedure has made my life worthwhile. The old doctor conversed with Law. Itachi, lying on the hospital bed, suddenly attempted to sit up, his consciousness regained. Don't move just yet, Itachi. Law gently pressed him back down. You are gravely injured. You cannot get out of bed just yet. Am I still alive? Itachi spoke, realizing that his eyes were wrapped in bandages. Fortuitously, your crimson armor, although fading, managed to deflect many of Kizaru's lasers. Ultimately, only 3 lasers penetrated your body, one of which was less than 3 centimeters from your heart. Seeing Itachi awake, Law finally exhaled in relief. But fret not, I am a doctor. Your injuries have been properly treated. Thank you for your efforts. Itachi nodded in gratitude. Had it not been for you, I would likely have perished on that island. It was not solely my doing. We received aid from another individual to escape that island. Who was that? The former admiral, Akiji. Law recounted the events that transpired afterward. After Itachi and Kizaru exchanged injuries, both collapsed. Just as Law was about to save Itachi, they were surrounded by Marines. Itachi was also under Marine control. In that dire moment, Akiji arrived unexpectedly. He first froze the warships in the port, then immobilized all the approaching Marines. This window of opportunity allowed Law to utilize his power and escape to beyond Punk Hazard. By the time Law reached the outskirts of Punk Hazard, Luffy and the others had already annihilated the G5 warships surrounding the area. Law had managed to contact Luffy as he directed the Thousand Sunny into the force field. The vanguard of the Marine Headquarters fleet had also arrived. With no other options, Law could only relay their next plan to Punk Hazard to Luffy via a transponder snail, while he and Itachi took a spare small boat from the island to escape to the other side before boarding the Thousand Sunny. However, when Law reached the southernmost point of Punk Hazard's extreme cold, he found it also surrounded by Marines. Just when it seemed there was no way out, 2 pirate warships suddenly appeared on the sea, heading towards them. Ultimately, those 2 warships rescued Law and Itachi from Punk Hazard, breaking through the Marine encirclement at the cost of 1 ship's destruction. Those individuals are still anchored outside the island. They claim you are their deity, having saved them on Fishman Island, to avoid disturbing the islanders, and to spare me any interference. I issued orders in your stead to have them remain docked at the port on standby. After concluding his tale, Law finally sank into a chair, the fatigue of the past few days washing over him. Itachi, upon hearing this, could not help but marvel as so much occurred afterward. Yet, just as Itachi was reflecting, he suddenly sensed something unusual within his body. Law, did you do something to me? He suddenly asked. The once exhausted Law was startled back to attention by this question. Have you sensed it so soon? Itachi, Law chuckled. I apologize, Itachi. This was my unilateral decision. Itachi could feel that as his ocular powers gradually returned, his chakra was inexplicably linked to his ocular energy. However, after examining your body, I discovered that this treatment would bring you nothing but benefits. I had not anticipated that the energy supply to your eyes and that of your body were two separate, non-communicating closed loops. A.S. Law performed surgery on Itachi's wounds. He was astonished to find that Itachi possessed two distinct forms of power. The strength that resides within his physique is one kind, while the power that dwells within his mind is another. However, Luo discovered that the rhythms of recovery for these two forms of strength are remarkably disparate. The restoration of Itachi's body follows a cycle of energy, whereas his cerebral vitality exists in a separate loop, reliant solely on the brain for energy acquisition and replenishment. The disparity in the levels of recovery and consumption is indeed substantial. Luo, utilizing the precise transformation of his surgical fruit, directed the vessels that supply energy to the body towards the brain's energy supply. Consequently, both can now operate on a unified recovery level. In other words, through your ability to modify, I can now employ the strength of my body to replace the ocular prowess of my mind. Precisely, it no longer merely depletes the energy of the brain. As Luo spoke, he stroked his chin. Itachi, if I interpret your words correctly, when you summon that fiery giant or skeletal form, does it solely consume your cerebral energy? Indeed, that is the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi confirmed. Allow me to speculate. Do any of your family members possess such abilities? Itachi paused at this remark. How could you know? That is correct. Luo exhaled. That if this is the case, I can ascertain that your family, along with those who inherit your genetic lineage, including yourself, are afflicted by a hereditary ailment. Hereditary ailment? Ah, indeed. Luo set aside his weapon, Ghost Cry, and elaborated for Itachi. Based on your affirmation of my words, coupled with your reaction and my analysis from the surgical experiments conducted on your mind, it seems that a portion of your clan possesses this formidable power through inheritance. However, this gene is not dominant. It is recessive. Not all members of your lineage possess this power as you do. Indeed, Itachi nodded. Yet this power is flawed. Those with this recessive gene find that the strength of their mind does not synchronize with the strength of their body. As I mentioned before, two closed loops. This represents an exclusive hereditary condition for individuals of your recessive gene that IT leads to a significant disparity in recovery. The speed of cerebral recovery cannot keep pace with that of the physical. If this imbalance continues to be exploited, resulting in recovery rates lagging behind usage rates, damage will ensue. Listening to Luo's words, Itachi sighed heavily. Just as you mentioned, after receiving Itachi's confirmation, Luo continued. Over time, individuals possessing this recessive gene, following excessive use of their cerebral power, will experience severe side effects, leading to substantial damage to the brain and various ailments, particularly affecting the eyes where this power manifests most prominently. If this continues, the overexertion of this power may ultimately lead to cerebral death and, subsequently, the demise of the body. After hearing Luo's words, Itachi found himself lost in thought. He had never anticipated that the secrets of the Uchiha clan Sharingan would be unraveled by Luo in a single surgery. Currently, this hereditary ailment of yours has been eradicated. Following my modification of your energy supply, you need not worry about excessive depletion any longer. Wait, Luo, I have previously exhausted my ocular power, and based on past experiences, such excessive depletion can lead to severe side effects, including blindness. Yet, I feel not only no depletion, but even a slight enhancement in my ocular strength. What is the explanation for this? Itachi inquired. This leads us to the matter I am about to discuss. Itachi.Luo's tone became exceedingly grave. Do not allow your cerebral power to exceed its limits. I have also observed this change in you. Although I'm still uncertain of the cause, it appears that your emotions can stimulate the secretion of your powers, granting you greater potential. Emotions? Itachi was profoundly convinced by Luo's statement. He recalled his father mentioning that no clan's love is as profound as that of the Uchiha. Yet, the deeper the love among the Uchiha, the more intense the hatred when that love is lost. In such moments, their minds release a unique chakra due to overwhelming hatred, thereby activating the Sharingan. Luo picked up the 4-bag that had administered fluids to Itachi. I currently possess a glass vial. Let us use it as a metaphor for your eyes, and the water as a representation of your energy. When you say your ocular strength has increased, it signifies that after usage, its capacity has enlarged, transforming it into a larger vessel capable of containing more water. However, each time you exceed your limits, this glass vial will be drained of all its contents due to overuse, causing cracks to form on its surface. Thus, every instance of exceeding your limits results in a crack, which equates to damage to you, bringing forth various side effects and ailments. Once these critical cracks reach a tipping point, the vessel will shatter. After hearing Luo's explanation, Itachi remained silent for a moment before finally exhaling. I see, he had previously believed he had acquired some special recuperative ability, but it was not the case. The sensation of heightened ocular power likely stemmed from Luffy's determination to destroy Noah. Itachi had witnessed a power he had never seen before and felt emotions he had never experienced. This aligned perfectly with the emotional fluctuations Luo had described. Of course, following the modifications, your energy supply has indeed increased, and recovery remains normal. I merely caution you to utilize this newfound strength judiciously and not exceed your limits. Understood, Itachi nodded. However, Luo recalled the fiery half-giant summoned by Itachi, which was undeniably impressive. If one wishes to maintain such a state for an extended period, there are currently 2 methods to achieve this. Methods? What are they? Luo raised a finger. The first method is life return. However, this may not significantly aid your energy endurance, serving primarily as a rapid recovery mechanism. Even with recovery, the upper limit of your cerebral power will still not increase alongside your physical strength. The second method involves a fruit I know of that can remedy the deficiencies of your cerebral power. A fruit? Are you referring to a devil fruit? Itachi recalled Luffy's rubber abilities and Robin's capacity to sprout limbs from any surface, as well as their vulnerability to seawater. Once they come into contact with salt water, they become powerless and are unable to utilize any abilities. Itachi found this side effect rather peculiar for those who navigate the seas. Indeed, Luo affirmed that I have perused the Devil Fruit Compendium, and there exists a devil fruit, known to be real and without an active user, that is particularly suited for you. What fruit do you speak of? Itachi inquired. The Paramecia-type root fruit. Luo elaborated on this fruit for Itachi. Upon consumption of this devil fruit, the eater transforms into a root human, capable of manipulating their body into tree roots. According to the records in the Devil Fruit Compendium, once transformed into a root human, the individual can grow roots from their body at will, which can absorb nutrients from the earth and enemies to replenish their energy. It is a pity that, to my knowledge, the newly appointed Marine Admiral Green Bull has consumed the forest fruit, which would have been more suitable for you. However, since a user already exists, there is no alternative. While this fruit may resemble a lower-tier version of the forest fruit, it is perfectly capable of compensating for the immense energy depletion experienced when utilizing the fiery giant. Thus, having successfully modified your energy supply through my procedure, when combined with the abilities of the root fruit, it will provide you with greater energy endurance. As Itachi listened, familiarity washed over him, and he suddenly recalled the first Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama Senju, and as would release, he asked, "Where shall we seek this fruit?" "You've hit the nail on the head." Luo snapped his fingers. Generally speaking, seeking out a specific devil fruit is quite a challenge. To this day, no one knows where they originate, as they circulate across the vast oceans. However, the reason I mention this particular devil fruit is that it has recently appeared. It lies within the New World, on an island shrouded in darkness, inhabited by underground dwellers engaged in various nefarious activities. Rear Carrant. Law continued his tale to the Weasel. This affair was largely due to the pirate captain, Fries, who claimed to have been rescued from Fishman Island by the Weasel. Before relocating the Weasel to this island, Law inquired how Fries had arrived here. After escaping from Fishman Island, Fries, along with 2 other pirate captains who had also been imprisoned there as slaves to Hody, formed an alliance with their 2 formidable ships to evade the Navy's onslaught. Fries, adept at navigating ocean currents, did not follow the conventional route taken by most pirates towards Fishman Island. Instead, he utilized the current known as the White Dragon of the Sea to arrive several hundred kilometers away. They continued their voyage, ultimately reaching the vicinity of Punk Hazard. Upon nearing Punk Hazard, they beheld a naval vessel locked in fierce combat with 1,000 Sunny, and in the distance, they discerned reinforcements approaching. After deliberation, Fries and the 2 pirate captains decided against directly intervening to assist their benefactor aboard the 1,000 Sunny. Instead, they planned to maneuver around and launch a counterattack when the reinforcements arrived, aiming to ambush them from behind. Just as Fries was about to change course, he spotted the Weasel and Law on Punk Hazard Island. Simultaneously, the naval vessel detected their presence that Fries's original course was indeed rear current, for they possessed numerous medicinal herbs and a devil fruit intended for trade in the black market of rear current. According to Fries, a significant trading event was currently taking place in the black market, with the centerpiece being a batch of devil fruits, including the root fruit. As Law spoke, a commotion erupted outside. The old doctor, witnessing the arrival of the pirates, was so startled that he fell to the ground. The young doctor had asserted that no one was to be disturbed at this time. Upon hearing this, a hulking pirate stepped forward and lifted the old doctor. "Old man, whether you get to see them or not is determined by our weasel god and Brother Trafalgar, not by you." With that, the giant intended to toss the old man aside. At that moment, Law emerged. "Hey, don't be so unreasonable." Upon seeing Law, the giant pirate hastily set the old doctor down. My apologies, Brother Trafalgar. The giant pirate said, as a pirate even larger, with eyes as small as beans, stepped forward. This pirate was none other than Fries. After the demise of the other 2 pirate captains amidst their skirmish with the Navy, he had now become the leader of several hundred pirates. "Brother Trafalgar, it's been 3 days. We wish to see our weasel god. How is he doing?" With a blink, Fries emphasized his point. "Did I not say that no one is to be seen right now?" Law glared at Fries. "How is the weasel god? Is he any better?" Another blink. What extent? Has his injury been fully treated? Blink. Before Fries could blink again, black lines adorned Law's face. "Why must you vocalize your blinking? It is truly annoying." "Oh, is that so?" Fries pointed to his tiny eyes. "I'm a long-distance fruit user, and my eyes become dry after using my abilities, so I must constantly remind myself to blink." "Do as you please." Law turned away. "The weasel has awakened, but he cannot yet rise from his bed. You are too loud. You will disturb his rest." "Oh no, Brother Trafalgar," Fries exclaimed, pulling out a newspaper. "We did not come merely to visit the weasel god. We bring crucial intelligence. This is world-shocking news. Crucial intelligence." Law turned to look at the blinking Fries. Fries quickly handed the newspaper to the weasel. The headline read, "Evil scientist Caesar conspires to create world-destroying bioweapons on Punk Hazard Island." Now thwarted by the Navy, bioweapons destroyed, evil scientist Caesar missing. Just another one of the Navy's propaganda tactics, Law muttered as he continued reading. The second headline proclaimed, "Admiral Kizaru injured, single-handedly destroys massive bioweapon." The accompanying image depicted Kizaru, gravely wounded, leaping into the sky, alongside a photo of the destroyed smile. Law chose to remain silent, his attention drawn to the third headline. IT boldly announced, "Ruthless new era pirates." The Straw Hat Crew, sighted on Punk Hazard, now having escaped, the bounty on the Straw Hat Crew has been released. While the mention of the Straw Hat Crew's bounty did not particularly stir Law, the first name listed among the bounties was, in fact, the Weasel's photograph. In a new world, the Straw Hat Crew, having taken a respite on their course to Dressrosa, was partaking in lunch, yet today's meal was uncharacteristically subdued. Everyone gazed sorrowfully at their plates, with even the usually boisterous Luffy silently gnawing on a 60-pound piece of sea beast meat, without uttering a word. The first to break the silence was Chopper. With a long sigh, he tearfully lamented, "I wonder how Brother Weasel and Law are faring." His words sparked a wave of despondence among the crew, their faces clouded with worry. They had indeed cleared the surrounding naval vessels, yet they had not awaited the return of the Weasel and Law. Ultimately, they should still be safe. Nami produced the life card Law had given her, which was still gradually moving towards the direction of the Thousand Sunny. Their current course aligned with the life card's path to find Law and the Weasel. As the crew wallowed in their gloom, Kingman entered the dining hall, leading Momonosuke. Kingman froze at the sight of the Straw Hat crew's glum demeanor. "What has happened to you all? Lord Luffy, Lord Weasel, and Lord Warlord of the Sea will surely be safe," Kinnaman assured, while Momonosuke interjected with a furrowed brow. "That may not be the case. That man in black is quite bothersome." Momonosuke clutched his still-swollen head. "To be honest, I find him quite detestable, that air, son." Kinnaman suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The Straw Hat crew almost shouted in unison. "If you two do not wish to remain on this ship, then kindly take your leave. Gah, my son is young and ill-mannered and lacks verbal finesse. I beg your forgiveness." Kinnaman quickly bowed in apology. Momonosuke pouted, tilting his head. Throughout the battle, he had been in a state of unconsciousness, with his last memory being the Weasel throwing him up and knocking him out. "It's not that I cannot speak. I simply dislike him. Cacho, you scoundrel." Luffy reached out with an extended arm. Preparing to toss Momonosuke overboard, Kinman clutched Luffy's leg in desperation. "Lord Luffy, my son truly is, naturally foolish. He cannot speak. No, I simply dislike him. I detest him. A samurai does not lie. Baka." Luffy lifted Momonosuke, spinning him in a full circle, while Kinnaman desperately tried to restrain Luffy, urging him not to lose his temper. In the dining hall, Robin and Nami wore equally somber expressions. Initially, they had found the child somewhat endearing, but now they felt quite the opposite. "I share that sentiment," Nami sighed. Just as Luffy and Kinnaman grappled with Momonosuke, a seagull descended from the sky, dropping newspapers and bounty notices. Luffy paused, taken aback by the sight of the newspapers. For the first time, he felt a profound anticipation regarding world events.